Chapter 1, Crazy Money Experience System. While playing cards with a few of his brothers in his dorm room, Su Ning had a sad face and played cards with a bit of absent-mindedness. It was too tough. Because of the promotion of the double-minus relationship, the part-time tutoring job that he had been relying on to make a living before was basically impossible to find work. Su Ning's physiological father had abandoned his wife and children when Su Ning was still in his infancy, leaving his mother to bring him up. After putting him through college, his mother finally collapsed and passed away, leaving Su Ning alone in the world. During his years in college, Su Ning, a strong and optimistic person, relied on tutoring to earn money to pay for his tuition. Although the conditions were tough, but at least he gritted his teeth and got through it. But now the tutor cannot do. No source of income, not to mention tuition. Even living expenses are difficult. That's why Su Ning was a bit fretful, fretting about how to earn tuition and living expenses next. Lao-san, don't be too concerned. I have a relative whose family's company is hiring part-time workers, so you can go over to work anytime. The working hours are free and the salary is not low. It's enough for you to pay your tuition. Boss Hua Xiefeng patted Su Ning's shoulder and comforted him. Hua Xiefeng's family was in a good condition. Not rich, but definitely above middle class. The brothers usually took care of Su Ning, and now that they knew that Su Ning couldn't work as a tutor, they also wanted to help him. Su Ning smiled reluctantly, but shook his head. It can still be maintained. If I really run out of water, I'll definitely open my mouth. The brothers all knew Su Ning's strong character, and did not force themselves, chatting for a few moments before washing up and preparing for bed. Lying in bed, Su Ning was momentarily lost in thought, pondering what part-time job he should do next. However, right at this moment, an odd beep suddenly sounded in his head. Crazy Money Swipe Experience System Online. The host has the option of choosing how to brush money once a month, and the harvest of the brush is determined by the choice. Warm reminder, during the money swiping experience, the probability of the host encountering the corresponding strange events will be greatly increased. The range of choices for the first brush experience is limited to healthcare sales, real estate agents, chauffeur drivers. Please choose your first experience as soon as possible. Instantly pleasantly surprised. The mental capacity brought about by his stoic character allowed him to quickly accept the fact of being bound by the system. Flying through the system overview. Just like the initial introduction, the system would allow Su Ning to constantly choose new ways to swipe money. Can be described as a small trick to brush money every month. Each money swiping experience period would last for 1 month. If it was abandoned in less than a month, the entire reward would be cancelled. And within the natural year, one must experience at least 3 ways of swiping money. If you don't complete the 3 money swiping experiences, not only will all rewards be cancelled, the system will also unbind and leave. Su Ning, who had been ill-fated since he was a child, would never have imagined that he would actually be able to pick up a big pie that fell from the sky one day. After calming down, Su Ning prepared to choose the money swiping profession that he was going to experience for the first time. These 3 options were a bit interesting. Healthcare sales, surrounding the old neighborhood's grandpas and grandmothers, pitting old men and women's pensions. Su Ning wouldn't be able to do such an unethical thing, so there's no need to consider this one. Real estate agents seem to be very good. Suits, mouth, as long as you are willing to work hard, but also can have a lot of achievements. Real estate agents are so good, so I choose. The real estate agent's job is a good one, so I chose. For no other reason. There is no way for him to meet the working hours of the real estate agent. During the day there is also a graduation project to do, although most of the showings are at night. During the day you have to organize the listings as well as constantly call the clients. So, in comparison, it was the career of a chauffeur that best suited Su Ning's current situation. He has a driver's license, his driving skills are not bad, and he has flexible working hours. The big deal is to work a little harder and sleep less at night. Stick with it for a month. For Su Ning, who was the most capable of suffering, this was undoubtedly child's play. It was so happily decided. The host chooses to swipe money in the form of chauffeuring. The host will be rewarded with a 100,000-fold increase in the wealth earned by the chauffeur. Seeing the latest prompt given by the system after he made his choice, Su Ning felt like he was going crazy. 100,000 times the reward? If he earned $3,000 a month as a chauffeur, wouldn't that be $300 million after the 100,000 times increase? It would be really outrageous. Su Ning was so excited that he directly jumped out of bed, put on his clothes and left the dormitory. Right now he had 4 big words written all over his face: I want to swipe money. After calming down a bit, he was able to think rationally. The first step was to become a chauffeur first. The system doesn't provide jobs directly, so one must find them on their own. I remembered that a few days ago, I went to a tutoring class and passed by a private restaurant that had posted a notice recruiting resident chauffeurs. So Su Ning went straight to this restaurant called Li Ji Private Cuisine. After arriving at the store, Su Ning realized that Li Ji Private Cuisine had a resident driver who quit because of personal reasons, which was the reason why they recruited a driver. Although the boss was a little surprised why Su Ning, a college student, would come out to run as chauffeur, but did not ask much, let him fill out the information. He left him. This kind of resident chauffeur in the hotel is considered a cooperative relationship, not an employment relationship. The hotel is considered to provide customers with convenient chauffeur service, and chauffeur also has a stable source of customers in the hotel. A win-win cooperation. The only thing that the chauffeur has to pay is that every single, to give the hotel $10 commission. This is a relatively common condition, and there is nothing unsatisfactory. Since then, Su Ning has become an honorable chauffeur. Chapter 2, making $4 million and almost getting a slap on the wrist. There were two other chauffeurs at the hotel, both around 40 years old. One was named Wang and one was named Li. By the evening rush hour, both chauffeur masters had also arrived. Although they all know that the hotel is recruiting chauffeurs, but did not think that the newcomer would be such a young man. To know, this kind of hard work is often middle-aged people are doing. Young people and where can eat this bitter. But the two didn't chat much with Su Ning. 3 people in order to receive work, but also do not have to compete. Around 8 o'clock, began to drink. The guests left one after another. Master Wan was the first to leave, and soon Master Li also left. Su Ning secretly excited in his heart. The next guest who called for a chauffeur is his own. Not a moment later, a middle-aged man walked up to the front desk, needing chauffeur service. Hello sir, at your service. Su Ning greeted and said hello in standard service terms. The other party nodded, threw the keys to Su Ning, and led Su Ning out the door to his car. After saying the address, the middle-aged man sat in the back row and squinted his eyes, and Su Ning naturally wouldn't make a fool of himself by chatting with him. Throughout the driving process, Su Ning was always careful. After all, it was the first time. There is nothing wrong with being careful. It is responsible for oneself as well as the customer. After arriving at his destination, Su Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sir, we have arrived at your designated location. Any more questions? Su Ning asked while handing the car keys back to the other party. The middle-aged man shook his head and smiled as he said thank you to Su Ning, while not forgetting to hand Su Ning 50 yuan. Obviously, this middle-aged man was an old patron of Li Ji's private dining and knew the chauffeuring charges here. The first half of the night was 50 renminbi for all within the city, and 100 renminbi for all outside the city. The corresponding charge for the second half of the night was doubled. Su Ning took the money and said thank you, and just at the moment of receiving the money, a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $40. 100,000 times the increase rewarded 4 million yuan. Shocked inexplicably, he instantly stopped in his tracks and froze on the spot. Perhaps before he still will believe in the system, but when the money really arrived, there is no longer a little doubt. Looking at the SMS alerts inside the cell phone, the bank card huge amount of money arrived in the account reminder. Everything seems to be a dream. He couldn't help but want to throw his head back and roar to vent the excitement in his heart at this moment. After a long time, Su Ning slowly calmed down. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Reaching out to stop a cab, he prepared to rush back to Li Ji Private Cuisine and wait for his next job. Normal chauffeur will prepare a collapsible electric car to use as a substitute for transportation. Otherwise, how can you rush back after sending guests? Su Ning did not prepare. After all, there is the system's 100,000 times increase reward. It is impossible to care about taxi money. Interestingly, back to the private dining room, the other two chauffeur master actually sent guests have not yet returned. This is no need to talk about the order. If there are guests at this time, cannot let the guests wait for them to come back. It just so happened that a table of young girls finished their meal and also came to the cash register to find a chauffeur. Wow, the chauffeur boy is so handsome. Why didn't I drive out today? If I had known there was such a handsome chauffeur boy, I would have driven here too. Wei Wei is so happy. Tomorrow you must tell us if anything happened between you guys tonight. A few young girls were already a bit hyper after drinking wine, and once they saw Su Ning, their big eyes lit up and they chirped with excitement. Su Ning smiled professionally, not caring much. The car is the girl called Wei Wei's, but at this time it feels like a little too much to drink. Walking all need sisters to assist. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have been distracted by this time, but Su Ning will not at all. After all, he has a girlfriend. What he is worried about is, are already drunk into this way? Later, how to give yourself a chauffeur fiat. The distance wasn't far. After 10 minutes, he arrived at the neighborhood where the girl lived. Ma'am, arrived at the destination. Su Ning turned his head and just opened his mouth, but saw that the girl had already fallen asleep. Unable to help the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. Sure enough, the thing he was most worried about had still happened. Ma'am, it's here. Su Ning raised his volume, trying to wake the other party up. The girl opened her eyes in a daze. Her eyes were of the unfocused kind, obviously not quite awake yet. Su Ning sighed, thought for a moment, and tried to ask, "Which building does your family live in? I'll send you back." The girl heard and reacted for half a day, vaguely giving Su Ning the answer. This time Su Ning breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to have a specific door number, at least you can send her back. Helping the girl out of the car, and locked the car, Su Ning helped her walk toward her home. Fortunately, there is an elevator. Do not need to climb the stairs, otherwise Su Ning really cannot carry. Press the doorbell. Soon the door opened. The one who opened the door was a middle-aged woman, who opened the door while chattering loudly. "So late again. Where did you go wild? You're not at all careful. You're not looking for a date. You just know how to play all day long." However, when she saw her daughter being supported by a boy, her expression instantly changed. "Yo, quickly come in, quickly come in." The girl's mother instantly changed her expression, greeting Su Ning with a smile on her face before putting her hand on the sofa. Su Ning was just about to ask for the driver's fee and leave, but he was unexpectedly pulled by the girl's mom to sit on the sofa. "Young man, quickly sit down. I'll get you a glass of water." That warmth made Su Ning a little uncomfortable. "Auntie, not waiting for him to finish his sentence with a sarcastic smile, the cup of water had already been handed to him. Su Ning could only say thank you. "How old is the young man?" the girl's mom asked with concern. "Where is the family from? How many people are in the family?" Su Ning's expression stiffened slightly, thinking, "I'm just a generation away from driving. Do I have to get to the bottom of this?" However, looking at the opposite side of this situation, he did not explain is not out of the door, so can only honestly answer, "Auntie, I'm 23 this year. Is the local people? But there is nothing at home. Only a girlfriend, is my current college classmate." However, what Su Ning didn't expect was that upon hearing his answer, the girl's mom burst into a flaming rage that was visible to the naked eye. Tang stood up, reaching out to Su Ning's face. If this were to happen, the slap would be absolutely earth-shattering. Su Ning reacted quickly, reaching out to block it in a flash of lightning. "Are you crazy? The first word is to start fighting. Besides, there is not a word of disagreement. You asked me to answer. I did not say anything bad words. This middle-aged woman won't have any mental illness, right? What are you doing?" Blocking away the first blow, Su Ning hurriedly jumped back 2 steps, looking at the other party vigilantly, and angrily and uncomprehendingly asked. And at this time, the middle-aged woman was even more enraged, pinching her waist and pointing at Su Ning to start cursing. "You bastard thing, little brat, you've got a girlfriend and you're still hitting on my daughter. I'll beat you to death." With that angry look, it was as if he really wanted to eat Su Ning alive. Chapter 3, making another $9 million. Su Ning, on the other hand, almost took a breath and turned his back when he heard her words. "Nice guy, I told you how to make a move at the drop of a hat." Seeing that the middle-aged woman copied the cup on the coffee table and was about to smash it over, Su Ning hurriedly waved his hand back and forth. "Don't throw it, I'm just a chauffeur." At this point, Su Ning was really crying and laughing. "You said that if I really slagged off your daughter, I deserved a beating, but I don't even know your daughter's name, and I was almost beaten up by you, so who am I messing with? Chauffeur?" This time it was the middle-aged woman who was confused. The first time a little did not react. "What do you mean? Not the scum who cheated on my daughter?" Su Ning saw her confusion and hurriedly went on to explain. "Your daughter has been drinking. I was the hotel's chauffeur and sent her back. I don't even know her." The expression was as innocent as it could be. When he encountered this kind of thing, he was also speechless. This time the girl's mom did understand. Her expression snapped and she was a bit embarrassed. However, when she looked at her drunken daughter, and then looked at the tall and handsome Su Ning, her eyes actually felt sorry and chagrined, visible to the naked eye. Such a handsome young man, how come he wasn't his daughter's boyfriend? "I'm sorry lad, Auntie misunderstood. Are you alright?" Su Ning cried and laughed as he shook his head. Now he just wanted to collect the money and hurry away. The girl's mother took out $100 and handed it to Su Ning, apologizing slightly. "It seems like $50 for a chauffeur within the city, right? This 100 you take. No need to look for it." Su Ning took the money and thanked her, not too surprised. When he chatted with the other 2 chauffeur masters before, he knew that chauffeurs often receive tips for this job, and many bosses didn't care about this small amount of money. However, just as Su Ning was about to say goodbye, the girl's mother asked again in a hopeful tone, "Young man, how is your relationship with your girlfriend? Is there any possibility of breaking up? If there is a breakup, can you consider my daughter? I tell you, she can old excellent, absolutely good girl. Why don't you leave a phone number, and come over often?" That kind of enthusiasm was just like when she first misunderstood Su Ning as her daughter's boyfriend. In her opinion, a down-to-earth and handsome young man like Su Ning was definitely a good match for her daughter. Even if there was a slight chance, she couldn't let it go. Opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared. The daughter herself is not interested, but she as a mother must be interested. Su Ning was a bit overwhelmed. Auntie Bai, if she didn't run away, she would really be left behind as a house son-in-law. Having managed to escape from Auntie's enthusiasm, Su Ning couldn't help but wipe the sweat from her head. Almost caught as a house son-in-law. It was so hard to escape. At this time, however, the system beep also sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $90. 100,000 times increase reward of $9 million. $100 of income, minus the $10 draw to the restaurant. $90 of pure income. After the increase is $9 million. Sparing the fact that the first job had already earned $4 million, Su Ning was still pleasantly surprised in the face of the astronomical income. Cannot help but appear absurd thoughts if they do this every day. Sooner or later one day can dry into the richest man. After calming down, look at the time is still early. Su Ning directly taxied back to the private kitchen. Taking on 2 more orders was no problem at all. Although today is not a weekend, the restaurant business is good, and there are many business drinking games. The other 2 chauffeur masters successively got a single to run the job to go. Su Ning also quickly waited for his third single. A young man, obviously drunk, spoke with a curled tongue. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. Do you believe I really didn't drink too much? If you don't believe me, let's find a bar and have another game. Su Ning managed to help this guy into the car, and only after half a day of talking did he realize where the other party's home was. He couldn't help but wipe his sweat, lamenting the difficulty of the chauffeur business. Driver contact customers must be drinking, and a large proportion of them are drinking too much. Once people drink too much, alcohol affects the brain. I'm afraid to do what they don't know, not to mention the communication effort. All kinds of strange things can drive the chauffeur crazy. At this time, Su Ning finally understood the system's warm tips. He probably wanted to let himself experience the sweet, sour, bitter, salty and savory aspects of life in the process of swiping money. Right now, he was already experiencing it. Sitting in the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, Su Ning took a deep breath. He now only hopes to smoothly send this drunken young man to his home, but don't get into any trouble. The young man's car is good, belonging to the entry-level sports car. The probability is that the parents to buy. Sitting on the driver's seat, Su Ning is very excited. Young people in which does not like sports cars. However, he would not forget his duty. Obviously now is not a good time to experience the excitement of a sports car. The guideline of a chauffeur is to send the customer home safely. So naturally he would not drive aggressively. So all the way he drove carefully and smoothly. However, this way of driving he was spat out by the young man sitting in the passenger seat. Can it work? Such a good car, letting you drive like a snail. Dare you go faster? The tone of voice actually carried a bit of disdain. Sorry sir, my job is to send you home safely and smoothly. Safety first. Su Ning held the steering wheel, not at all moved, and said in a flat tone. Perhaps he was used to driving fast in general. Looking at the car that was constantly being overtaken by the car behind him, the young man was so hard to bear that he was on the verge of having a physiological reaction. Big brother, I beg you, drive faster. You're driving like a turtle crawling. I'm so uncomfortable. Su Ning glanced sideways at the young man, realizing that he did indeed look so distraught that he couldn't stand the sight of life, so he slightly increased his speed. At least this way, it wouldn't be casually overtaken by the car behind him. The young man was happy. Faster, faster, continuing to urge Su Ning, but this time, Su Ning said nothing and stopped accelerating. The young man got anxious and suddenly had an idea with a twinkle in his eye and a grin at the corner of his mouth. Brother, let's play a game you see. From now until my house, for every car you overtake, I'll give you an extra $10. For every car you are overtaken by, in turn, $10 will be deducted. Dare to play? The young man looked at Su Ning with excitement, his words provoking him. Su Ning looked sideways at the young man with incomparable suspicion, finding it hard to understand the other party's mindset. Overtaking a car and giving $10? Luckily the road isn't far, otherwise I could overtake you until you go bankrupt. Do you believe me? Although Su Ning didn't dare to say that his driving skills were so superb, not to mention that he didn't dare to claim to be a veteran driver, but after all, his own chauffeur was a luxury sports car, and other cars on the road at leisure all avoided going far away, so it's not easy to overtake a car? Chapter 4, Give $10 for overtaking a car. Popping $59 million. Su Ning couldn't help but skim his lips and said, then sit tight. After saying that, he slammed his foot on the gas, and the sports car roared as if it were a wild beast, furiously accelerating and leaping out. The strong feeling of pushing back stimulated the secretion of adrenaline, and this windy feeling simply made people fly. He could finally understand why many young people were keen on racing cars. However, Su Ning is sensible. In the speed limit of 80 on the viaduct, Running to nearly 90 kilometers per hour is already the limit. After all, the chauffeur has a very important principle is not to add to the customer violation. But even so, the abundant power and acceleration has made overtaking incredibly easy. No need to slow down at all. In the already not endless flow of the elevated constantly changing lanes, overtaking one car after another in front of them, the still drunk young man sitting on the passenger side was incredibly excited, as if he was having more fun than he was racing. 16, 17, 18. He also didn't forget to help Su Ning count how many cars he had passed. After getting off the elevated road, because of the speed limit, Su Ning slowed down slightly, but still overtook cars constantly. It was only when he reached his destination that he finally let go of the gas and slowly braked. Brother is good, fast and steady, overtaking at high speed and still not violating the law. You've got some skills. The young man got out of the car and staggered to Su Ning's side, taking the keys but still full of excitement. There was no need for Su Ning to remind him. He had already taken out his wallet and was ready to pull out money for Su Ning. The chauffeur fee counts you 100. I've counted it all for you. Overtaking 35 cars along the way. I'm drunk. I can't count. I'll give you a total of $500. That's it. Saying this, he directly shoved several red tickets into Su Ning's hand without saying a word. Instantly, a beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $490. 100,000 times increase reward of 49 million yuan. This number made Su Ning freeze on the spot, his heart appalled. Good lord, almost $50 million. Just as Su Ning was shaken inexplicably, the young man noticed his expression and reaction, and thought that it was too little money. What? Not enough? Then I'll give you another 100. With that, he shoved another red ticket into Su Ning's hand. The system prompt unsurprisingly rang again. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $100. 100,000 times increase reward of 10 million yuan. The corners of Su Ning's mouth couldn't help but twitch up slightly as he looked at the young man with an incomparably odd expression. Good fellow, please continue. Don't stop. Su Ning shouted out loud in his heart. Please don't pity me. Of course, this was just a joke. Su Ning also had self-respect, and there was no way he would give it up for money. Money of the nature of a tip could be collected, but having a drunken fellow endlessly shell out money, this was something he really couldn't do. Enough. That's enough. Su Ning waved his hand, stopping the young man from continuing to stuff money into his hand. However, the way he looked at the young man was as if he was looking at a money-scattering boy. It wasn't. Almost $60 million had been earned on him alive. It was incredible to think about. Couldn't help but want to fold his hands and pray, such a customer. Please give me a dozen. No wonder the system hinted that the probability of encountering strange things during the money swiping experience would increase dramatically. So that's what it meant. Next time I drink, I'll still ask you for a chauffeur. The young man grinned at Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but brighten up. Hadn't even prayed yet and his wish came true? If you still ask me for a chauffeur next time, I'll give you a supercar. Su Ning directly smiled back at the young man. The young man was stunned, and then smiled disdainfully, thinking that Su Ning had spoken out of turn. A chauffeur actually said to send me a supercar? A toy model? Turning around, he waved his hand, ignored Su Ning, and walked away. However, he didn't realize that Su Ning really wasn't speaking out of turn. A non-limited edition supercar with a few $1,000,000 would be enough. Su Ning has earned nearly $60 million from him, compared to the ordinary supercar is about 10 million. It is not a sprinkle of water. Once again, he took a taxi back to the private dining room. Because the time has come to more than 11 o'clock, there is only one table left and the hotel guests are still drinking and chatting, and the other two chauffeurs are also back, are in front of their own. So Su Ning estimated that tonight they should not have a single. As expected, after the last table dispersed, one of the guests asked for a chauffeur, and Master Li sent him home, while Su Ning and Master Wang were left without work. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Ning began to calculate the harvest of this night chauffeur. 3 singles, cash income of 720, total income after the system increase reached a staggering 72 million. This income simply made Su Ning feel like a dream. Rarely did the bank card have real numbers displayed, but Su Ning was still shocked for a long time. Himself, this was becoming a tycoon? And at this rate of money making, 70 million a day. A year is 25 billion He could touch the threshold of the top 100 of the domestic rich list. The richest man's wealth is only 400 billion. If you rely on your chauffeur, you won't be the richest man in the country for 20 years. Simply exaggerated to outrageous. However, after calming down, rational analysis also know that today's data is actually still water. Before in the other two driving master chat when I know that they can reach $5,000 a month driving income. The New Year's month to get good may even be more than 10,000 monthly income. 2 or 3 orders a day, minus the hotel's commission. The actual income average of about 200. A month is not $5,000 or $6,000. And today Su Ning belongs to a special case. The first single is only 50 yuan of driving fees is the normal situation. Like driving a luxury sports car, young man, such strange guests is simply unattainable. Estimated under normal circumstances, earning $5,000 a month. The income after the system increase should be around $500 million. But even so, it was still an exaggerated to astonishing number. What could Su Ning not be satisfied with? And just as Su Ning was taking stock of his harvest, the system prompt arrived abruptly. For the convenience of the host, the system can help the system convert capital assets into various asset forms. Su Ning froze, and after a little thought, he understood the system's meaning. It's just afraid that you won't be able to spend it. The system helps you spend it. It was still very humane and considerate of the host. The money left on the bank card was just numbers. It was what was spent that belonged to you. Then, they're owned this $72 million into what good? A mansion? It's not impossible, but I'm afraid that in the great imperial city, a $72 million house is not really considered a mansion. It would be better to wait a little longer, until the funds are abundant and one step to the right place. And today when the chauffeur to send guests to experience the passion of the sports car, Su Ning admitted that he was moved. There is no boy who doesn't like sports cars. Although Su Ning's previous family situation never dared to go to the luxury, but the dream always have to have it. One of his favorite supercars is the Koenigsegg one, known as the Ghost Warrior, which is limited to only 6 units worldwide. This is destined to many rich second generation even if they have the money, but there is no way to buy. Although the starting selling price is only about $10 million, several previous resale transactions have already made the actual price soar to $50 million. Then why don't we just trade for a supercar? The more he thought about it, the hotter his heart became, and he could no longer hold back his excitement, and directly chose to convert the cash into a Koenigsegg one. Chapter 5: Buying a supercar. Girlfriend wants to break up? The system was very powerful, and the conversion was completed in an instant. A virtual Koenigsegg one was quietly suspended in the system space, ready to materialize into reality. At the same time, the cash in the card was reduced by 50 million, leaving only 22 million. So expensive. Finding a place where there was no one and no surveillance, he excitedly materialized the supercar. In an instant, the extremely impactful and sci-fi fantasy ghost modeling made Su Ning's breath shorten. Sitting in the driver's seat, he started the supercar, and the huge mechanical roar seemed to have merged with his heartbeat. Sprinting along, he arrived at the parking lot outside the dormitory apartment. When he got out of the car, the corner of Su Ning's mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Too explosive, too sensual. This was the charm of a supercar. Indulgently, he sped around the ring road, enjoying the unique experience brought about by the supercar. Until he had enough waves, he drove in the direction of the school. Back in the dormitory, the 3 brothers had already gone to bed. Su Ning lightly washed up and also went to sleep. Although he had a bit of insomnia because of the strange encounter, it didn't affect the good dreams. After getting up in the morning, Su Ning called his girlfriend, Wang Yingying, and prepared to go next door to the art academy to have breakfast with her. Wang Yingying was a student of the acting department of the next door art college, a junior this year, and the two were together by coincidence last year. However, recently their relationship has more or less appeared a little crack. Wang Yingying's attitude towards him is not cold. She always complains that her girlfriend's boyfriend will buy her girlfriend a bag, buy a cell phone, and always have romantic surprises. But for Su Ning, who had to desperately work part-time to earn tuition living expenses, all of this was too much of a luxury. However, now that she already had a money swiping system, all problems would be solved. Driving to the art academy, since there was no longer any parking space downstairs, Su Ning simply parked a bit farther away. Walking down to the dormitory building, as usual, there were many boys squatting downstairs, each with an eager gaze. Needless to say, these are the so-called licking dogs, our warped mouths. Su Ning still quite sympathetic to them. Although he was waiting downstairs just like them, he was not a licking dog, because he was waiting for his girlfriend, not for a goddess who would always be unattainable. Wang Yingying hadn't gone downstairs yet. Just at this moment, the sound of the engine's surge came from far and near, and a red Porsche 718 small sports car very arrogantly parked downstairs. Looking at the young man who came down from the sports car, the surrounding people couldn't help but show envious gazes. After all, for students who were still on campus, the killing power of a sports car was just too great. Perhaps in the past, Su Ning would have been just as emotional and envious as the others, but now that the Koenigsegg one had been driven, he naturally wouldn't care about an entry-level sports car. Even the sports car that drove the customer last night was more upscale than the Porsche 718 in front of him. The young man who came down from the car was holding a bouquet of flowers in his hands, and had confidence written all over his body, making even the pimples on his face look so different. Su Ning slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Needless to say, He must be chasing after a certain girl from the art academy. Not to mention, just a sports car is not something an average girl can refuse. At this time, Wang Yingying walked out from the dormitory building. Su Ning smiled and greeted her, but just as he moved, the young man driving the sports car also moved. With a smile on her face, Wang Yingying walked over with brisk steps, looking so impatient. But just as Su Ning stepped forward and prepared to hug his girlfriend, a scene that made his eyes flash appeared. Wang Yingying even walked up to the young man driving the sports car and shyly took the bouquet in his hand. At this moment, Su Ning couldn't control his frown as countless thoughts crossed his mind instantly. What did it mean? Why was Yingying picking up someone else's flowers? Could it be that this young man was Wang Yingying's brother? Although the two of them had recently become a bit estranged, he was unwilling to believe that this was Wang Yingying's betrayal of him. Yingying. Wang Yingying and the young man turned their heads together, both of them simultaneously looking at Su Ning with a smile or a laugh. Only Wang Yingying had more dislike in her eyes, while the young man driving the sports car had more condescension and disdain in his eyes. Wang Yingying wanted to open her mouth to say something, but was stopped by the young man. As you can see, my name is Wang Hao, and now I'm Yingying's boyfriend. A toad like you is considered to have eaten swan meat. You should be content. Don't pester Yingying in the future, or I'll make you look good. Wang Hao warned Su Ning in a despicably cold and stern tone. Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, his eyes gradually fading into indifference. He himself didn't expect that when he heard these words, which were enough to make people furious, he didn't get angry as he had imagined. Perhaps, it was because without realizing it, his feelings with Wang Yingying had really faded. However, he still couldn't calm down after the two of them gave themselves such a show today, bordering on humiliating themselves. Yingying, give me an explanation, Su Ning said in a calm tone. Wang Yingying also seemed to feel that she had done something to apologize to Su Ning, so she wanted to open her mouth, but she was still stopped by Wang Hao. She doesn't need to give you any explanation. You really think you, a toad, can eat swan meat for the rest of your life? Poor man. Loser, can't even afford to buy Yingying an Apple phone. See this sports car of mine? Saying that, Wang Hao turned his head, patted the hood of the sports car, and said in an incomparably sarcastic tone, this sports car, you can't afford it for the rest of your life. You say, what face do you still have to push around here? After saying that, without waiting for Su Ning to say anything, he pulled open the car door and let Wang Yingying get on the car. Wang Yingying also seemed to have quickly walked out from that touch of guilt, and got into the sports car full of joy. Su Ning squinted at the faraway sports car, and the two silhouettes that could be vaguely seen through the rear glass. His heart surprisingly did not set off too many waves. Perhaps, it was really because the feelings with his girlfriend had faded, and he was glad to see Wang Yingying's true colors at this time. The only thing that made him feel annoyed was probably also this almost humiliating attitude of the other party. Smiling coldly, the corner of Su Ning's mouth hooked up into a sneering arc. Dog, man and woman, there will be a chance to return it. Paying no attention to the surrounding people's chatter and pointing, Su Ning slowly walked towards the place where he had parked his car in the distance. At this time, the Ferrari 718 was parked next to a Koenigsegg 1 supercar. Wang Hao got out of the car and helped Wang Yingying pull open the door, introducing it to her with an excited face. Yingying, look, this supercar is my friend's. Koenigsegg 1, limited to 6 worldwide, only 1 in China. Even in the Imperial City, it can almost replace a villa. One day I'll borrow the car and take you for a ride. It will definitely make you the envy of all women. Although Wang Yingying didn't know much about sports cars, she also understood the truth that the more racy the appearance of a sports car was, the higher the probability that the value of the sports car would be, compared to Wang Hao's entry-level Ferrari 718. This supercar in front of her was simply racy to the extreme. Chapter 6. How come I don't remember having a friend like you? Although the supercar wasn't Wang Hao's, if he could sit on it and take a ride, for a vain and materialistic woman, her vanity would undoubtedly be extremely satisfied. Looking at Wang Yingying's eyes that were almost to be drawn, Wang Hao couldn't help but heave a smile. Whether the supercar was his friend's or not, only he himself knew. Although his family condition was good, and he could have tens of millions of assets, or else his family wouldn't have bought him a sports car. But this one Koenigsegg 1 was already equivalent to the sum of his family's assets. He didn't have the qualifications to know this kind of super young man who could own a top supercar. It was just a matter of bragging, and no one could expose him. Anyway, even if Wang Yingying brought up this matter in the future, he could just find a reason to pass it off. Right at this moment, Su Ning walked over and frowned at the couple. Wang Hao also found Su Ning and turned his head to look at him with a playful expression, as if he was a towering god looking at the ants on the ground. See, this Koenigsegg 1. Oh, you dirt dogs probably don't know anything about sports cars, so I won't go into that much detail. If my Ferrari is something you can't afford even if you struggle for your whole life, then this supercar is something you wouldn't be qualified to touch even if you were a cow or a horse for 10 lifetimes. It's useless to envy. You'd better think more about which brand of electric car suits you better. After saying that, Wang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Mocking flavor. Su Ning wasn't angry at all, looking at Wang Hao as if he was looking at a clown. Saying so much. What does this car have to do with you? Hearing Su Ning's question, Wang Hao disdainfully skimmed his mouth. The car belongs to my friend. Su Ning was speechless. Not only speechless, but also feeling unspeakably absurd. It's not yours. What are you so proud of? Su Ning grunted. Wang Hao, however, looked at Su Ning with a you don't understand anything at all look, and then spoke more and more disdainfully. What the hell do you know? In this society, connections are also an ability. Even if you're a garbage collector, as long as you have a friend named Papa Ma, then everyone wouldn't dare to underestimate you. I know such a friend. That's my ability. You, on the other hand, don't even deserve to lift someone's shoes. That's the gap. Speaking of this, Wang Hao became more and more excited. Otherwise, if you come to be my follower, I'll be your connections. I won't say that I'll bring you great wealth, but as long as you serve me well, it's still possible to bring you to the world. How's that? The reason why he said that was not a lack of followers, nor did he value Su Ning for anything, but rather his special awakening. If Su Ning became his follower little brother, wouldn't he himself be equivalent to robbing his brother's woman? The brother is not at home, and the younger sibling. Just thinking about it was exciting. Of course, Wang Yingying didn't know that such a strange idea had popped up in Wang Hao's head at this moment, but anyway, she couldn't agree more with Wang Hao's words. Being with Su Ning for 2 years, she had gotten nothing. After a few days with Wang Hao, she had the chance to go for a ride in a $50 million supercar. The difference was too great. She felt that she had lived to the dogs for the past year. With her alabaster fingers, she gently stroked the hood of the supercar, so tenderly that it was like caressing her lover with incomparable affection. Even at this moment, she felt like she had the whole world to herself. She had metamorphosed. Turning her head, Wang Yingying's eyes that looked at Su Ning again were already filled with condescension and dislike, even disgust. You should stop pestering me. We are simply people from two worlds. What I want, you can't give. I hope you have the self-awareness to behave yourself. The corner of Su Ning's mouth tugged uncontrollably, his expression odd and as if he had a deep meaning. People of two worlds? It seemed like they would really be people of two worlds from now on, revealing a playful smile. As to whether there was any mocking meaning in it, it was a matter of mercy. Is the car your friend's? Why don't I remember having a friend like you? Said, took out the car key from his pocket and pressed it. This Koenigsegg immediately gave the response it deserved. The headlights flashed twice. The door moved outward and then upward, automatically opening the door in an extremely cool way. This time, it almost made Wang Hao and Wang Yingying drop their jaws, especially Wang Yingying, whose hand was still stroking the car body, almost jumped up in place like a cat in stress the moment the car door moved. Then in the gazes of the two of them, who were extremely incredulous, Su Ning moved calmly to get into the car and start the supercar. With a kick of the gas in place, the explosive roar and huge airwaves drummed up, causing the heart to beat violently for it. Su Ning lowered the car window and smiled blandly under Wang Yingying's near disoriented expression. Perhaps we are indeed people of two worlds. I definitely won't pester you, and likewise, you shouldn't come to pester me. This is good for everyone, don't you think so? The same words were returned to Wang Yingying. If Su Ning could only say these words on an electric bike right now, it would be tantamount to taking the blame for himself. But now that Su Ning's ride was a supercar worth $500 million, the killing power of those words would be too great. After saying that, not waiting for the two to react, Su Ning had already blown out the gas pedal and drove off in the irascible supercar. Wang Hao and Wang Yingying looked at each other in shock and disbelief. The scene in front of them seemed to have broken their perceptions and shattered all their pride. Especially Wang Yingying, the whole person had been dumbfounded, losing the ability to think. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that poor boy Su Ning drive a supercar? She was aware of how desperately Su Ning had been working hard and studying hard. Is it possible that you're mistaken? This sports car isn't even that valuable? Or maybe the sports car isn't even his. It's just something he rented or borrowed to save face. Didn't you say this car belongs to your friend? Ask your friend if he lent the car to Su Ning. If your friend didn't borrow it, then the car was stolen by Su Ning. Let's hurry and call the police to arrest him. Shocked for a long time, Wang Yingying could not hide her surprise and asked Wang Hao with a lucky heart. At this moment, Wang Hao was already incredibly annoyed. Just because of Wang Yingying, he had offended a big shot who could afford to drive a top supercar today. If he messed with such a big shot, he probably didn't even need people to do it themselves. There were naturally people who would come to make himself unlucky. Thinking of this, Wang Hao couldn't help but shiver. And when he looked at Wang Yingying again, he already didn't have a good face. Admit your mistake? I admit my mistake. My ass. If you don't know what you're talking about, just look it up on the internet and see what kind of car it is and how much it's worth. This kind of global limited supercar is simply a toy for the top tycoons and youngsters. How could they rent it out? Even if he borrowed it, he has the connections. I can't afford to mess with him. And call the police to arrest him? I think you're really a ruthless. Nothing more to say. A poisonous like you. I can't afford to mess with you. And I'm not playing with you anymore. Bye. After saying that, he didn't even give Wang Yingying a chance to react, and directly got into the car and left. Wang Yingying froze there, and then her whole body collapsed. 5 minutes ago, she was fantasizing about having the whole world. 5 minutes later, she lost everything. Chapter 7, The Odd Man Out Encountered by the Chauffeur. Su Ning didn't feel sad after leaving from the art academy. On the one hand, it was probably because the feelings were already fading, and on the other hand, it was because he saw Wang Yingying's nature clearly. This kind of woman, the sooner you separate, the better. Back to the dormitory. 3 dormitory brothers are playing the game. Su Ning simply directly undress on the bed, ready to make up a sleep. After all, chauffeuring is generally at night, and those who don't sleep during the day are definitely sleep deprived. The 3 brothers glanced at each other and very consciously lowered the volume. When Su Ning woke up with a start, he realized that it was already afternoon. He used the computer in his dorm room to do a little bit of graduation design, and then went to the cafeteria to eat dinner. At around 7 in the evening, during the dining rush hour, Su Ning rushed to Li Ji private cuisine. Master Li and Master Wang were staying bored near the front desk. After Su Ning joined, it went from 2 people being bored to 3 people being bored. It couldn't be helped that although it was the peak time for eating, it wasn't the peak time for chauffeuring. Often the drinking tables lasted for a long time, and I'm afraid it would take until after 8 o'clock for guests to call for a chauffeur one after another. Did those runs yesterday go well? Master Wang asked Su Ning with a smile, thinking about what happened yesterday with the chauffeur. Su Ning couldn't help but have a somewhat odd expression. To say it didn't go well, it was actually quite good. After all, it ran out more than 70 million in one night. But to say smooth it, they can almost get a slap in the face it, but also by a guest forced to overtake, is also speechless enough. Look at Su Ning's expression odd. The other 2 chauffeurs are not surprised. After all, chauffeurs this line, really what people can meet, have time to buy a recorder, run the job with the recording on, so as not to be unable to speak clearly when something happens. Master Wang kindly reminded Su Ning. Su Ning nodded, feeling that it made sense. Indeed, sometimes when encountering unreasonable customers, if there was no evidence, I'm afraid it would be really hard to make things clear. You'll be fine when you've been a chauffeur for a long time, and you'll be able to see the difference by then. We have been doing this for a long time. What kind of guests have encountered? Some say out you do not dare to believe. Once, I met a drunken fool who got into the car and let me drag him to a lady. Another time, that guy drank too much, sitting in the back row. Don't know when to put on a wig set of ghosts to scare me. Almost didn't scare me half to death. After calling the police, he actually admitted that he was trying to scare me away so he could save the chauffeur fee. Tell me, oddball or not? Taking advantage of the conversation, Master Wang told Su Ning about the ridiculous things he had encountered as a chauffeur. However, not waiting for Master Wang to continue to say, next to Master Li cannot wait to take over the conversation. That's nothing. I encountered only called strange it. I've met a. I was driving and he reached over from the passenger side and touched my leg. I was so scared, I almost got into a car accident. From now on, even if the weather is hot in summer, I won't wear big pants to take jobs anymore. Su Ning was already listening with great interest, and here he didn't hold back, and bared his teeth and laughed out. However, after laughing for no more than 3 seconds, the smile slowly converged, and her expression froze slightly. The heart was even more apprehensive. It occurred to him that now that he was also a chauffeur, he shouldn't have run into this kind of as well, right? He should know that the system had specially hinted that the probability of encountering strange things would be drastically increased. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Su Ning couldn't help but shiver. If he was touched by a dead, I'm afraid he'd have the heart to die. The goosebumps fell to the ground. Today's chauffeur rush came a little later than usual, and it was only around 8:30 that customers started to come to the cashier's desk to order chauffeurs. In order, Master Wang left, Master Li left, and then it was Su Ning's turn. The one who called for a chauffeur was a middle-aged man who didn't drink much, and his degree of happiness even made Su Ning feel that even if he didn't call for a chauffeur, he could still drive himself home smoothly. This middle-aged man is still very self-control. After all, drink do not drive. This sentence has become more and more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of what might happen. This single surprisingly smooth, so that Su Ning's previously apprehensive heart settled down a lot. Income 50 yuan. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 40 yuan. 100,000 times the increase in reward 4 million yuan. Compared to yesterday's agitation in his heart, today's Su Ning was already much more calm. And 4 million compared to yesterday's income of 72 million doesn't seem to be such an exaggerated number. So naturally there is no need to make a fuss. Returning to the hotel, Master Li was there. Master Wang was not there. And when I asked, I learned that he had already gone to run the second order. Not long after, a beautiful woman came to the cash register to call for a chauffeur. Master Li gave Su Ning, are you envious? Mr. Li gave Su Ning, are you envious? Look, and then went to serve the beautiful woman very attentively. Su Ning couldn't help but skim his lips, thinking that this old man is thinking about beautiful things all day long. Master Li's meaning was understood by Su Ning. The customer was a beautiful woman, and was also drunk, so there might be a chance for something wonderful to happen. But the anecdotes circulating on the internet, the chauffeur who has the opportunity to have a wonderful story with a beautiful customer is often a young handsome man. Why don't you look in the mirror and see what you look like? It's just a 50-year-old man. How hungry must a beautiful woman be? How desperate must she be, to be willing to play passionate games with you? He couldn't help but warn Master Li just now. You don't mess around. People can take the initiative. It's no problem. But if you take the initiative, it is inevitable that only against the will of the woman so a result. I hope this old man a little self-awareness. As he was thinking, he got a customer. A man of about 40 years old walked over with his arm around a woman in her 20s. The man's looks are not outstanding. Fat, but no big belly. The woman looks gorgeous, but under heavy makeup rather lost some of the characteristics. The age appeared to be father and daughter, but the two men's demeanor was intimate, and it was clear that it was not this level of relationship. Su Ning's heart speculated about the real relationship between the two, but on the surface, he did not move at all. After all, he did not have much to do with him. After getting on the car, Su Ning drove smoothly in the front, oblivious to the sounds coming from behind. Don't get the wrong idea. There wasn't any sound from behind that would make people blush uncontrollably. It was only the pair chatting tenderly between them, and although some of the topics were more explicit, it was not to the extent of being harmonized. Hubby, you were so good last night. I want more today. Little baby, not tonight. Behave yourself. When I have time one of these days. Didn't you fancy a bag last time? I'll buy it for you next time. Su Ning turned a deaf ear, as if she couldn't hear anything. It was also fortunate that the two people in the back row didn't move their hands, or else he would have been embarrassed if he needed to constantly observe the rearview mirror. Chapter 8, You think I want to watch your? He thought that this order would also go as smoothly as the last one, but it turned out that the system still messed him up a little bit. Just as the trip was about to reach its destination, a figure suddenly leapt out from the roadside in front of the neighborhood. Fortunately, Su Ning's concentration and reaction speed was enough for him to stomp on the brakes, otherwise he really would have had an accident. A cold sweat broke out in a flash of fear. The two people in the back row who didn't fasten their seatbelts were brought forward by the inertia brought about by this foot of sharp braking, and their heads slammed hard into the front seats. Grass! Ah! Shrieks of shock and cries of pain rang out at the same time. Su Ning hurriedly turned back to check the situation of the two, although this matter cannot be relied on him, but he also did not want to let his customers injured. But right at this moment, the silhouette that suddenly appeared and was almost hit came directly next to the driver's seat and pulled open the car door. You still know to come back. Where did you go to fool around? You don't go home every day. You treat your home as a hotel? The middle-aged woman yelled at Su Ning like a tigress, and realized that something was wrong. Who are you? Su Ning, also a little confused, subconsciously replied, chauffeur. The middle-aged woman stopped cursing and went to pull open the rear door again. The next second, the middle-aged woman was furious, drilled into the car and threw her fist into the middle-aged man's head and face. It was called a raw. Good UA. Really find a horse a little 3 is it? Really give you face. I'm not finished with you today. The fist smashed. Su Ning in the side of the heart jumped. The man was knocked unconscious, but also knew that he had to run and couldn't keep getting hit, so he squeezed out of the car after a few hard hits, probably feeling that just beating the adulterer wasn't enjoyable. The middle-aged woman got into the car again, reached out and directly pulled the long hair of the young woman in the back row, forcefully pulling her entire body out of the car. Little, shameless thing, being a mistress to someone. I think your whole family is out for sale. I'll beat you to death today. You vixen. Stinking. The middle-aged woman was too fierce. Especially the young woman was grabbed by her hair. She couldn't even run away. Within a few moments her face was bleeding from the beating. Su Ning did not dare to persuade from the side, for fear of getting into trouble. I'm just a driver, not the world police. I'm not the world's policeman. I want to leave, but I haven't settled my bill yet. The system settlement is 4 million. I believe that even the top tycoons are not so casual to throw away 4 million. Probably because the middle-aged man knew he was at a disadvantage. He didn't dare to speak loudly, but could only advise in a whisper. Wife, don't fight. You give her a light injury is considered intentional injury. the middle-aged woman did listen to it. For this adulterous woman to get herself in again would be too much of a loss. At that time, he or she in prison on the sewing machine. This pair of dog man and woman in the outside of the dashing pleasure. How to think how not worth it. However, she definitely still had to put a bit of harsh words on her mouth. Deliberate injury? Thinking pretty. I'll kill you all first, then I'll turn myself in. No one will be able to live today. Su Ning instantly took 2 steps back, raising his hands to his chest to show his innocence. I didn't do anything. He didn't know that this tigress was just putting out harsh words. In case she got angry and really came with an indiscriminate strike, she would have been too wronged. Of course, the middle-aged man knows his wife's character. Obviously will not be so impulsive hands. As long as the back of their own sincere admit fault, coke's a good, things are almost over. But who would have thought that at this time, the smelly chauffeurs even so no eyesight. You give me to get out. What are you looking at here? The middle-aged man rushed over to Su Ning and cursed, feeling like spreading his anger all over Su Ning. Su Ning was instantly displeased, and hummed out without a trace of anger, saying, you think I'm willing to watch this of yours? I'm still afraid of spicy eyes. The trip is over. Hurry up and give me the valet fee. Waste of my time. The man was furiously trying to go up to Su Ning. Su Ning grinned. Do you really think I don't dare to make a move? If you dare to make a move, I'll dare to hit you back and beat you to death. The big deal is that it'll be characterized as mutual assault and detained for just a few days. I have a system. I'll be the richest man sooner or later, and I'll still take your. Originally, the middle-aged man really wanted to take Su Ning to take the air. Anyway, in his view, Su Ning is a chauffeur, the bottom of the social small people. The pressure of life is overwhelmed by the kind of life. Do not dare to do anything, only worthy of suffering from a smallpox. But after seeing Su Ning's eyes, and clenched fists and pinched fingers of action, immediately goaded. When a person reaches middle age, there will always be some strength, not to mention facing a strong young man, the probability of losing is their own. He was ready to find a step to his own time. His wife also realized that the family cannot be exposed, immediately took out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed Su Ning. This is the chauffeur money, don't look for more. Su Ning took the money and nodded slightly to express his gratitude. This tip was so comfortable to receive. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 190 yuan. 100,000 times increase reward of 19 million yuan. Just at this time next to a cab, Su Ning directly reached out to stop. Get on the car and go. As for the rest of the 2 mouths plus the little 3, they 3 people are to continue the next round or go back to their own homes. Su Ning will not care at all. It's better to do more than less. Anyway, things and he has nothing to do. He has seen a lot of fun. Satisfied the psychology of watching. And by the way, also wildly earned 19 million. What is not know enough? Back to the hotel. Handed the cashier $10. This is agreed upon each single draw money. Although you have to give a commission. But in fact, the income is still more than registered in several platforms of driving to earn. Su Ning natural willingness. After waiting for a while, Master Li also came back. Su Ning looked at this guy's unhappy face, couldn't help but laugh a little. I'm afraid that this guy's fantasies of a wonderful encounter will probably come to naught. He wanted to make a few jokes, but once he thought that they had only known each other for 2 days and were not that familiar, he gave up on the idea. After waiting for a while, one after another customers to want a chauffeur, Su Ning also received the 3rd order of the day. 2 fashionable young men, dressed in casual and some fancy. They gave Su Ning an address, and first went to this address to pick up someone, and then went to the bar. The journey wasn't too far, but there was still usually a $100 chauffeur fee for this situation. After getting on the car, the 2 young people in the back row chatting about most of the topics are in the bar, how to flirt with girls, and their own how to have sex, and even talked about the pick up the body experience. Su Ning concentrated on driving, as if nothing can hear. Once brought to the bar by a few brothers in the dormitory to see, really not very interested. As for those bar chaos, he also heard about it. Still, it's not a matter of concern. Chapter 9 I'll give you 2,000 if you learn a bark. Arrived at the pickup address, turned off the engine and waited. After waiting for a few minutes, no one came. The 2 young people could not wait, so they began to call to urge. You die at home? Can't you hurry up? If you don't go, there's no room. All the quality ladies have gone to other people's booths. Obviously, the person they were picking up was a brother, not a woman, or they definitely wouldn't have been so truthful. And after waiting for 10 minutes, Su Ning was also a bit impatient. After all, today's restaurant business was good, and the corresponding chauffeur business was also good. Usually an inner-city chauffeur order can be delivered in less than half an hour, and with the return trip, it's also done in less than an hour. But if the delay is too much time, resulting in the following single are affected. It is equivalent to less money earned a single. Especially Su Ning earned the chauffeur fee or through the system amplified 100,000 times. It is really a big loss. Waiting like this is not impossible, but you have to add money. This is the same as the cab waiting time. Also extra billing is a reason. Guest, the wait time has now exceeded 10 minutes. According to our rules, there will be an extra charge of $10 for every 10 minutes over the next 10 minutes. Or you can urge your companion to be faster. Su Ning kept his smile and opened his mouth. However, he didn't want the two young men, who were also a bit impatient, to be directly ignited, and their fire rose up. Can you keep your mouth shut? Is it annoying? All you know is money, 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 mud. I've got money. While chiding Su Ning, he pulled money out of his pocket. He was the best at humiliating people with money. Su Ning was stunned, and when he reacted, he almost laughed in anger. Martyr, humiliating me with money? You don't deserve it. Without saying a word, he took his handbag and pulled out 2 piles of money from it. This is what he took out and put in his bag today, just in case something happens. Unexpectedly, this came in handy. 200 a pop? Come on, come on. You learn to bark like a dog. I'll give you 2,000 if you learn one sound. I'll see how many sounds you can learn today. If you don't think it's enough money, I'll go to the bank right away to get it. Perhaps the 2 piles of money didn't shock people, but Su Ning's momentum at the moment deterred the 2 young men in the back row. Originally, they didn't feel that they couldn't pin down a turtle chauffeur, so they were reckless. Even if you really take $10,800, change the chauffeur to learn the dog barking. They play a fun, will not be heartbroken, but how they did not expect. This chauffeur so hard, so just. They only dare to shout 200. The chauffeur even dared to say learn a dog bark to 2,000, such harsh words. They don't even dare. It's outrageous. He is a chauffeur, tired to work hard to earn a few 2,000 a month? Thinking about it, the young man's fire and temper are up. Bird, can still let a chauffeur to bluff? One voice 2,000? I'll just call you bankrupt today and make you sell your house. If you dare not give money, I damn directly to the police to send you to the bureau to let you squat a few years. After letting out his vicious words, the young man even glared at Su Ning angrily while really opening his mouth to learn how to bark. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Su Ning was happy, joyfully watching the young man learn from a dog. Such a rare and comical scene could be appreciated. The young man had been learning for a full 5 minutes, feeling a little short of breath before he finally stopped. Glaring viciously at Su Ning, he directly stretched his hand over. Pay up. I screamed 200 times, totaling 400,000. I'll see if you dare not give today. If you can't give out the money, I'll make you kneel here until dawn. They also went out on a limb, and when their brains got hot after drinking, they were really capable of doing anything out of the ordinary. As for the shame of learning to bark, it really doesn't mean anything after the top. Anyway, they think they are invincible. Su Ning does not give money. They have ways to torture Su Ning. Su Ning, if you give money, he a chauffeur and where can pull out so much money to the end is not let them pinch. Thinking of the dead chauffeur in front of him, he was about to be pinched and rubbed round by them at will, and he could not stop getting excited. But at this time, Su Ning his he smile, directly pulled out the cell phone. 400,000? It's really not that much. It's worth it to spend $400,000 to watch such a fun one. But the banks are off duty. ATMs don't have such a large cash withdrawal limit. I'll transfer it to you directly. 2 young people imagined that the chauffeur that panic cannot kneel and kowtow to beg for forgiveness of the scene did not appear. But so light-hearted. For a time the 2 are a little stunned. For a long time, the 2 people came back to their senses from the dismay. I just don't believe this. Come. I'll see how you can transfer money to me. After giving Su Ning his bank account number, one of the young men gritted his teeth and fumed. They truly believed that Su Ning was just holding on for dear life, and they must poke through Su Ning's disgusting disguise. However, not even a minute later, the young man's cell phone rang. A text message from the bank. The content clearly stated that his bank card had just arrived with $400,000. Fraudulent text message? False transfer? Until this moment, the young man is still holding a fluke. But after he logged on to the cell phone bank, the whole person like a thunderbolt, completely lost the ability to think. His companion came over, and then also stunned, really arrived 400,000. The impact of this scene on their minds was no less than witnessing the scene of aliens lining up with guns to invade the Earth in a flying saucer. It was simply too outrageous, wasn't it? Although they are not unable to take 400,000, but a chauffeur casually take out 400,000 to play in the water. How to think how unreasonable. If by this time, they still didn't realize that this 400,000 was simply an insignificant amount for Su Ning. Then they would have grown up for nothing. After regaining their senses from the shock and horror, the two young men couldn't help but reveal bitter smiles. I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to get this back. Wouldn't it mean that they had learned to bark for nothing? Of course it wasn't for nothing. After all, they still got $400,000. For them, $400,000 was enough to let them play in a nightclub for a month in style. But when they thought of this $400,000 as their own learned dog barking in exchange for, from the soul of the sense of shame makes them hate cannot dig a pit to bury themselves. For a while, the air in the car seemed to freeze in silence. Su Ning hummed lightly and couldn't help but speak. In society, it's still important to learn to respect people. Although chauffeuring is a service industry, the service industry is not inferior. It's true that honest people are good at bullying, but honest people play with your lives. You can't afford to follow them. If it were any other chauffeur today, and you were so humiliated, the chauffeur would have driven straight into the river, and you would have waited to turn into floating corpses. Chapter 10, The Grand Villa's Ambitions. It was true, and he was feeling it. Although he had only been a chauffeur for 2 days, he realized that most car owners more or less despised chauffeurs, feeling superior and lacking respect. This is almost a common phenomenon in the service industry. But in fact, how is the service industry inferior? Customers pay for service, not status. The two young men nodded seriously, but they also sort of realized this problem. Then this money. Su Ning grunted and waved his hand. You guys keep it, or else I'm really afraid you'll call the police. At this time, the friend they were waiting for finally arrived late. As soon as he got on the car, he felt that the atmosphere in the car was a bit off. He wanted to say something, but when he saw the two brothers drooping their heads and looking like bad luck, he realized that something might have happened to them. But now is definitely not a good opportunity to talk about these. Or wait until after the bar drink, then talk about anything good open. Almost 10 minutes later, the car was parked in a space outside the bar. Normal chauffeur fee is 100 renminbi. You guys wait for someone for 20 minutes. Extra 20 renminbi. A total of 120 yuan. Su Ning rightfully charged the chauffeur fee. However, the two young men felt that the scene in front of them was incomparable. 400,000 thrown out without batting an eye, but had to charge them 120. However, they still obediently paid the chauffeur fee, and then watched Su Ning take a taxi to leave. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $110. 100,000 times the increase rewarded 11 million yuan, earning another $11 million. This crazy money swiping system continued to provide dopamine. It was just too much to handle. However, because of this single so delayed, Back to the Hotel is no longer able to wait for a new chauffeur guests, waiting for the last table to check out and leave. The three resident chauffeur managers said hello and also left. Today, as yesterday, we're running 3 orders. However, compared to yesterday's maddening 72 million, today's revenue of 34 million was less than half of that. However, Su Ning was clear that today was actually considered a normal level of income, and it was even a bit on the high side. Yesterday, if not for the customers who like to use sports cars to overtake, I'm afraid the income is not as good as today. Together with the 22 million left over from yesterday's purchase of the supercar, the figure in Su Ning's account reached 56 million. He wasn't going to move this time, or save up and go straight to a big mansion in one step. When he had nothing to do during the day today, he had looked for several villas on the internet, which are very favorable. After all, compared to the cramped bedroom, even the ordinary 2-room residence seems to be very generous, not to mention the big villa. After choosing and choosing, Su Ning mainly looked at 2. The famous Longhu Summer Palace in the Imperial City, and Sino-Ocean Lady. The former, listen to the name to know, in the Summer Palace next to the whole royal garden design, and even the architectural style is the royal classical architectural style, as well as the classic layout of the imperial relatives' large courtyard. It can be said, can live here, that almost, and the ancient royal relatives not much difference. Of course, the price is also very beautiful. Su Ning optimistic about that set of villas, 2,100 square meters. The price is as high as 300 million. Although Oceania Levy is another style of villa, but the reputation has never been better. The entire villa area is built around the Wenyu River. The smallest villa also has an area of 7 acres, which can be called a private island. Su Ning looked forward to the set, 3,600 square meters. The asking price has even reached a terrible 6 billion. Rao Su Ning now has tens of millions of daily income. Want to buy such a top villa? I'm afraid it is not a few days' time can be done. Perhaps, it would require him to complete the money swiping cycle of his chauffeuring profession before he could accumulate such financial resources. Well, let's aim for these 2 villas. Su Ning felt that he instantly had a goal to strive for, and hated the fact that he couldn't just go crazy with his chauffeuring and brush his money. He walked towards the Koenigsegg parked not far away, started the car, and headed straight to the school. Driving their own sports car. Chauffeur driving someone else's car is a completely different feeling. The chauffeur has to be stable and smooth. While driving your own sports car, you can do whatever you want. Lower the window. Feel the strong wind across the face, as if the heart can fly up with. Stopped at the intersection waiting for the traffic light. Next to slowly stopped a car. This car did not attract Su Ning's attention. The red light turned green. A roar. Unparalleled acceleration so that the Koenigsegg as if a rocket leaped out. At this moment, the car next to him had several people staring wide-eyed at the same time, their jaws dropping in shock. My God, he actually drove a Koenigsegg one? No wonder he doesn't care about $400,000. Good guy, a top young man driving a car in a low profile. Is this to hide his identity and play pretend to be a pig eating a tiger with Cinderella? That's right, the people in the car were the same two people who had earned Su Ning $400,000 by learning to bark. How could they not expect that the guy who had given them a profound lesson was driving the global limited edition supercar Koenigsegg 1? Such a strong impact made them simply have a feeling of near madness. After the unrivaled shock, the two people were coincidentally thinking the wrong way. The great young man definitely wouldn't go into a miserable occupation like chauffeuring for no reason. Then what was the reason? Could it be that there was some other benefit to chauffeuring that they didn't know about? Suddenly, in a flash of inspiration, they felt that they had thought of it. The guests who needed a chauffeur could all be drunk. And it was very likely that they would drink a lot and get drunk straight through. If it was a girl, then wouldn't the chauffeur be able to do whatever he wanted? This is similar to picking up a corpse in front of a bar. Even for that matter, the chances were much higher. The two of them suddenly realized. No wonder the great young man wanted a low-profile chauffeur driver. Together they could still play like this. They looked at each other, and a thought came up. How about we go and take a driver's license too? We'll be squatting in front of the bar, waiting for a pretty girl to call for a chauffeur. We don't make money. We just want to have fun. Whoever does it will know how wonderful it feels. Su Ning of course did not know that he was misunderstood, and even if he did, he would only laugh it off. When he returned to the dormitory, it was almost midnight, and the three brothers had already gone to bed. However, although Su Ning tiptoed around carefully, he still woke up the oldest. Den Ziheo, oldest three, you've come back too late here. You have to take care of your rest. Even if you're a chauffeur, you can't break your body. Deng Ziheo whispered in a daze, his voice carrying a bit of concern and worry. Su Ning smiled. Got it. I'll definitely pay attention to rest. Tang Ziheo muttered something, then turned his head and went back to sleep. Su Ning briefly washed up and went to bed ready to rest as well. Lying on the bed, he pondered whether he should go stay in a hotel or simply rent a house. As a chauffeur, he was destined to work in the evening, maybe even into the middle of the night. If he always went back to the dormitory so late, it would be too disturbing to his brothers. Although he wants to buy a house, probably will be able to buy it soon, but the housebot may not be able to immediately carry a bag to live in. So during the transition phase, it would be best to have a place to stay for himself. In this way, renting a house or staying in a hotel was a good solution. However, the thought of renting an apartment and possibly encountering a disgusting landlord, such as lifting a lamp to fix damage or something, would be too disturbing. Su Ning is a person who is very afraid of trouble. The less bad things the better. Besides, a money-skimming career style like chauffeuring only required a month of experience, so perhaps the next money-skimming career wouldn't require returning home late. All things considered, it's still the most convenient to stay in a hotel, and there's still housekeeping to clean up the hygiene. When he woke up the next day, he found that the three brothers were already playing the game in front of the computer in unison. Lao San, awake? Let's go out for a drink at noon. The oldest, Hua Xiafeng, greeted without looking back, controlling the villain on the computer to rush towards the opposing side's home heights. Su Ning responded, taking it for granted. The four people in the dorm room often went out to eat, sort of like three people taking care of Su Ning, and Su Ning paid the bill the least, so he would have to be nicer to these three brothers in the future. Chapter 11, I inherited second grandfather's legacy. Oldest four Deng Ziheo probably happened to finish a game and twisted around, looking at Su Ning rather strangely. Oldest three, you broke up with Wang Yingying? Su Ning smiled, shrugged his shoulders, and blandly said, well, broke up. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the three instantly threw down their computers and gathered around, talking in tongues. Lao San, what's the situation? Why did you break up with Wang Yingying? Aren't you guys quite affectionate? Did you break up with her because you couldn't do the tutoring anymore? Felt you didn't have much money left, and didn't want to hold her back? It's not necessary. It's still a good companion for a college couple to know each other well, and when you go out into the society later, God knows how many men have chiseled the opposite woman. Listening to their words, Su Ning's head slowly popped up a question mark. I broke up with her? Did you guys say the opposite? How do you guys know about this? Su Ning asked in surprise as he opened his mouth. Tang Zihao pointed to the cell phone on the desktop. Wang Yingying called me this morning, crying and crying, saying that you broke up with her yesterday, saying that she was aggrieved and sad, and that she wanted to talk to you again, that she didn't want to break up with you. If it wasn't Su Ning, just based on Wang Yingying's crying, they would have thought that the man who proposed the breakup was a scum. But since this person was Su Ning, naturally they wouldn't think so. They know Su Ning. Su Ning is a sentimental person. It is impossible to break up with Wang Yingying for no reason. Guess what? I'm afraid it's still because Su Ning is shy and has some low self-esteem, so he proposed to break up, and he would still naively think that this is good for everyone. In that case, they would have to persuade Su Ning. However, at this time Su Ning was in tears and laughter. Unexpectedly, Wang Yingying was really obviously, she was the one who had fallen for a rich man and kicked herself in the face. As a result, she was now pretending to be an aggrieved little white flower, as if she was a victim. That's really good. I'm afraid that after yesterday morning's incident, Wang Hao, who drives a Porsche 718, doesn't want to see her either, right? And then, he wants to reunite with himself? You really think you love her so much that you can just hook your finger and let yourself fall under her skirt again? She is really quite good at thinking beautiful things. Blackmail her. Yesterday when I went to look for her, she left with a guy in a Ferrari. Yeah, the same Ferrari she said I'd never drive in my life. I don't think I need to explain the rest more. Su Ning briefly explained the situation, and really didn't want to say too much on this issue either. The three brothers were instantly filled with righteous indignation, hating the fact that they couldn't immediately go and teach that scummy girl a lesson. Good man, where are our brothers lacking? To height have height, to look like have look, character is okay. The only thing is the family conditions in general. But the family conditions can only be a reference. The important thing is still personal struggle. They believe that Su Ning's mind coupled with his practical and hard-working energy, the future is destined to be unlimited. But Wang Yingying, now she is simply a vain and honorary gold-digging woman. You want to rely on the rich to realize the class leap? Or simply buy her a few bags to let her sell her soul? This kind of woman, the sooner you separate the better. Otherwise in the future, Lao San might get screwed over by her. Lao San, don't be sad. We don't care about this kind of woman. I haven't told you before. We all thought you two weren't right for each other. She didn't deserve you. Pretty-looking women are everywhere. After you break up, you'll realize you have a forest. Go, take you to dash at night. Hurry up and forget this kind of woman. In the face of his brother's comfort and goodwill, Su Ning's heart was hot and touched. I'm not really sad. Maybe the feelings faded before. Like you guys said, good girls are everywhere. He. Smiling, he opened his mouth and told them he was actually fine. By the way, I don't have financial stress now either. I also just realized that I have a second grandfather overseas. Second grandpa had no heirs and left all his inheritance to me when he passed away, so I won't lack money in the future. This was what Su Ning had brewed up to say. After all, this system thing, it was better not to reveal it. Anyway, with the movie as the basis, this kind of absurd-sounding thing was easier to accept instead. As expected, the three brothers stared in unison, their faces full of incredulity. Second grandfather? Inheritance? You're afraid you're not joking, right? This kind of thing was still more or less bizarre, but once one accepted this setting, many things were explained clearly. At least Su Ning didn't need to dwell on the matter of how to tell them that he would become a super rich man in the future. Anyway, no matter how much money he had in the future, he could always say that it was given to him by his second grandfather. Not to mention, the three of them were really happy for Su Ning. Although they weren't sure exactly how much money Su Ning had, they certainly wouldn't be as worried about tuition and living expenses as they were in the past. In order to celebrate, the four of them jerked a small barbecue at noon and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Su Ning only drank a little. After all, he still had to chauffeur at night. A few brothers feel strange, obviously have inherited the inheritance, but still go as what chauffeur? Su Ning's explanation is that he loves his profession, and driving is quite interesting. Hearing Su Ning's explanation, the three brothers nodded at the same time, and in their hearts, they were afraid that Su Ning needed to keep himself busy after the breakup and didn't have time to think about those who did. The next four people drank happily, but after all, it was the middle of the day. Point blank, back to the dormitory with a little bit of alcohol to sleep. Woke up already feel the alcohol is gone. After all, he didn't drink much, and he still had a lot of self-control. If the chauffeur is still drunk driving, it would be funny. Similar things are not unheard of and have been exposed online. Obviously the owner of the car has been drinking, just want to find a chauffeur to go home safely. But the result is that the chauffeur has been drinking. When they were stopped by the traffic police to check for DUI, they were all confused. When he arrived at the restaurant at night, the cashier attendant gave Su Ning a wink. Su Ning blinked and said he didn't understand. At this time, Master Li stood up. A little tone of displeasure. Su Ning opened his mouth. Xiao Sua, I think it's still necessary to abide by some rules. The first guest you pulled yesterday, that's my old client. I'm the one who sends him home every time. In cases like this, you shouldn't have grabbed the order. Next time there's this kind of situation, it's fine if you pull, but I have to ask for half of the valet fee. Looking at the other party's justified appearance, Su Ning couldn't help but frown. A regular customer? Taking orders? Half of the driving fee? What kind of rule is this? He could see that Master Li was bullying him because he was young and inexperienced. Chapter 12. Really think I'm a good bully? Mr. Li, long time in the store, is considered to be the oldest qualification, which makes him in a few chauffeured car is always the most advantageous, and sometimes even seen to be bossy. For example, every time he is the first to take orders. Do not underestimate this order. If there are 6 orders tonight, then naturally there is nothing to say. One person, 2 orders evenly divided. But if there is a total of 7 orders, then the first to take orders, then others to take a single. And not only that, he often picks and chooses. For example, the kind of drunken drunks he will not take, often pushed to others. If you are looking for a chauffeur is a beautiful woman, he grabbed to be on. It is estimated that Master Wang is not willing to cause trouble, so it is generally tolerated. But Su Ning did not expect. This guy even rushed to himself today. Did he really look like a bully? The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up with a little mockery-like arc. Su Ning coldly grunted and opened his mouth. You say it's your client is your client? The client signed an exclusive chauffeur contract with you? Besides, even if it's your client, you're not even at the hotel. Is it possible to let the client squat here and wait for you to come back? And you have to ask for half of the chauffeur fee. What do you want to eat? Directly disliked him back, without ceremony. This society is like this. People are good and get ridden. If you are weak, others will bully you. You're tough, others naturally don't dare to mess with you is all. You, probably not expecting Su Ning to not only not be afraid, but also dare to be tough with himself. Master Li was a bit furious, pointing his finger at Su Ning, but he was too angry to speak. Su Ning peeled away his hand, grunted, less finger me, and then finger for you to break. Seeing that the two were about to clash, the hotel manager hurried over and separated the two. What's going on? How can our own people still make a scene? Let the customers in the store watch you make a scene, isn't it? If you guys can do it honestly. If you can't, I'll replace you. Saying that, the manager glared at Master Li without any good reason. Although he was still unclear about what had happened, he still understood Master Li's character, and the odds were that he had bullied Su Ning, a young man, based on his old qualifications. If it wasn't for the fact that Master Li and the restaurant owner had a little bit of a distant relative relationship, he really didn't want to leave this trouble behind. It just so happened that at this time, a customer came to look for a chauffeur, and Master Li crossed Su Ning's eyes and went to send the customer away. After Master Li left, Master Wang sighed and enlightened Su Ning. Don't be general with people like him. It's not cost-effective to get angry at yourself again. He and the owner of the hotel has so little relationship. Generally not too much of a thing, we let him. After all, we still have to make a living here. It's better to do more than less. Although Su Ning knew that Master Wang meant well, he still couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. So he had connections in the restaurant. In fact, if it wasn't too much of a hardship for him, he really didn't want to get into a tangle with this guy. For example, the order of receiving orders or picking orders and so on. Su Ning was too lazy to fight with him, but now even want to own half of the chauffeur fee. This ing in open robbery, what is the difference? To this kind of inch into the face of the stuff, we have to let him know why the flowers are so red, but how to clean him up, still need to think hard. Directly beat him would be too low level, and the nature has changed. It was better to let him suffer, to the point where his pain was engraved in his bones. Just as Su Ning was mulling over this matter, someone came to the cashier to ask for a chauffeur, and he was about to send a guest. As a chauffeur, the habit of observing guests has gradually become Su Ning's instinct. Doing a line, we have to think in this industry practitioner's way of thinking, which is also considered his insights, right? If the customer is not a good match at first glance, then you have to be doubly careful, so as not to get into trouble. However, based on his 2 days of driving experience, often the first driving order should still be very smooth, and later may be strange and endless. And so it was. The first order of the day was still so smooth. The guest was a man in his early 30s, with a straight figure and a strong, upright face. If he were to judge, he would either be a public official or a soldier who hadn't been discharged from the army for a long time. Hello sir, at your service. Su Ning greeted and said hello in standard service terms. The other party smiled and nodded, getting into the car and leaning slightly tiredly on the back seat back and headrest, starting to close his eyes and rest his mind. Halfway through the journey, the man's cell phone rang. What? Yes, I'll be right there. Putting down the phone, a rather helpless expression appeared on the man's face as he turned his head sideways to Su Ning. Brother, please turn around and go directly to the Hanjiang Road police station. Su Ning definitely listened to the command and slowed down to turn around at the intersection in front of him, but asked in some confusion, "Did you encounter something troublesome?" The man smiled bitterly inside, looking rather tired. "Nothing troublesome, I am the police station police. Originally, I was asked to be the best man at my brother's wedding tomorrow, so I took 2 days of annual leave. But the police station has an urgent case. This is not. Let me hurry back to the office. Not to mention, I still have to call my buddy in a while, and it looks like the best man won't be able to be the best man tomorrow." Su Ning also couldn't help but shake his head. The grassroots police station police work is not so good. Long hours on duty. Even if you go home to rest, a phone call must be immediately. The daughter-in-law cannot accompany the daughter-in-law. The children cannot take care of the child. The days of confusion. But it can't be helped. In peaceful days, there are always some people who have to pay more. Hard work, Su Ning sincerely said. The young police officer smiled, as if this compliment made everything worthwhile. When they arrived at the police station, Su Ning had the intention to waive the chauffeur fee, but the police officer said that he had to give Su Ning money. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $40,100,000 times increase reward of 4 million yuan. He also gave Su Ning a police contact card with the police station phone number and his contact information. Be safe even if you're chauffeuring at night. Call us immediately when you encounter a situation. Even if it's not in our police station area, we can immediately contact other colleagues. After saying this, he entered the police station in a hurry, presumably to take part in the action immediately. Su Ning looked down at the police contact card, and then looked up at the back of the police, could not help but sigh lightly. Taking a taxi back to the hotel, Master Wang and Master Li were there. Master Wang raised his hand and greeted Su Ning, but Master Li grunted, not giving Su Ning a good face. Su Ning laughed lightly. On the way back he had already thought of a way. Today, even if, from tomorrow onwards, Master Li or change a child's job, at least in Li Ji private food chauffeur is not want to do. Chapter 13 Touch Porcelain. After waiting for a while, the second order of the day finally came. After helping the guest onto the car and sitting in the driver's seat, Su Ning began to silently pray. I hope that this single is also smooth. The system will not give himself another moth to mess things up. Probably heard Su Ning's prayers, and then not surprisingly, the accident happened. The first half of the journey is quite smooth, but in the Nanshan Road intersection when you turn right, the roadside parked behind the car suddenly ran out of a young man. Su Ning's pupils shrunk, and in the nick of time, he slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The car came to a stop before hitting someone. The huge inertia caused Su Ning and the owner of the car to lurch forward. It was fortunate that both had fastened their seatbelts, or else the front windshield would have been shattered by them. I'm afraid, but just when the car had stopped, the pedestrian who suddenly leapt out was screaming, and then fell to the ground. Su Ning was shocked and hurriedly got out of the car to check the situation. He was certain that he hadn't hit anyone at all, but how did this person fall down? The owner of the car hadn't drunk too much, and his consciousness was awake at this moment, panicking as he followed him out of the car. Ouch! It hurts! Ah! The young man lying on the ground holding his legs and howling heartbreakingly, sounding as miserable as possible, as if he was suffering from unbearable pain. Seeing this, the car owner panicked even more and hurriedly took out his cell phone to call 120. Su Ning did not hastily go to assist, slightly narrowed his eyes and observed the young man on the ground. It was too fishy. Gently touched the car owner. Su Ning lowered his voice and said, there is a car recorder in the car, right? Tune in the video. I don't feel right because I didn't hit him at all. The car owner froze, his eyes changing slightly. Perhaps he had just panicked, but now that he had slowly calmed down, he also realized that something was wrong. Thinking back to the moment of the accident just now, he did not hear the sound of collision. As an experienced driver, he knew exactly what this meant. Either he didn't hit it at all, or it was just a slight touch, which would never make the person who was hit so miserable. Thinking of this, the car owner immediately got into the car, ready to call the car recorder video footage. But within a few minutes, the owner got off with a somewhat ugly face and shook his head at Su Ning. The traveling recorder seems to be broken. There is no video footage. Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling that things were a bit troublesome. Turning around and squatting down, he asked in a rather concerned tone, are you okay? Can you stand up? Although the young man who had been hit did not howl as fiercely as he had earlier, he was still grunting with a pained expression on his face. Hearing Su Ning's question, grimacing as if enduring great pain, he opened his mouth. How did you guys drive? Now hit me. What do you guys say? Su Ning narrowed his eyes. Hearing this tone from the other side, he basically had a firm judgment. This guy touched porcelain. But before he could say anything, The owner of the car spoke anxiously first. I'm sorry. Take you to the hospital first. I'm sure I won't run away from my responsibility. Anyway, the insurance is fully purchased. Medical expenses, lost wages and whatnot will be paid. Hearing this, the young man lying on the ground struggled to stand up, slowly moving his legs, limping, slowly walking up. Seeing that he could still walk, the car owner couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't anything major. Otherwise, even if he had insurance, it would still be troublesome. Tell you what, there's no need for you guys to send me to the hospital. After all, you're busy too. I'm guessing things won't be too big here. You guys get me some money. I'll go check myself. The young man who was hit looked as if he was admitting bad luck, but he was also quite considerate of others. Su Ning could not help but laugh coldly. This is not a figure of speech, but just at this time, to his surprise, the car owner agreed. I only have 600 cash in my pocket. Is that enough? Su Ning was just about to block, but the car owner gave Su Ning a wink. The young man who was hit seemed to hesitate for a moment, before making a spare you once expression. Fine. 600 is 600. It's just enough for me to go for a checkup. What's left of the nutrition fee for lost wages? Just consider myself unlucky. Saying this, he quickly took the money handed over by the car owner. The car owner and Su Ning, two people, silently watched him limp into the neighborhood next to him. For a time both of them were a little silent. He's touching porcelain. Su Ning took a deep breath and spoke. The car owner's face was in disbelief. But in reality, how could he not know that? Regardless of whether he's touching porcelain or not, count me out. Who let this stretch of road have no surveillance? And my car recorder also happened to be broken. There's no way to prove that he's a bumper car. So let's spend a little money to avoid the trouble. Su Ning was puzzled. Then call the police to deal with it. Can't let the bumper car arrogant The owner of the car looked at Su Ning with a smile on his face, and at this moment felt that Su Ning was a bit like himself, who had just entered society. Too young, too tender. That's right, we can indeed call the police. But as long as he balks at the fact that he's injured and needs to go into the hospital for a checkup, the traffic police will definitely let him go. Even if nothing is checked out, as long as he says he has a headache, the doctor won't kick him out of the hospital. And someone injured in a traffic accident, the traffic police are required to impound the car, and then the accident identification. It's a lot of trouble to follow up, and the average person really can't afford it. I have to go on a business trip the day after tomorrow. I can't spend myself here. Listening to the car owner's explanation, Su Ning was a bit silent. It seemed to be true that this kind of thing that he had not dealt with. He thought that the owner of the car should have experienced it. It seemed that in this case, spending a little money to eliminate the disaster was indeed the best way. Who let his car recorder so coincidentally not work well? Silence all the way. Sent the car owner to the designated location, and received $100 in chauffeur fees. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $90. 100,000 times increase reward $9 million. On the way back to the hotel in a taxi, Su Ning began to ponder. Having just a voice recorder on his own didn't seem to be enough. Should also go get something like a sports camera that can record video to hang on himself. He really didn't think that he could run into anyone with an ordinary chauffeur job. Back to the hotel, the annoying Master Li went out. Master Wang is still there, so Su Ning and Master Wang talked about it. Master Wang, after listening to A Face of Light Wind, after all, the chauffeur did so many years, encountered the strange things far more than Su Ning, much more. There are some people, professional bumper car, do not have to be too concerned. Remember, if the owner puts the blame on you, just call the police. As long as the car owner does not put the blame on you, it's better to do more than less. Listening to Master Wang's comfort and reminder, Su Ning's eyes flashed. A professional bumper car? That meant it wouldn't be just one action. Perhaps it was possible that he would have the chance to clean up after them. Chapter 14, Stalked? The Test. After waiting for a while, the third order of the night came. When she was leaving, looking at the 4 tables of guests left in the restaurant, Su Ning felt that she might still have a chance to receive the 4th order of the night if she went and returned quickly. In the previous 2 days, there were only 3 orders per night. The owner of the car was a middle-aged man close to 50 years old, with a strong aura, looking like a successful man. Probably his car could also prove it. It was an Audi A8. Hello sir, at your service. What is your destination? After the polite words, Su Ning asked while adjusting the seat. The owner of the car sat in the back row, opening the window a little and looking out the window with a rather deep gaze as well. There's no destination. Feel free to drive. Hearing the car owner's words, Su Ning couldn't help but give his movements a start. Drive at will? What kind of strange request was this? Lightly turning his head to look at the car owner, he didn't feel like he was drunk either. So how did he start talking nonsense? Sir, this. The car owner turned his head to look at Su Ning, revealing a faint smile. There's no rush to go home, so just drive and take me for a ride. I'll sober up while taking a look at the city at night. Don't worry, there won't be any less chauffeur fee for you. It was only after hearing this that Su Ning drifted off, vaguely guessing. It was like saying that the most relaxing moment of the day for a middle-aged man was to park his car downstairs at home and sit quietly in it for a while. In the unit there was the pressure of the unit. At home there was the pressure of being at home. Only this moment belonged to him. It seems that the immediate future is also like this. Even if you are already a successful person, but still want to worry and pressure, not also in the dead of night to see the city night view decompression it. Men are not easy. Then I'll drive a section of Riverside Road. The night view of the river is still good, Su Ning said as he started the car, driving the car skillfully and effortlessly. Since it was already aimless, he always maintained the most appropriate speed so that the owner could better experience the night view. There was an elevated road to pass in front of them, and after getting off the elevated road, they would be able to enter Riverside Road. But right at this moment, Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. It was late at night, and although there were still cars on the road, they were far more lonesome than the usual hustle and bustle of the road. Even if there were cars, they were still speeding past, hurrying to get on their way. But at this moment, he found something wrong. There was a car behind him, not too far away and not too close to drop out, maintaining an almost constant distance. At first, when he came out of the restaurant, Su Ning hadn't paid attention to it, but after walking for a while, he noticed the car that followed. On the way, he also passed through many intersections, and even Su Ning deliberately picked a few intersections to turn, but the car always kept its distance and followed behind. After a few tries, Su Ning was finally certain. There was no doubt that they were being stalked. It couldn't be towards themselves, so it must be towards the car owner. Su Ning turned his head to look at the owner of the car and realized that the owner still had that same deep expression, silently looking out the window as if the wind that swept by the window could take away the alcohol and all the worries. Did he know that he was being watched? Can't go into Riverside Road. Riverside Road is repaired along the river and is not a main road. There should be almost no cars that will go at this time. Wouldn't this kind of remote place be the best place to strike? So Su Ning wasn't going to take Riverside Road anymore, and couldn't put himself in harm's way. Even now, he couldn't send the owner of the car towards his home. Otherwise, what if he got out of the car and the people behind him made a direct move? At this moment, Su Ning even had an urge to call the police directly. Sir, let me tell you something. You stay calm for now. There's a car behind us that has been following us for a long time. I've tried several times, but I haven't been able to shake them off. Odds are it's coming for you. For your safety, I'm going to take the car to the nearest police station now. Or do you have any good ideas? Su Ning took a deep breath and lowered his voice. The owner of the car in the back row turned his head and looked at Su Ning through the rearview mirror, a smile on his face. I know there's someone following behind. Not a bad guy. Sort of a pending partner of mine. And now he's following me to make sure I get home safely. And I'm letting you drive as you please to test the sincerity of the other guy. The longer he can follow, the more sincere and reliable he is. A true partner doesn't lie in how much money it can make you, but in being truly dependable. Su Ning first let out a sigh of relief when he heard this. It was good that it wasn't dangerous. Afterward, it was a bit hard to know what to say, feeling absurd and inexplicable. Using this way to test the sincerity of a partner? If people don't follow you to ensure your safety at home, you won't cooperate with them? In the middle of the night, a follow for several hours. This must be how humble Mo Ming lamented. Fortunately he has a system, or else encountered a similar situation. He does not have any qualifications and his cooperation. Also don't want to say anything, just keep driving, casually driving in the third ring. He was sleepy. If it wasn't for the fact that the owner of the car called a halt when he finally ran out of gas, I'm afraid that he could really drive until dawn. Su Ning didn't know if the partner following behind him had gained anything in the end. Anyway, no matter what methods successful people use to test their partners, at least he is not stingy with the chauffeur. After driving for nearly 4 hours, he gave Su Ning $500 in chauffeur fees. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $490. 100,000 times the increase rewarded $49 million. It was hard work earning this money, but it was still hard to hide his excitement when he received it. 400 plus 900 plus 4,900 is equal to 6,200. On the third day of chauffeuring, a total of 62 million was earned. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the 72 million from the first day, it was almost twice as much as yesterday. At this time, it was obviously impossible for the dormitory hostess to open the door for herself, so Su Ning simply went straight to the nearest hotel and opened a room. He fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was almost noon, so he could eat lunch directly. He went downstairs to check out of his room, then looked for a fast food restaurant to fill his stomach first. While eating, following yesterday's idea, Su Ning acted. The system was one that had a rather useful function. When Su Ning wanted to buy something, He didn't need to personally operate it in reality. The system could take care of it for him. Take that Koenigsegg one for example. Otherwise, in reality, even if Su Ning had enough money, he might not be able to buy this top-of-the-line limited edition supercar. And this time, Su Ning had his eye on the Li Ji private dining room. Money in the bank card is just numbers. It's what you spend that counts. He now every day in Li Ji private food as a resident chauffeur. Naturally no Li Ji private food business situation. He didn't dare to say that it was full every day, but there were enough customers to support the business, especially on weekends, when there was definitely a wait for a table. Even though Su Ning couldn't get specific revenue figures, he estimated that the monthly profit was definitely over $1 million. It was still very good to exchange the asset figures for a stable income. Chapter 15, A Word and a Money Smash. However, Su Ning's desire to take down Li Ji's private kitchen was not just out of an investment perspective. After all, even the best investment was not as good as the system. The key lies in the fact that by taking down Li Ji's private kitchen, you can get rid of the annoying Master Li. If not, there was no way for him to swipe money wholeheartedly if this guy was always causing trouble for himself based on his relationship with the boss as a somewhat distant relative. Now that there was a chance to reap a stable return on his investments while also driving away Master Li, Su Ning naturally wouldn't miss it. Just trouble the system for a bit. Acquiring Li Ji private kitchen. After finalizing this matter within the system, the bank account was instantly swiped with $42 million. Su Ning? $42 million? This figure almost made him instantly confused. He had thought that having more than 10 million would be almost enough to take it, but he hadn't expected that he would have dried up his income from almost a day's worth of money swiping into it. However, when he saw the details of the acquisition within the system, he finally understood exactly. Dare I say that not only did he acquire Li Ji private cuisine, but he also took the house of Li Ji private cuisine with him. Li Ji private kitchen is a street side of a single store, covers an area of more than 500 square meters, a total of 4 floors, which means that there are actually more than 2,000 square meters of oversized area. Not only that, the downstairs circle also has 50 individual parking spaces. That translates to 20,000 square meters. The price of stores in the Imperial City was far lower than that of commercial properties, something Su Ning was well aware of. Knowing that even the building has been bought, Su Ning is no longer too expensive. After all, the rent is ultimately unreliable, not as good as the house is their own. All kinds of formalities and real estate certificates have already appeared in his system space, equivalent to from this moment onwards, Li Ji private cuisine belongs to himself. It just so happened that he had also finished his meal. Su Ning simply went straight to the hotel. Outside the hotel, his Koenigsegg one is still parked there. Su Ning simply put the certificate of ownership and formalities appear out, put into the car. When he walked into the hotel, a middle-aged man with a pleasant appearance greeted him. Mr. Su, hello. Facing the other party's outstretched hand, Su Ning smiled and shook it. Needless to say, he must be the owner of the hotel, the actual owner. The manager and waiter beside him looked at this scene and were a bit unable to react. Originally, the owner's visit to the hotel today was a bit sudden, and for him to be so polite to the resident valet, it really puzzled them. Mr. Su is really young and promising. My side is in a hurry to emigrate, so I'm in a hurry to sell the building and the restaurant. The economy isn't doing too well right now. I thought I wouldn't be able to sell it in a short period of time. You've done me a great favor by buying Li's private kitchen. Listening to the other party's words with a bit of gratitude in his enthusiasm, Su Ning drifted off. It wasn't clear whether the boss really wanted to emigrate, or whether it was caused by the system using great power in order to take down the restaurant. After laughing and chatting with the boss for a few moments, it was almost time for their main business or handing over the hotel. The boss called the hotel manager over. Old Lua, I won't be the hotel owner from now on. This Mr. Su is the new owner of the hotel. From now on, the hotel including this building belongs to him. Manager Lu's eyes widened in instant surprise when he heard this. Even though he had been a manager for so many years and was used to seeing big storms, he was still too shocked by this news to speak. This was too much of an exaggeration, right? If he didn't know the boss's personality, I'm afraid he would have thought that the boss and the store valet were making fun of him together. How is that possible? A resident valet actually spent tens of millions of dollars to buy the hotel and the building? That's a big departure. Although he didn't know what the exact amount of this deal was, he was able to estimate the approximate amount of money. It definitely had to be 30 million or more, or even higher. Bought by a chauffeur? Is valet driving so profitable? Thinking with his heels, he also knew that it must be Su Ning's original strength, which had nothing to do with whether or not he was a chauffeur. It feels as if one day the company's most insignificant employee suddenly bought the company and became the boss. The degree of absurdity was no less than one day when the world's aura suddenly revived. It took a long time for the shock to subside, and the expression on his face was still hard to hide his horror. Su Ning also knew that this kind of thing had too strong of an impact on someone's mind, so he gave him enough time to let him slow down. Manager Lu, I also acquired the hotel because I was optimistic about the hotel's operation. Although the owner has changed, I hope that you can still stay on and continue to be fully responsible for the operation of the hotel. As for the treatment, it will remain the same for now, but at the end of the year, I can give you extra dividends. Su Ning smiled and said to Manager Lu, the original boss didn't come often, and the hotel's operation was basically presided over by Manager Lu. People were doing a pretty good job, so there was naturally no need for Su Ning to change. Moreover, he couldn't always be in the store, and he also had to need a manager like Manager Lu who could hold up the restaurant. Manager Lu had already recovered from his shock and nodded. Such a model was also good. He was worried that the new boss didn't know anything but just pointing fingers and directing blindly. Oh, right. You also don't need to tell others that I'm the new boss. You just need to be responsible to me. The other thing is, fire the resident chauffeur, Master Li, and then recruit another resident chauffeur. After sending the original boss away, Su Ning seemed to suddenly remember something and barked at Manager Lu. Understood, Mr. Su. Manager Lu nodded, and his address to Su Ning changed to Mr. Su. Hidden in his heart was the speculation that made him feel incredible, and if this speculation was true, it would be too skeptical. Yesterday, Su Ning and Mr. Li, the valet driver, had a conflict and almost fought. Associated with Su Ning's acquisition of the hotel was almost the only request, driving away the valet driver. Mr. Li, this is simply the cause and effect relationship in front of the eyes. I'm afraid Su Ning acquisition of the hotel may not be optimistic about the operation of the hotel, but simply want to drive away Master Li. If you do not say that the rich are capricious, the money will be smashed at the drop of a hat. If Master Li knew that Su Ning had spent $30 to $40 million to get him to lose his job as a chauffeur, it was hard to imagine whether he should be devastated or honored. When he heard Su Ning say that he would continue to work here as a resident chauffeur in the future, Mr. Lu's entire body was in a bad state. Is there any mistake? You've bought the hotel, and then you're still working as a valet in the store? What is the difference between this and a beggar who has money to buy a skyscraper and then continues to beg for food downstairs every day? Manager Lu found himself really difficult to understand these rich people's thoughts. Well, you want a contemporary driving on contemporary driving it? Better than those who are clamoring to start a business rich second generation. I'm not afraid of the second generation of rich people eating and drinking, but I'm afraid of the second generation of rich people investing in entrepreneurship. He guessed that he was afraid that Su Ning's family was like this. Chapter 16 Good boy. Finally caught you. Chatting with Manager Lu about the operation of the hotel. Not very interested. He went upstairs to find a private room to rest, until dinner time to go downstairs to wait for the work. Master Wang also came early. The two chatted and farted, but not boring. Especially Su Ning told him about the last strange car owner he encountered yesterday, so that Master Wang was also happy to say that he couldn't stand it. However, when he heard that the car owner ended up paying Su Ning $500 in chauffeur fees, he was instantly overjoyed. Grip it. So much? It's all caught up to my income for 2 days. To give this much money, let alone letting me drive around with him. He can ride around with me. Just as the two were chatting, the annoying Master Li came. Master Li first glared at Su Ning, then his eyes darted around, presumably thinking about how to bully Su Ning. But before he could open his mouth, Manager Lu walked over. Master Li quickly greeted him, squeezing out a smile on his face. Manager Lu, how come the hotel's entrance is hanging a sign recruiting resident chauffeurs again? Is it to fire that kid Su Ning? I've long said that the young man is unsteady and fidgety, and there are sure to be guests who aren't satisfied. However, Manager Lu was looking at him with a gaze of indifference with a bit of pity, leaving him puzzled. Old Li, go away. The hotel side will recruit a new resident chauffeur to replace you. Hearing Manager Lu's words, a big question mark popped up on Master Li's head. I'm leaving? How is this possible? It's not like you don't know that I'm related to the hotel owner. I can't leave even if anyone does. Knowing that Master Li couldn't believe it or accept it, Manager Lu faintly said, this is the owner's intention. Master Li instantly jumped to his feet. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He then pointed the finger at Manager Lu. Did you take favors from that kid? Do you believe I'll tell the boss to go? Manager Lu looked at him expressionlessly and didn't say anything, as if following the confrontation was pulling down his status. Although Master Li didn't know what happened, he also realized that he was afraid that it would be difficult to have a result here in Manager Lu, so he directly took out his phone and called his boss. What? You sold the restaurant? From the mouth of the original boss, he got news that made him incredulous. He and the boss did have that much of a kinship, but it was just too far. So far that people didn't even tell him when they sold the restaurant. But even if the hotel changed bosses, he had never met the new boss. So why would the new boss want to drive away himself? The resident chauffeur who was simply insignificant to the hotel? Or is it simply that manager Lou is not accustomed to their own, only to drive themselves away? Unbelievably, he asked a ghostly question. Who bought the hotel? In this regard, the original owner did not have to hide anything. A young man named Su Ning. This answer was as if a thunderbolt had struck Master Li directly on top of his head. At this moment for him, the entire world was crazy. How could he not imagine that the new boss was actually Su Ning? A young man who was a resident valet like him yesterday? It was no wonder that the hotel was going to fire itself immediately after changing bosses. This is naked revenge. So this is how the second generation of rich people retaliate against people? In order to drive himself away, he spent tens of millions of dollars on the hotel at the drop of a hat. He didn't know what to say. In the end, he lost his mind and didn't know how he got out of the hotel. It was not easy to find a job as a resident chauffeur. After all, most hotels did not want resident chauffeurs, although he can still register on several driving platforms to take orders. But the income of this kind of driving is far less than the resident driving. The thought of his income will drop a big cut. Suddenly regret. But now it's too late to say anything, because there are only 2 chauffeurs left. For the hotel may seem stretched, but for Su Ning and Master Wang, it means that the night may be able to run out of a single or even 2 single. Su Ning did not grab. Let Master Wang first take the order to go. Not long afterward, someone else came to call for a chauffeur. Su Ning did not panic. At least the first single every day is stable, and not so many months. The truth was that there were no surprises in his chauffeuring process itself, but he still stopped in the middle. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to call the police. Please understand. The owner of the car had been drunk and confused, and when he heard Su Ning say that he needed to call the police, his mind turned a bit. I wasn't driving either. Didn't I call a chauffeur? Can't it be that the new traffic regulations are that you can't even ride in a car if you've been drinking? As a matter of fact, it's not really the owner's business. When Su Ning drove to the intersection, he saw a familiar figure. Yesterday, the guy who touched the porcelain. Although the location was different, the guy wore different clothes, but Su Ning was very impressed with him, immediately recognized. Even more, he had just witnessed a good show, just like yesterday, when that guy left right out and managed to get a small car to fall for it. Good boy, finally caught you. Originally, Su Ning had been extremely irritated yesterday, although things are not his fault, but the owner of the car lost $600, which makes as a chauffeur must be the owner of the car safely to the location of Su Ning is very upset, worried about how to find this guy to catch him. I did not expect him to show up on his own. Think about it, this kind of recidivism cannot have a rest today, said, change a place on the post. Su Ning also didn't directly call the police, but instead called the police officer who had left him a police contact card yesterday. Officer Wang, I'm the chauffeur from yesterday. I want to call the police. The phone was connected, and Su Ning directly opened the door. Officer Wang didn't rest today either. Although he took the time to attend his brother's wedding during the day, he left in a hurry without even getting to eat the wedding banquet. It was not easy to handle the case at hand in the afternoon, but he still had to be on duty at night. Hearing Su Ning report himself, he immediately remembered. Hello, what happened? He asked in a somewhat curious tone. Su Ning immediately told him what happened. Wait where you are. I'll be right there. Officer Wang hung up the phone and winded up going out with his colleagues. Fortunately, the location was not far from the police station, and it didn't take more than 3 minutes for the police car to arrive. Just now Su Ning also told the owner of the car about this matter. The owner also followed the righteous indignation. After all, bumper car is a tumor on the road. Is the nightmare of all car owners? There is a chance to catch a bumper car. He must cooperate. At this time, the unlucky owner of today's bumper car has already recognized the bad luck, is ready to give money. What happened here? Officer Wang got out of the car and asked aloud. The guy who touched the porcelain saw that it was the police. His eyes became evasive. He hit me. We are ready to private. He compensated me a little medical expenses. He had run into police patrols before, and used this argument to muddle through, but this time, he wasn't so good at getting by. Chapter 17, I need to go to the bathroom. Jumping out of the car, Officer Wang looked at him with a smile on his face and teasingly asked, so how many times have you been hit recently? The bumper thumped in his heart, realizing that something bad had happened. The police officer asked this question, obviously grasped what the situation. It was then that he noticed Su Ning, who was following the police, and realized that he looked a bit familiar. This person seems to be the chauffeur yesterday. Shouldn't he be the one who called the police? Kind of wanted to run, but the thought flickered away. How could he run away? Come back to the police station with us. Be honest when the time comes. Don't take any chances. After locking down the target, it will be too easy to check on you. Officer Wang changed his tone and said rather seriously. He didn't let Su Ning follow him to the police station as well. After all, Su Ning still had the chauffeur's slip in his hand. He just let him take the time to record a statement tomorrow during the day. He is an important witness. Send guests home on the road. Su Ning's heart is still very happy. And he did not forget one thing. That is, when there is a chance to see yesterday's bumper car owner, also want him to go to the police station. At least the $600 back. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $100. 100,000 times increase reward $10 million. After sending the car owner to his home, the system prompt followed. Because the restaurant was all his. Naturally he didn't have to give the restaurant a cut. And the chauffeur fee was all his. The income of $10 million was easy. It simply felt like it was faster than robbing a bank to get money. Lamented. From his dream of a large villa is one step further. This $10 million is almost enough to buy a toilet. When I returned to Li Ji Private Cuisine, Master Wang was not there, and was already on his way to run a second order. With one less chauffeur today, both he and Master Wang were going to be busy. Not long after, Su Ning's second order also came. The middle-aged man was drunk, walking and shaking, obviously not less drunk. Su Ning more or less heart or some apprehension. According to the practice of the past few days, I'm afraid that the comb first single passed. I'm afraid that the back of the moth. Good day, sir, at your service. With the standard service language greeting hello, hurry up and drive. No nonsense. For Su Ning's polite greeting, the other party was a little impatient, waving his hand for Su Ning to hurry up and drive. Su Ning was used to it and didn't want to say anything more, driving straight to his destination. Anyway, the smooth delivery of the other party to the place on the line. As for the attitude of the car owner, he simply does not hold too much hope. On the road, it is quite smooth. There seems to be no ups and downs. The accident Su Ning was worried about did not happen. This made him feel relieved, and he finally breathed a long sigh of relief. However, but just when there was still one last intersection left to reach the destination neighborhood, the owner of the car sitting in the back row suddenly opened his mouth. I need to go to the restroom. Su Ning slowed down slightly and observed the roadside. It didn't look like there was a public restroom here either, so he patiently asked, Sir, we're about to reach our destination, and there are no restrooms around here. Why don't you bear with me and go to the restroom when you get home? If the owner agrees, then he speeds up. If the owner didn't agree, then he could only pull over and let the owner vent behind the street tree. Only that would be very uncivilized as all. But just then, the thing that made Su Ning almost collapse happened. The owner of the car, who had been drinking, did not give Su Ning any signals at all. In the process of the car is still moving. Directly pull open the door and get off. Frightened Su Ning slammed on the brakes. However, the owner of the car still fell to the side of the road, almost tumbling around. Su Ning hurriedly got out of the car, wanting to see the owner's situation, and in his heart, he simply had to curse. It was true that Wine Monkey was capable of doing any strange thing. Luckily, he reacted quickly and slowed down earlier. Otherwise this guy would have fallen to his death here. You know, jumping out of a car at high speed is almost certain death. Su Ning was really a bit frightened, but just as he got out of the car and ran over to see the owner's condition, the owner struggled to climb up, staggered to a tree, unzipped his pants and began to release water. Su Ning took a long breath. The whole person has a kind of afterlife sense of emptiness. This was too dangerous. If something really happened, he would be in big trouble. Although the final probability will not be recognized as their own criminal responsibility, but after all, a human life, from the preliminary investigation until the late court, they may not be in the detention center to stay on 2 months. Su Ning simply hated his teeth, really angry, rushed at the owner of the car that was draining the ass as a kick over. The owner of the car was kicked to directly embrace the tree, but the bottom is still releasing water, directly pants all wet. It was also the strange car owners and strange things encountered in the process of chauffeuring that made him upset. Otherwise Su Ning would not have been able to control his temper. Kicked. Anyway, his own thoughts through. What's the big deal if you get detained for a few days? Besides, even if this guy called the police, I guess the police would only criticize him. After all, who's a good person jumping out of a car for nothing? If you just say you have a headache. By the owner of the car, this stupid and ridiculous behavior scared headache. The end of the matter may be who is unlucky. Anyway, this kick himself is really relieved. I thought the drunken car owner will be enraged, but did not expect. The owner seems to be really blinded. Did not realize that someone kicked himself. Mad. How can this bit of alcohol not even stand still? Almost fell to my death. My pants are wet. Bad luck. While muttering, while holding onto the tree to stand still, he began to lift his pants. Su Ning slightly opened his mouth. Then the corner of his mouth pulled up an arc. Didn't know that he kicked him? That would be great. Save yourself the trouble. Don't drive yet. What are you waiting for? The owner mumbled at Su Ning as he walked towards his car. His attitude still not very good. but Su Ning already wouldn't even bother with him. After all, this guy's pants were still wet, and there was a very conspicuous shoe print on his buttocks. After getting on the car and refastening his seatbelt, he slowly drove forward, and after crossing an intersection, he arrived at his destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $50. 100,000 times the increase in reward 5 million yuan. Tips were not expected, and being able to get the chauffeur fee from the drunkard was the best result. Even Su Ning had the intention of not wanting the chauffeur fee, just as the money for washing his pants. Taking a taxi back to Li Ji private cuisine, he found that Master Wang was also there, with one less chauffeur. When two people are out of chauffeuring at the same time, the customers in the store who want to find a chauffeur will have to look for a chauffeur through other channels. It seems that the original configuration of 3 resident chauffeurs is still very reasonable. Sitting on the seat near the cash register, Su Ning greeted Master Wang, but found that Master Wang seemed to be a bit springy. There was nothing that could make a chauffeur happier than running into a generous car owner giving a tip. Chapter 18, 2 touches against the valet fee? How much tip did you collect? Su Ning asked with a smile. Master Wang shook his head confidentially, and then stretched out his hand, his expression quite attached, as if this hand had experienced some unforgettable memories. Seeing him in this manner, Su Ning instantly became interested and went over to say with great interest, "Tell me." Master Wang hemmed and hawed, and the expression on his face all became flamboyant in a way that didn't match his actual age. Just pulled a female, estimated to be less than 30 years old, almost to the place. She even said she didn't want to give me money. Let me touch 2 against the valet fee. I have passed the age of seeing a beautiful woman. I still have to make money for the children to pay the mortgage. How can I touch a couple of times? Do not want money. But I just stopped the car, and the woman grabbed my hand and shoved it into her clothes. Hiss. So damn soft. When he said this, Master Wang's face had already revealed an incomparable expression of yearning. The corner of Su Ning's mouth couldn't help but twitch. You're just being too honest with your mouth, saying that you won't touch for the sake of the chauffeur fee. Where's your promise? What about the age when you can't walk when you see a beautiful woman? You're so close to being able to touch them that you can't walk. Probably because Su Ning's expression was so disdainful. Master Wang hastened to explain. I'm not taking the initiative. I'm being forced. Su Ning grunted. Don't care if it's active or forced. Anyway, your chauffeur fee is gone. Who said that? Master Wang glared. I collected the money. Without waiting for Su Ning to react, he continued to explain. She wanted to get off. I didn't let her. I didn't agree to say that I didn't have to pay if I touched her. The woman still wanted to argue. I just took out the recorder. Even if I called the police, I still have evidence. In the end, she still obediently gave money? His tone was smug, as if the whole world was taken advantage of by him. The corner of Su Ning's mouth twitched twice, a little unsure of what to say. This result, more or less, made him a little unexpected. Touching also touched, regardless of the active and passive. His very fond and reminiscent look is actually enough to show the problem. That is, he is still very satisfied with this kind of welfare. Then ask for money. More or less a bit of pants on the feeling of denial. Of course, Su Ning is still very understanding of Master Wang. After all, to this age, but also for his son to pay the mortgage, the economic pressure is naturally self-evident. If you really for this little welfare on the money, Su Ning will despise him instead. Heart scolded him, an old pervert. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, and I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Do you think that woman is really bad about this 50-100 chauffeur fee? Can come to this kind of upscale restaurant dinner, and also have a car, should not lack of this money. But after drinking, the brain is not controlled at all. The level of public order and morality has dropped dramatically. Naturally, they can do anything. Why didn't I encounter this? If I were in this situation, would I take the money or not? Su Ning inexplicably wanted to laugh. I'm only going to be a chauffeur for a month, so let me finish it smoothly. But don't give me so many strange things. I can't take it. After a while, a customer came to the cashier to ask for a chauffeur, and Master Wang left. After less than 5 minutes, Su Ning also came to the list. This customer let Su Ning could not help but brighten up. Tall, stylishly dressed, exuding the temperament of an urban beauty, especially that very material hot body, so that Su Ning could not help but look twice more. Hello ma'am, at your service. Receiving the female owner's car keys, Su Ning followed her to the parking lot. As she pressed the key, the lights of a Range Rover flashed a few times not far away. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A girl driving a big Land Rover was still very eye-catching. The female owner seemed to have drunk a little too much, walking staggering, or Su Ning helped her into the car. It must be said that the physical contact from the softness felt, and that nice perfume odor, so that he could not help but be apoplectic. But Su Ning still had professional ethics, and moreover a bottom line. It was impossible to take advantage of the female owner while she was drunk. Handsome guy drives slower. I'm a little uncomfortable. The female car owner lowered her window, as if the alcohol in her stomach was already returning upwards, creating a feeling of vomiting. Su Ning sniffed and immediately slowed down the car, making the driving as smooth as possible so that the frequent acceleration and deceleration wouldn't make the owner uncomfortable. After slowing down for a while, the beauty finally felt better and turned her head to look at Su Ning with a smile. Wine doesn't make people drunk, let alone the fact that she was really drunk. And most importantly, Su Ning was already handsome and sunny, belonging to the category of handsome men who could be asked for their phone numbers by girls even when walking down the street. At this moment, the more the female car owner looked at Su Ning, the more her heart felt moved, and she couldn't help but open her mouth and ask, "Does the handsome man have a girlfriend?" Su Ning didn't expect the female car owner to ask this, but it wasn't something difficult to talk about, so he lightly smiled and said, "No." The beauty immediately flashed her beautiful eyes, feeling more and more attracted to the handsome man driving the car. Next, the beauty didn't say anything else, but only looked at Su Ning from time to time as if he was a nymphomaniac. Unfortunately, because the journey was not far, the destination was soon reached. The beauty's heart was extremely regretful, and she hated the fact that this journey should never end. Suddenly, with a flash of inspiration, the beauty had an idea. "Oops, I'm dizzy." When Su Ning got out of the car and helped her pull open the passenger door, the beautiful woman's hand touched her forehead, her willow brows slightly knitted, and she looked as if she was weak and unable to stand still at all. Su Ning hurriedly helped the beauty. If he let her fall in front of himself, the fun would be great. "Do you want to give your home a call and let your family come out to pick you up? There's no one at my home." The beauty, however, shook her head violently and said with a drunken odor, "Otherwise, handsome, why don't you give me a ride?" Upon hearing this, Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling that he had taken a less than ideal single. The ideal list was to get to the destination smoothly, and then get the money without any problems, and the owner of the car did not have any problems, but after all, that's just the ideal situation, and in reality it's not that easy to realize. It's like now, the owner of the car wants you to give him a ride. What do you say? Although the chauffeur does not have this obligation to send you home, but many people feel that they pay as God, you must meet all his requirements. A word, it really dare not give you a chauffeur fee, even if the chauffeur to the police came to mediate some, cannot afford to pay again on the line, but driving a good time but wasted. In the end, how are their own losses? Although the beauty in front of me should not be this kind of person, but Su Ning really do not feel comfortable to throw her alone here. If she was picked up by someone, it would be hard to say what happened. There was no way around it. Su Ning hesitated a little and still nodded. "Alright, I'll send you home." Chapter 19 Can't Control It. The car was parked in the parking space outside the neighborhood, and Su Ning assisted the staggering beauty into the neighborhood. The body of the beautiful woman leaning on him was light and soft, and although most of the weight was on him, Su Ning did not feel overwhelmed. "Handsome man, you're so nice. How did you come to think of being a chauffeur? Is chauffeuring fun? Does chauffeuring make money? Have you always been stationed at Lee's private dining? What time does a chauffeur rest at night? You must have to catch up on your sleep during the day, right? Do you have time to come out and play?" Along the way, Su Ning heard beautiful women chirping in his ears, as if he would be struck by lightning if he kept his mouth shut. In response, Su Ning could only smile and not say anything, really not knowing how to answer the female Tang monk's question. If he had known this, he really wouldn't have sent her into the neighborhood. Just throw her on the side of the road. It is estimated that even if there are bad people, they can't stand the extent of his dense conversation. When he arrived at the door, the beautiful woman's fingerprints unlocked the door, and finally opened the door to the house. "I don't have change on me. I'll go to the house to get it." "Handsome man, don't wait outside. Come in first." The beautiful woman smiled drunkenly at Su Ning before entering the check room next to the entrance hall. Su Ning had no doubts, entering and stepping on the floor mat at the door, casually covering the door in order to prevent mosquitoes from entering. During the waiting time, a slight survey of the beautiful woman's home was taken. "I don't know if she lives alone. Dress up cozy and cute, and mainly large area. Just a living room in front of me. I'm afraid it's more than 30 square feet. Family conditions are good. It is likely to be a small rich woman." Can't help but feel that there is still a big difference between people. Some people are born in Rome. Some people are born mules. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a crazy money swiping system, I'm afraid that he would have to be a mule and horse at this point. Just as he was inexplicably lamenting, the beautiful woman walked out of the check room in style. Su Ning couldn't help but stare in wide-eyed horror as the beautiful woman had changed her clothes in a short period of time and walked out in a very cool home outfit. Without waiting for Su Ning to react, the beautiful woman embraced Su Ning like a swallow returning to its nest and directly jumped on him. Su Ning was dumbfounded, and even lost his ability to think in this moment. What's the situation? The soft carcass of the beautiful woman was close to him, causing him to uncontrollably think about his heart and mind. The hot blood surged up, causing Su Ning to almost lose his ability to think, dominated by primal urges. However, reason also quickly returned, allowing him to regain his rationality and calmness. Immortal jump? A woman seduces herself, waiting for herself to take the bait, and then suddenly rushes out several muscular men, saying that she is playing with his wife or girlfriend, so that she can give money. This kind of fairy jump routine, although not talk about how new, but still commonplace, even if it's not a fairy jump. A beautiful woman inexplicably throwing herself at her may not be a good thing. Although Su Ning was also a grown man with primal urges, he still had to restrain his impulses in this situation. He didn't want to invite any trouble. Just as Su Ning's mind was racing, the girl seemed to have sensed his surprise and hesitation, and smilingly stood on her tiptoes, her pink lips coming over. In this instant, Su Ning felt as if his head had exploded. He couldn't control it. I don't care. Let's go crazy and talk about it. Just like a bull gasping for air, he went wild with abandon. The beautiful woman emotionally cooperated, gently moving her lotus steps, leading Su Ning towards the bedroom. This was destined to be a night so crazy that it was hard to sleep. It was unknown when the tired two fell into a deep sleep. When the sunlight with warmth shone through the gauze curtains, the sleeping Su Ning felt her nose itch before she woke up. Opening his sleepy eyes, he hazily saw a moving and delicate body lying beside him. The girl was tickling his nose with the ends of her hair while giggling. Early in the morning, when everything was in full bloom, Su Ning instantly felt an uncontrollable urge. The girl on his body immediately sensed the changes in Su Ning's body, but just as she opened her mouth lightly, she was blocked by Su Ning. What followed was naturally another happy morning workout, which didn't end until both of them were out of breath. Handsome guy, my name is Ningbing. What's your name? The girl asked with the afterglow of happiness at the corners of her mouth, smiling delicately, her voice pleasant to the ear. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a pang of speechlessness. Both of them had gone through such a ridiculous thing, yet they didn't know each other's names. Su Ning, after exchanging names, they were finally not the most familiar of strangers. Not a moment later, Su Ning's stomach grumbled. Solely the two of them went out to have breakfast together, chatting about some topics about each other. It turned out that not long after Ningbing graduated from university, her parents, who were quite wealthy, had bought her a house in Imperial City, and she herself in the investment company to do financial industry-related work. The income is not bad. Last night's absurdity. On the one hand, it is difficult to hold oneself after drunkenness. On the other hand, it is also because Su Ning is too handsome. As for the relationship between the two of them in the future, she hadn't thought about it that much yet, so she was grasping her hair and feeling distressed. After talking about me so much, tell me about you. She was still very curious about Su Ning. I'm still in college, and doing chauffeuring is considered work-study. Su Ning thought for a moment and said truthfully, but I recently inherited my second grandfather's estate, so I should still be considered rich. Hearing Su Ning's two completely windy sentences, Ningbing giggled daintily. She believed that Su Ning was still in college, and that working hard to be a chauffeur was easily acceptable. But what the hell was inheriting second grandpa's estate? Could the plot of a movie really shine into reality? Even if you did inherit the estate, why would you still want to be a chauffeur? It's like you bought a Rolls-Royce Phantom and used it to run an online car. It couldn't be a lie he made up because his family was in a bad situation and he was afraid of feeling inferior in front of himself. Could it? Ningbing didn't poke Su Ning. She still felt good about him. At least until now she didn't regret her crazy behavior last night. Where are you going back to? Ningbing smiled and said, I'll give you a ride. Su Ning didn't refuse. Anyway, today was the weekend and Ningbing shouldn't have to work. Send me back to Li Ji Private Cuisine. My car is still thrown there. Ningbing's beautiful eyes flashed even as she heard this, not realizing that Su Ning still had a car. It wouldn't be the kind of folding electric car that chauffeurs, would it? After the two had breakfast, they simply cleaned up before going downstairs together. Remember my house? Oh, don't get lost to someone else's house next time you come, Ningbing said with a cheeky smile. Won't get lost. I can find your house just by smelling you. Su Ning joked. Ningbing giggled, and her pink fist couldn't help but knock towards Su Ning. You're a repair hooker. Along the way, the two joked and laughed, the atmosphere joyful and charming. Driving to Li Ji Private Cuisine, Ningbing, who was already attached to Su Ning, reluctantly hugged him and was unwilling to let go of his hand. Chapter 20, making $20 million from Ningbing. It was not easy to pacify Ningbing. Su Ning pulled out his car keys and walked towards his beloved car. Ningbing stared with wide eyes, incredulously watching as Su Ning drilled into a supercar with an incomparably racy shape, her entire being seeming to be dreaming. Although she didn't know the price of this sports car, even the most entry-level sports car would never be cheap. Su Ning actually had a car, and it was still a supercar. Could it be that he wasn't lying? Did he really inherit something after his second grandfather's legacy? At this moment, Ning Bing didn't even know how to describe his general mood of being down. Su Ning drove his sports car past, lowered the window and waved at Ning Bing, smiling in the sun before roaring off, only leaving Ning Bing stunned in place, as if quietly feeling the absurdity of the world. After roaring all the way to the outside of the school and parking the car, Su Ning scratched his head and entered the school. It always felt as if he had forgotten something. As he walked, his eyes suddenly widened and his pupils shrunk violently. Bad. Focusing on being happy with Ning Bing, he had actually forgotten to ask her for a chauffeur's fee. Originally, I didn't resist the impulse yesterday and directly stayed at Ning Bing's house, so I wasn't able to run more orders behind me. If this order wasn't settled, wouldn't it be equivalent to only running 2 orders last night? In total, it would have only earned 15 million. This was also too little. Although compared to the working class, it was feared that this was a fortune that would be difficult for them to earn in a lifetime. But for Su Ning, who was already accustomed to the madness of swiping tens of millions of dollars every night, 15 million was hardly enough to satisfy him. Can't. One must manage to ask Ning Bing for the valet fee, or else it would be a real loss. While walking, he opened Weishuan and sent a voice message to Ning Bing. Troublesome beauty to settle the chauffeur fee. Ning Bing, who received the micro-messaging directly, would not. I've slept with you. What do you care about me asking for a chauffeur's fee? You've inherited your second grandfather's legacy and are driving a supercar. And you want me to pay for a chauffeur? It's like a billionaire going to the market to buy food and bargaining with the food seller. After thinking about it, Ning Bing directly used the red envelope to transfer $200 to Su Ning, and noted that it is the chauffeur fee. And at the moment Su Ning received the red packet, the system beep also sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $200. 100,000 times increase reward of $20 million. Yes, Su Ning couldn't help but clench his fists in delight. With this $20 million, last night's money swiping income wasn't so crotch-pulling after all. As soon as he was happy, Su Ning directly transferred 200,000 to Ning Bing in Weixin. The single pen limit was 50,000, so Su Ning transferred it 4 times. If it wasn't for the daily limit of 200,000, Su Ning even planned to transfer more to her. He had earned 20 million from Ning Bing, and returned her 200,000 only. He still earned a lot. After transferring the money, Su Ning didn't forget to leave a message, buying you a bag. Ning Bing was in the middle of driving when she heard her cell phone ringing several beeps in a row. When she opened her Weixin and saw Su Ning's transfer, she almost had her CPU burned. What the hell? $100 or $10 of chauffeur fees to manage me, and then to actually transfer $200,000 to me? It would be hard for a normal person to understand this kind of behavior. She couldn't figure out what kind of strange brain circuits Su Ning possessed. However, after carefully pondering over Su Ning's person, compared to the previous few incidents, it didn't seem too difficult to understand. After all, who in their right mind would run a chauffeur service after inheriting a huge amount of money? Therefore, it seemed much more reasonable for this kind of strange thing to happen to Su Ning. Su Ning didn't know how Ning Bing was slandering himself. Anyway, he was feeling happy in his heart right now. At this moment, his account balance had once again surpassed the $100 million mark, having exceeded 110 million. Although he couldn't buy the big villa of his dreams, it didn't seem that far away from that day. Brush money. Desperately swiping money is the right thing to do. Just after walking into the dormitory building, the cell phone in Su Ning's pocket rang. Taking it out, he realized that it was the landline number of Li Ji Private Cuisine. Looking at the time, it was not even 10 in the morning, not the restaurant's business hours. Only the kitchen and purchasing just went to work. Calling over at this time, was there something happening that needed to be known to himself as the boss? Mr. Su, this is Lu Yang. As soon as the phone was connected, Manager Lu's voice came from the other end. Su Ning gave a non-committal then said with slight confusion, "Why are you calling me, Mr. Su?" Just now, news came from the electricity bureau's side that the nearby power nodes are going to be overhauled, and it will probably take 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening to restore the power supply. You see, is it possible to suspend business today? Manager Lu reported concisely to Su Ning. Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Power can only be restored at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening? It would be close to missing dinner time by then. In this situation, there was simply no need to open for business today. Moreover, there was absolutely no need to consult himself, as Manager Lu would be able to decide on such a matter. Manager Lu, in the future, you can completely make your own decisions on things like this. I'm still going to be the shirker most of the time, Su Ning said in a calm tone. That, Mr. Su, I actually want to say that you can stop coming to the resident chauffeur tonight. Manager Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and whispered. Only then did Su Ning realize that this was what he meant. Good, then I know. Putting down the phone, he couldn't help but frown again. The restaurant was closed because of the power outage. So wouldn't he just miss wasting a day for nothing? One should know that there was only a month's worth of time to frantically swipe money with a valet. No one could guarantee that the subsequent ways of swiping money would be easier than chauffeuring. Therefore, Su Ning really didn't want to waste a single day. While pondering, he pushed the door and walked into the dormitory. The 3 people in the dormitory were all there, and without a doubt, they were hacking. Upon seeing Su Ning return, the 3 of them instantly ghosted, almost wanting to hang up directly. "Old 3, don't you run. You wait for us to finish this game," you quickly and honestly explain. These 2 days did not go back to the dormitory as not in sister room fooling around? Su Ning was sweating, wanting to say that he didn't, but he didn't know how to refute it. To say that the 2 days in the girl room fooling around, that certainly did not. At least the first day, just because it was too late to return to the dormitory. But last night did sleep with the girl. So, simply do not say anything. You love to say what you say. After waiting for a while, the 3 brothers ended the game, carrying their belts and gathered around their dormitory's fine tradition. Whenever someone hides important information such as have a girlfriend, 3 people will use the belt to tie him to the bed, tortured and interrogated. Of course, it's just for fun, not for real. Our aim is to confess from leniency, resist from severity. This point does not need to be emphasized much, right? Hurry up and give an honest explanation. Where have you been for the past 2 days and nights? In the face of the tiger bench chili water, Su Ning is very want to be tenacious, but did not hold on, honestly explained. Chapter 21, Registering a Dropshipper. When the 3 brothers heard that on the first night he had only gotten a room at the inn to sleep in because it was too late, they were still able to accept it. But when they heard that Su Ning was actually reverse pushed by the beautiful woman who called for a chauffeur last night, they couldn't stand it at once. Are you kidding? There's still this good thing? I said that, old third, why do you still go to a chauffeured car on your ass even after you've inherited a legacy? Dare I say that the chauffeured car is having an erotic encounter? Old 3, you're so rude. How can you eat alone? No, I also want to be a chauffeur. The 3 people were really excited. After all, the things Su Ning said had completely exceeded their perceptions. Although there was no intention of looking down on chauffeuring, chauffeuring was an ordinary service industry. In other words, if one had the money, who would chauffeur? Could a beautiful woman driving a luxury car look down on a chauffeur? But now that Su Ning said this, they realized that the beauty was indeed a beauty, but it was a drunken beauty. Under the effect of alcohol, people's consciousness and judgment will be shifted, and it is very likely to do something out of the ordinary that is not possible to do. When you come across a drunken beauty, then everything is possible. As if they had discovered a new continent, the 3 of them instantly became interested. The oldest, Hua Xiefeng, came from a rich merchant family and never lacked money in his pocket, so he never considered the matter of working and studying. The second, Ding Zihui, and the 4th, Tong Ziheo, both came from middle-class families, and although they weren't rich, they didn't lack money to spend, so they didn't have the concept of working and thrifting at all. What's more, all 3 of them don't have girlfriends now. Even if there is a chance to have something with a beautiful woman, there is no psychological burden at all. Looking at the 3 people who were eager to try, Su Ning was really a bit speechless. Is that you guys trying to be chauffeurs? I poo. You guys are craving for a beautiful woman's body. Loli ah. Let me give you some statistics. On average, a chauffeur can meet a beautiful woman 20 times. As for the probability of having a little something with a beautiful woman, you can figure it out by yourselves. It's very likely that you won't even have a chance after months of hard work. Su Ning wasn't exaggerating at all. After all, he was a resident chauffeur at a restaurant, which was mostly business people. If he were to change into a bar or nightclub, he might have more chances of running into a beautiful woman calling for a chauffeur. But in that case, you still win. What chauffeur? Directly squatting at the door to pick up the body. Okay? It feels like the chances of picking up a corpse are higher than a chauffeur. After listening to Su Ning's analysis, the 3 felt disappointed. When they thought of the chauffeur's daily encounters are not beautiful women, but instead are drunken monkeys and middle-aged greasy men, there are no more good fantasies. Are you still going to chauffeur tonight? Hua Xiefeng asked. Su Ning shook his head and said rather regretfully, the hotel had a power outage and is not open today. Hua Xiefeng's eyes lit up at his words and excitedly proposed, then let's go to the bar at night. We haven't been there yet this semester. Because the 3 people in the dormitory other than Su Ning had good family conditions, there wasn't much financial pressure to go to a bar once in a while. For nearly 4 years in college, they would go to the bar collectively almost every semester. Of course, because Su Ning's financial situation was not good, so they did not need Su Ning to pay for it. Su Ning naturally will not be content to let his brother spend money every time to shirk, but ultimately every time they were dragged to the car. Now that he had the money, he couldn't help but treat himself this time. Hearing Hua Xiefeng's words, Ding Zihue and Tang Zihao both raised their hands and feet in agreement, and can't wait to kill the bar. Speaking of which, a bar was indeed a very good place to have fun. The premise is that you don't have to be shy, and after some dashing around, it's likely that you can find a girl to spend the night with you. Su Ning has a self-awareness, so every time will come over to the girl to keep a distance. As for the three of them, they are really from the bar out directly after the arm around the girl to go to the room of the dashing experience. The waiting time was hard. In no time a few people were a bit scratchy. Even the game didn't smell good anymore. However, the most lively time of the bar is after 10 o'clock, 8 or 9 o'clock. People are eating or relaxing before they go to the bar to have fun. At dinner time, the four people went out en masse to the cafeteria to eat, longing for the nightclub line at night. At this time, Su Ning was pondering how he should broaden his channels. First of all, he couldn't allow himself to be limited to the resident chauffeur anymore. On the one hand, it was necessary to avoid the recurrence of incidents like the hotel blackout that left him with no work to do. On the other hand, it is also because the hotel closed relatively early. There are still a lot of late night time can be chauffeured to waste. Is it possible to find another bar or nightclub to be the resident chauffeur? It is not impossible, but really bound there. Say no every day to stay up all night. After all, bars and nightclubs are all night party. Although I want a crazy brush money, but also cannot really in order to brush money even body do not want. The body is not good. Want more money cannot enjoy. Come to think of it, there seems to be only one way. That is to register on the chauffeur platform. In fact, that is the most common way to take orders for chauffeurs. For example, DDT chauffeur, such as Gouda chauffeur, such as e-chauffeur and so on, are all big platforms. As for the choice between these several platforms, Su Ning did not get too entangled, and directly chose the largest flow of drop driving. After all, backed by Weishuan, although the eating may be a little ugly, but the order is still guaranteed. Downloaded the driver's side app of the drop driver, and quickly completed the registration of the driver. Looking at the above terms and conditions, as well as the main income method, Su Ning still could not help but shout black, really black ah. On DDT chauffeur, there is a detailed breakdown of charges in the Imperial City area. Before 10 p.m., the starting price is 35 yuan, 10 p.m. to 11 p.m., the starting price of 50 yuan, 11 p.m., minus 12 a.m., starting price 65 yuan, 12 p.m., 6 a.m., the starting price is $85. The starting price is standard up to 8 kilometers. Over 8 kilometers is billed at an additional 4 renminbi per kilometer. Drivers are free to wait for 10 minutes after arrival, and are charged a waiting fee of 1 yuan per minute after that. If the distance exceeds 20 kilometers, a return fee of 13 yuan per 10 kilometers will be charged for the exceeding part. The other thing is that some cars can't fit the chauffeur's mobility scooter in the trunk, so you have to choose a chauffeur who doesn't use a mobility scooter, and then you need to add a $4.09 service fee for no mobility scooter. So many charges, the calculation is very troublesome, far less than the resident chauffeur to save things. As for Su Ning said that the platform is very dark, not that the chauffeur fee is expensive, but that the platform is a bit ruthless on the chauffeur driver's commission. Don't think that according to this standard billing money can all enter the chauffeur's pockets. The platform is to take a cut, and the percentage of the cut is not low. Chapter 22 Bars and Girls. For every single order, the platform first deducts $35 for the information fee, nominally called information fee. It is actually an insurance fee. After all, the chauffeur can't completely guarantee that there will be no accidents, and this insurance fee is used to protect the interests of the driver in the case of an accident. After deducting the information fee, the platform will also draw 23% in the flow. If the owner paid 100 yuan for this single, the platform first deducted 35 yuan, and then siphoned off 23 yuan, the remaining 64.65 is the driver. I'm afraid there is no chauffeur driver does not hurt, but there is no way. Who let you and others platform it, can only endure. Good Su Ning is not really pointing to driving income to support their families, and store driving is the main channel of income. Registered drop driving is just in case and free time to increase income and the way just. Of course, today and brothers to go to the bar, not ready to open. When tomorrow Li Ji private kitchen after no work, high and low to take a single drop chauffeur to try. Hard to consume to 9 o'clock in the evening. A few people from the dormitory. Hua Xiefeng drove his own BMW 5 Series, straight to the workplace. After all, his family conditions are good. After the university parents bought a car, but usually not many opportunities to drive. Su Ning's Koenigsegg has not been driven to school, so by now the three brothers do not know that he has such a top supercar. Of course, he would never show it off. Hua Xiefeng has long been familiar with the marketing greetings. Left a corner of the card seat. This location of the card seat low consumption 6,000, cannot be considered low. In fact, Every time they come, they almost always spend 10,000 or so, and most of the time, Hua Xiefeng pays the bill. Hua Xiao, coming? Young mister. Ding, young mister. Dang and young mister. Su, you guys are really close. The marketing guy surnamed Li had long been waiting outside, greeting with enthusiasm and solicitude. Don't think that it's the norm for the super rich to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars a night in a bar. In fact, it's people like Hua Xiefeng who are the main consumers of the bar. Let's have a Martel XO set meal, Hua Xiefeng said as he pulled out his cell phone and prepared to pay. Boss, I'll do it today. Su Ning smiled as he also pulled out his cell phone. He had never paid the bill before when he was so shy, so it was his turn this time. However, Hua Xiefeng stopped him and said in a very boss-like manner, "Don't grab it. You wait for next time." Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao also stopped, not allowing Su Ning to settle the bill. In reality, although they knew that Su Ning had inherited his second grandfather's legacy from overseas, they didn't feel that it was such a huge number. Therefore, they still habitually took care of Su Ning. It was as if opening the table was the boss's business, and when they subsequently ordered more drinks, it was Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao who paid for it. Su Ning shrugged his shoulders. There was no point in grabbing the bill for this kind of occasion. And anyway, it wasn't too bad this time. To the card seat, soon, drinks and fruit plate snacks were sent up. The so-called Martel XO set meal is 2 700 milliliters bottles of Martel XO with 8 bottles of soft drinks. If outside, the price of 2 bottles of Martel XO is only $4,000, and the soft drinks are even more negligible. And here, the price is surprisingly high at $11,800, which couldn't be more profitable. The fruit plate and snacks are considered marketing giveaways. After all, this one is even fulfilling his performance requirements for tonight. Hua Xiao, do I need to call you guys a few bees? Real money is spent, and the marketing attitude becomes more and more warm and respectful. Hua Xiefeng shook his head and waved his hand, signaling that marketing didn't need little bees. Little bee is a generic term for bar girls, which is also divided into several types. For example, there are party girls, champagne girls, and flower girls. Among them, the party table girl segment is relatively high, body appearance dress requirements, equivalent to high-end atmosphere group, and may even have certain resources, such as short video platform fans tens of thousands. The work content of the party table girl is in the field everywhere, with the marketing communication. Which table boss want girl can find them, basically in the 800-1000 or so. The champagne baby condition is a little lower. Guests have a little bit of wine needs when the marketing will call them over. Almost order $2,000 of champagne. The girl will sit next to you. The girl will sit next to you. She can drink with you and play with you, and even hug and shake with you. The flower farm girl, basically equivalent to the KTV girl, are nightclub's own rays. Interestingly, there is also a very special atmosphere girl in the nightclub. In order to ensure the atmosphere of the nightclub will directly find the university community. Every night to 100 girls, they don't have to do anything. They are on the dance floor, in front of the DJ, and in all the aisles, following the music on the line. Every time Hua Xiefeng brings them here, he doesn't look for marketing point girls. After all, more or less have some psychological cleanliness. Spend money to buy and their own hookups are still two different concepts. Anyway, 2 bottles of Martel XO placed on the card seat, although not as dazzling as the Ace of Spades, but still can attract some girls. As expected, before the venue was even very hot, there were already girls coming to rub their cards. The 5 girls, no matter their body or face value, were all online, not losing to Champagne Babe at all. Long legs, super short skirts, dressed cool and hot. It was even harder for people to avert their eyes. You can see that they are here to bar hopping, not for the big money to come. Su Ning, this card seat, young in gold, and the appearance are not bad, is undoubtedly the best choice. It's better than going to drink with those middle-aged greasy uncles just to get a seat, right? The good thing is that the corner of the card seat can sit 10 people. If the other location of the card seat really cannot sit, the men and women are sitting separately, and it is also a mutual choice. Before 12 o'clock in the bar is considered to be the warm-up time. Is the time of one after another customers? The atmosphere is far from the peak of the time. A group of people just drank and played games at the same time, which was quite joyful. Just call me Jing Jing. The girl beside him put her hand on Su Ning's shoulder and smiled. It was hard to tell if this was her real name. After all, there was that old joke, I want to be quiet. Su Ning didn't care. Anyway, it was just out to play, and didn't intend to really develop any relationship. A man and a woman teamed up. The boss reluctantly left to embrace the right and left to monopolize the 2 girls. They are playing a dice game. Who shook the smallest not only to drink, but also punish the truth or dare. After a few rounds of the game, everyone had lost, drank, and was punished with a dare that wasn't too excessive. By this time, 2 bottles of Martell XO with soft drinks were pretty much consumed. Have so much fun. Obviously cannot be abandoned halfway. Deng Zihao called for marketing and prepared to order another wave of wine. He and Deng Zihui's family is not as solid as Hua Xiefeng's. The two of them together bite the bullet and can order a Martell Blue Ribbon set. The package includes 3 Martell Blue Ribbon plus soft drinks 8. The price is not cheap, to 9,888 yuan. Chapter 23. Otherwise, why don't we help Big Xiao punch his face? Su Ning wanted to pay, but was still stopped, saying that he wouldn't be allowed to pay. He couldn't help but cry and laugh a little, his expression odd and helpless. It seems that the brothers still don't understand their own strength. Since this is the case, let's forget about it today, and have a confessional one day and play a big game. Soon, the wine came up and everyone continued to play, but at this time, another marketing led a few people to the side of the card seat not far away. When Hua Xiefeng saw those people, his face didn't look good anymore. Bad luck. Why is that asshole here today too? The 3 brothers followed Hua Xiefeng's gaze and also frowned. Ji Lu. They all recognized it. Speaking of which, Ji Lu himself didn't have much to do with the 3 of them, but he had a deep grudge against his boss, Hua Xiefeng. The two had similar family backgrounds, had known each other since childhood, were still in the same class in high school, and had even gotten into the same university. But because of the relationship between personality and character, simply cannot play a piece to go. On the contrary, more and more contradictions. The real enemy, that guy is very annoying. In the school is also extremely arrogant. If not a few stinking money, would have been killed. So seeing him, several people felt bad luck, affecting their mood. And at this time, Ji Lu and a few of the lapdogs around him also saw Su Ning's group and were instantly happy. The leader tugged his way over, his gaze playfully and carelessly scanning around the card table, then spoke with a mocking tone. Yo, isn't this our Hua Xiao? Is he traveling in a microcosm today to have fun with the people? But I see that these wines on the table are a bit unworthy of young Master Hua's status. Not even the little divine dragon sets are up? Ladies, I have to remind you, Hua Xiao has always kept a low profile. You guys are too dazzling here, easily exposing Hua Xiao. So why don't you go play at our card table? I'll open a divine dragon set in a while. It definitely has an atmosphere. That condescending and pretentious look really makes people hate his teeth. Hua Xiefeng's face was ugly to the extreme. This kind of humiliation from the other party that was close to bullying the door made him hate that he couldn't give that guy a hard punch. Although their two families have similar family backgrounds, their family teachings are worlds apart. Ji Lu was pampered and gave as much money as he wanted. Hua Xiefeng, on the other hand, has a very strict upbringing and controls his pocket money very tightly. This leads to Ji Lu can be no pressure to place a small dragon set, but Hua Xiefeng is unable to pay out money. To know, a small god dragon set inside 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, the package price of 41,999 yuan. What's it got to do with you? Get out of here. Hua Xiefeng didn't want to spoil the fun because of his own personal grudge and shouted angrily at Ji Lu. Su Ning's 3 men also stood up and glared angrily at Ji Lu, with the air of helping their boss out at the drop of a hat. But the opposite side was also 4 people, not scared at all. Instead, they followed Ji Lu and laughed and taunted. The villain's mouth full. A few beauties. I'll order the little god dragons now to get the atmosphere going. To come out to play is to have fun. Saying that, Ji Lu directly recruited marketing and once again issued an invitation to the 5 girls. Maybe he doesn't even really care about these 5 girls. After all, it's still easy to hook up with girls in a bar. What he cares about is being able to step on Hua Xiefeng's face, stealing Hua Xiefeng's girl away from him. Wrapping his arms around the girl and watching Hua Xiefeng's furious and gnashing of teeth was what really made him feel good from head to toe. Asterisk 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 off Nima. Believe it or not, Liu, Tong Zihao, who had the hottest temper, rolled up his sleeves and was about to do it, but he had endured it for half a day. Just then, the wine ordered by Ji Lu came. The little dragon set, 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, didn't just come up low. 2 bar boys carried the small god dragon set of equipment in front, behind the 4 hot body be a person to hold a light sign, and finally followed by 2 carrying the atmosphere of the salute. All the way to Ji Li's card seat, the atmosphere of the salute click click up, almost attracted the attention of the whole venue. Today is not the weekend. The small god dragon set is almost enough to make Ji Lu they become the most beautiful cubs in the room. Ji Li's face is flushed, enjoying the attention of the whole audience. This feeling is really on the head, can't stop, raising his head. His nostrils are about to face the sky as he looks at Hua Xiefeng with an expression and eyes that are filled with mockery and contempt. At this time, not far from the side, on a card seat, 3 young men are secretly focusing on this side of the situation. Isn't that the chauffeur boy who gave us $400,000 that day? One of them squinted his eyes and said in a tone that didn't quite dare to believe. The other one immediately retorted, what chauffeur boy? He's a super young man who drives a Koenigsegg. He also came to the bar to play? And was flaunted by the others? That's unlikely, right? A small divine dragon set is not as valuable as a single hair on the big young man's body. I know Big Brother is low-key, but this is too low-key, right? Can't it be that it's trying to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger then end up with a wave of madness in the face? The three people guessed so and felt that this was the standard answer. It seems a bit of a low profile for the great young man to stand out and punch his own face. Why don't we give Big Young some wine and help Big Young punch his face? The three had an idea and called out for marketing. The boss over here, Hua Xiafeng, suppressed his anger and stopped Deng Zihao and Ding Zhihui from clashing with Ji Lu. Ignore that trash. Let's play our game. So they said. But where was the mood to play? There was no way to get out of this. Either they have to fight, or order some wine to suppress them, but they can't do either of these two. Certainly young people are prone to impulsive, have the strength to do not serve, but really want to fight up cannot be put away. It is easy to get into the police station, and order wine. Hua Xiafeng pocket money is far less than Ji Lu. Fight up the end is sure to bring humiliation. So even if you can't swallow this breath, you can only swallow it. Fortunately, the five girls are not so vain and did not leave. Otherwise they would really be too humiliated now. However, at this time, the always good-tempered Su Ning couldn't bear it anymore. A small divine dragon set can make you act so pretentious? Believe it or not, I'll order him a few hundred lesser god dragon sets and bury you with a bottle of wine? Su Ning reached out to shout marketing. It's time to light up the family background. On the one hand, it is a confession to the brothers. On the other hand, it is also to clean up Ji Lu out of anger, so as not to what cats and dogs dare to be arrogant in front of them. But just at this time, the scene suddenly stirred. The DJ on the stage held the microphone and shouted passionately, "Thank you to card holder number 105, Li Xiao, for spending 159.999 to open the Frozen Platinum God Dragon set for card holder number 112, Su Xiao. On behalf of Xiaoli and EGO Bar, I would like to wish Xiao Su and his brothers on the same stage, smooth sailing and all the way to the rainbow." As the DJ shouted, the words of blessing appeared on the large screen behind the stage at the same time. Immediately afterward, a long dragon began to snake around the bar's card seats with it. 6 bar boys each holding a laser drink holder, 8 champagne girls swaying with lighted signs in their hands, and 6 of the most provocative Gatling salutes in the back. If the little god dragon set had barely reached the ambience base threshold, then this Frozen Platinum God Dragon set was certainly considered ambience to the top. Chapter 24. No force, hard to pretend. In order to create an atmosphere for the customers to get head, the bar would often engage in some flashy but can immensely satisfy the customer's vanity and the need to pretend to be a pussy. For example, the Divine Dragon set, more like the Ice Divine Dragon set. The so-called Dragon set is 6 different Ace of Spades champagnes put together, which contains a gold version, a pink gold version, a violet version, a green gold version, a white gold version and a black gold version. The prices of the 6 different champagnes also vary from low to high. Among them, because the black gold edition is a global limited edition, it is very difficult to get, so most of the Shenlong sets only have the first 5 bottles. The small Shenlong set just ordered by Quarterly is the Ace of Spades, which is the lowest priced of the previous 3, sold together. And the so-called Frozen Platinum Dragon set was made up of 6 bottles of Platinum Ace of Spades, which was priced just below the black gold version. Comparing the before and after, the small Divine Dragon set was simply a younger brother. The entire bar was clamoring. After all, the 159.99999 worth of Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set was not something that anyone could afford to order. Rao EGO Bar is one of the best in the Imperial City, but not every day someone orders the Frozen God Dragon set. When the DJ said 112, Hua Xiafeng was already confused, because their card seat was exactly card seat 112. And when the long line of wine delivery came to the front of their card seat and started to make a big atmosphere, it felt even more unreal to the point of disbelief. Looking at the subtitles on the big screen, several people simultaneously looked towards card seat 105, which was not far away. Hua Xiafeng's expression was incomparably dismayed as he realized that he didn't even recognize the 3 people on card seat 105 who were raising their glasses in a distant salute to them. What the hell? Was it a wrong delivery? Suddenly, his pupils slammed shut, and he twisted his head in surprise to look at Su Ning beside him. It was only then that he reacted to the fact that what DJ had just shouted was for Xiao Su. Su Ning? They were friends of Lao San? As expected, just as Hua Xiafeng and the other 2 brothers were incomparably stunned, Su Ning had already raised his wineglass to thank the 3 people on card seat 105. That's right, Su Ning did know them. There was some crying and laughing, and a feeling that the world was so small. Those 3 people were, of course, the owners of the cars he had served earlier when he had chauffeured them. He was the one who was so arrogant that he shouted out, "I'll give you $200 if you learn how to bark." only to be killed by Su Ning's "I'll give you 2,000 bucks if you learn how to bark counterattack." At that time, Su Ning used $400,000 to hit his face and taught them a good lesson. But I never thought that I would meet them in the bar today. Moreover, they seem to have been cleaned up and convinced, and even took the initiative to give themselves a drink. Lao San, you know them? Huo Xiefeng asked in a tone that was puzzled to the point of incredulity. He truly couldn't believe it. Even some of his friends from the scene wouldn't be so generous as to give themselves the frozen platinum god dragon set, to be able to casually throw away thousands of dollars so lavishly at a bar. He was afraid that his family's situation was better than even his. How could Lao San have friends at this level? Su Ning smiled and nodded. It's not like they don't know each other without a fight. They should be considered friends now, right? Needless to say, the exaggerated effect brought about by a super frozen platinum god dragon set made their table the direct center of attention in the room. The gazes of almost everyone looking over were filled with desire and envy, especially those 5 pretty beauties. They simply couldn't hide their surprise. The girl's vanity was maximally satisfied. However, at this time, the faces of the several people next to Jila became incomparably ugly, as if they had just died their own father. Obviously, the little divine dragon set they ordered had already allowed them to put on a wave of pretentiousness, and also pressed their dead rivals head on. It was the moment to enjoy the envy of everyone. But who would have thought that the sudden appearance of the frozen platinum divine dragon set would steal all their thunder? And what they can't stand the most is that this frozen platinum god dragon set was even given to Huo Xiefeng's table by a guy who didn't know where he came from. Sent. This was simply more painful to Huo Xiefeng's face than if he had paid for the divine dragon set himself. You have to know that buying an item yourself and someone else taking the initiative to spend money on this item to give it to you are two completely different concepts. Only when you are truly strong to the point that it's worth it for others to do so. At least Jila didn't think that his friend could casually give himself a large divine dragon set at a bar. Now wouldn't it be the equivalent of Huo Xiefeng not having to do anything himself at all, but having someone help him clean himself up? Therefore, his face right now is as ugly as it can be. In particular, Huo Xiefeng's intentional or unintentional teasing eyes that were cast over made him so angry that he was about to explode. Don't think that a frozen god dragon set is powerful. If you guys can order it, so can I. A bit exasperated, he directly shouted for marketing. Give me a frozen platinum god dragon set as well. Atmosphere stomping to get it up. It must be even hipper than just now. Gatling and nitrogen gun blast up. Give me a blast all the way. Blast for half an hour. Ji Lu was really on top of his game, and started to go crazy as soon as his brain got hot. If the bar's drink consumption was all in plain sight, it seemed to be very expensive, but the bar also had another consumption that would most likely account for the bulk of the consumption, which was the atmosphere props. The atmosphere salutes that had just been given away when the drinks were delivered were the equivalent of a gift from the bar, and they actually cost 500 booms a pop. If according to his statement, bombing for half an hour, then the money to be spent at the final checkout might not even be lower than the divine dragon set. As soon as he saw that Ji Lu was getting on top, the few people with him hurriedly stopped him from doing so. It's not a problem to fight for a drink, but it's not a good idea to fight like this. When he was stopped by his brothers, Ji Lu regained his composure a little bit. The Ice Seal Platinum God Dragon set is basically going to cost him almost all of his bank card balance. If the atmosphere salute was really endless, he might not end up with no money to settle the bill, which would be too embarrassing. Let's do it this way. Don't want the dragon set. You give me a set of big three. With a twinkle in his eye, Jila had an idea and directly said to marketing. Then Jila turned his head. His mouth hardened in general and mocked at Huo Xiefeng. Only those with no taste drink champagne. Low, continental goods like Ace of Spades. Only you guys take it seriously. Those with real taste drink brandy. After saying that, he still looked at Huo Xiefeng with that look of contempt. Only compared to before, it gives people a feeling of hard pretending without any pussy. The so-called Big Three is actually a set of 3 top brandies. Remy Martin Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, Martel Supreme. 3 bottles of top brandy in the bar can be sold for about 50,000 yuan. The price of a single bottle is more than the platinum version of the Ace of Spades. The Big Three set costs $149.999. In fact, Gile wasn't really wrong. The Ace of Spades did have a brand name, but the top brandy was undoubtedly more upscale. Only when he said that, did he forget about the small divine dragon set he had ordered earlier on his card table? Chapter 25. Is it possible that I inherited a 9-figure inheritance? Although Ji Li's statement is ridiculous, it is more like putting gold on his own face. But I have to admit, being able to afford to order a Big Three is enough to make him at least not lose the limelight to Huo Xiefeng's card seat. Huo Xiefeng couldn't help but feel annoyed, knowing what Ji Li's behavior was, but he still made him feel very angry and uncomfortable. However, he can't overpower Ji Lu anymore. After all, His bank card balance could not afford to order a big 3 yuan package. He couldn't count on the brothers at seat 105 to bring them a bar. Mad. I really want to him up. Tang Zihao couldn't help but pick up the bottle of Ace of Spades that he had just finished drinking on the table, even though they already had a whole set of frozen platinum god dragon sets on the table. At this time, Su Ning snatched the bottle from Deng Zihao's hand and smiled. It was indeed his turn to make an appearance now. Beckoning for marketing, he opened his mouth in the gazes of the three brothers who were puzzled and surprised. Let's order the big $3 as well. Give us 2 sets for this table. Also just now the brother from the 105th card seat gave us wine. We can't not be courteous. Give card seat 105 2 sets of big $3 as well. Let's say we wish the 3 brothers all the best. Go on, get the atmosphere going. Marketing opened his mouth wide in disbelief, as if he had lost his mind. It wasn't the first time he had hosted Hua Xiefeng and the others, and he definitely knew that among them, Hua Xiefeng was the boss and had the most money. Originally, Su Ning had beckoned to order some wine, and although he had behaved attentively, he didn't think that Su Ning could order much money in wine, but he never thought that Su Ning, who was not in his sights, would order expensive wine at once, for sets of big $3, a set of $150,000, 4 sets is $600,000. Although this was not a record for EGO Bar's single guest spending, it was the largest spending he had ever handled as a marketer. If he had known that Su Ning had this kind of spending power, he would have been on his knees a long time ago. The 3 brothers beside him also looked horrified, looking at Su Ning incredulously, feeling as if the whole world had gone crazy. Ordering 4 sets of big 3 at once? Do you know how much big 3 costs? Not to mention 4 sets. Even if there was only 1 set, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to come up with enough money. Could it be that old 3 inherited more than they thought? But even if it's more, it's not the right way to spend it. Lao San, are you crazy? Hua Xiefeng was the first to react and was about to stop Su Ning, but at this time, Su Ning had already finished paying through the POS machine in his marketing hand. Really paid to go. Hua Xiefeng was dumbfounded. Doesn't this mean Su Ning really had that much money in her bank card before? Lao San, you can't do this. Even if your second grandfather's legacy is quite a bit, are you saving it to buy a house later? Spending so recklessly, no amount of money can prohibit you from building it. The second oldest, Ding Zihui, was a bit angry with Su Ning. He didn't want Su Ning to spend money recklessly just because he was accompanying them in their fight. The oldest 4, Deng Zihao, was even more impatient, stopping marketing and not letting go, making it necessary for marketing to return the wine. Su Ning smiled brightly, of course knowing that the 3 brothers were all sincere about themselves. Is it possible that I inherited a 9-figure inheritance? Su Ning's words directly caused the 3 men to freeze on the spot. A bit dangling. 9 figures? That was $100 million. Even if it was only 100 million, that was a wealth unimaginable to ordinary people. Moreover, 100 million and 900 million were both 9-digit numbers. So how did you know that Su Ning only had 100 million right now? Old third, you're not kidding, right? Hua Xiefeng felt incomparably absurd because this was just too outrageous. Only a movie would dare to act like this. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao had the same expression, simply unable to believe it. Su Ning shrugged his shoulders and directly pulled out the keys to the Koenigsegg, throwing them to Hua Xiefeng. Koenigsegg, almost 50 million. Just bought it. Didn't even have time to tell you guys. Hua Xiefeng subconsciously caught the car key, but almost dropped his jaw in shock. This key, it doesn't look like a fake. A $50 million Koenigsegg? Old San really has this? Daring to buy a $50 million supercar. Wouldn't it mean that Su Ning had definitely inherited more than 100 million, and was most likely running towards 1 billion? Crazy. It's crazy. They would never dare to imagine that their brother would one day be able to drive a supercar that only a top-tier youngster could have. Under the huge impact brought by the Koenigsegg, the 4 sets of big 3s were not worth mentioning. It was just a drop in the bucket. Just spend it. At this time, the wine from Ji Li's table came up. A set of big $3 once again brought the atmosphere of the venue to a climax. However, the furious Hua Xiefeng that Ji Li had imagined did not appear. Instead, his nemesis was looking at him with a playful and teasing gaze at the moment, as if he was looking at a clown. This made Ji Li very unbalanced, feeling like the pussy hadn't played up, and there was absolutely no pleasure in it. However, before he could come to the provocation, the field drummed up again for a short time, and it was even more sensational than just now. This time, it was a truly long dragon. Just the 4 divine dragon sets alone, totaling 12 bottles of top-quality champagne, required 12 bar boys to hold them up, not to mention having to pair it with more atmosphere sets. Thank you to Cardinal Su of Cardinal 112 for spending $599,996 to open the 4 sets of Grand Triumvirate. 2 of these sets were given by Xiao Su to the 3 brothers in Cardinal 105, and Xiao Su wishes the three good brothers all the best. The DJ on the stage directly triggered the entire room with the most passionate shouts. The three people in card seat 105 really didn't know how to express the surprise in their hearts at this moment. Big Young is really capable of handling. They sent a set of Frozen Platinum God Dragon set, and Big Young immediately returned 2 sets of Big 3. It's equivalent to doubling back what they sent. And it's not just about money, it's about face. Imagine being sent 2 sets of Big 3. That at least meant that you were far more important in people's hearts than 2 sets of Big 3. The three people were incredibly glad that they had just given Su Ning a drink. Now that they could have the opportunity to make friends with the great young man, it was truly a blessing in their past lives. Not to mention, look at the gazes of everyone in the venue right now. Is there a single person who isn't envious? Meanwhile, Ji Lu has gone crazy. He just finished ordering drinks, and Hua Xiafeng followed suit. He only ordered 1 set of Big 3, but Hua Xiafeng ordered 4 sets of Big 3 at once, and he also gave away 2 sets. This is simply an unmerciful and crazy slap in the face, a naked humiliation. An evil fire rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, causing his face to become hideous. No longer able to control his irritation, he grabbed a bottle of Ace of Spades and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground, smashing it to pieces, then turned around and left. Tonight, he was completely trampled on the ground and couldn't turn over. If he didn't stay now, was it hard to stay here and continue to be humiliated and ridiculed? He wasn't that mentally strong. Several of Ji Li's brothers hurriedly followed, leaving only one to store the wine. The wine hasn't been drunk yet. It can't go to waste. Save it, take it out next time you come. It's just as good for pretending. Chapter 26, Meat is on your lips. Don't you eat it? With the barking dog gone, Su Ning's 4 could naturally begin to revel to their heart's content. Old 3, it's just too damn good. You know, watching that bastard Ji Lu get the hell out of here was like having a bucket of ice water poured over your head on a hot summer day. It was so refreshing from head to toe. By this time, the powerful music had already started, and almost everyone in the nightclub stood up and twerked to their heart's content. Hua Xiafeng was in Su Ning's ear, roaring loudly, incomparably excited. Su Ning's right hand wrapped around his boss without speaking, his left hand raised high, following the DJ's raised hand as he kept flinging it around. No need to speak. What is there to say between brothers? In the past, I was incapable, but now that I'm capable, can I still let my brother suffer? After getting high for a while, Su Ning didn't forget to go to card no. 105 to talk to the three friends. Although the process of chauffeuring has been a little unpleasant, but today people do this thing openly. Su Ning naturally also want to give face. Ning Xiao, in the future, we are all friends. If there is something, just squeak. After recognizing each other, they drank for a while and agreed to get together again next time, before returning to their own seats. Because of Su Ning's broad young man-like consumption, many girls who think they have a face and body have to find the opportunity to toast. It would be better if they could stay and play together. Even if they couldn't, if they got acquainted this time, they might have a chance next time. The 5 girls, on the other hand, were incomparably happy, but at the same time, they were like enemies, looking at every girl who came over with wary eyes. Young Su, you're so handsome, you're simply mesmerizing me. Jing Jing wrapped her arms around Su Ning's arm, using her own towering breasts to keep squeezing Su Ning, her pink red lips coming up to Su Ning's ear and exhaling like orchids. She was acting so blatantly that she was close to stating things directly and explicitly. I'm afraid that even if Su Ning wanted to take her to the restroom right now, she would never refuse and would be happy to do so. However, although Jing Jing was indeed beautiful, Su Ning did not have any more ideas. It was mainly because she had acted so eagerly after Su Ning had splurged on wine. But before that, she had been somewhat aloof, even if she wasn't arrogant. The contrast was so obvious that Su Ning knew exactly what she wanted. This and Ning Bing are 2 completely different concepts. Ning Bing at most just crave his body, and when he went to bed with him thought he was just his chauffeur. Once he thought of this, Su Ning couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. It was nice to meet you. Next time we have the chance to play together again. Su Ning smiled blandly and said to Jing Jing, whose eyes were almost dilated. Jing Jing's beautiful eyes instantly went wide, her expression managing to lose control as her entire body went numb. What do you mean? There's a chance to play together next time? What about tonight? She was already incomparably looking forward to spending the night with Su Ning, but no matter what, she could never have imagined such words coming out of Su Ning's mouth. You're not going to eat the meat when it's right in front of your mouth? Are you still a man? At this time, the 3 brothers who were each holding a girl in their arms and preparing to go out together were also a bit confused. Everyone didn't have a girlfriend, so naturally there wouldn't be any psychological burden in hunting for sex in the bar. Originally, the chances of coming to a bar to spend money were few and far between, and now that they had the opportunity to study the mysteries of the body with a beautiful girl, they couldn't instantly move to the big bed in the hotel. But Su Ning unexpectedly refused Jing Jing. What kind of situation was this? Could it be that he felt that this Jing Jing wasn't pretty enough? Hua Xiefeng pondered, then quietly pulled Su Ning over and whispered, "Why don't you do it? If you don't think she's pretty enough, then let's swap." The girl beside him was indeed a bit more attractive than Jing Jing by heart. As the boss, he felt that he deserved to take care of his brother, so he would just take a little loss himself. And although Jing Jing isn't a top-notch beauty, she's still a little beauty, and she's just as dashing as she is when the lights are off. Listening to Hua Xiefeng's tiger and wolf words, Su Ning couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "No need, boss, you guys go play. I have other things to do tomorrow. I can't be too tired." He could only find an excuse like this. Otherwise he would definitely be buried by his brothers for being pretentious. When he said this, the three brothers understood. After all, Su Ning was very different from before, and after inheriting the estate, there might be all sorts of things to worry about. Then take a good rest, and we'll have fun next time. Ding Zihui patted Su Ning's shoulder, then wrapped his arms around the girl and headed straight to the hotel. Hua Xiefeng and Tang Zihao followed suit and also ran to the hotel after saying hello. The three people were in pairs, and only Jing Jing stayed dumbfounded. She couldn't have imagined that she would be sleeping alone tonight. If she still didn't know that Su Ning couldn't stand her, she would have grown a brain for nothing. However, at this time, she was not at all resentful, but instead was incredibly excited, because at this time Su Ning has called a chauffeur, driving a super sports car Koenigsegg, first sent her back to school. After all, even if Su Ning cannot see her, but also cannot really throw her here, the man's demeanor or to have, because the Koenigsegg only has 2 seats. Su Ning first let the chauffeur go to send Jing Jing, and then came back to pick himself up. As for Jing Jing, it was no longer important whether or not she could fall for a great young man. This self-knowledge she had. What mattered was that she was now fortunate enough to be able to sit on a Koenigsegg. Along the way, she sat on the passenger seat, posing for various photos, and even after getting off the car, she also surrounded the Koenigsegg to take various photos. This will definitely be her vanity to blow for the rest of her life. The chauffeur waited there and couldn't say anything, but could only wait for this ant to finish taking pictures before blasting the gas to pick up Su Ning. Returning to the empty dorm room, Su Ning simply washed up and went to bed to sleep. When he woke up again, it was already almost noon, and it was to be expected that the three brothers hadn't returned by this time. After all, the opportunity was rare, and the night was definitely going to be a hard fling, not to mention whether they are awake now. Even if they are awake, I'm afraid that there will be a wave of morning exercise. Get up and clean up properly. Go to the cafeteria to eat a lunch. Su Ning seized the free time to continue to do graduation design. It was not until just before dinner that the three brothers returned. All three of them had little energy, as if they had been sucked by the Black Mountain Demon. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. How many rounds of hair did this come with? Why don't I buy you guys a few bags of goji berries to soak in water today? Otherwise I'm really afraid that you guys will die young due to exhaustion of semen. Su Ning joked with a hefty smile. The three brothers glanced at each other, rushed over and held Su Ning down on the chair, starting the inhumane ravaging. The sound of his miserable pleas for mercy echoed in the dormitory and even in the corridor. After making enough of a scene, Hua Xiefeng went to the balcony and lit a cigarette, rather regretfully and unfulfilled. He opened his mouth. If I had known that you were so powerful, Lao San, all the girls from yesterday could have gone up another notch. He wasn't lying. If they had ordered the frozen platinum god dragon set in the big three at the beginning of last night, I'm afraid that those few girls wouldn't have fit into their eyes. Almost all the girls in the entire bar were at their disposal. Chapter 27. Hurry up and take me to Miss. That's right. Why don't you explain in advance, Lao San? Ding Zihui was also feeling a bit unbalanced now. According to their spending last night, they could have caught a higher class girl. At this point in time, he had already forgotten how he called someone sweetie in the hotel bed last night. Men they really are all big pig's hooves. Su Ning shrugged his shoulders with a speechless expression. I've been ordering drinks since the beginning yesterday. Who stopped me from ordering? The three brothers blinked and recalled. As if that was indeed the case, Su Ning entered the bar and said that he'd arrange it today. Then the boss, Hua Xiefeng, said forcefully that he'd let Su Ning come next time. When the second time they ordered, Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao stopped Su Ning again, and the two of them pooled their money to order the wine. Nice guy. They were blaming themselves for this? For a while, the three of them were bitter in their hearts and couldn't help but sigh. Su Ning looked at the awkwardness of the three brothers and laughed. Very heartless. Then, because he was too pleased with himself, he was held down on the chair by the three people again, and the atmosphere of the dormitory was incomparably cheerful. At more than 7 o'clock in the evening, Su Ning came to Li Ji Private Cuisine, ready to continue his chauffeured money swiping experience. When he got to the cash register, he found that not only was Master Wang there, but there was also another person. When asked, he realized that this is the new resident chauffeur, surnamed Zhang. less than 40 years old, replacing Master Li's absence. According to the old rules, Su Ning can now be the second to take the order. Jiang Master came last, also ranked last, waiting for the work, and the Ginger Master chatted, only to know that the original Ginger Master is in the chauffeur platform to take orders. As for why not continue to do on the driving platform, apparently because of dissatisfaction with the platform's high commission, as well as the driver's very unfriendly policy. Listening to him speak indignantly about the darkness of the platform, Su Ning didn't dare to say that he had just registered for a chauffeur-driven car on the DDT platform yesterday. One by one, the restaurant began to have customers looking for chauffeurs. After Mr. Wang left, it was soon Su Ning's turn. The first single, as usual, was very smooth, so smooth that Su Ning felt that if every single was so easy, it would be good. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $100. 100,000 times the increase rewarded 10 million yuan. Beautiful. The joy of making money. Who understands? Just took a taxi back to the hotel. The single renewed. Looking at the owner of the car that walks a step of the road 18 shaking, the eyes have no focus. Su Ning is very helpless. He knew that this single, I'm afraid it will not be so smooth. As expected, the owner of the car, who was almost unable to walk on his own, was on the verge of losing consciousness when he got on the car. Good thing Su Ning asked the address of the neighborhood before getting into the car, and drove towards the destination. However, just halfway to the road, the owner of the car was about to lose consciousness, but in the back row began to play crazy. I'm not going home. I'm not going home. I'm going to get a girl. I'm going to get a girl. Hurry up and take me to the lady. Su Ning was startled, almost thinking that the owner of the car had swindled. At first, he was confused, thinking that the owner wanted him to contact Ms. Zhao, but as he listened, he reacted to what the car owner was trying to do. The corners of his mouth tugged a few times, and he couldn't help but start twitching. It's just that I'm speechless to the point of helplessness. Just really drunk and exposed his nature, right? What kind of deep-rooted obsession is this? After getting drunk, looking for a lady has become the only requirement. The point is, in your current state of drunkenness, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything if you find a lady, right? Su Ning simply ignored him and drove straight to his destination. He wondered if the owner of the car would still be so righteous when his daughter-in-law picked him up to find a lady. Luckily, the owner of the car was only moving his mouth even though he was playing drunk, so it would be dangerous if he really made a move that affected Su Ning. Arriving at his destination, Su Ning got out of the car and helped the owner pull open the rear door. Sir, we have arrived at our destination. I hope to serve you again. Finally, I sincerely wish you a happy life. While saying the polite phrases at the end of the chauffeur trip, he prepared to assist the car owner. He was a bit worried that he would still be able to ask for the chauffeur's fee when the owner was so drunk. However, right away he knew that his worry was necessary. I'm not leaving. I'm not getting out of the car. I'm going to get the lady. I'm going to find a lady. The owner of the car yelled as he peeled away Su Ning's hand that was trying to assist him. Su Ning's forehead was covered in black lines, and his entire being was in bad shape. It was true that money was hard to earn in the world. Even swiping money wasn't that easy. It was genuinely tiring to always run into such oddballs. Sir, I don't know where to find a lady, and it's illegal to look for a lady. If I take you to look for a lady, won't I be considered an accomplice? You should go home and get some rest now. Su Ning tried to persuade the owner to hurry home, but it proved to be useless. You could never wake up someone pretending to be asleep, and you could never reason with a drunk. Mrs. waiting for you at home right now. You'd better hurry home. In desperation, Su Ning could only lie to the car owner like this, but the car owner was drunk, and most of the time his consciousness was blurred, but at this time, he seemed to be sober as hell. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the lady at home? That's a tigress at home. Hurry up and take me to a lady. Su Ning instantly started twitching at the corners of his mouth. I'm afraid you're not playing me, are you? Bumping into such a car owner, he was truly speechless. He could have forcibly carried him home, and anyway, the owner was drunk and had little ability to resist. But the key is, they do not know which building he lives in, a few units of several and cannot leave people here regardless. The key is that they have not received the fee for driving. Under no circumstances, Su Ning can only turn to the police uncle. You sit honestly, I'll take you to the lady now. While saying this, Su Ning got back into the car and started it up. As soon as the owner of the car heard that he was going to take him to a lady, he immediately stopped yelling and squinted in the back row. Su Ning, on the other hand, drove straight to the nearest police station. You want to find a lady so badly? Then go to the police station. Driving into the small courtyard of the police station, he found an acquaintance, Officer Wang, still on duty at night. With an acquaintance, communication was much easier. Officer Wang, this is the client I'm chauffeuring. It's really drunk, and I don't know exactly where he lives, so I can't send him home. The key is that he kept clamoring for a lady. As he said this, as if he was deliberately cooperating with him, the owner of the car yelled away again from the back row. Hurry up! Didn't you say you'd take me to a lady? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Officer Wang has been a police officer for so many years. I'm afraid it's also the first time I've seen crying for a lady at the police station. For a while it's all a bit of a no-go. Chapter 28 Pick up the child to earn 100 million. Officer Wang didn't say much, directly letting Su Ning give him a hand to send the car owner into the questioning room. If only drunk, should be sent into the reception room? Let him sleep on the line. But this owner of the car so blatantly defined a lady. I'm afraid that there are previous convictions, so into the questioning room. Sober must be a good trial. The car, naturally, will be placed in the police station. But Su Ning did not forget his own chauffeur fee. It didn't matter if it was $100, but after the system reward it was 10 million. Officer Wang, please ask for the chauffeur fee for me. Su Ning smiled and said to Officer Wang. Officer Wang nodded. He naturally understood Su Ning's difficulty, staying up late at night to earn a few hard-earned dollars. It would be a big loss if he ran this trip for nothing. Of course, he certainly could not have imagined that what Su Ning wanted was not $100, but 10 million. This single really wasted a lot of time. From the police station out, Su Ning rushed to take a taxi back to the hotel. After rushing, he finally received the third order at the hotel. This single customer is a family. The husband and wife are in their early 30s, and there is a 4 or 5-year-old boy. There are children. Su Ning could not help but be a little scared again. I'm afraid it's not going to be a problem again, right? Compared to drunken car owners, I'm afraid that children are a more difficult group to control. However, the heart of the fear to the heart of the fear. Since people called the chauffeur cannot not take the order, there is no put the money not to earn this reason. Hello, at your service. After greeting in standard service language, Su Ning did a visual inspection around the car. Originally, he had ignored this operation until he registered for drip driver yesterday, which was a requirement of drip driver. It was actually quite understandable. After all, when the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. You can hardly guarantee that there is no one with evil intentions. Let you chauffeur a car that already has scratches, and when the time comes to put the scratches on your head, and then make you pay. Don't take a chance. It's okay if you can't touch it, but if you do, it's your bad luck. Some things, it is difficult to say clearly, so Su Ning no longer ignore this matter. Before getting on the car will be seriously to do. This family's car is still good, and the boss was Xiefeng, the same BMW 5 Series. On the road, Su Ning was more or less on tenterhooks, not daring to put his full attention on driving. Although it was highly undesirable, he had to set aside a portion of his attention to focus on the oddball situations that could happen at any time. But to his surprise, halfway through the trip, it was still calm and quiet. The couple didn't feel like they'd had too much to drink and weren't intoxicated. The little boy was probably sleepy and leaned on his mom and fell asleep. If only it had been this smooth to the destination. Just as Su Ning was praying like this, the child's mom suddenly spoke up. You'll be traveling tomorrow morning. What exactly will the child do? The child's father sighed and shook his head, seemingly unable to do anything in his embarrassment. I talked to the leader today to see if I can work a little later, but the project is at its most critical point now, and it simply can't leave me. The couple then racked their brains to come up with all sorts of solutions, but every time they came up with an idea, they ultimately found that they couldn't realize it. Su Ning listened clearly and understood the situation. The couple's hometown was not from the imperial city, and there were no elderly people to help bring up the child. It just so happened that the child's mother was going on a 1-week business trip tomorrow, while the child's father had to take care of a project at the company that he couldn't leave. So the transportation of the child to kindergarten becomes a problem. This may be the frustration of foreigners living in big cities. It's not easy to live in Chang'an, but lamentation was lamentation. But Su Ning couldn't do much to help, so he just drove seriously. How about hiring a temporary nanny who was only responsible for picking up and dropping off the child every day? The child's father proposed at this time. The child's mom shook her head inside. This kind of short-term job housekeeping won't do, and even if it's willing to do it, I'm still a bit uneasy. After all, there have been so many examples of nannies abusing the elderly and children before. Then, there was the sighing of the two. Just then, the child's mother's eyes inadvertently swept over Su Ning, who was concentrating on driving, and suddenly brightened up, poking her husband beside her. She quietly reached out and pointed at Su Ning in the driver's seat, giving a wink. As expected, the young couple is a tacit understanding. The child's father instantly understood his wife's meaning. You can find a chauffeur to do this favor. This chauffeur drove very steadily, indicating that it was a steady and honest person. Look at the age is also the early 20s. Is not died by the age of the social vat. The heart should be the most sunny. And this chauffeur is not the kind that roams the streets, but the Li Ji private food shopkeeper. with the endorsement of the hotel, should also be considered to know the routes. It is a very suitable candidate. Thinking of this, the child's father opened his mouth. Brother, what's your name? Su Ning didn't turn around, and replied with a smile, your name is Su. Look at you as also the appearance of the early 20s. So young, how do you think to do driving? The child's father then asked. Su Ning still did not turn around, put most of the attention on the driver, casually replied, before the family conditions are not good, do chauffeur is work study, but now that the university is almost graduated, I guess I cannot do it for a long time. When the young couple heard that Su Ning was actually a college student, they instantly showed joy. College students were good, clear and stupid, definitely trustworthy. After slightly organizing his words, the child's father spoke. Brother, my side wants to discuss something with you. My daughter-in-law is traveling next week, and I'm stuck with a tight work schedule, so it's not very convenient to pick up and drop off the kids. What I'm thinking is, can I ask you to help us pick up and drop off the kids? Don't worry, we certainly won't delay your work and study, and we won't make you work for nothing. 5 days a week, morning and evening transportation. We'll give you $1,000. What do you think? Su Ning was a little surprised, not realizing that this couple was so sick and desperate that they had set their sights on themselves. If you pick up and drop off the kids yourself, wouldn't you be living the life of a baby daddy in advance? Also, do you guys trust a stranger like me that much? However, Su Ning was really quite sympathetic to their difficulties. Moreover, the pay wasn't low. He had just inquired within the system, and although this money wasn't technically considered a chauffeur fee, after all, it was related to the chauffeur job, so the system would still give a 100,000 times reward. After the reward, it can be 100 million. Pick up and drop off the kids every morning, and in only a week's time, you can make $100 million. Little cutie, it's not like I'm going to do it. Since you guys trust me, I'll pick up the kids for you next week. Su Ning smiled and nodded, agreeing. Chapter 29, Where's your car? Seeing Su Ning's promise, the young couple was very happy and talked to Su Ning in more detail about the situation. The little boy's name was Xiaodong, and he was in kindergarten. Because Xiaodong's father had to leave the house at 6 o'clock every day, Su Ning needed to be at their house before 6 o'clock. When Xiaodong woke up, she supervised him to wash and dress himself, which Xiaodong could do by himself. Then let Xiaodong play by himself for a while, and wait until 7:30 to send him to kindergarten. At night, you can pick up your child at 4 p.m. and play with Xiaodong in the neighborhood, and his father will be back by 6 p.m. It takes a little more time than Su Ning thought, but it's still within the acceptable range and won't affect his chauffeur work. Moreover, Xiaodong was obedient and not really naughty, which was also the reason Su Ning agreed. If the child is naughty, people hate the dog, then Su Ning will not agree to anything. The matter was settled. Su Ning sent the family to their destination, and then directly went upstairs with them to recognize the door. Xiaodong was also very favorable towards Su Ning's handsome big brother. Brother, why don't you sleep with me at night? Xiaodong pulled on his arm, his little face filled with an expression of anticipation. Little Dong's mom coaxed Little Dongdao. Shouldn't you sleep with me tonight? Hearing his mom's words, Little Dong thought for a moment and spoke in a shocking way. Then Mom, you'll sleep with me and my brother. Instantly, the three adults present were incredibly embarrassed. The childish words of small children were just too unpredictable. Xiaodong, see you tomorrow. Su Ning hurriedly excused himself, or else if he stayed any longer, maybe all the tiger and wolf words would come out. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $600. 100,000 times increase reward 60 million yuan. The chauffeur fee of 100 and 500 is half of the payment that the young couple gave Su Ning, and the remaining 500 will be paid after a week. 60 million, definitely Su Ning's biggest payout to date. Although he had gotten $600 for overtaking the car before, he had to draw $10 from the hotel, so the final score was 59 million. Looking at the figure of more than 180 million in his bank card, Su Ning felt that he was very close to the mansion. Cheer up, effort. At this moment, Su Ning was filled with motivation. Seeing that the time was still early, Su Ning was ready to go back to Li Ji Private Cuisine to take another order. However, just as he walked out of Little Dong's neighborhood, the phone on his body suddenly rang. Mr. Su, has your chauffeur trip ended? The store is about to close. I've asked the remaining tables and there are no ones that need a chauffeur. You can stop rushing to the store. After picking up the phone, Manager Lu reported in a respectful manner. Su Ning couldn't help but nod his head, feeling that Manager Lu was very thorough in doing things. He was also able to think of helping the boss ask if the guests needed a chauffeur, and if not, wouldn't the boss be able to go back to rest directly? Talent, good. I know. Hard work. Su Ning smiled and complimented the condolences. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning didn't go straight back to his dorm room. but opened the driver's end app of Dripping Chauffeur on his cell phone. He had long wanted to try taking orders from the chauffeur platform, which was a key channel for him to expand his income from swiping money. Once online, he started waiting for the system to assign a chauffeur order. It's like he's waiting for someone to call for a chauffeur at a restaurant checkout counter. It all requires patience. However, I do not know whether it is because there are too many chauffeurs on the platform, or because there are fewer chauffeurs in the neighborhood. Su Ning have been waiting for almost 20 minutes, and the system has not assigned a single. The competition is too fierce. Su Ning couldn't help but lament that if he really relied on this to support his family, it would still be difficult. Waiting in place is not a solution. Su Ning simply take a taxi back to Li Ji private kitchen. His Koenigsegg is still in the hotel parking space, but get on the car and drive for a while. But the platform suddenly sent a single. Su Ning quickly slid right to take the order. His heart is still inevitably excited. After all, it is the first single. Not easy. Look at the information about the chauffeur list, and then happy. I did not expect that the starting point was not far from Li Ji private food. There are several good restaurants in that neighborhood. Naturally, there is a demand for chauffeured cars. At this point, less than 3 kilometers from the starting point, just within the scope of the ordinary chauffeur single dispatch. 3 minutes later, driving fast cab to the destination, pay the fare and get off. Su Ning ran to a restaurant called Aloha House to go over to the entrance of the hotel, but saw a person in, so Su Ning directly point the driver has arrived. Hello, is this the chauffeur service you called for? Su Ning went up and smiled at the two men and asked. The man glanced at Su Ning and shook his head. No. Su Ning expressed an apology and looked around, but did not find anyone else, so he left the doorway slightly, took out his phone, and called the owner of the car who had called for a chauffeur through the platform. Hello, how are you? I'm Xiao Su, the driver at your service this time. I have now arrived at the starting point you have located. May I ask if you would like to start your trip right away, or do you need me to wait where I am? Su Ning asked in a serviceable tone. He had thought that the owner of the car who had called for a chauffeur was still drinking inside the restaurant, but at this time, a puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm right in front of the hotel. Didn't see you. Su Ning was surprised to see that there was no one else at the entrance of the hotel, except for the person who was just there, but he was dismayed to realize that the man was on the phone. Are you wearing jeans and a navy blue punching bag? Su Ning asked, following the description of his clothing. Yeah, you saw me, but how come I didn't see you? A voice that felt very puzzled came from the phone. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless, feeling like he didn't want to talk. As expected, one just always meets these oddballs. Just now, I clearly asked you if you called for a chauffeur. Then you said no. Are you kidding me? Well, it's hard to tell what's going on in the mind of someone who's had too much to drink. Maybe he heard wrong. Su Ning could only comfort himself with this. Walking to the entrance of the restaurant once again, he waved his hand at the man. Hello, glad to serve you. Su Ning still revealed a smile and said. However, at this moment, the man looked at Su Ning with a very strange expression, feeling like there were question marks written all over his face. Then, words that were hard for Su Ning to understand emerged from his mouth. Where's your car? Su Ning raised his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes again, feeling ridiculous. Shouldn't this sentence be me asking you? Sir, where is your car? Su Ning took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down as she asked. The man was dumbfounded by Su Ning's question and didn't respond for half a day. Su Ning was also a bit confused. What was the situation with this person? How did he feel not too smart? The two of them looked at me and I looked at you. For a while it was as if the air was tinged with a bit of doubt and embarrassment. Chapter 30 Koenigsegg as a net car. After a long time, the man spoke in an incredulous tone. I called for a drop. You didn't drive here. Are you planning to carry me on your back? Su Ning's entire being was bad. You called DDT? Usually when a person said that they called for a drop, the probability was that they didn't call for a chauffeur, but rather called for an online car. After all, the volume of the two was simply incomparable. You called for a DDT express car? Su Ning's tone still held a hint of fantasy. Perhaps the car owner was a person who liked to joke around. However, the owner's righteous reply completely dashed Su Ning's fantasies. Or else, Su Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down and still be at peace. Sir, you can take a look at your order. Did you call for a dropshipping online car or a dropshipping chauffeur? The man froze, surprise and absolute impossibility written all over his face. While muttering how could I possibly order the wrong one, he opened the app on his cell phone. The next moment, he was frozen in place. When he looked up again, embarrassment was visible on his face. I seem to have called the wrong one. I should have called DDT Express. Why did I call it DDT chauffeur? What can I do about this? Brother, I'm sorry to make you come all the way here for nothing. Also knowing that it was his own problem, the man repeatedly apologized to Su Ning. Su Ning sighed helplessly, crying and laughing. Was the first order on this dropshipping platform so upside down? He had no doubt that this was definitely the influence of the system's greatness. Otherwise, how could he have encountered such strange things in every single order? According to the rules of the platform, the driver arrives at the designated place to cancel the order. Waiting for more than 10 minutes, the exceeding part can only be charged 1 yuan per minute of cancellation fee. Failure to meet this standard. There is no cancellation fee. And from Suning Point driver to reach now, not enough 10 minutes it. That is to say, white labor, no compensation at all. This is probably the platform is more inclined to the user and the driver as a direct proof of cattle and horses. There's nothing you can do about it. You can only accept your bad luck. What else can we do? Brother, I'm really sorry for delaying you. Otherwise, why don't I give you a little compensation? The man does feel embarrassed. The thought of chauffeur rely on this work at night to support their families. They also delayed people for such a long time. How much to make up for it? No, you can just cancel the order directly. Suning smiled and waved his hand. Since this was the platform's regulations, no matter if it was reasonable or unreasonable, it had to be observed. Otherwise, if the other owner complained later, he would be in trouble. Just as he turned around to leave, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind like a blessing. The owner didn't drive. But I have a car. I'll drive my own car and send him back. Won't that be the end of it? This idea made Suning couldn't help but applaud himself. Turning around, he smiled and said to the man, "My car is nearby. Why don't I send you back directly?" The man was stunned by Suning's words, feeling a little unresponsive. A chauffeur drove his own car to send me back? What's going on here? Suning could see that the man was a bit confused after drinking, and his brain was slow to react, so she smiled and said, "Just think of it as a chauffeur, and pay me the chauffeur's fee directly, and you'll save on gas." The man thought along with Suning's words, and that was really the truth. Then what's not to like? Anyway, his purpose was to go home, and doing some rough math, it wasn't like he would pay much more. The starting price for a taxi in the Imperial City was 13 yuan, the mileage fee was 3 yuan, and there was an additional 20% fee after 11 p.m. From here to their own home is about 8 kilometers away. Usually take a taxi 25 yuan, the night needs 30 yuan, and the chauffeur's starting price is 8 kilometers 35 yuan, that is, an extra $5. He did not say that he would give people compensation for chauffeur. This $5 are too little. Okay, you go get the car, I'll wait for you here. The man smiled and said to Suning. Seeing him speak so well, Suning did not delay. Hurried to the parking lot not far from the side of the Li Ji private food to drive his Koenigsegg out. The engine roared like a wild animal, and soon arrived in front of the man. The man at this time did not know that this incomparable supercar is just the chauffeur's. He just think this car is too handsome. The eyes stared dead center at the sports car, as if they could not be pulled out at all. This was the Koenigsegg 1, limited to 6 units worldwide. He had never just looked at it on the internet through the screen, but he didn't expect to see it on the streets of the imperial capital today. The tycoon is traveling? In his heart, he fantasized that it would be great if he had such a handsome supercar. No matter what, let yourself have the opportunity to drive a ride. But just at this moment, the door of the supercar opened, and Suning stepped down from the driver's seat. "Sir, please get in." Suning smiled and reached out to make a gesture of invitation. The man was instantly startled, his eyes wide, feeling like he couldn't catch his breath, his face suffocating in red. The heart was already as if it had set off waves of shock, the volcano erupting incomparably violently. How is it possible? Fake it? How can a chauffeur drive a Koenigsegg? The degree of unbelievability is almost as absurd as the Arab crown prince wandering the streets asking for food. However, the car is in front of him, even if he can't believe it, but also have to accept this ridiculous fact. Dumbfounded on the car, touch the seat, touch the door, and then touch the seemingly unremarkable, but with the heel of the thought also know that absolutely not cheap interior, an unreal sense of incomparably strong influx of the heart. He was actually sitting in a $50 million supercar. Koenigsegg? If he went to work tomorrow and told his colleagues about his amazing experience, I'm afraid they would all think he was drunk and delusional. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to drive it himself. As a matter of fact, in normal times Suning really wouldn't have minded letting him drive it, but he had been drinking, so it was better to forget about it. Soon, under the unrivaled acceleration of the supercar, the destination where the man had placed his order was reached. Suning ended the trip with a swipe to the right on the order screen. At the same time, the man's cell phone side also ended the trip and entered the settlement interface. 35 yuan, no more, no less, just the starting price. The man completed the payment in a daze before getting off the bus in a trance. This trip has ended. Please take your belongings with you and walk carefully and slowly. I hope to serve you again. Finally, I sincerely wish you a happy life. Suning also got out of the car and politely said to the customer. Originally, There was no need for a chauffeur to say anything about bring your belongings. After all, the car was usually the owner's. But who would have thought that today he would be the one to say bring your belongings? But who would have thought that he would receive a fast car order today? Bye. I'll call you next time. The customer waved his hand at Su Ning, with an expression on his face as if he hadn't fully recovered from the shock. Su Ning got into his car and drove off directly, leaving the customer standing at the same spot with his eyes fluttering in thought. Chapter 31 Childish Words. Su Ning drove directly back to the Li Ji private food parking lot, where the valet guts are still very easy to appear. Look at the income just now. The guest paid 35 yuan, and Su Ning personally arrived at 25. 14. Black. It's so black. A $35 bill, almost directly siphoned off $10. It simply made Su Ning's heart ache so much that he couldn't breathe. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $25. $14. 100,000 times the increase rewarded too. 514,000 yuan. This income situation was only half of what it would have been if he had been a resident chauffeur at Li Ji's private dining to run the inner-city orders. This discrepancy more or less still makes Su Ning somewhat helpless, but there is no way. In this time period, in addition to taking orders on the chauffeur platform, almost no choice. Look at the time. Already midnight. Waiting for a while, the platform does not seem to send a single meaning. Su Ning simply went directly to the hotel to open a room to rest, not to return to the dormitory to toss. Tomorrow morning still have to go to Dongdong's house early to send Dongdong to kindergarten. To the room lying on the bed, Su Ning calculated today's income. The first order of the resident chauffeur, 10 million. The second single, should also be 10 million, but the owner of the car was sent by him to the police station. It is not clear whether he can get the money tomorrow. The third single, plus the trust fee has received 60 million. The only single on the DDT driving platform, 514,000 yuan, add up a total of 514 million. At this time the bank card balance has more than 183 million, and he is optimistic about the summer palace next to Longhu set of villas. The actual selling price should not reach 300 million. Anyway, the probability of buying a villa will not be once on the transaction. They can be completely on the ground to see the room to do the heart of the matter. And with this kind of money speed, perhaps not a week time, we'll be able to buy down in full. That's it. So tomorrow morning after sending Dongdong to kindergarten, we will find the agent to look at the house to go. Su Ning fell asleep, and in his dreams, he was already wandering around in his own large villa and mansion. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm clock annoyingly woke him up. Getting up in a daze, washing his face with cold water, finally a lot of spirit, simply cleaned up and left the house to go straight to Dongdong's house. Dongdong's father was leaving at 6 o'clock. He had to be there before 6 o'clock. Dongdong, I'm coming. Su Ning knocked on the door and realized that it was Dongdong who opened it, greeting him with a smile. Brother, come in quickly. My dad is pooping. It's old and stinky. Dongdong was very lively and did not recognize life, saying childishly. The corners of Su Ning's mouth stiffened. There was no need to purposely describe some things, right? But that's how children are. Childish. They don't have any scruples. I'm afraid Dongdong hadn't betrayed his mom and dad in kindergarten. Imagine Dongdong pooping in kindergarten today, and when the teacher jokes that Dongdong's poop stinks, will Dongdong say something like, I don't think this is a stinky poop. My dad's poop is the stinky poop? Imagine how Dongdong's teacher will look at him when his father picks him up from kindergarten in the evening. Dongdong was putting together the blocks. Su Ning simply sat on the side and watched. The atmosphere was also peaceful and quiet. Not long after, Dongdong's father finally came out from the bathroom and greeted Su Ning with a smile. Little Su came quite early. I have to leave right away. I'll trouble you to send him to kindergarten in a while. After saying that, he hurriedly put on his shoes and left the house. Laborers, really are social animals, cattle and horses. Fortunately, the kindergarten provided 3 meals a day. If they had to cook breakfast for Dongdong in the morning, I'm afraid both of them would go crazy. For almost an hour or so, Su Ning played with Dongdong, and the lively Dongdong didn't fail to tell Su Ning the secrets of their family. For example, where his dad hid his personal money. For example, how his dad sometimes secretly watched his pretty big sister dance on his cell phone. For example, how his mom and dad sometimes fought at night while he was sleeping, and how his dad beat his mom to the point of screaming. Su Ning hurriedly covered Dongdong's mouth, his expression crying and laughing. This is not Xing Sei Ah. Seeing that it was almost time, Su Ning took Dongdong, who had gotten dressed, out the door. Although the distance from the kindergarten was less than 2 kilometers, and it was possible to walk, but because Su Ning had to go to an appointment with an agent in a while, he simply drove a car. When Dongdong saw Su Ning's racy sports car, his already large eyes began to light up. Wow, what an awesome car. It's almost as good as my toy. Brother's car is also too beautiful. Although Dong Dong might not understand this or know the value of the car, he could still tell if it looked good or not. Su Ning laughed out loud, and after opening the car door, he carried Dong Dong and placed him into the passenger side, helping him fasten his seatbelt. "Let's go!" Dong Dong exclaimed, as if he was not sitting in a car, but a spaceship. Su Ning also couldn't help but laugh out loud. Originally, the chauffeur driving encountered so many oddballs these days had made him very tired, but now inexplicably he was in a much better mood. Sure enough, people need children to heal. Arrived at the kindergarten door. At this time is the peak time to send children. Parents looked at such a windy and eye-catching Koenigsegg. All stared wide-eyed, simply unable to move their eyes away from the supercar. Even the teachers who greeted the children at the door almost forgot their business. The scissor doors opened, and under everyone's marvelous and envious gazes, Su Ning pulled Dong Dong out of the car. "Dong Dong, be obedient in kindergarten. Brother will come pick you up at night." Squatting down at the doorway and stroking Dong Dong's hair, Su Ning smiled, but what he didn't expect was that Dong Dong, however, after seeing the teacher of their class, his eyes rolled and he opened his mouth in a small voice. "Brother Su Ning, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, how about letting teacher Lu be your girlfriend? Last time I heard Miss Wang and MS Lu talking, MS Wang said that MS Lu, you have such big boobs, your boyfriend must be dead happy. Although I don't know what it means, I hope you're happy." Su Ning was startled by Dong Dong's thunderous words and almost choked on his own saliva, coughing violently a few times before suppressing it. He was really crying and laughing, and didn't even know what to say. "I thank you for thinking of me. However, this is not the most embarrassing." The most embarrassing thing was that it was exactly at this time that teacher Lu came over to welcome Dong Dong into the park and heard Dong Dong's words just now. A pretty face instantly turned red, and even her originally snow-white neck was colored pink. If it wasn't for the wrong occasion, she really wanted to knock a few chestnuts on Dong Dong's head. This bare child, why is he saying everything? It's just so humiliating. She couldn't hurry to find a crack in the ground to burrow in, so embarrassed that her toes could gouge out 3 rooms on the floor. However, looking at Su Ning's handsome and dashing appearance, as well as the supercar that was enough to make countless women fall, MS Lu was tempted to say thank you to Dong Dong. "Thank you for this kind of good deed that can still think of you, teacher Lu." Chapter 32, Wanting Richard Miller. "That, teacher, I'm sorry, this kid is talking nonsense." Although he was not Dong Dong's parent, it was perfectly fine to say that he was a temporary guardian at the moment, so he hurriedly apologized to the teacher. However, he had to admit that Dong Dong was not lying. The beautiful female teacher in front of him had a really wow, first-class body, and the pride in her chest simply made people unable to take their eyes off her. It was hard to imagine how many male parents would be watching from outside the fence during the kindergarten's morning exercises. As for whether it was their own children who were watching, it was a matter of mercy. It's okay, MS Lu said shyly, not knowing where to put her hand, subconsciously lifting the ends of her hair to tuck it behind her ear. "Are you Dong Dong's brother?" Su Ning shook his head. "Dong Dong's parents had something that prevented them from picking up Dong Dong this week, so I'm temporarily helping out." Then, waving his hand at Dong Dong, "Dong Dong should be obedient in kindergarten. Brother will come to pick you up in the evening." Only then did he drive away in the unspeakable envy of everyone around him. While driving, Su Ning cried and laughed in his heart. With Dong Dong's level of childish talk, he didn't know what kind of jokes he was going to make when he picked him up every day in the future. At this time in the morning rush hour, even if the performance of the supercar was good, it could only drive slowly along the traffic, making him very irritable. He simply found a parking lot and parked there to rest, waiting for the rush hour to pass before hitting the road. Just at this time, Su Ning suddenly received a call from Ding Zihui, the second oldest in the dormitory. "Lao San, come back for a drink at noon." Without even asking Su Ning if he had anything to do, it was a complete notification to Su Ning. This made Su Ning realize that he was afraid something had happened. If he hadn't directly shouted for him to come back, but instead asked if he could come back, then it might have been a few people simply craving for wine. But now that it was so straightforward, it could only mean that something had happened. "Okay, I know," Su Ning answered and didn't ask much. There was no need to ask, and he would naturally know everything when he drank at noon. There was a change in plans. Originally, he had planned to find an agent to look at the house, but now since he was going to drink at noon, he was afraid that there wouldn't be enough time. "Fortunately, I didn't make an appointment with an agent, or I'm afraid I'd have to miss the appointment. However, the morning time should not be wasted, so why not just go and buy a watch?" Previously Su Ning was very fond of watches, but was so shy that it was like a luxury car. Just look at it and you can't actually afford it. But now with such a crazy money swiping system, buying a watch was naturally stress-free. Even if it's a Patek Philippe that's blown up to the sky, it's just a matter of a chauffeur's order. However, Su Ning's is definitely not Patek Philippe, but rather Richard Mille. which he preferred before. Although this brand is only 20 years old, but the rapid rise in brand value has made Richard Mille has become the top luxury watch brands, known as billionaire's admission ticket. Even the most basic models are priced in the millions, making them toys for the rich and famous. Not to mention the value retention rate. The key is that many models are hard to find, and you may not be able to buy them even if you have the money. Su Ning is very fond of one of them, the RM27-04. This watch was designed by Richard Mille to commemorate the 10th anniversary of his cooperation with Spanish tennis superstar Rafael Nadal, and is limited to 50 pieces worldwide. Nadal doesn't even take this watch off during his matches. Of course, the price is really beautiful. The official price is $9.25 million, to be close to $10 million. Also, Su Ning likes a RM56-01 sapphire crystal. The case of this watch is completely polished from clear and transparent sapphire, and all the delicate construction inside is all meticulously visible. The watch, which is limited to 5 pieces worldwide, is said to be owned by East Coast rap sensation Jay-Z. The price is even more exaggerated, with an official price tag of $20.5 million. Of course, if you don't know what you're looking at, I'm afraid you'll think of this watch as a cheap plastic watch. After barely passing the morning rush, Su Ning drove straight to Yantai Center, where he found out that there was Richard Mille's flagship store. Hello, distinguished guest. Welcome to Richard Mille's flagship store. May I ask if you have an appointment? Su Ning walked into the store, and was immediately greeted by a beautiful saleswoman in a small suit. One had to lament that in the end, it was a top-tier luxury brand, and the shopping guide ladies all looked as if they were supermodels. He couldn't help but come up with an odd thought. Could it be that Richard Mille's shopping guide didn't make the cut before going to become a supermodel? Of course, it was just a joke, but one had to admit that the quality of Richard Mille's shopping guides was amazingly high. There's no appointment. Su Ning shook his head non-committally, frowning slightly. You can't come in without an appointment? It was his first time entering this kind of luxury store, so he definitely didn't understand the rules here. But if you can't enter the store without an appointment, that's simply driving potential customers out. Moreover, it's funny that a real tycoon has to make an appointment to come to your store, the shopgirl said with a spring in her step. Of course not. If you have an appointment, we will prepare for your reception in advance. That's all. Su Ning didn't know if this explanation was the truth or not, but he didn't care anyway, so he nodded his head and followed the female shopper's guidance to the side meeting area. Although there were display cabinets for each series, shopping here wouldn't be like casually wandering around a mall. All you need to do is to sit in the meeting area, put forward your needs, and the shopper will bring the watch that meets your requirements in front of you. That's pushy. Distinguished guest, I am your exclusive shopping guide Jing Jing. I will be at your service throughout today. I hope to give you a satisfactory shopping experience. May I ask what your name is? The female shopper sat on the single sofa next to her, smilingly addressing Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Another Jing Jing? Were there so many places called Jing Jing these days? Only 2 days ago, he had just rejected a girl named Jing Jing in a bar, and with this Jing Jing in front of him, it seemed that the Jing Jing from that day was even more eye-catching. However, it wasn't like he was here to pick up girls, and this wasn't a bar, so naturally, business was still important. My name is Su Ning, Su Ning said in a bland tone. Do you need hand-ground coffee or black tea? The guide asked, maintaining a professional smile. This was also one of the pushes. After all, most of the time customers sat in the parlor area, and it was always necessary to pour water for them. Su Ning gently shook his head, indicating that he did not need it. But even though he said he didn't need it, the female shopper still quickly had someone bring up a bottle of Evian mineral water, as well as a plate of exquisite cupcake treats. I have things to do in a while, so let's skip all this red tape, Su Ning said without thinking. The female shopper's smile remained unchanged, but she couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. As guides of luxury brands, they had long honed their ability to read people with incomparable venom. Don't look at Su Ning's body, which was covered in just ordinary brands rather than big brands or even luxury goods, but that kind of bland attitude was by no means feigned. That is to say, Su Ning definitely had the ability to buy a piece of Richard Mille, even if it was just the basic model. If you didn't have enough money in your pocket, even if you pretended to be calm, you would more or less show some urgency. That's where the difference lies. So there was no doubt that Su Ning would definitely be a quality customer for their store. Chapter 33 Hubby. This kind of person is here to cheat food and drink, right? I wonder if you, Mr. Su, have ever known about our Richard Mille brand? If you don't have a clear favorite collection, I can give you an exhaustive introduction. Or perhaps you have a favorite collection? The female guide quietly maintained the most perfect service attitude, making it hard to be born dissatisfied. For RM56, it's the sapphire crystal one. Can you get it? Su Ning nodded and asked with a smile, although he knew it was unlikely. After all, This one was limited to 5 pieces. But what if? Hearing Su Ning's words, the smile on the female shopper's face all lagged in an instant, her heart as if she had set off a shocking wave. RM56 Sapphire Crystal? You want to come up to Richard Mill's top series? Originally thought Su Ning had enough strength to buy Richard Mill's $1 million basic models, as long as the sales commission is enough for her to make a small fortune. But what she didn't expect was that she still underestimated the strength of the low-profile young man in front of her. Not to mention RM56 is not a limited edition, just that more than 20 million official price is by no means anyone can ask for. This is enough to show that the young man in front of him is really not bad for the big young man. After all, without enough strength, it is impossible to take Richard Miller as a toy. However, after the shock in his heart, there was a bitter smile. No, RM56 their store simply cannot get. After all, the global limited edition of only 5 pieces. Gritting his teeth, he swore in his heart that he had to keep Su Ning, a high-quality customer, in the store. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, RM56 is a global limited edition and has been put on sale long ago, so our store really can't find it. But you can take a look at other series and styles. I'm sure we at Richard Mill will always have a watch that suits you, like the RM62, like the RM50 and RM88 series. Saying this, Jing flew to operate on the tablet in her hand, then showed Su Ning the pictures and 3D effects of several models of watches. Su Ning looked at the pictures and frowned slightly, as the several series of watches were nowhere near as stunning as the RM56 brought him. Especially the RM88, with a very conspicuous yellow smiley face in the dial, made Su Ning feel very funny. Although many people liked this watch, such as Wang Dishao, Su Ning genuinely did not like it. Pushing the tablet back to the female guide, he inevitably showed a little impatient expression, which made the female guide's heart thump. It seems that the young man does not like these watches. What to do? Just when the female shopper was anxious and didn't know how to keep Su Ning spoke up. I don't like any of these models. Bring me the RM27, the one co-branded by Nadal. Hearing that Su Ning still wanted to look at the watch, the female shopper's heart was a joy. Her face flushed with excitement. Although the RM27 Nadal co-branded model was also a global limited edition, and although they didn't have it in stock in the store, there was a chance that a piece could be transferred over. If they could market it, the official price plus the markup would still make a lot of money. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, we don't have the RM27, the Nadal co-branded model, in stock in our store, but we can transfer the goods through our headquarters. As long as you pay the full amount up front, we will do our best to communicate and coordinate. If the coordination is successful, the delivery period will take about 2 months, but we don't guarantee that the coordination will be successful. There's one more thing I must tell you, because it's a transfer of goods through the headquarters, which will inevitably involve some costs. The price you have to pay will be a bit more expensive than the official price. The female guide could hardly hold back her excitement, but still forced herself to maintain a smile as she said to Su Ning. However, Su Ning could not help but frown again. The matter of markups, although abhorrent, but things are more expensive than they are rare, and many times you need to pay more to take away your favorite things. Moreover, in the automobile sales industry, the price increase of some brands had long since become the default unspoken rule. So although Su Ning is not happy, but also can accept, but with a delivery period of at least 2 months, and no guarantee that it would be coordinated when the full payment was made in advance. It was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? If it's something else, paying in advance is understandable. After all, what if the guest regrets not wanting it at that time? But Richard Miller's RM27 series can definitely not worry about selling. If there is stock, not to say grab the head, but there are definitely a lot of people rush to buy. The store is really big to deceive customers? Price increase is fine. Payment in advance is not allowed. When the watch arrives at the store, when will I come to pay for it and pick it up? Su Ning shook his head, his tone no longer as amiable as it had been a moment ago. Hearing Su Ning's words, the female shopper felt embarrassed and anxious, although she also knew that their rules were unreasonable. Almost all of the esteemed luxury brands were of this tone. We'll just be overbearing. If you can accept it, buy it. If you don't accept it, leave. Anyway, our stuff is not worrying about selling. Even if she went to the manager to apply, she would never have a chance of success. Su Ning guessed the general idea when he saw the female guide's expression and couldn't help but sneer. Since he couldn't buy the watch he wanted, there was no need to stay any longer, so Su Ning was ready to get up and leave. But just as he was about to get up, it was as if a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, causing him to suddenly wake up. Right, how did I forget about the system? At this moment, Su Ning felt that he was a bit stupid to have forgotten that the system had a very special function. If he wanted something, he could completely buy it directly through the system. Just like the previous Koenigsegg one, it was purchased directly through the system. Otherwise, With the Koenigsegg once limited edition of 6 units worldwide, even if Su Ning had the money, he wouldn't have been able to buy it. Since the system could buy it, there was even less of a need to still leave it in the store. Since there's nothing I want, that's it. The female shopper was in a hurry, and even hated the fact that she couldn't reach out and stop Su Ning from leaving. However, before the female guide could open her mouth to persuade Su Ning, a female voice with a sneer came from the other set of sofas beside him. Richard Miller's style doesn't work either. It's true that anyone can mix in and pretend to be a customer. If we had known that just any cat or dog could come in, we wouldn't have come. Honey, why do you think there are so many cheeky people nowadays, deliberately having to ask for the most expensive limited edition, and then justifying it by saying that it's not available in the store? Not that they can't afford it. It's hilarious. I think this kind of person just comes in to cheat and cheat, right? Don't you think so, hubby? Taking the tone of her voice, as if she was intentionally stretching her voice to make herself talk daintily. These words, full of mockery, instantly filled the store with a strange atmosphere. The shoppers didn't dare to speak, because they knew that none of the customers in the store were someone they could not afford to mess with. This is a conflict between customers. They can mediate, of course, good. If they cannot mediate, cannot put themselves into it. Chapter 34, Send your face over for me to hit? Su Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, turning her head to look at the man and woman on the sofa next to her, her gaze stern as a sword. This is talking about me now? Unable to resist, the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc with a hint of contempt or even self-deprecation. Originally, I thought that I would come to a luxury brand store and encounter the rotten bridge of a guide's dog-eyed stare. However, although Richard Mille had some overbearing subterfuges just like any other luxury brand, its attitude towards its customers was nothing to write home about. This made Su Ning think that the bridge in novels and movie dramas were all whimsical and fabricated, but never thought that just when he left, the evil thing really happened. And it is not the shopper who is looking down on people, but the other customers in the store. I didn't mess with you guys, did I? Su Ning lightly laughed, as if to confirm the other side cheat food and drink statement, picked up Evian mineral water and took a sip. I heard another snicker from the side, but Su Ning's face expression was always calm. The woman who spoke was in her mid-20s, with a good figure and fashionable clothes, but her face was obviously suspected of having been processed. The man beside her was probably in his early 40s, and seemed to have a small fortune, but his aura was completely incomparable to that of a real tycoon. The real rich, often low profile, only just broke through the middle class to become rich will write arrogance on their faces all day. A middle-aged man and his mistress? Kind of interesting. Then I would like to know, which wristwatch did you guys who don't cheat on your food and drink choose? Su Ning smiled and opened his mouth as if he was chatting with a friend, not even hearing a hint of mockery in his tone. The net-faced woman deliberately pinched her throat and laughed daintily, the sound making Su Ning feel so uncomfortable that she was getting goosebumps. RM011, white gold with diamonds model. The official price is 1,490,000. We're raising the price by 200,000. How about it? Envious? The woman picked up the wristwatch and gestured at Su Ning, her face expression filled with teasing and mockery. Su Ning smiled bashfully, the corners of his mouth hard to suppress. After talking for half a day, he had thought that this pair of men and women were buying those multi-million-dollar classic styles. Unexpectedly, but it was still a $1 million basic model. Perhaps 1.7 million could already buy a mid-range model in other watch brand stores, but in Richard Mille, it would really just be a starter. What are you laughing at? Can you afford it, you? Seeing Su Ning's smile that seemed to be mocking the fact that they could only buy basic models, the woman had a sense of annoyance at being offended, and went so far as to somewhat hysterically yell at Su Ning. The middle-aged man next to her pulled her to sit down, but also aimed his spear at Su Ning. Little brother. Even though she had a bad tone, she didn't seem to say anything wrong. Good words are hard to hear. At your age, it's more important to go and struggle, rather than pretending to be a rich young man in a luxury brand store. People, you can't be vain. You should still be more down to earth. Are you right? Although his words were a little better than the woman's, he was still high and mighty, full of the big shot sense of fait accompli and superiority, completely unable to look at Su Ning. Su Ning laughed, smiling brightly. Since you all stuck your faces in front of me, if I don't smack them twice, won't I apologize for you all jumping up and down so much? Thinking of this, Su Ning immediately brain thought into the system and directly purchased the RM56-01 Sapphire Crystal model. A dazzling RM56 is quietly suspended in the system space, ready to materialize into reality. However, the cash in the card did not decrease accordingly, because Su Ning had chosen the in-store reality transaction method within the system. Right at this moment, the flagship store manager quickly walked out from the office inside, while at the same time, a few competent people outside the store walked in carrying password boxes. Manager Hao. This is the quota for this batch from the headquarters. Please check it as soon as possible. The people who came directly said to the store manager. The flagship store manager immediately greeted a few shoppers to come over, as well as the store's watch adjuster to inspect this batch of watches together. After all, even the most entry-level model of Richard Mille was $1 million, so it was not too much to be careful. Such a battle made several groups of customers look over with curiosity. Richard Mille many styles are not in stock, need to be booked, and the headquarters will be unified quota distribution. Apparently they ran into this rare distribution. Manager Hao opened several password boxes and checked each watch, with great care, but just at this time, Manager Hao suddenly let out a gasp, his tone full of incredulity. RM56? Sapphire model? How is this possible? Isn't this model limited to 6 pieces worldwide? How could it be allocated to our store? We don't have any reservations in our store either. His exclamation of surprise also attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Those who could buy Richard Mille would inevitably know a few of Richard Mille's top series, and among them, RM56 was precisely the best of them, extremely sought after. Upon hearing that the RM56 Sapphire model had arrived in the store, the degree of surprise was almost the same as that of the store manager Hao. Unable to resist the shock and curiosity, the crowd gathered around, having the opportunity to see the world's limited edition of 6 watches in reality. Of course they were not willing to miss it. The man and woman just now were also very amazed at this moment, feeling as if it was an honor to be able to take a look at the RM56, and it was not a wasted trip. It's so beautiful. The sapphire cover is simply more brilliant than the Queen of England's crown. I don't know who would be lucky enough to own such a top-of-the-line watch. Honey, if only you could buy it. The net-faced woman looked at the RM56 with eyes that were practically drawn out. The middle-aged man almost choked when he heard the woman's words and coughed violently a few times before easing up. I bought it over? You're afraid you're not kidding, right? Stop it. RM56 is on the verge of being speculated to $30 million, and there won't be anyone selling it at all. This kind of top limited edition watch is simply not something you can buy just because you have money. As a matter of fact, the middle-aged man also found it strange, and it was hard to understand why Richard Mille's headquarters suddenly distributed a RM56 to this flagship store. By this time, Manager Hao was already calling the headquarters to confirm the condition and information of this RM56. After putting down the phone, the shock in his heart was beyond words. It turned out that this watch was ordered by a Mr. Su and Ditto through channels directly from Richard Mille's headquarters. That's why Richard Mille delivered it to the flagship store in Intai Center, and the transaction was carried out in the flagship store when the time came. The problem is that by purchasing a watch this way, there is no such thing as a markup. How much energy is this to be able to order directly from the headquarters? And it's a limited edition series like the RM56. It would be really outrageous. After so many years in the business, this is really the first time he has come across this kind of thing. In that case, let's hurry up and call Mr. Su to come to the store to pick up the watch. Chapter 35, Frightened. When the store manager called the headquarters, the crowd was the one who heard it. Their reactions were similar. They all felt incredible. After all, to be able to order directly from the headquarters and have it delivered directly to the store without any price increase, the energy could be imagined. Of course, those who could spend $20 million on a wristwatch were bound to be bigwigs as well. To say that one is not envious is absolutely false. To be able to get to this level in one's life is to be truly called not living a life in vain. The store manager immediately began to call Mr. Su, and at this time, the cell phone on Su Ning's body rang. Su Ning had already realized that it was the store manager calling, so he raised the phone and gestured at the store manager. However, the store manager didn't notice and was still waiting for the call to connect. The others frowned as they listened to Su Ning's cell phone ringing. Su Ning took 2 steps forward without thinking, flashing the phone to the store manager at close range in front of his eyes while speaking blandly. My name is Su Ning. You should be calling me, right? Manager Hao looked on in dismay as Su Ning's phone screen clearly displayed his cell phone number. Where could he not understand that the young man in front of him was none other than the Mr. Su he was trying to contact? Hurrying to hang up the phone, he greeted him respectfully with a respectful and eager attitude. Hello, Mr. Su. First time meeting. It's nice to meet a young talent like you. I've always wondered what kind of person it would be to be able to order a Richard Mille limited edition directly from the headquarters. You are far younger and more elegant than I imagined. It's true that you are the most suitable Richard Mille elite. The corner of Su Ning's mouth hooked. Although this compliment was close to horse's ass and not very clever, but who wouldn't want to listen to good words? Alright, since the watch has arrived at the store, let's complete the transaction as soon as possible. Manager Hao immediately nodded in response, bowing and reaching out to invite Su Ning to go to the meeting area again. At this moment, all the customers in the store stared in amazement, feeling incredibly shocked. This unassuming young man, who was nothing but a bit handsome, was the man who had ordered the limited edition watch directly from Richard Mille's headquarters. He really couldn't be seen as a rich man at all. He was dressed in an ordinary outfit. Even if it wasn't from the stalls, it wasn't related to the big brands. He didn't wear a watch on his hand to symbolize his status. They really thought that this young man was here to cheat on his food and drink, just like what that couple had sarcastically said. But who could have imagined that he had really bought a top-model Richard Mille watch? It was an RM56. There are only 6 of them in the whole world. Not to mention if you can afford $20 million. This watch is not something you can buy with money. Is Mr. Big so low-key? Unlike the other customers who were simply surprised, the man and woman at this moment were like swallowing flies, indescribably uncomfortable and fidgety. Even if they were stupid, they knew that they had messed with an existence they couldn't mess with. They had kicked the iron plate. The middle-aged man is just a small fortune, plus fixed assets of hundreds of millions of dollars. Buy a piece of basic Richard Miller are very painful, and can casually shell out $20 million to buy Richard Miller's people. Is he can afford to mess with? Not to mention that in this process, Su Ning has fully manifested his energy. Imagine buying a $1.5 million entry-level Richard Mille yourself and needing to raise the price. This young man, on the other hand, didn't even need to raise the price of the RM56, which was limited to only 6 pieces worldwide, and was still delivered by the headquarters. When he thought of the sneering and mean words of the two of them just now, he hated that he couldn't swallow his tongue. At this level and age, he knows very well what is most important if he wants to mix in this society. I'm afraid that if people want to clean themselves up, they don't even need to do it themselves. There will be countless people who will come forward to take the initiative to solve him. His own small company, I'm afraid that in a minute to be dry down. Turning his head again to look at the woman beside him, his eyes were on fire. His eyes seemed to want to kill. Damn! This damn woman! I really should tear her mouth to pieces. Originally, this kind of woman with a net face and even fake boobs was nothing more than a bit of fun. You serve me well. The point is to be good. That charity to you some benefits is also natural. But now you even step on the horse to give me trouble. Provoke or I simply cannot afford to provoke the existence of. Why don't you go to hell? Thinking that he might go bankrupt or even end up on the street, the middle-aged man couldn't help but shiver. And the woman also lost her color at this time, looking as if she was dragged into the grove by several scavengers. It was because she was even more aware of the horror of power than the middle-aged man. The man beside her wasn't the first man she'd ever been with. Once when she'd first been adopted, that gold owner was considered a real big shot. At that time, a rich man enough for her to look up to messed with the gold master. Snapping his fingers, ashes flew away. From that moment on, she was able to truly understand the power of power. So when the gold master got tired of playing with her and kicked her away, she didn't even dare to fart. Otherwise she was afraid she wouldn't be able to see the sun the next day. And now, she had actually messed with such an existence. Although other than this Richard Mille watch, Su Ning hadn't displayed any energy, but just this watch alone, wasn't it enough? She was truly afraid. Even now, Su Ning seemed to be ignoring them from start to finish. But could you guess the mind of such a big shot? Maybe they could pinch you to death a few hundred times just by moving their little finger. They really have countless ways to make you beg for life and beg for death. At this moment, she felt like all her strength had been drained out of her body, almost collapsing to the ground. However, the middle-aged man beside her was even more unbearable at this moment. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in his chest, and a strong sense of near death struck him, causing him to slowly fall to the ground with his hand covering his chest and an agonized expression. Save! Even the cries for help were already as thin as a thread. The woman was terrified, but her hands were at her wits' end, only screaming in shock. Manager Hao, who was about to personally receive Su Ning, saw this scene. His eyes were wide with rage, and rushed up to give first aid, while not forgetting to call out for help. Whether this person died or not, he really didn't care. But please don't die in the store. Thank you. The crowd of onlookers were talking, not necessarily with any bad intentions, but watching the action was like an instinct. Su Ning was among them, with an odd expression. They couldn't have been scared by themselves, right? We are a good citizen. At most, we can only punch our face, and we definitely won't do anything more excessive. What exactly have they brainstormed? After a while, the ambulance pulled the man and woman away, and I don't know if the middle-aged man can be rescued. Su Ning did not have much mental fluctuation at the moment, much less a mental burden. It was his own fault, no one else. Only the consequences were really a bit serious. Chapter 36. Something happened to Huo Xiefeng's family's company. When Su Ning walked out of Richard Mille's flagship store, an extremely dazzling wristwatch had been added to his left wrist. RM56-01 Sapphire Crystal Model. Poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. This saying is more or less true. At least those who can afford to spend on a watch at this price point. What kind of car is nothing more than child's play for them? After getting into the car, Su Ning didn't start it right away, but rather played with it somewhat lovingly, just like a child who had gotten a favorite toy. Of course, For the sake of this toy, Su Ning had hemorrhaged money. 25 million, which had just been swiped away by the flagship store. The bank card account balance was still left at 163 million. Suddenly, Su Ning felt that something was wrong. He had clearly planned to save up to buy a large villa, so why did he suddenly buy another watch? Although 20 million might just be a matter of chauffeuring for one night, it didn't affect the big picture. But this kind of sky-high shopping behavior should be eliminated, or else you might suddenly buy something on a whim tomorrow. Well, one must control oneself. Looking at the time, it was already more than 10 in the morning. Su Ning simply drove directly back to school. I don't know what's going on, but I have to drink at noon, so I'll go back and find out. As usual, the car is parked outside the school, so as not to be too high profile. Looking at the graduation, there is really no need to leave any legend in the school. To the dormitory door pushed in, and found that the atmosphere in the dormitory and the usual atmosphere is very different. Normally at this time, probably 3 people will fight in front of the computer, passionate and forgetful. At this moment, Hua Xiafeng, the eldest, is lying on the bed in a daze, his eyes lifeless. The second, Ding Zihui, and the fourth, Deng Zihao, are pretending to be doing their graduation designs in front of the computer, but they are always sneaking glances at Hua Xiafeng, their concern overflowing. Needless to say, something must have happened to the oldest. Su Ning entered the room while secretly pondering in his mind. He's lost his love? He doesn't have a regular girlfriend, so what kind of love is he in? But besides feelings, what else could make a big boy lose his mind? Su Ning really couldn't imagine it, so he turned his gaze for help to oldest 2 and oldest 4. Oldest 3, what took you so long to come back? Just waiting for you. Let's go. Let's drink. Hua Xiafeng seemed to have come back to his senses from his stupor and directly jumped up from the bed. Su Ning looked at the wall clock inside the dormitory. It was only 10:40, and he was going straight for a drink? It seems that things are not small. However, whether or not a brother can help with something is not to say. If you can't even accompany a drink, then it's too much of a brother. Go, go, go. Su Ning's 3 men said almost in unison. They glanced at each other and guffawed. Ding Zihui, who was a bit more stable, walked in front with Hua Xiafeng in his arms, while Deng Zihao pulled Su Ning behind him. Boss's family's real estate business seems to have gone through a lightning storm. It's not good enough to go bankrupt, the kind where you can't pay back the money. Deng Zihao whispered the situation to Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but frown, feeling a little less convinced. Those big real estate companies said that it was okay to have a thunderstorm, but the boss, Hua Xiafeng's family, was a small-scale real estate company, confined to his hometown city. Where was it that big in volume? Although Hua Xiafeng didn't talk to them in detail before, the 3 brothers still understand the real estate company of the old family in general. Hua Xiafeng's dad was a veteran, starting out as a construction site foreman, and then developing into a real estate company a little bit at a time. Because of the steady character, steady and stable, and will not be as aggressive as other real estate companies, so the volume of development has never been up. At most, it is the development of 2 properties at the same time. There are certainly loans, but not to the extent of insolvency. How can it suddenly mine? I'm afraid that more specific, Deng Zihao cannot say, or later directly ask the boss it. To the hotel they often go, Hua Xiafeng directly yelled at the boss on the line. For years down the line, the boss was familiar with them all, and at this time, he looked at Su Ning's trio with a strange gaze, seemingly inquiring what was wrong with Hua Xiafeng. Nothing, big brother boss, you serve the wine first, and then for the dishes, just the usual. Ding Zihui smiles and says to the boss, then helps the boss pull out the chair for him to sit down. The dishes were frying and the wine was served first. Young people definitely didn't have the habit of drinking white wine, and they often stepped on beer cases when they came out to drink. After starting to open 4 bottles of beer, they didn't use cups and directly raised the bottle to drink. Come on, let's go. After saying this, Hua Xiafeng tilts his neck and pours it into his mouth. The 3 of them didn't say anything, and accompanied him. Can see the helplessness and sadness in the boss's heart at this moment. The family business is in trouble, but he can't do anything to help. This is for him who is about to enter the society. It's just like the cruelty of the society is shown in front of him in a bloody way. Boss, what in the world? Directly drying a bottle and putting down the empty bottle, Su Ning continued to open the wine while tentatively asking. There was no poison in speaking through. It was always better to keep things bottled up in one's heart than to say them out loud. However, just at this time, 3 people walked out of a small private room in the restaurant, all carrying wine glasses and coming towards the table of the 4 of them. Boss Hua, brothers and sisters, we were in the private room before we saw that you guys were here as well. Come on, let's toast Boss Hua and have a drink. They smiled and filled up their wine glasses, and were really in the position of making a toast. These 3 people were classmates in the same major but different classes. Usually they crossed paths but didn't interact much, just nodding acquaintances. I guess. Since they came to toast, as long as they are not opposites, naturally there is no reason to ignore. Alright, brothers go one together. Huo Xiefeng also poured a glass of wine and raised his glass bashfully, with the wine down. It's good to have something to say. And the three of them opened their mouths in a smooth manner. Boss Hua, the three of us haven't been able to sign a suitable job. Seeing that we're about to graduate and leave school, it's really worrying. Otherwise, why don't we go work at your family's real estate company? The atmosphere on the wine table was originally very strong, but once these words came out, it suddenly went cold. Not to mention that something happened to Huo Xiefeng's family's company, even if it didn't. This request was a bit too much. Now that the employment situation for university graduates is bad, a lot of people can't find a job. Assuming that your classmate's family has a company, if you have a good relationship, of course you can go to work in your classmate's company. But there is a prerequisite, is the classmate initiative, rather than you shy face proposed. But the problem is, these three people and Huo Xiefeng can't talk about how good their relationship is. They are just casual acquaintances. How did they have the nerve to ask directly? Tong Ziheo, who was the most quick-tempered, stood up violently. He could no longer help but want to dislike someone. However, the deep-faced Huo Xiefeng reached out and stopped him. Then turning his head to face the three people, he reluctantly smiled and spoke. I'm sorry, my family's company isn't doing well right now either, so I'm afraid I can't fill it with people. Chapter 37. You guys really don't want a billion. Huo Xiefeng, this person more or less some ancient chivalrous style. When you have something to ask to his head, within the scope of his ability, he usually will not refuse. If there is no such thing, maybe he will really nod to let three students to go to work in the family company. But now the family company is about to crash. Whether it can survive is still uncertain. How can still let students go to work? So he could only say sorry with embarrassment. However, his words could not be understood by the three people. The company is in bad shape? Can't go to your company to work? Simply bull asterisk 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 asterisk. If you don't want to help us, just say so. Why make excuses? The three people were originally full of expectations, but at this moment, their faces became ugly. Perhaps the expectation was too good and the result was a cruel reality. The difference was too great, making them even furious. Your family's such a big enterprise. You're still short of recruiting three more of us? If you can't, just say no. What are you talking about? I've always heard that you're the most righteous, and you can definitely solve any difficulties, so you're just putting gold on your face. I can see your true colors. You are the most hypocritical villain. I don't want to beg you. We don't care about your company. Who will be better in the future is not certain. We'll see. The three people are considered to have torn their faces. Their faces are so ugly that people can't use their fists to smash his face full of flowers. Put your mom's fart. Tong Ziheo, who was the most quick-tempered, stood up with a beer bottle in his hand, and was about to smash it over their heads in the next second. However, Ding Zihue, who was more able to keep his composure, was quick on his feet and hurriedly hugged him to death. If the beer bottle really smashed up, things would be a big deal. With the character of the other three people, it would be strange not to call the police. To the bureau, absolutely not a good end. Even if the injury is not a minor injury, the person who hit the other person will still have to face public security detention. With this stigma, the school may expel you. Near graduation if expelled. Is not this 4 years of school are in vain? Therefore, there are many ways to clean up a person, and to do it directly is the most inferior. Lao Air, don't stop me. I'll kill them. Tong Ziheo was unforgiving, desperately trying to break free from Ding Zihue as if he was an enraged beast. Seeing that Ding Zihue was about to lose his hold, Su Ning stepped forward and stopped Deng Ziheo. He gave Deng Ziheo a leave it to me look, and when he turned his head again, the corner of his mouth had already hooked into an imperceptible arc. The three clowns in front of him must be given a profound lesson that they would never forget. With the system as his backbone, Su Ning had plenty of ways to play them to death. Right now, for example, he immediately purchased a Richard Mille RM35 series watch through the system. This was also a model that he preferred, and was considered a series of watches that were a step above the base model, with the official price reaching to 1 million. However, this watch also requires a price increase, and customers often have to purchase it for more than $2.5 million. The RM56-01 on the wrist is taken directly into the system and replaced by the RM35, which materializes directly, completing this series of actions silently. Su Ning sneered as he stretched out his left hand to point at the three men in a snappy, angry voice. How do you guys have the nerve to shyly open your mouths and ask for a job? Give a piece of bone to a wild dog, and the wild dog still knows to wag its tail in gratitude. If you don't give you work, you turn your faces away? I realize you really don't want $1 billion. Does Boss Hua deserve you or owe you? Or is Boss Hua your father, so you have to do everything? I don't know who's going to do well in the future, but I do know that people like you are just trash waiting to die. Hurry up and get the hell out of here. Su Ning cursed bitterly, and also enraged the three people on the opposite side. The guy in the middle angrily stretched out his hand, about to knock off Su Ning's hand that was pointing at them. Su Ning didn't dodge, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly the moment she peeled off his hand. At the same time, the planned accident occurred. The wristwatch on Su Ning's wrist, the wristband suddenly collapsed under the force of this instant, and the wristwatch fell directly to the ground. This turn of events was, of course, designed by Su Ning. When he had materialized the wristwatch, the wristband clasp had not been fastened. The other party's hand peeled over, surely able to knock the wristwatch off in the process. Su Ning hurriedly feigned heartache and bent down to pick up the wristwatch. Needless to say, with intent, the fall was simply out of shape. You guys, acting broke out. Su Ning's face had an expression of shock and anger. However, the three people on the opposite side clearly hadn't realized the severity of the problem. They more or less still understood Su Ning, a guy whose family conditions were so difficult that he had to work hard to earn tuition. Surely he couldn't wear a good watch. Maybe it was just a $10 electronic watch. If it's broken, it's broken. So what? Get lost. Hurry up and hit your job. Beware of not being able to pay back your student loans. You won't be able to graduate then. Poor bastard. You follow Huo Xiefeng every day like a dog, wagging your tail and begging for mercy, and you don't see him giving you any favors. You're just a big, little cutie who lets people fool you. Ha ha ha. In the future, you'll just wait to go to the construction site to move bricks. The three people turned their guns around and taunted Su Ning profusely, but right at this moment, the imagined outrage did not appear. Su Ning instead laughed. Huo Xiefeng's three men were a bit confused by Su Ning, not knowing what the oldest was up to. However, Su Ning had always been the most level-headed person in the dormitory, so they chose to believe him as they thought that his words and actions must have had his intentions. The three people across the room still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem until Su Ning pulled out his phone and called Officer Wang. Officer Wang, I want to call the police. Someone intentionally broke my watch. The watch is worth $1 million. I think this should be enough for the crime of intentionally damaging public or private property, right? According to the filing standards, isn't it more than 3 years and less than 7 years? Officer Wang, who answered the phone, had thought that Su Ning was calling because she wanted the chauffeur fee for the car owner who was drunk and wanted a lady yesterday. But as he listened, he was confused. What did you say? Your watch is worth $1 million and it was intentionally broken? If Su Ning described correctly, it is indeed a crime of intentionally damaging public or private property, and the sentence is indeed less than 3 years and less than 7 years. But the question is, do you really have a $1 million watch? This is too absurd. Maybe if anyone else said this, Officer Wang would believe it. But Su Ning said that he didn't believe it, because Officer Wang knows that Su Ning can be a college student who has to work hard to get tuition money to run a chauffeured car. You're telling me that a student whose family has difficulty studying can wear a watch worth $1 million? You're not crazy, are you? Chapter 38, I'll see how long you can laugh. Although Officer Wang felt that Su Ning had infinitely exaggerated the value of his watch, after all, the police had been called and he still had to go out. So putting down the phone, Officer Wang rushed over with 2 auxiliary police officers, and at this time, watching Su Ning put down the phone, the 3 people on the other side were already unable to hold back their laughter, which was permeated with infinite mockery. Did you guys hear what he said? He said that this piece of crap watch of his is worth $1 million. I'm afraid he's not going to laugh us to death, is he? Originally, I thought he was a little cutie. Now he's not only a cutie. He's also a psychopath. You guys, should we hurry up and stay away from him, so as not to be infected by the little cutie? He's infected. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the 3 people who were laughing uncontrollably, Su Ning had a faint sneer on his face, and did not have much of a reaction other than that. You guys are laughing quite happily, aren't you? Let's see if you can still laugh later. Huo Xiefeng stood up, frowning as he walked over to Su Ning's side, picking up the broken watch from his hand and carefully observing it. The more he observes, the more shocked he is, and the more incredible the expression on his face becomes. This watch, is it genuine? Huo Xiefeng asked Su Ning in a shocked tone. He could certainly recognize what this watch was, but was unable to determine whether it was authentic or not. In fact, Huo Xiefeng was the one who liked Richard Mill's brand of watches the most, and Su Ning was technically influenced by him to like it. This was an RM35, with an official price of $1 million and a market price of over $5 million. Lausan was actually wearing a Richard Mille that even he only dared to wish for? Even though he had already accepted the fact that Su Ning had suddenly become rich in the past 2 days, he still couldn't believe it at this moment. Well, he couldn't believe it either. After all, Su Ning even had a Koenigsegg one, so a Richard Mille RM35 was really a piece of cake. Of course it's genuine. Su Ning shrugged and answered the boss's question. Act. Keep acting. I'll see how long you can act. The three people on the opposite side once again laughed indulgently, emboldened and full of mockery. Su Ning couldn't help but grunt and laugh, narrowing his eyes slightly as he spoke. That's a different word to return to you all. Laugh. Keep laughing. I'll see how long you guys can laugh. After saying that, without even waiting for the other party's furious reaction, Su Ning went straight to the hotel owner. Boss, adjust the surveillance and pass it to me. He was familiar with the boss, so Su Ning didn't need to beat around the bush. The purpose of tuning the surveillance was to fix the evidence so that the other party wouldn't deny it. Moreover, keeping the evidence in his own hands would also prevent accidents from occurring. The boss gave Su Ning a deep look, then did as Su Ning said. After a piece of surveillance video was saved in Su Ning's cell phone, he turned his head and gave an okay gesture to the three dormitory brothers. Done. At this time, Officer Wang also arrived. After seeing Su Ning, Officer Wang nodded his head in greeting. He was just about to open his mouth to inquire, but he was robbed first. Officer, they filed a false police report, deliberately making false accusations. It should be considered a crime of slander, right? And the amount of money involved is in the millions. It should be enough for a prison sentence, right? Three people opened their mouths to file a complaint, knowing the law or not. Anyway, I have heard of the crime of libel, so let's buckle up first. Officer Wang instantly understood that the three people in front of him should be the ones who broke Su Ning's watch. He couldn't help but frown, feeling ridiculous in his heart. These college students, they really could find trouble. On the one hand, they said that the watch was worth millions of dollars, and that they wanted to convict the other party of intentionally damaging public and private property. On the one hand, they said that the other party was exaggerating, and they wanted to convict the other party of libel. You say they don't know the law, but they can accurately name a few offenses. You say they know the law, right? Why are they so full of? You said your watch is worth. How much is it worth again? Any proof? Officer Wang looked at Su Ning and asked somewhat helplessly. The invoice for the purchase of the watch is in my car. I'll go get it now. Su Ning smiled and nodded, turning around and heading out the door after he finished speaking. No one would carry the invoice for the purchase of the watch with him, so he had just presented the invoice in his car, which was parked not far away. Officer Wang gave a wink to the auxiliary police around him, who immediately followed Su Ning out. Not a moment later, Su Ning came back, more than a copy of the invoice in his hand. At the same time, the auxiliary police also followed back, but his face was already incredibly strange, as if he had seen a ghost. Officer Wang took the invoice from Su Ning's hands, looked at it carefully, and immediately judged that the invoice was real. 1 million. The amount on the invoice was really 1 million. Could it be that the watch was genuine and worth as much as $1 million? With an expression of incomparable surprise, Su Ning looked at him as if he was carrying an unspeakable doubt. A chauffeur wearing a $1 million watch. Was the chauffeur too lucrative? Or was the currency devaluing too quickly? Why do you feel that the absurdity of the facts in front of you is comparable to going out and bumping into aliens? However, immediately more absurd things appeared. The corners of the auxiliary police twitching, came to one police officer's ear whispered, just now he is from the Koenigsegg supercar invoice. Officer Wang stuttered violently, and his entire being was bad. What did you say? A Koenigsegg? This chauffeur has a Koenigsegg? Are you kidding me? That's a Koenigsegg. Even the least expensive Koenigsegg CC costs over $10 million. It's just so far out of line. However, Officer Wang also knew that the auxiliary police could not possibly joke with himself. With the Koenigsegg endorsement, then the Richard Miller in front of him is much easier to accept. If at this moment, Officer Wang still couldn't realize that Su Ning couldn't possibly be just an ordinary chauffeur, then he would be too stupid. The expression that looked at Su Ning was still shocked, yet it was tinged with indescribable eccentricity. You're a rich young man, as boring as a chauffeur to find excitement? Since the watch was genuine, things couldn't be child's play. Was the watch intentionally damaged by you? Officer Wang turned his head and asked the three in a rather serious tone. The three people all sensed that something was wrong and didn't dare to take it improperly anymore, so they told the truth. It wasn't damaged on purpose. He pointed his finger at us, so I knocked his hand off. I didn't realize that the watch also fell on the ground. That's how it was broken. Officer Wang raised his eyes and looked around and saw the camera. So he went to the owner to retrieve the surveillance. The surveillance video showed him the whole process and even the sound. After watching the surveillance, Officer Wang began to sympathize a bit with the three people across the street in his heart. Although it can be proved that they are not intentionally destructive, but their actions caused the watch to fall to the ground and break is an indisputable fact. There was no criminal liability, but civil liability could not be escaped at all. In other words, how much damage had been caused? How much damage would they have to compensate? With the current level of damage to the watch, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy to repair it. even if it could be repaired. It would need at least a few $100,000, right? Chapter 39, The Boss's Dilemma. Although Officer Wang suspected that there might have been some scheming on Su Ning's part, the results were right in front of him, and I'm afraid it was enough for these 3 college students to drink a pot of water. The facts were clear and there was no need for more investigation. So after taking photos of the wristwatch from multiple angles to fix the extent of the damage, he gave his conclusion on the spot. Since it doesn't involve a public order case or a criminal case, it's just a civil dispute between you. Subsequently, you can choose to take the legal route to sue for compensation for your damages. The rest has nothing to do with our police station. After Officer Wang finished speaking to Su Ning, he turned his head to the 3 men and kindly reminded them of a few words. The invoice is genuine, and the odds are that it can prove that the wristwatch is authentic. Although it's only a civil dispute, it's a fact that you guys damaged the watch, so I'm sure he won't give up his claim. Either you agree by consensus, or prepare for a lawsuit, but the probability is that the final result will still require you to pay compensation. Save yourself some trouble if you can. After saying that, Officer Wang took the auxiliary police to leave the restaurant next to the school. By this time, the person who had knocked off the wristwatch had been completely dumbfounded, looking at the wristwatch in Su Ning's hand as if he had lost his soul. The watch is real? $1 million? It's broken like this. It's hard to say whether it can be fixed or not, right? Wouldn't you have to compensate someone for $1 million? Even if it can be repaired, I'm afraid the cost won't be small. It's not a figure that a student can have. Thinking of this, his legs have gone soft, trembling all over. More interestingly, the 2 people around him took a step back in unison, waving their hands and shaking their heads again, pointing the finger at their companion in the center. He did it. We didn't do it. Beautiful. When it came down to it, they directly drew the line. What brother or not? It's only true that one doesn't lose money. The man in the middle immediately stared at the 2 companions with wide eyes in disbelief, looking at them with horror. How could he not imagine that they would sell themselves at this time? You guys. But before he could say anything, the 2 men hurriedly opened their mouths to suppress it. You? Just say if you did it. Did we do it? There's no relation between the wrongdoer and us. Su Ning, when you prosecute, just prosecute him. After saying that, the 2 walked away without looking back, turning into a fast run after a few steps and fleeing. Only the man was left dumbfounded, as if his entire world had collapsed. Su Ning couldn't help but cry out a secret pity. It was still quite regrettable that he hadn't been able to drag them in as well. However, this guy in front of him was the mastermind, and just now he was also the one who had been cynical and insulting in a conspiratorial manner, so being able to pull him down was considered complete. Not caring at all if the other party hadn't come back to his senses, Su Ning opened his mouth with a sneer. Now I'll send the watch to the Richard Mill After-Sales Center for testing. When the results come out, I'll send you a list of repair costs or proof that it can't be repaired. If you don't recognize the appraisal results, you can also find a national authoritative appraisal institution to conduct the inspection yourself. At that time, you'll just wait for the court summons. It's good that it's just a civil dispute. The school won't expel you. That's lucky, isn't it? After saying that, Su Ning shrugged his shoulders and smiled in a way that made the other guy's scalp go numb. That guy didn't know when he was gone, as if he was a walking corpse, tripping several times in a row on a short stretch of road, almost falling into the street tree. The 3 brothers looked at Su Ning with complicated eyes, and for a while they actually didn't know what to say. Isn't it a bit of a big game? How could that guy afford to lose millions of dollars? An ordinary family. Not everyone can casually shell out $1 million. However, it's really a relief to say no. If Lao Sen wasn't here, they would have been so angry with each other that they would have fought. And the consequences of fighting at this time is undoubtedly very serious. Not good enough to be expelled directly. Even the diploma and degree cannot get. And Su Ning's way of dealing with this was simply a descending blow. More torturous than killing. Well, this kind of villain doesn't deserve sympathy at all either. They grovel in front of you when you're in power, and strut in front of you when you're out of power. When you can get the benefits of 100 compliments, cannot get the benefits of the time immediately changed to the most vicious face. Such a villain. Give him a most painful lesson on the right. After this not-so-small interlude passed, the table resumed its bustle, and the 4 of them continued to drink. Of course, Su Ning still had to drink less. After all, he had a chauffeur to drive at night. Although he was a little embarrassed, when the month of chauffeuring ended, he would definitely accompany his brothers to have a good drink. The most important thing in front of him was still enlightening his boss. Hua Xiafeng. Boss, tell us about it. What exactly happened? Feeling that the drinking atmosphere was almost over, Su Ning raised his glass to Hua Xiafeng. Hua Xiafeng was already intoxicated and gradually opened up, finally spilling out what he had been holding in his heart for the past 2 days. After listening to his story, Su Ning has a general understanding of the matter. His family real estate company is developing a commercial housing project. The construction process because of poor supervision, the quality of the entry of the concrete problems. In fact, this in itself is not a particularly big thing, only the relevant part of the rework on the good. However, the local housing construction department has issued such a provision. The use of substandard building materials, building components and equipment leading to the main structure of the building. There are serious quality hazards. Do not allow the project for pre-sale. The pre-sale system is key for real estate companies to be able to ensure a healthy cash flow. If they are unable to pre-sell, they will not be able to return the loan from the bank in time, leading to a series of capital chain problems. Now his family's real estate company is facing such a problem. Relying on the sale of houses back to the money cannot repay the loan. Banks are calling for debts, and the following suppliers and contractors realize that it is not good, and also want to close the payment. Even the project is now stopped. No way to continue. If they really had no choice, they would have to transfer the project at an extremely low price. However, this also meant that the foundation that their family had built up over the years would be empty with it. In fact, as long as they can get a sum of money, they will be able to survive this crisis. Hua Xiafeng's dad even thought of borrowing money from the underground bank, but this is too big a risk. If there is a little accident, not only will the family be broken, but also people will die. Looking at the disheveled boss, Su Ning blinked and asked, "Boss, how much money does your company need to survive the crisis?" He had told his brothers that he had inherited hundreds of millions of dollars. And boss, when their family had reached such a crisis level, they didn't even ask themselves. I'm afraid that the gap in funds was so big that it wasn't even a few $100 million that could fill it. In that case, I'm afraid that the 100 million or so in his own card wouldn't really solve the problem. Chapter 40 Matters that can be solved with money are not matters. At the same time, he was also wondering. He had always thought that the old big company was just $1 billion in size, but he didn't realize that he had underestimated it. Hua Xiafeng couldn't help but sigh and said honestly, at least 200 million is needed. It wasn't that he hadn't considered asking Su Ning, but even he didn't think that Su Ning could help him solve the problem. Indeed, Lao San had said that he had inherited $1 billion legacy. However, everyone knew that assets often didn't exist in the form of cash, but more in the form of fixed assets. Even with an inheritance of several $100 million, it was absolutely impossible to casually come up with $200 million in cash. Since it couldn't solve the problem, why even open the mouth? And at this time, hearing the 200 million from Hua Xiafeng's mouth, Su Ning was instantly straightening her back. I thought it would take a lot of money, so it's only $200 million. That's good. Although Su Ning definitely didn't have $200 million on his card right now, he had just spent $1 million to buy the Richard Mille RM35, and still had a balance of over $160 million, close to 200 million. Not an exaggeration at all. As long as the chauffeur wasn't particularly unsuccessful, 2 nights could definitely be taken care of. With the system in place, Su Ning had an absolute bottom line. Matters that can be solved with money are no big deal. My boss, you're really underestimating me. Didn't I say I inherited a few $100 million? Why didn't you say so? I thought I couldn't even fill the hole. Wasting my feelings. Drink yourself a toast. With that, Su Ning glared at Hua Xiafeng in a bad humor and began to pour Hua Xiafeng a glass of wine. Hua Xiafeng's eyes widened in surprise and he stood up, his face full of incredulity. What? Lao San can fill this hole? In other words, $200 million can be taken out just by saying so? This is too exaggerated. 100 emotions surged up in Hua Xiafeng's heart, already too shocked to speak. Ding Zivue and Tang Zihao reacted similarly, feeling incredibly absurd and unbelievable. Knowing that his brothers didn't believe it, Su Ning didn't talk much, directly taking out his cell phone and opening his mobile banking, lighting up the balance for them to see. 6091, 0242, 00. What a long string of numbers, counted half a day, only to determine is 160 million. 3 people who did not say anything. You look at me, I look at you, all from each other's eyes saw almost shocking shock. There was so much cash in the card. Doesn't that mean it's not difficult to get $200 million? Doesn't that mean that the crisis in the boss's family's company can be lifted? Probably no one would have thought that such an incredible turnaround would come at the end of a mountain of water. I'm afraid that after the shock, there was only one doubt left in their minds: how much did the oldest inherited? They wanted to go home and ask if they had a second grandfather who had been stranded in a foreign country. Such a second grandfather. They also wanted. Old 3, don't say anything, it's all in the wine. Boss Hua Xiafeng's mental pressure steeply lightened as he slammed a glass of beer. He hadn't even doubted that Su Ning would lend him money, even if it was an astronomical figure like 200 million. In his place, if his brother needed money and he happened to have it, he would also lend it out without hesitation. After a few people clinked glasses and drank, Su Ning directly transferred 160 million from his card to Huo Xiefeng. Don't ask why he was able to transfer such a large number at once. Asking is for VIP users. Boss, the remaining 40 million will be given to you when I pore over it in the next 2 days and get enough. Su Ning smiled. The so-called rewinding was just an excuse. He was required to earn it out through chauffeuring. Huo Xiefeng hurriedly called his dad, and then the money was transferred. Originally, Huo Xiefeng's dad was so worried that he couldn't eat or sleep in the past 2 days, and his hair fell off by the handful. So many years of the foundation of the industry will be torched. He even had a shortness of mind. But I never thought that my son's side of the good news, the son's dormitory brother, can lend his family 200 million. This makes him feel incredibly absurd. Simply cannot believe. What kind of fairy brother is this? So many years, he himself is not no brother friends. Usually call brother and brother to eat, drink and play, but the key time but one more than a flash fast. Simply cannot count on. But the son's brother, but without saying a word directly dumped over 200 million. Ridiculous himself also urged his son to make friends with a few more eyes. Thinking about it, I feel defeated. I am not as good as my son. The matter is resolved. The boss was Xiefeng, also drunk, by the three brothers gluttonous back to the dormitory. Su Ning drank more than 1 bottle of beer and also slept in the dormitory to sober up. To be cautious, after waking up, he did not immediately drive, although he did not feel drunk. But I am afraid that driving at this time is still counted as a drunk driver. He first went to the police station to find Officer Wang. It wasn't about the wristwatch, but about yesterday's chauffeur fee. Officer Wang saw Su Ning coming at the police station and couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Why are you here? Didn't I say that this matter doesn't need the police station anymore?" Su Ning waved his hand and smiled. "It's not about the watch. Where's the owner of the car I sent over yesterday who's been looking for a lady? You said you'd help me ask for the valet fee." Officer Wang's expression and eyes instantly became incomparably odd as he listened to Su Ning's words. "What did you say? You came to ask for a chauffeur's fee? You're wearing a multi-million-dollar watch and driving a multi-million-dollar Koenigsegg. So a chauffeured ride is already outrageous enough, but now you're even making a special trip for $100? Are you rich people really that idle? The thinking that you should save and spend is so deep-rooted? Is it possible that you are not rich because you don't have this kind of thinking?" After half a day's reprieve, he finally came back to his senses from his unspeakable surprise. "After sobering up this morning, we found out that he had a record of looking for a lady, so he was detained. The chauffeur fee has also been requested for you. $100. You can take it when you register." Su Ning was speechless. "The money I earned from my hard work as a chauffeur is not stolen money, so why should I register it?" But belly aching to belly aching, he still honestly registered and got the $100. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $100. 100,000 times increase reward 10 million yuan. Late but arrived. Another 10 million has arrived, and there's still 30 million to go before the 40 million that still needs to be given to the boss. Spell it out at night and try to get it done in one night. After leaving the police station, Su Ning directly took a taxi to the Yingtai Center and left the broken RM35 in the store. Although he didn't know how the system operated, no matter the perception of the store manager or the shopper, the watch was the one Su Ning had bought in the store. "Young Su, I will immediately send this watch to the repair center to determine the repair items. Just leave it to me. I'll send you the results as soon as I have them." Manager Hao was incredibly attentive. Being able to serve such a big shot like Su Ning, the random leakage of benefits from the big young man would be enough to fill his mouth with oil. Isn't that how connections are made? Chapter 41. Well, it's a transformer, coming out of Yingtai. Su Ning hit the car again and rushed to Xiaodong's kindergarten. It was time to pick up Dong Dong. "Big brother, you're here?" Little Dong ran out of the classroom and pounced on Su Ning, who had already squatted down. "Say goodbye to your teacher." Su Ning smiled at Xiaodong Dao. "Bye-bye, Teacher Lu." Little Dong obediently turned back to wave goodbye to the teacher. Originally, Teacher Lu wanted to say a few words to Su Ning, but at this time there were other parents coming to pick up their children, and by the time she sent out the children, Su Ning had already walked away with Xiaodong. "Big brother, why aren't you driving your handsome car?" As Su Ning pulled Xiaodong towards his house, Xiaodong asked in confusion. Su Ning touched Xiaodong's head and smiled. "Big brother drank a little wine at noon. It's not suitable to drive right now." Xiaodong nodded his head plausibly, then tilted his smiling face and asked, "Then brother, can you drive me tomorrow? You want brother to drive you?" Su Ning looked at Xiaodong's face and asked with a guffawing smile, "Why? They all say your car is a transformer. We made a deal today. If big brother you let your car transform in front of them tomorrow, they'll give me all their snacks." "Big brother, is that okay?" Listening to Xiaodong's simple request, Su Ning really wanted to give him a chestnut on top of his head. "Do I look like a transformer to you? Why don't I give you a little transformation?" Seeing Xiaodong's meaty loss, Su Ning really couldn't help but cry and laugh, and hurriedly changed his words. Alright, it is a transformer. But you have to know that even transformers can't just casually transform in public. They need to hide their identity. Only when on special missions will they transform. The rest of the time they are just ordinary cars. Xiaodong nodded with seeming understanding, his mood finally improving. When they arrived at Xiaodong's neighborhood, Xiaodong played with his buddies downstairs. At this time does not need Su Ning to do anything, as long as a little stare. Do not let the bad guys to Xiaodong abducted away on the line. Of course, there are not that many bad guys. At 6 o'clock, Little Dong's father finally returned. Little brother, please, this kid Little Dong is still obedient, right? Su Ning smiled and nodded. Xiaodong is quite obedient. He doesn't even need me to take care of him much. Isn't that right, Xiaodong? He now had quite the experience of bringing up a child. For a child of this age, adult approval was more important than anything else. Aha! I'm obedient. Little Dong proudly raised his little chin in a very proud manner. After chatting for a few moments, Su Ning excused himself. At this time of the day, he was ready to go directly to the hotel and find a restroom to rest and relax, waiting for the peak of the valet driving in the evening. And after he left, Xiaodong spoke to his dad with very expectant eyes. Dad, can we get a Transformers car at our house? Xiaodong's dad thought he was talking about Transformers toys, and smiled as he stroked his head and said, Go, it's fine now anyway, I'll take you to buy it. Upon hearing this, Xiaodong immediately jumped up and down with joy. Yay! You can ride the Transformer in the future. Xiaodong's father smiled, thinking that children are easily satisfied. However, wait until the toy counter in the mall. Xiaodong looked at his father handed him Transformers toys, a face of naivety and bewilderment. Dad, I want a Transformers car. Xiaodong's dad blinked. Yeah, isn't this a Transformers car? Dad, it's a car that can drive, not a toy. Xiaodong felt that his dad was fooling himself, and wanted to cry when his mouth pouted. Xiaodong's dad was puzzled, a bit not understanding Xiaodong's meaning. Don't cry first, Xiaodong, tell your dad what you really want. Xiaodong's small hands kept gesturing, but kept emphasizing that it was a Transformers car. It's the car that Big Brother drove when he dropped me off this morning. It's a Transformer. Hearing this, Xiaodong's father drifted off and had a guess. What Xiaodong was talking about was probably Xiaosu's car, right? The car Xiaodong drove in the morning and then was missed by Xiaodong? Maybe the car's shape is more special. The child thought it was Transformers, while coaxing and pulling Xiaodong out of the toy counter, sat on the seat in the middle of the mall. After pondering for a while, his family's BMW 5 Series has been bought for 5 or 6 years, and it's almost time to replace the car. He and his wife are considered enlightened parents. Since there are children in the family, it should also respect the child's ideas and opinions on top of some things in the family. Children now have a favorite car. They can refer to it. Thinking here, Xiaodong's father opened his cell phone to understand the car app, looking for the list of models to Xiaodong see. You see which car you like? Xiaodong took the phone, slowly scrolling down, but the expression on his little face became more and more anxious. How come all these feel so much like Daddy's car? I don't want this kind of car. I want Big Brother's Transformers car. Little Dong's father hurriedly changed the option from a sedan to an SUV, but Little Dong still shook his head repeatedly. Is it hard to believe that it's an MPV or an RV? But when he showed these models to Xiaodong, Xiaodong was still in denial. No, Dad, how come you can't understand? I'm talking about the Transformers car. Xiaodong's dad was on the verge of tears. What's a Transformer car? It couldn't be an electric car, could it? In desperation, Xiaodong could only call Su Ning. Xiaosu, what kind of car did you drive when you sent Xiaodong to kindergarten this morning? Little East has been clamoring for me to buy him a Transformer car like yours. I have this. Listening to her baby daddy's helpless tone, Su Ning couldn't help but want to laugh. However, there was nothing to hide, so he immediately answered truthfully. Koenigsegg 1. I drove the Koenigsegg 1 to drop off Xiaodong in the morning. I don't know who told him that this car is a Transformer. Xiaodong's father is not a sports car enthusiast. It feels vaguely as if he has heard of this brand of car, but the specifics are unknown. After hanging up the phone, he immediately searched on the car knowledge app. The next second, the eyes almost did not bulge out. The whole person is not good. Koenigsegg 1? Limited edition supercar? $50 million? Xiaosu drove Xiaodong to kindergarten in a $50 million supercar? At this moment, it was like witnessing an alien invasion of the earth as absurd and unbelievable. Xiaodong, can you see if it's this car? Feeling incredulous, he hurriedly asked Xiaodong to look at the photo on his cell phone. Yes, it's this car. Super Transformer. Everyone says it can turn into an Autobot. Dad, is it okay for our family to buy this car? Xiaodong was jumping and dancing with excitement, but his dad was so dumbfounded by the whole thing, so shocked that he couldn't speak at all. Our family buy this car? How about I sell you? Chapter 42 Chauffeur-driven fast food? It was no wonder that Xiaodong's father would react this way. Although the couple's incomes were not bad and they had their own house in the imperial city, adding up all of their family's assets, including the house, was only about $10 million. Even if all of it was converted into money, it wouldn't be enough to buy a Koenigsegg one. Not to mention the Koenigsegg one, even if it was the lowest priced car of the Koenigsegg brand, they still couldn't afford it. It's outrageous. Who would have believed that the college student they hired to help them transport their children for $1,000 was driving a $50 million limited edition supercar? It felt as ridiculous as if their company's cleaning aunt was actually the landlord of the entire building. However, there was another dilemma in front of him now. That was how he would explain to Xiaodong that their family could not afford a transformer car. During the evening dining rush hour, the restaurant was getting chauffeur-driven orders one after another. Su Ning's first order went well as usual, earning plus 50. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $50. 100,000 times increase reward 5 million yuan. The second single, however, immediately began to give Su Ning a hard time. First to 5 Continents Home, then to the Silver Valley next door. The two middle-aged men, after getting into the car, directly told Su Ning the location. This was probably the name of the two neighborhoods, which Su Ning wasn't familiar with, so he directly opened the navigation on his phone. The journey was actually quite smooth, although it felt like the two men had drunk quite a lot of alcohol, but at least they weren't unconscious. About half an hour later, it arrived outside the 5 Continents Homes neighborhood, parked the car. Su Ning first got off to help the back row pull open the door. Only at this time both people got out of the car and said goodbye to each other there. Su Ning did not care. After all, the vast majority of people drink after the words or more. To really pull up gossip, say a night are possible. So he leaned against the side of the car, waiting for the two to finish their pleasantries and goodbyes. However, after waiting for almost 10 minutes, he realized that something was wrong. Where were the people? Why were the people gone? Where were the two people who were so big just now? Fearing that they had an accident, Su Ning hurriedly closed the door and locked the car, then ran over towards the place where the two had just spoken. No, then to the neighborhood to find any possible hiding place he looked. There was really no one in sight. Su Ning almost went crazy. What the hell is going on here? How could two living people just disappear? If they hadn't been drinking, then Su Ning wouldn't be worried. The key was that they had been drinking, and drinking a lot. If something happened, Su Ning would not be able to escape the responsibility. Anxious, Su Ning hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the neighborhood and asked the security guard on guard duty, "Brother, just now there are two people who drink into the neighborhood?" The security guard scratched his head and said a little strangely, "It seems like there were indeed two people who drank just now, but they separated at the entrance. One entered the neighborhood, and one left to the east." Su Ning followed the direction of the guard's finger and found that it was also a neighborhood. "That's Silver Valley?" The security guard nodded. "Yes, that's Silver Valley." Su Ning took a deep breath, her entire being bad. The two people had said their destinations when they got on the bus. One was 5 Continents Home and the other was Silver Valley. Odds were that they lived in them separately. Now it's good. Two people to the place directly home. The car does not care. Really can't help but laugh and cry. Really what strange things can let him encounter. What should we do now? There is no phone. Not to mention do not know the two people live in a specific household. How to give them the key? When he tried to ask the security guard, he shook his head and said he didn't know what unit or number the owner lived in. He then refused Su Ning's request to access the surveillance to determine the trajectory. Surveillance can't be adjusted casually. Our property company has a rule that only the police can tune the surveillance. Su Ning instantly felt deeply helpless. Apart from the first order of the day, it was really hard to run through the rest smoothly. He couldn't just wait here until the next day when the two people sobered up and came to pick up the car keys, right? With no choice, Su Ning could only drive the car back to Li Ji Private Cuisine and then give the keys to manager Lu. The owner forgot all about the car. Wait for them to come looking for it tomorrow. But when they come to look for it, don't forget to ask for the chauffeur fee for me. Nothing less. Su Ning reminded manager Lu. Manager Lu nodded his head in response, although he still had a hard time understanding Su Ning's idea of having to do the chauffeuring, but the boss had ordered it, so it was good to carry it out. When he returned to the cashier's desk to wait for his job, Su Ning was still speechless for a while in his mind. What did you run into again? Master Wang looked at Su Ning's appearance and knew that he was afraid that something had just happened to the order, and asked smilingly. Su Ning told the story once more. Sputtering, Master Wang couldn't help but laugh, and only after laughing did he comfort Su Ning. Chauffeuring as a chauffeur for a long time, you'll realize that you can encounter anything. It's still the same sentence, only you can't think of it. There's nothing you can't meet. By the way, to tell you an interesting thing, to ensure that you can't even think of it. When he said this, Master Wang's face even revealed a somewhat lewd expression. Su Ning couldn't help but hook the corner of his mouth into an arc. You're not going to drive, are you? As expected. It really has something to do with driving, right? Old chauffeurs like us all have groups. Yesterday there was news in the group that the Imperial City now even has a chauffeur fast food. This fast food is not a meal. You should know what I mean, right? Now there are those kind of female chauffeurs wearing black silk and OL outfits. And when they get in the car, the owner of the car who has been drinking can touch them at will. It's even perfectly fine if you ask her to find a place to park and you guys get away with it. As you can imagine, most men can't control their spermatozoa after drinking, so they must find a place to park and have a shot. However, their charges are much more expensive than ordinary chauffeurs, and they can't get off without $1,000 or $800. This is a different kind of flesh business. Su Ning blinked, feeling extremely shocked. It could still be like this? Good lord. People nowadays were also really capable of thinking of ways. It's simply a safer way to buy and sell spring. The police simply cannot be caught, unless caught in flagrante delicto. Otherwise it can be said that they provide a chauffeur service. I seem to remember the internet before the hot topic of MS delivery to this new way of trading. I didn't realize that even the chauffeur service has been developed now. It's a good thing that everyone isn't from the same track. Otherwise it would really take away the business of ordinary chauffeured cars. At this time, a customer came to the cashier to ask for a chauffeur. Master Wang cheerfully went to run a single. Not long after waiting, Su Ning also received a single. Before going out, he had already silently prayed, but do not have any problems. Amat Ba Buddha. Allah is above. God bless. Chapter 43. How do you drive a car? Su Ning fell to the Chinese and foreign gods he could think of begged once, but the moth still came as promised. Hello, at your service. Still with the standard service language greeting hello, but in response to him is not a good scolding. Do not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Hurry to get on the car. Do not see the children are sleepy? Su Ning could not help but be speechless. Another self-professed upper-class person who doesn't treat the service staff as human beings. The old couple brought their grandson to dinner. The old man drank wine. The old lady couldn't drive, so she called for a chauffeur. The grandson is about 4 or 5 years old, about the same as Xiaodong, but without reason. Su Ning felt afraid that he was a bare child. I don't want to say anything. Hurry up and finish this order. But Su Ning just sat in the driver's seat, the bare child in the back row crying more than, don't touch my car. I won't let you touch my family car. Grandpa, you hurry up and get rid of him. Su Ning hadn't thought to pay attention, thinking that the child's grandparents could coax the child. But who would have thought that just as he stepped on the gas to start, the bare child reached out from behind and grabbed his collar with a deadly grip. Frightened, he hurriedly stepped on the brake, and then hung up the P gear. His heart was afraid. Fortunately, the speed has not yet up, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. However, what made Su Ning feel unbelievable was that the old couple hadn't coaxed the child, as if the scene just now hadn't happened at all. What's the point of stopping? Hurry up and drive. Can't you see that the child is so sleepy that he's throwing a tantrum? The old man had a stern face and said to Su Ning in an unfavorable manner. Su Ning burst into flames, forcibly suppressing his anger and turning his head. I'm a chauffeur. I have no problem providing services for you, but I'm not your servant. You have no qualifications to call me names. If you guys think you're masters or lords when you pay the valet fee, then I'm sorry. I won't serve you. You guys find another valet. His tone was bad. Since you don't respect me, then naturally I don't have to respect you. This one less order from you can't affect my life. I won't serve anymore. After saying that, Su Ning unbuckled her seatbelt and wanted to get out of the car. Why is this young man so grumpy? Our old man is used to being a leader. He talks like this. Forget it. Don't take it personally. Just drive. The old lady, see you're so late. Want to find another chauffeur, still need time. The child is sleepy like this, how can it work? So she said a few soft words, trying to get Su Ning to hurry up and drive. The old man does not feel that he has any problems, just want to speak, but was held down by the old lady. Su Ning really wanted to get out of the car regardless, but thought that since the other party more or less had an attitude, it wasn't too appropriate for him to throw people off the road in the middle of the night, so he refastened his seatbelt. Little friend, Uncle knows you're sleepy, but as long as you're quiet, Uncle will soon be able to drive to your house. If you are good, Uncle has a lollipop on him for you. Although he still had to drive, in order to prevent the bare child from messing up again. Su Ning smiled and coaxed. The lollipop on his body was prepared for little Dong during the day, and there were still leftovers. However, the little boy didn't respond to his words. Instead, the old lady was unhappy again. You hurry up and drive. Still need you to coax the child? We don't care about your lollipop. Su Ning's nose was almost askew. What kind of people was this family? They don't know what's good and what's bad. Forget it. I'll just send it to you. Out of sight, out of mind. Thinking of this, Su Ning kicked on the gas and sped towards his destination at the speed limit in the city. But the more he wanted to get rid of such a customer earlier, the worse it was. As the car was moving, the little boy made a scene again, suddenly leaping from the middle of the back row to the front row, directly pulling Su Ning's steering wheel. Although the little boy's strength was certainly not as strong as Su Ning's, when Su Ning was driving, he naturally didn't have a death grip on the steering wheel. This caused the steering wheel to be turned at a large angle when he was caught off guard. The sedan violently changed direction and crashed towards the roadside street tree. Su Ning was startled, and in a flash of lightning, he reacted quickly, immediately stepping on the brakes continuously. Fortunately, he did not step on the brakes to death, so that the car did not overturn, but the braking distance is not enough, or hit the street tree. Fortunately, the people in the car are all fine. Su Ning and the old man and woman in the back row had all fastened their seatbelts, and the little boy was also being held by his grandfather at that moment. Rushed to check their situation, found no major injuries. Su Ning and get off to check the car's situation. The front hatch cover has been deflated a large piece. Looks like the inside parts are also damaged. I'm afraid it cannot be opened. It seems that we can only call a tow truck. At this time, the old man and the old lady holding his grandson came down from the car. Has been furious. How did you drive the car? You want to die, right? Just like you still contemporary driving? You wait, this matter is not finished. To say that my grandson has any good or bad, I will let you pay for your life. Looking at the almost unreasonable old man, Su Ning almost laughed in anger. A nameless fire rose, and his fists clenched uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the fact that they were too old, Su Ning really wanted to let them know why the flowers were so red. How did I drive the car? Can't you see a child grabbing the steering wheel? Can you turn right and wrong just because you're old? Old but not dead is a thief. Probably means old misers like you. I'd like to see how you can make me pay for my life. The first thing about honoring the old is that you have to be worthy of respect. With contraptions like this, where was the need for respect? Therefore, Su Ning no longer cared about anything and directly disliked it. You, the old man angrily pointed his finger at Su Ning, his face distorted. Cut the crap and hurry up and call the insurance. Don't go to bed until the matter is dealt with. Su Ning coldly grunted and said without a trace of humor. Only then did the old man remember that he still had to deal with the accident, and subconsciously had to call the insurance company. However, the phone had just dialed, when a flash of light appeared in his mind. He then hung up the phone. His car only has compulsory insurance, no commercial insurance. I'm afraid it cannot cover the loss. So, it was still necessary to find a wrongdoer to pay for it. The car was driven by you. You as a chauffeur should ensure safe driving. Now that you're in a car accident, why should I be allowed to report it to the insurance? The money to repair the car will have to come out of your pocket, as well as the three of us. The examination fee, medical fee, nursing fee and so on, all have to come out of your pocket. Listening to the old man's certainty plus the rogue tone that ate him up, Su Ning almost laughed in anger. Let me pay? And also this fee and that fee? It's obvious that you want to blackmail people. Simply hilarious. I will accompany your grandmother's leg. Do not want to waste time with this kind of people. Su Ning directly dialed 122 accident phone. After explaining the accident location and accident situation, waiting for the traffic police at the same place. Chapter 44, Officer Wang, I'm afraid you don't have a bit of Conan's physique. It's useless for you to report to the traffic police. You drove the car, so you have to pay for it. Whoever comes is the same reason. The old man was a bit colorful, but he didn't admit defeat on his lips. Su Ning grunted and laughed, nonchalantly snapping, if the traffic police decide I'm responsible, I have no second thoughts. But right now, you shut up. The old lady looked at the situation, seemed to have no idea, so she hurriedly called her son. Not long after, a police car with flashing lights came. A traffic police officer got out with an auxiliary police officer and walked over. Who drove the car? Explain the situation. Although there was a vague guess, it was still necessary to follow the process of asking for records. Su Ning was just about to answer when the old man snatched his mouth from the side. He drove the car. He's a chauffeur. Look at what the hell he drove. He scared us to death at the time. But before he could finish, the traffic police interrupted him. You say it later, now I'll ask him. Traffic police are most annoyed with this. Did not ask you to wait, has been robbing to say the most delay in the case process. The old man may really be a leader is used to. Eyes glaring, do not know what is called convergence. How can I not speak? I'm the victim. What's your police number? I want to file a complaint against you. The traffic police were speechless. Every time they dealt with this kind of accident involving the elderly, it was very troublesome and left you with nothing to do. The tone of voice cannot be heavy, and it is always nonsense. Completely helpless. Okay, you say. The traffic police said helplessly. The old man seemed to be victorious, smugly opened his mouth to speak on. I drank during dinner, so I got a chauffeur at the hotel. But this chauffeur technology is not good, character is not good. If not already driving, I do not use him, but he's good. Driving, directly run off the road and hit a tree on the side of the road. If you can't drive well, don't drive today. It's not like you're trying to kill yourself. You hurry to let him pay. Repair money, and the three of us all kinds of expenses. Traffic police listen to the inner suspicion. Can contemporary driving? How the technology should also be over the top. How is it possible to drive a car and hit a tree? This kind of mistake, even a novice will not make. Then look at Su Ning standing on the side with a bland expression. He probably had a guess. You're a chauffeur? Then tell us what happened. The traffic cop walked up to Su Ning and said in a businesslike manner, I was driving normally when the child in the back row suddenly reached out and tugged on the steering wheel, causing the car's direction of travel to change before the accident happened. A sentence to make a complete description. Traffic police guessed in his mind, if you exclude the possibility of chauffeur fatigue driving and drunk driving, this is probably the truth. But the old man was next to him and immediately quit. Don't listen to his nonsense. My grandson didn't even grab the steering wheel. It's just that he's not skilled enough on his own. Hurry up and make him pay for it. Traffic police feel a headache. He is only responsible for giving the conclusion of the accident responsibility. But you are because of the chauffeur's skill is not good or the owner's grandson grabbed the steering wheel to cause the accident. He cannot care. Master, I can't judge this matter. Now it's better to hurry up and call a tow truck to tow the car away. It's too late. You guys go home and rest first. Wait for tomorrow or find another time. You guys come together to the traffic police brigade to deal with it. After registering the relevant information, the traffic police officer said to the old man, that won't do. If he runs away again, where can I find him? We must make him pay today. I've just asked my nephew who owns a car repair store, and a trip to the 4S store in a case like this would cost at least $30,000. And my partner and I and my grandson all have to go to the hospital for checkups. And I don't care if he asks for more. Give us $40,000 and he can go. The old man's attitude was incomparably tough, as if anyone had to listen to his command. The traffic policeman was very speechless and just wanted to say something, but was stopped by Su Ning. Comrade traffic cop, it's better if I do it? After saying that, he turned around and looked at the old man smilingly. Are you sure your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to compensate $40,000? Not with a questioning tone, as if asking did you eat in the morning? The same. The old man hadn't reacted yet, but the traffic cop already knew what Su Ning was up to. However, what followed had nothing to do with him, so he wouldn't say anything. The old man didn't know what Su Ning meant, but he knew that Su Ning definitely wasn't holding anything back. However, in his opinion, Sun Monkey couldn't turn over Buddha Rulai's palm, so he didn't think Su Ning could make any waves. Yes, that's right. Su Ning laughed, smiling brightly, paying no further attention to the old man. He directly took out his phone and dialed 110. I want to call the police. After the car accident, the other party committed perjury and extorted me for a huge amount. My current location is. After reporting to the police, Su Ning smiled and sat on the side of the road, waiting for the police to arrive. The traffic policeman blinked, and said that it was true. Just now he guessed that this chauffeur really wanted to call the police old man extortion. Alarming the old man for extortion is really not a feint trick, but it is entirely possible to send the old man in. For example, two cars collided in an accident. If one of the drivers DUI, that will certainly find a way to private not through the traffic police, so as not to be severely penalized. And this time, the other car owner if the initiative and clearly proposed compensation amount significantly more than the actual loss, then it is suspected of extortion. Even if the DUI driver compensation at the time, after the fact can be completely back to the fact that you extortion police. And like this accident, even if in the end is the responsibility of the driving, the old man asked for compensation is obviously more than the actual loss. Strictly speaking is not also suspected of extortion. Not to mention, this chauffeur is likely to have evidence to prove that the accident is not self-inflicted. And then, the old man is even more suspected of hiding the facts perjury. Simply do or die. Not a moment later, another police car with flashing lights came. Su Ning took a look and was happy. The police officer who got out of the car he recognized, and hadn't dealt with much recently. Officer Wang, how come you're the one out on the police? Is this also your police station's area? Su Ning greeted Officer Wang with a smile. Officer Wang was also a bit confused when he saw that it was Su Ning, his expression odd and incomparable. Did something happen to you again? Why does it feel like you have a Conan physique? After greeting him, it was still necessary to follow the formal case handling process to ask questions. Soon, Officer Wang understood what was going on. He then asked what Su Ning had just asked. Are you sure your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to pay $40,000? Like the traffic police, Officer Wang basically judged the situation at hand and didn't want to make things impossible to resolve. However, the old man still didn't hear the subtext. Chapter 45, Compensation of 150 million for drunk driving. Su Ning, do you have proof that his grandson grabbed the steering wheel? Officer Wang walked up to Su Ning and inquired. Su Ning nodded, but he didn't want to show it to Officer Wang. He was still thinking of putting this sufficiently overwhelming evidence in the courtroom to directly lock the old man's criminal facts. But Officer Wang guessed his thoughts at this time and advised. I know you're angry and want to send him in, but it's not that easy, and even if it goes to court, odds are it won't work. First of all, he wants 40,000, and while it's certainly a lot more than the damages, he can also say that he wasn't aware of the exact price of repairing and inspecting the car. Then there's your evidence. Even if it's released when the time comes, he and the old lady can claim they didn't see it. So, in the end, the odds are that they won't be held criminally responsible. Hearing Officer Wang's words, Su Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. Although reluctant, he had to admit that this analysis made sense. But for him to just let it go like that, he really wasn't willing to do so. How about this? You release the evidence, and I'll try to mediate to get him to pay you more money. How about that? Officer Wang sort of found Su Ning's weakness and smiled. Su Ning's eyes lit up. If he couldn't help the old man, asking for a little more money was also good. After all, after the system increase, $100 was 10 million. There was no need to be upset with money. So Su Ning nodded and showed the video to Officer Wang. In fact, after the previous lesson, Su Ning bought a GoPro-like miniature camera and hung it on his chest. He didn't expect it to come in handy today. In this video, it was just enough to be able to see the child's hands coming to grab the steering wheel. With this conclusive evidence, Officer Wang can completely take the old man. Calling the old man to one side and presenting the facts and reasoning, he soon made the old man lose his sophistry. In particular, Officer Wang's sentence was the most damaging, since it's now clear that the responsibility lies with your grandson, and you, as the guardian, are responsible for all the damages. If this chauffeur bit the bullet and said he had a headache and went to the hospital wouldn't have kicked him out. Think about it, how much would you have had to pay out of pocket in medical bills and lost wages if he had stayed in the hospital? Anyway, I've made it clear to you, so decide for yourself. If the car had commercial insurance, the old man wouldn't have to worry about anything. After all, everything was paid for by the insurance company. But in the case of only compulsory insurance, I'm afraid the money will have to be paid by him. So even if he is reluctant, he can only fight in Su Ning private compensation, $1,500. This is not Su Ning's initiative, but after Officer Wang scared them, they voluntarily compensated. Of course, at first the old man wanted to give Su Ning only 200, and even felt that 200 are more. But Su Ning is not at all accustomed to his problems. Directly covering the head said headache, to call 120 ambulance. Frightened, the old man hurried to raise the code. After all, the ambulance is all about money. Out of the car a trip also need a few $100s. When the $1,500 got his hands, the system beep had already sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $1,500. 100,000 times the increase in the reward of $150 million. The compensation is also earned. No problem. Next to him, the old man was so heartbroken that he had a heart attack. Not only do you have to pay out of your own pocket to repair the car, but you also lost $1,500 to the valet. It's just bad luck. Seeing this scene, even if you earn 150 million does not feel too relieved. Su Ning is feeling much more comfortable. But just at this time, a sedan on the road speeding, even rushed to this side. A long sound of brakes. The crowd was startled, hurried to dodge. Bam sound. The speeding car hit the street tree damaged car parked there. Good guy. Such a coincidence. Second accident. Good thing just have brakes. Although hit, but not serious. The sedan opened the door and walked down a man in his 30s to get out of the car and shouted, Dad, Mom, where is everyone? Look which chauffeur. So powerful. Hearing this, anyone realized that it was the son of the old couple who came to support Mom and Dad. Of course Su Ning is not afraid, not to mention the police are there. Even if the police are not there, what can he do to help himself? He didn't want to take the initiative to cause trouble, but others did it first. Self-defense counterattack to understand. But at this time let Su Ning expression odd is, this middle-aged man walking even in the shaking, and speech are slurred big tongue. I'm afraid he's not drinking, right? Traffic police also found this point. Happy to live. Immediately got on the car, took out the standard blowing alcohol detector, and then disliked to the middle-aged man in front. Traffic police, checking for drunk driving, please cooperate and blow. The middle-aged man froze, subconsciously want to blow, but then reacted to his own drinking, shaking his head repeatedly. I'm not blowing, I'm not driving either, I'm blowing chicken feathers. His words gave the traffic police all a blank stare, crying and laughing, with an urge to curse. That's right, it's true that you're not driving right now, but you just got out of the car. Please cooperate with me. I'm going to conduct an alcohol test on you now. Officer Wang took a look at the situation and also walked over to assist, preventing the man from escaping. First warning, second warning, third warning. After 3 warnings, 1 traffic police officer and 1 civilian police officer, the 2 of them worked together to directly hold the middle-aged man down there. What are you guys doing? You can't talk properly. You let go of him. The old lady saw that her son was being held down on the ground, and was so distressed and anxious that she was about to come up and hit the police. However, there were also 2 auxiliary police on the scene, and directly set the old lady aside. I want to file a complaint against you. You guys wait for me. None of you will be good. The old man was so furious that he was going crazy. Su Ning, however, was happily watching the fun from the sidelines. This was much more interesting than a drama. How things would be handled afterward. Su Ning could imagine it. The old couple's son was drunk like that. Definitely reached the drunk driving standard. According to the latest regulations, it would require a detention of 1 to 6 months, and that guy not only drunk driving, but also caused a traffic accident. Certainly according to the upper limit of punishment. I'm afraid that for the next 6 months, the kid who likes to grab the steering wheel won't be able to see his dad. Not only will he be in custody, but the family will have to break the bank. Both cars were damaged to varying degrees, and the cost of repairs is by no means a small figure. The point is, the second accident was due to the driver's DUI, and even if the car had commercial insurance, the insurance company wouldn't cover it. I'm afraid this lesson will stick with this family for the rest of their lives. It was also deserved. Anyway, at this time, Su Ning's heart was gorgeous and painful. He waited for the 2 police to pull this strange family away before he took a taxi back to Li Ji Private Cuisine and waited to take the next chauffeur order. Chapter 46. Can you drive a crane? Back at Li Ji Private Cuisine, he waited for a long time, but did not wait for another order. This somewhat made Su Ning a little helpless. If it wasn't for this strange family delaying him so much, I'm afraid he would have been able to take another order today. However, once he thought about the fact that he had just earned $150 million, the displeasure was instantly dispersed, leaving him with nothing but beauty. Yes, even if you run another single, you can't run $150 million, $1,500 of chauffeur single. Afraid not to run to Chiluo. Don't forget the owner of the car to come to drive tomorrow to give me the chauffeur fee. On his way out of the hotel, Su Ning didn't forget to remind manager Lu one more time. Only then did he walk to his car, go online to the driver's side of the chauffeur driving platform, and wait for an order to be dispatched. Although he didn't know what the platform's dispatching logic was, but for a chauffeur like him who was online for too short a period of time every day, he certainly wouldn't be prioritized for dispatching orders. The fact is also true. Waited for almost half an hour, only finally sent an order. Quickly right slide to accept the order. Take a look at the trip. The heart is happy. Quite far. Foot nearly 20 kilometers. Chauffeur fee is definitely not low. Silently pray. Hope this single smooth it. Quickly start the car. Ready to drive to the starting point 3 kilometers away. However, just after the ignition, the cell phone rang, showing an unfamiliar number. Just after taking the order, Su Ning guessed that it should be the owner of the car calling, and had some things he wanted to confirm with himself. Hello, is this a chauffeur? The phone just connected. Not even waiting for Su Ning to speak, the other side spoke first. Yes, I'm the chauffeur. I'm preparing to rush to your place right now. I can arrive in about 5 minutes. May I ask what you need? Su Ning asked, maintaining a polite tone. Originally, he had thought that the owner just wanted to confirm the order with himself, or maybe he wanted to ask for help in bringing a bottle of water or something. But he didn't expect that the other party would just straight up not be able to straighten him out when he opened his mouth again. Can you drive a crane, Su Ning? What the hell is a crane? Probably realizing that Su Ning did not respond, the opposite side added, it is a crane. 500 tons. Can lift heavy objects that kind of crane? Su Ning was suspicious to the extreme in his heart, not knowing why the other party was asking this kind of question. What exactly do you want to say? I want to say that I drive a big crane. If you can drive it, you come. If you can't drive it, I'll cancel the order. Su Ning opened his mouth slightly but did not make a sound, falling silent. It was really hard to know what to say. Even this moment felt like the entire world was absurd. Letting out a cry from the bottom of his heart, can't you just let me run a single order smoothly? What kind of weirdness is this? What's wrong with this? Crane trucks. Is this something a normal person would drive? Why don't you let me drive a fighter jet? I have a C1 license. Can I drive that thing? I'm really off the mark. Bye. After saying that, Su Ning directly hung up the phone. He then searched on his cell phone and finally came to a conclusion. To drive a crane, you need a B2 driver's license, and you also need a crane operator's license, which is also known as a special work operator's license. He didn't know how to spit on this crane driver. You drive a crane, what the hell are you drinking? Even if you drink, you have to find a chauffeur? The broken crane put there and come back tomorrow to drive away cannot? Do you really believe that the chauffeur has a B2 license and a crane operator's license at the same time? If you really have these two certificates, why run a chauffeur-driven car? Directly go to drive a crane is not finished. Driving a crane is definitely more profitable than running a chauffeur-driven car. It is really laughable. I am afraid that this looking for a chauffeur crane driver has called several chauffeur, but cannot open the crane. Maybe, this night he will be in the call for a chauffeur and goodbye between the back and forth through. Looking at the time, it was almost 12 o'clock. Su Ning is ready to wait a little longer. Up to 12:10. There is no single go back to sleep. At 12 o'clock, the driver's side interface of the chauffeur app suddenly pushed a single. Su Ning had been sleepy, suddenly energized, immediately right slide to take the order. I don't look at the specific details of the order. Anyway, the last order, after running to sleep, start the car toward the starting point. In my heart, I also prayed silently, hoping that this order will go smoothly, then added a sentence. I hope the owner is not driving a crane. Arrived near the starting point, managed to find a parking space to park the Koenigsegg in, and then got out of the car to look for the owner. The owner of the car was a middle-aged man around 50 years old, although his height was not too high, but his aura was very strong, giving people the feeling as if they were successful people. Of course, the Rolls-Royce beside him could also prove this very well. Hello, did you call for a chauffeur? Su Ning asked with a polite smile. The middle-aged man nodded happily, and surprisingly, he enthusiastically took Su Ning by the shoulders. Yes, I'm the one who called for a chauffeur. After saying that, he handed Su Ning the car keys and pointed to the Rolls-Royce behind him. This is my car. Drive it. Su Ning was still a bit uncomfortable with the other party's enthusiasm, and wanted to break away without moving, but failed. The other party actually stopped him very hard. The force was definitely not normal. His heart instantly began to beat the drums, and he actually had the feeling that he had gotten into a pirate ship. Coercing himself? Unbelievable. Is to let himself drive to the wilderness of the ambush of many people. Wait until they're directly karma his waist? No wonder he thought too much. After all, the system had already told him that he would encounter many unexpected events. Danger, of course, is also included in the unexpected events. Receiving the key, his mind turned 100 times, looking around but did not find anyone else, which made Su Ning even more puzzled. Could it be that this middle-aged man had extraordinary skills and was confident that he could eat himself alone? Otherwise, how could he guarantee that he would definitely get on the bus? And just as Su Ning was rambling, the middle-aged man took the initiative to help Su Ning open the driver's door, then released the hand that was wrapped around his shoulder and burrowed into the back row, and at the same time opened his mouth. It's really worrying me to death. I just called several chauffeurs, and when they saw it was a Rolls-Royce, they all said they didn't dare to drive it for fear of breaking it. I repeatedly assured them that as long as they didn't do it on purpose, they wouldn't have to pay for it, but they still said they wouldn't do anything. I'm really afraid you'll run away too. I'm sleepy. I still want to go home and sleep. Su Ning cried and laughed. How could he not expect things to unfold like this? But thinking about it, it did make sense. If he really had to rely on a chauffeur to support his family, then I'm afraid that when faced with a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce, he would have to be scared in his heart. Even if the owner of the car said as long as it is not intentional hit also do not have to pay. But rich people really want to find you trouble. You simply have no way to resist. Therefore, often give up this single is the most secure choice. Of course, this is very indifferent to Su Ning, not to mention letting him repair the car after the crash. Even if he bought another one, Su Ning wouldn't blink an eye. This was the backbone that the system gave him. Chapter 47 Another $50 million. If the driver was a Rolls-Royce, he was bound to be a big boss who was quite successful. Otherwise I'm afraid that being so high profile wasn't a good thing. However, the big boss is also very grounded. All the way to chat with Su Ning, there is no lofty feeling. On the contrary, it has just made some money of the tycoon look down on the general public, often feel that they are superior. Sure enough, there was a reason why people could be successful. It was also worthwhile for him to learn that he couldn't just float up because he was suddenly rich. Of course, with such a crazy money swiping system himself, he was considered a godly man in a sense. I have no intention of messing with anyone, but I am by no means afraid of anyone either. Probably the biggest role of the system is that it allows him to be more spontaneous. After sending the Rolls-Royce owner to his destination, Su Ning received the biggest tip he had ever received since practicing his profession. I also had no choice but to make a half-hearted effort to call a chauffeur on the DDT platform. I'm a bit old, and I can't understand some of the functions of my cell phone. Let's do it this way. You cancel that chauffeur order and I'll pay you cash on my side. With that, the Rolls-Royce owner took out a few red $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to Su Ning. It's really troublesome today as well. You called several chauffeurs who didn't dare to drive. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I'd still be there blowing off steam. The extra money will be your hard-earned money. Su Ning didn't expect to receive a tip for using the platform to take orders, and couldn't help but be a little overjoyed. After saying a few thank yous, Su Ning cancelled the chauffeur order on the drop platform before receiving the money from the other party. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 500 renminbi. 100,000 times increase reward of 50 million renminbi. According to the billing on the valet driving platform, he actually only needed to pay $67, but he didn't expect that the other party would pay him $500 at once. Although for the rich man who can drive a Rolls-Royce, 500 won't be on his mind, but for the ordinary chauffeur, 500 is likely to be 2 nights of hard labor. To give was a favor, not to give was a favor. This was the biggest tip Su Ning had ever received. Although the young man who had previously allowed him to overtake him in his sports car had ultimately given him $600, that wasn't considered a tip. It could only be considered a bet. Scoring $50 million in one go, without considering the fluctuations in the company's market capitalization. I'm afraid that not even a few people would be able to make money this insanely. The bank card balance surprisingly broke the 200 million mark historically. You know, after lending 160 million to his boss was Xiefeng during the day, his account balance was almost empty, and one night down, not only did he make the 160 million back, but there was an overflow. After transferring 40 million to the boss tomorrow, he was left with 160 million. Su Ning really didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. Originally, after lending all the money to the boss, he still had some regrets that his big villa plan needed to be delayed, but now it seemed that not only did it not need to be delayed, but it was even likely to be completed ahead of schedule. Time is late. Su Ning thought about it, did not return to the dormitory, close to the hotel, to find a room. After hastily washing up, he slept in a haphazard manner. Fortunately, the alarm clock woke him up in the morning, otherwise it was too late to rush to the Little East. Hurriedly, without even washing up, he hurried towards the small East house. In the end, he finally arrived before Xiaodong's father left the house. However, at this time, Xiaodong's father was looking at him with an incomparably odd and complicated look. It was really hard for him to accept such an outrageous fact. A young chauffeur was driving a limited edition Koenigsegg one worth more than $50 million. I'm afraid that no one else would find it so easy to accept. What is even more difficult to understand is that you are so rich, but also as what kind of chauffeur? He remembered when Su Ning said, but work study. But you, this kind of wealth, where is called what work study, is clearly a micro-visit to experience the plight of the people. Well, no matter what, people at least take good care of Xiaodong, and Xiaodong is very willing to play with this big brother. This is enough. After Little Dong's father went out, Su Ning simply washed his face at Little Dong's house before refreshing himself a bit. After all, there were still a few things to do during the day in his schedule today. Big brother, why aren't you driving a transformer today? When he went out and realized that he was walking to kindergarten, Xiaodong immediately pouted, feeling that Su Ning was not keeping his promise. Su Ning slammed his head. He had forgotten about this matter. After the last order of chauffeuring was completed yesterday, he directly parked the car downstairs at the hotel and left it there in the morning when he didn't want to drive. Brother forgot. It's my bad. How about this? I'll make sure to have Transformer pick you up at night. We can pull the hook. I'll never forget this time. Su Ning stroked Xiaodong's hair and extended his hand with a smile. Xiaodong happily pulled the hook with Su Ning and even stamped it. Then it's a deal. Then he waved goodbye to Su Ning and turned around to enter the kindergarten. At this time, he could feel the gazes of many people around him resting on him. There was curiosity, envy, and even more jealousy. Needless to say, it must be the fallout from yesterday when he drove a supercar to send Xiaodong off. Although this was the imperial city and there were rich people per capita, the gold content of a supercar was still something that many people had to recognize. After all, even if the houses in the imperial capital were more expensive, this one Koenigsegg was enough to replace several houses. Su Ning didn't pay any attention to these gazes, as he had long since realized that with the crazy money swiping system, he would have to get used to being noticed. After sending Xiaodong off, Su Ning rushed back to his hotel room to continue lying down and resting for a while before driving to the Yintai Center after the morning rush. Young Mr. Su, welcome, because he knew Su Ning was coming. Manager Hao had already waited at the entrance and greeted him warmly and respectfully. After chatting for a couple of sentences, Su Ning went straight to the point. Manager Hao, is the damage appraisal and repair list out yet? Manager Hao immediately handed Su Ning an exquisite file bag. It has been appraised. Inside are the damage appraisal report, the repair list, and the relevant informational letter. All of them are stamped by the Richard Mill After Sales Service Center and have legal effect. If there is anything that needs us in the follow-up, we will definitely cooperate fully. Serving wealthy customers well was a necessity for luxury brands, and a young man like Su Ning, who bought multi-million-dollar watches without batting an eye, was undoubtedly a customer they had to enlist. Su Ning nodded happily and said thank you, then opened the document bag. The language on the several documents was quite official, and at a glance, it was in the format of an official document. The first damage appraisal proved that the watch could be restored through repairs and would not be completely scrapped. The second one listed the parts that needed to be replaced as well as the costs. What Su Ning really cared about was this figure. Chapter 48. Thanks. There is being comforted. $740,000. Replacement parts plus labor hours, etc. will cost a total of 740,000 yen. Compared to the watch's $1 million asking price, it can't be considered high. Watch repairs are not quite the same as car repairs. Often cars have an overall ratio of 300% or more, and luxury brands can even exceed 600%. It can be interpreted as taking all the parts off the car and selling them for more than 3 times the price of the whole car. However, wristwatches don't have such a high P&L ratio, and the price of the parts is not much more expensive than the finished watch. At least Su Ning felt that the figure of $740,000 was very appropriate. It can give the guy a lesson he'll never forget, but not to the point of driving him to his death. Leaving the Intai Center, he went straight to the law firm that he had made an appointment with yesterday. That's right, he planned to leave all the subsequent claims to the lawyers. When you have money, you don't have to do everything yourself, and it's better to leave some things to the professionals. Hello, Mr. Su, please take a seat. One of the partners of the law firm, a lawyer surnamed Hua, received Su Ning in his office. In reality, such a small case, and a civil case at that, often didn't require the presence of a big lawyer. The only reason why a partner of the firm could receive Su Ning was because the assistant lawyer had just seen Su Ning coming down from a supercar. If the executive car is because of the business needs, it is very likely to be swollen face to buy, and supercar that is definitely a toy of the rich young man. To be able to drive a supercar meant that there were definitely coins in the pocket. Maybe this case is small, but as long as the relationship is established, there may be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sitting on the parlor sofa in his office, Su Ning picked up the hand-ground coffee sent over by his assistant attorney and sipped lightly, acting very blandly. Although he hadn't experienced it before, he still said that things that could be solved with money weren't called things. Anyway, he didn't really care about the small amount of lawyer's fee. Everything else was secondary. Handing the document bag to Lawyer Hua, while Lawyer Hua was reading the documents, Su Ning spoke up in a good-natured manner. The odds are that he won't compensate directly, so it'll require a lawyer to step in. I'll send you the relevant video evidence later. Maybe he'll argue that I intentionally lured him into breaking his watch. How to refute him will need you guys to worry about. I guess that won't be difficult for you guys? Lawyer Hua finished reading the documents and watched the video Su Ning had passed on to him, a bit of a surprised expression appearing on his face as he pondered. $1 million Richard Mille watch with a repair price of $740,000. This charge wasn't really outrageous, and with a stamp from the Richard Mille After-Sales Service Center, it was certainly not a problem. The problem is not here either, but in the process of the other party breaking the watch. Although it is true that the other party opened Su Ning's hand during the process and caused the watch to fall to the ground, but the watch is worn on the wrist. How can it fall so easily? I'm afraid that this matter couldn't be taken any further, especially after Lawyer Hua inadvertently saw the Richard Mille RM56 on Su Ning's wrist. His heart was even more certain. How ruthless. If he still didn't understand Su Ning's intentions at this point, all these years as a lawyer would have been for nothing. Young Mr. Su, don't worry. There's absolutely no problem with handing this case over to our law firm. As long as you give sign a power of attorney, we'll fully represent this case, and the follow-up doesn't require you to worry a bit. As for the fees, usually for cases involving property relations with a subject matter between 500,000-1,000,000, we charge 4% to 8%. This time we'll charge according to the lowest standard of 4%. What do you think? Lawyer Hua put down the file bag and patted his chest to assure him, and in the end, he even promised to charge according to the minimum standard. Lawyers' charges are often very high. For example, divorce lawyers will ask for property division 10% of the lawyer's fee, and now according to the 4% attorney's fee. If the other party really pays $740,000 in the end, then Su Ning will have to pay $30,000 to the law firm. It is not really high. It was thought that it was also a discount that the other party had purposely given themselves in order to make a good relationship. Okay, then I'll ask you guys to do it. When the case is over, I'll treat you to dinner. Su Ning signed the authorization document and agency agreement without hesitation, and got up to shake hands with Lawyer Hua to say goodbye. Originally, He had planned to go straight back to school to work on his unfinished graduation design, but halfway there, he received a call from Ning Bing. In a bad mood, take me for a ride. Just after connecting, Ning Bing's tired voice tinged with helplessness came from the other end of the line. Who messed with our Miss Ning Bing? Tell me, I'll take it out on you. Su Ning pulled over and said smilingly, it's not that old hag investment director of the company. Basing herself on the fact that she has a relationship with LP, she flaunts her power. Especially look at my eyes, every day to find my trouble. It's so annoying. Ning Bing gritted her teeth as she spoke, clearly not having suffered much. Last time Su Ning knew that Ning Bing was in the financial industry, working in an investment company. He thought that the financial industry was high and mighty, but from Ning Bing's current state, he was afraid that it was just a glamorous appearance. What does LP mean? As a good student, if you don't understand, you have to ask. Only then did Ning Bing realize that Su Ning was not a member of the industry, so he simply explained. GP is a general partner, equivalent to a partnership to open a company. LP is a limited partner. The equivalent of the latter put the money in the company to the company's operations, waiting for the dividends, only out of money and not the kind of effort. Su Ning dawned, so this is what it means. Is this old hag your leader? If it can really target you, then you quit. Anyway, there's a place for us to stay. We won't take the heat. Su Ning smiled and consoled. Not knowing the situation of Ning Bing's company, he really couldn't make any good suggestions. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of idea did you come up with? Thank you. There was being comforted. If I quit, you'll support me? Su Ning was happy and joked. If you can't, you can work with me as a chauffeur. It's quite lucrative. Ning Bing was speechless. The chauffeur does make money. Make money till you can drive a supercar. Okay, hurry up and pick me up. I have to relax today. After saying that, Ning Bing hurriedly hung up the phone. Su Ning guffawed and turned the car around towards Ning Bing's home. Unlike those girls in the playground, vain women or fake celebrities who always wanted to be a big spender, Ning Bing was a very independent woman in the workplace. Although Su Ning hadn't figured out exactly how to develop their relationship, he wasn't opposed to having more contact with her. Let's just let everything take its course. After 20 minutes, he drove to the downstairs of Ning Bing's house. From afar, he saw Ning Bing wearing very casual clothes, an orange half-sleeved shirt on the upper body. The chest was proudly held up high, very much trying to attract the eyeballs. The slim jeans appeared to have straight and long legs, and a pair of hipster sneakers were on her feet. This kind of outfit was really out to relax. Chapter 49. You have $120 million? Beauty, want to go for a ride together? Su Ning parked his car in front of Ning Bing and joked with her in a punkish manner. Ning Bing made an angry face, revealing her cute little tiger teeth, and pinched her little fists at Su Ning, with a strong tendency to want Su Ning to look good. He couldn't help but laugh and helped Ning Bing open the car door. Miss Ning, where do you want to go to relax? Ning Bing clearly already had a plan, and blurted out, first, I'll go pad my stomach, then go watch a movie, then go to a hotel. However, just after she finished speaking, she felt that something was wrong and swished her face red. What a shame and embarrassment. How did he say hotel as well? Su Ning was also stunned by Ning Bing's sudden driving. Then he laughed out loud, so happy that he slapped the steering wheel. No laughing, no laughing. I said no laughing. Ning Bing was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, frantically clenching her pink fists and pounding on Su Ning. What a cute woman. Alright, stop it. I'm going to drive. Su Ning begged for mercy. Although Ning Bing's beating didn't hurt, she couldn't drive properly. It was hard to wait for Ning Bing to stop hitting. The death-defying Su Ning squeezed her eyebrows and said, how about we skip ahead and go straight to the hotel? Ning Bing swore that if it wasn't for the fact that Su Ning was already driving, she would absolutely have to die with Su Ning. It was so humiliating. I really hated that I couldn't find a crack in the ground to burrow into. Tell me about the investment company. Su Ning hurriedly changed the topic and said, of course, he did want to learn about it is all. He was already sitting on a crazy money swiping system, and in his opinion, no means of making money would be as easy as systematically swiping money. However, no matter how much money there was, leaving it in the bank card was just a number. And apart from giving people a gasp of amazement, it didn't bring him any more influence. Only by converting this money into investments or industries could it truly be transformed into a measurable influence. This is also true. If there was only money, it would still be easy for truly powerful people to find trouble with you. But if your every move can affect the fate of countless families, then others want to move you must weigh. Although it may not be in a hurry, but first plan up is always no problem. Ning Bing this industry insiders. The first to understand the financial investment things, Ning Bing unscrewed the mineral water and drank a mouthful. Finally relieved a little blush and embarrassment, slightly speculative asked, you want to understand the financial investment? The eye-smart one guessed Su Ning's thoughts at once. Su Ning nodded and gave Ning Bing a thumbs up. Alright, then I'll probably tell you about it. The company I work for is called Green Pine Capital, and it currently has 2 GPs and 6 LPs, controlling assets of roughly $600 million. Our company focuses on angel investment and VC is venture capital, targeting early and mid-stage projects. After all, the company's strength is not particularly strong, and it simply can't compete with those top-tier investment companies in some good projects. In addition to capital investment, there is also fiduciary-type wealth management. Only this is not our main business. Su Ning nodded his head while listening, having a general understanding of Ningbing's company, controlling an asset size of $600 million. It was still a bit less powerful than he had expected. Originally, in his opinion, how should such an investment company have $1 billion? Then how much money has been injected into the LP that is related to the old hag investment director in your mouth? Su Ning asked with considerable interest. Dingsure Finance, the largest LP in our company, has invested roughly $120 million, but Dingsure Finance's overall scale is mostly larger than our Green Pine Capital, and their investment channels are also diversified. Hearing the old hag, Ningbing couldn't help but grunt, obviously still furious. Su Ning couldn't help but ponder, bubbling up with an interesting idea, and spoke in a seductive tone. You say, if I also acted as an LP and invested $120 million in your company, wouldn't you also be able to sit in the position of investment director and not have to suffer from the old hag's bird's breath? Ningbing's delicate body gave a start, her expression incomparably odd as she looked sideways at Su Ning, her face full of shock and doubt. You have $120 million? Su Ning nodded. More than that. Receiving this answer, Ningbing took a deep breath, the sense of absurdity in her heart growing stronger. However, once she thought about the fact that the car she was currently sitting in was worth $50 million, it didn't seem so hard to accept. In her heart, she cried and laughed some more. In all honesty, she really didn't picture Su Ning's money. How could she possibly think that a young and handsome chauffeur would be a rich young man? These two identities were not even close to each other. Taking a few deep breaths, she tried to calm herself down, waiting for her mood to calm down before slowly speaking. If you have $120 million, why do you need to be an LP, and directly set up an investment company? Okay, as an LP, you only contribute money, and you don't have much say in investment decisions. Wouldn't it smell good to start your own investment company and make your own decisions? Her tone was somewhat hateful, but once she thought that Su Ning didn't understand any of this, she could only smile bitterly. Su Ning pondered, feeling that this was indeed a direction. However, he still wanted to take care of his big villa first before talking about anything else. The two of them watched a comedy movie, and Ningbing seemed to have a bit of a low laugh point, laughing nonstop throughout the entire scene. But after laughing, her mood was instantly much better, and her work worries were pretty much forgotten. Su Ning did not need to ask anything. After watching the movie directly pulled Ningbing to find a hotel to open a room. Natural spontaneity. Water. The next time, the room is as beautiful as human beings. Afterwards, Ningbing lay on Su Ning's body, the afterglow lingering, her shy and lustful face carrying a heartfelt sense of fulfillment. Oh, right, I bought a bag with the money you transferred to me last time, and then also bought you a belt. Suddenly, as if she remembered something, Ningbing quickly got up from the bed and went to look for her bag, quickly taking out a beautifully packaged box with a very conspicuous logo on it. Although Su Ning wasn't interested in these luxury brands, he at least knew something about them. Hermes men's belts. The price is going to be 40 to 50,000, right? Su Ning really didn't expect that Ningbing would even spend a lot of money on a belt for himself. This wasn't like those vain girls who couldn't empty your pockets of every penny. The only thing that made Su Ning laugh bitterly was that he really didn't need a belt yet. He was still a student and wore sweatpants and casual pants mostly, so I'm afraid such a belt would be most suitable for those elite businessmen. But since it was Ningbing's intention, how could Su Ning make a big deal out of saying something useless? Not bad, I like it a lot. Su Ning wrapped his arms around Ningbing and smiled, while his right hand became dishonest again. Chapter 50. I'll make sure not to let the Autobots be captured by an evil organization. Su Ning's actions elicited a pout from Ningbing in a flavorful manner. Needless to say, what followed was naturally the pinnacle moment when the two of them were once again discussing the sword in Huashan. Needless to say, this kind of thing is very physically demanding. Anyway, Su Ning's legs were still soft when he walked out of the hotel in the afternoon. Driving Ningbing home, look at the time is almost. Directly drive to Xiaodong's kindergarten. In the morning, I promised Xiaodong that I would drive a transformer to pick him up, so I can't go back on my word. When picking up Xiaodong, this child is incomparably excited, jumping and jumping, almost as if he wants to return to his ancestors. Brother, you really drove a transformer here. Hurry up and let it transform. I have promised my little friends. They all want to see Transformer transform. Brother, is Transformer able to fly? Can we let it take us up into the sky and fly around? Not only Xiaodong, Even the few children around Xiaodong were showing expressions of hope, obviously really wanting to take a ride on the transformer. Su Ning opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. Anyway, he was crying and laughing, crying and laughing. You couldn't reason with children. The world in their eyes was not at all the same as the world in your eyes. But he understands these children's thoughts. After all, when he was a child, he himself also fantasized that he could own a transformer. It was cruel to break the innocence and imagination of small children. So Su Ning decided to guard their childhood. Xiaodong, didn't brothers say that to you? Autobots have to be hidden in human society. They can't just be exposed. How did you forget? And you want it to transform? Do you really wish to see it reveal its identity after it transforms and then be captured by an evil organization? Su Ning deliberately said in a mysterious and also serious tone. As soon as the several children heard this, they hurriedly covered their mouths and shook their heads repeatedly, their expressions becoming tense. No, 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 I don't want it to be taken. It won't change. It won't change. We must guard this secret and never let the Autobots be exposed. We'll work with the Autobots to defeat the evil organization. As expected, small children only had justice in their hearts and could not tolerate a bit of evil. Su Ning gave them a thumbs up. You guys are great. This kind of praise left the several children completely defenseless, each one puffing out their chests and holding their heads high, as if they had just saved the planet. The few parents beside them couldn't help but laugh. They too were not expecting the young man driving the supercar to be so good at coaxing their children. Picked up Xiaodong, accompanied Xiaodong downstairs at home to play for more than an hour, waiting for Xiaodong's father to return before leaving. Su Ning first went back to his dorm room and transferred the remaining 40 million to his boss, Hua Xiafeng. No need to count my investment. There's no rush to pay back the money. We'll talk about it when it slows down. Anyway, you know, I don't have much to spend. Seeing that Hua Xiafeng wanted to say something, Su Ning hurriedly consoled. He didn't want to hear Hua Xiafeng say anything melodramatic. They didn't want to engage in this between their brothers. Tang Zihao and Ding Zihui of course understood Su Ning's thoughts, so they deliberately got weird. Lao San, there's also a situation with my family's company operations. You hurry up and transfer me $700 or $800 million to deal with the emergency. Tang Zihao wrapped his arm around Su Ning's shoulders and said cheekily. Ding Zihui, also not willing to lag behind, followed. I recently had a good project, invested 400 million. Half a year later to return you 600 million, 100% annualized rate of return. The oldest three you follow me together with the investment, right? Originally more or less melodramatic atmosphere, by the two people to get broken. Su Ning, of course, knew the intentions of the two of them, only still laughing and spitting up. Old for your family has a fart company, not just a broken hotelet, but also 700 or 800 million in response to an emergency. Why don't you say directly listed it? Lao Air, listen to me to say thank you. This kind of ROI 100% project, you play by yourself. I can't afford it. Hip-hopping for a while, Su Ning left the dormitory and went straight to Li Ji private food. Buy down the hotel is good. The night do not have to eat cafeteria. Directly let the kitchen fry 2 dishes on the line. Just arrived at the store. Manager Lu immediately came to report. Mr. Su, the customer who threw down his car yesterday came to pick it up. He asked me to convey an apology, and also left behind $100 for the chauffeur fee. Saying this, he handed Su Ning a red $100 bill. He knew exactly what Su Ning wanted, and although he didn't understand, he immediately gave Su Ning the money. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 100 yuan. 100,000 times increase reward of 10 million yuan. The moment Su Ning received the money, the system's beep immediately sounded in his head. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. This was the feeling of crazily swiping money could be really great. After chatting with manager Lu and encouraging him some more, Su Ning went to the lounge and ate a small meal before returning to the cashier's desk to prepare for the job. That, little Su, or else you'll be the first to take orders from today onwards? As soon as Master Wang saw Su Ning, he opened his mouth with a smile. Although he couldn't figure out the specifics, Master Wang could still more or less see some clues. At least manager Lu's respectful attitude towards Su Ning was enough to speak for itself. Moreover, Old Li had been driven away, and even though he hadn't seen it at the time, in retrospect, Old Li had just tried to bully Su Ning and then had been whisked away. I'm afraid, this unassuming young man has something to do with the new boss. Master Wang didn't want to follow in Old Li's footsteps, so he took the initiative to take a step back and seek peace. Su Ning couldn't help but be slightly stunned, but after figuring it out, he lamented at Master Wang's cleverness. Sometimes taking a step back is really a big step forward. Su Ning was certainly not someone who made a big deal out of nothing, and he was willing to abide by reasonable rules. So after he bought Li Ji private cuisine and became the owner, he still didn't bother to change the order-taking order of the chauffeur. But now since Master Wang had taken the initiative to do so, regardless of whether he did it out of sincerity or whatever. Su Ning naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, if you are the first to receive an order, it is entirely possible to run an extra order out at night. According to the average, every 3 or 4 days can run a single calculation. A month will be able to run more 7 or 8 single. And this 7 or 8 single increase in income is almost $500. After the system reward increase, it would directly become 50 million. Even if Su Ning was so crazy about swiping money now, he would never not put 50 million in his eyes. After all, this 50 million could buy a Koenigsegg one. But accepting it, Su Ning couldn't let honest people suffer. Master Wang's income was about 500 less. So let's find a way to compensate him over. Su Ning already had an idea. Calculated according to the average of 3 single a day, a month is 150 single. The hotel on Master Wang draw achievement is 1,500 yuan. Why don't we just exempt Master Wang's commission? Although the restaurant had more or less suffered a small loss, it would be too insignificant for Li Ji Private Cuisine's volume. With a decision made, Su Ning smiled and nodded. Alright, then thank you, Master Wang. Chapter 51, How is it so hard to make a movie we want to make? Seeing how quickly Su Ning agreed, Master Wang's mood was more or less complicated, and at the same time, he was relieved. He had given up this part of his interest, which would allow him to work more peacefully in Li Ji Private Cuisine, right? After all, this kind of restaurant resident chauffeur income is far higher than in the chauffeur platform to take orders, and much more stable. But this is a few $100s less a month. Still makes him a little heartbroken. And at this time, Su Ning had already gone to find Manager Lu and directly arranged. Master Wang's chauffeur fee should not be drawn in the future. Manager Lu wasn't sure what had happened, but since the boss had given the word, what else needed to be said? If it was a very unreasonable arrangement, he, as a frontline manager, naturally had to voice his opinion. But reducing the draw of a resident chauffeur, this kind of small matter was simply insignificant. He was stupid to refute the boss's face. Manager Lu quickly called Master Wang and told him what happened. Master Wang was pleasantly surprised, did not think that there were unexpected gains. Such a simple account, he was still able to calculate. What he gained must be more than what he lost. Needless to say, this must be Xiao Su's special account. Sure enough, his speculation was correct. Su Ning really did have a deep relationship with the hotel. Otherwise, where would he be qualified to go and waive his chauffeur fee? Back near the cash register, Master Wang excitedly shook Su Ning's hand, conveying his gratitude with his eyes and expression, but didn't say anything. After all, there was still a new chauffeur, who might not have been exempted from the chauffeur fee draw, so it was better not to say anything himself. Su Ning smiled and nodded. Small matter, no need to take it to heart. It just so happened that a guest came to call for a chauffeur at this time, and Su Ning was able to pull out his hand without having to be pinched by the agitated Master Wang to the point of vague pain. Hello sir, at your service. The first order was still surprisingly smooth, so smooth that it was like a standard textbook. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $50. 100,000 times the increase in the reward of 5 million yuan. Couldn't help but feel that it would be nice if every single order went this smoothly. However, Su Ning knew very well that this was simply impossible. Already being able to swipe money like crazy, how could it be justified if there wasn't a little obstacle? Anyway, he had gradually gotten used to it. He had seen a lot of oddballs, so it was just the same thing. After returning to the hotel, probably because of today's good business, the other two chauffeurs had gone out to run a job. After waiting for a while, Su Ning received the second order of the day. Look at the time, than usual to receive the second single ahead of the fast 1 hour it. After a series of service processes, Su Ning has been driving an Audi S6 smoothly on the road. As a chauffeur, there is a service requirement in the drop platform. In addition to polite service language, the rest of the time as long as the guests do not talk to you, you do not take the initiative to speak. Although as a resident chauffeur does not have this kind of constraint, but Su Ning also still abide by this rule. Try not to take the initiative to speak. Of course, this was already the second order after all, and it was easy for strange incidents to occur, so he'd better be as honest as possible to stay out of trouble. The owner of the car was a man around 40 years old, sitting in the back row in not really good condition. Su Ning now do chauffeur more or less some doorway and experience. Just he asked the man to eat the box waiter. The man did not drink a lot of alcohol. In this society to fight, wanna get what I'm afraid to pay what? Who do not want to be available to their own hearts and 3 or 5 friends and friends of the slow drink. But the business drinking game, especially when you beg, how to drink can be up to you. Come on, I toast to you. I dry. You feel free. Thank you for taking care of me. Here's to you. I'll drink 3 in a row. Drinking like this is so helpless and humble. This man was like this, so he drank too much. If there wasn't this crazy money swipe system, I'm afraid Su Ning wouldn't have fewer experiences and encounters like this in the future. It was even possible that he wouldn't have the chance to be this humble even if he wanted to. It was good that having the system gave him the backbone to say no to many things. Just then, the owner's phone rang. The owner answered the phone in a daze, his tone helpless and disheveled. Mr. Wu still hasn't relented. In his words, their company has a basic principle for movie investment, which is that the producer and director have had successful projects. We don't have any independent experience. Not to mention that Mr. Wu won't help. Even if he does, I'm afraid his company won't agree. Alas, why is it so hard to make a movie we want to make? No, 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 the director must be you. This is our brother's ideal and pursuit. If we replace you, what's the point of me even being a producer? Just leave it alone and sharpen the script. Tomorrow I'll make an appointment with Mr. Zhang from Flower Entertainment to have a good chat. Just don't worry, we'll definitely be able to get this project off the ground. After he hung up, Su Ning was clearly able to see the powerlessness he had just disguised through the rearview mirror. But it was a good idea to listen in. The owner of the car was a producer, his friend was a director, and the two of them were ready to save up for a movie, and were now pulling in investments. Although he did not understand the various rules in the entertainment industry, Su Ning knew that big directors others on the pole to find you to shoot a movie. Small directors beg grandpa and grandma, but it is also very difficult to chance. There is nothing unfair. After all, not everyone has a stage to show. But this time Su Ning came to interest. At least the owner of the car really wants to make a good movie. Not the kind of producer who only wants to pull investment and then go up and down in the crew to enrich himself but does not care about the quality of the movie. However, just as he was about to speak, the owner of the car suddenly said in an urgent tone, "Stop the car." Su Ning immediately slowed down and pulled over, stabilizing the car while ensuring safety. Normally, the owner of the car wouldn't call for a stop for no reason. The probability was that he wanted to vomit or go to the restroom. As expected, the car stopped. The owner of the car immediately get off, stooping to hold the street tree on the vomit. Vomit very difficult. Su Ning took out a bottle of mineral water from the bag, got out of the car and patted the owner on the back, and so the owner did not vomit before handing over the water. Rinse your mouth. Wash it. The car owner was not polite, unscrewed the water and poured a mouthful, gargled once and spit it out, then poured water to wash his hands and face properly. Thanks. It's really drunk. My stomach is turning over. I really envy you for still being so young. When I was your age, this amount of alcohol was nothing at all. But now that I'm middle-aged, there are some things I can't do. The car owner thanked and lamented at the same time. But just after the words were said, he felt that something was wrong and hurriedly looked for a remedy. I'm talking about drinking, not other things, haha. Su Ning hadn't thought crookedly at first, but after the car owner explained it like this, he thought crookedly instead. Right. It's about drinking. It's not about anything else. Chapter 52, You're not talking about young Su, are you? After getting back into the car, Su Ning spoke tentatively. Are you a movie producer? I'm still interested in the entertainment industry. Why don't you talk about your movie project? The owner of the car probably didn't expect Su Ning to ask a question and shook his head vigorously, his eyes in a trance due to his drunken haze looking at Su Ning. Not to mention, this young chauffeur was quite handsome. Even if he was placed in the entertainment industry where there were countless handsome men, he was still able to fight. Perhaps signing up with an agency and packaging it a bit would be enough to make a debut. Even though the era of traffic had passed now, it was still easy to get a meal in the entertainment industry. However, for filmmakers, this kind of fresh meat can be a movie tumor. What movies need are actors, really good actors. My friends and I have both worked our way up in the movie business. I started as a dramaturg, and now I'm basically fixed in the position of assistant producer, and it's unlikely that I'll be able to run a movie on my own. My brother also has experience as an assistant director on several movies. This time he's saved up a script that I think has the potential to be a box office hit. The two of us just want to get the movie made and we'll run it ourselves. But as you probably heard, no one wants to invest. We took out all our money and mortgaged our house to come up with $20 million. Some idiots use hundreds of millions to make bad movies, and no one will invest in our small project of tens of millions. Alas, what a ed-up entertainment industry. Towards the end, the tone was incomparably indignant, and he couldn't help but burst into foul language. Su Ning received more information and also fell into thought. Small cost? That meant a few tens of millions were taken care of, and the owner and his friends had also put together $20 million. In other words, if he invested himself, even if he lost everything, it would still be a matter of tens of millions of dollars. For the daily chauffeured frantic brush of money himself, probably lose 2 days of earning. Although he didn't understand how this producer was, he could feel from the words that he really wanted to do a good job on the movie. He was just a valet, so why would he need to disguise himself in front of him? After having an idea, Su Ning slowly pulled over to the side of the road. The owner of the car was surprised as he asked, "We're not even at the place yet. Why did you stop?" Su Ning twisted around and looked at the car owner and smiled. "How about I vote for your movie?" Looking at Su Ning, who was smiling and not very serious looking, the car owner thought that he was joking with himself and amusing himself. "You don't want to be talking about counting your chauffeur fee as an investment, do you? You hurry up and drive. I don't have time to joke with you." The owner of the car leaned his body back towards the backrest and said without a trace of humor, "I'm not joking with you." Su Ning shrugged his shoulders and slightly rolled up his sleeves, revealing the Richard Mille RM56. The owner's vision was slightly blurred, but he was able to instantly recognize that the watch worn by the young chauffeur in front of him was a Richard Mille. Sitting up straight, he leaned forward and observed the watch. At first, he thought it was a fake watch, but the more he looked, the more wrong he felt. Why did this look so real? Although he didn't own a wristwatch, it didn't stop him from being knowledgeable, and because he had a friend who sold Richard Mille, he knew a little more about Richard Mille. "Where did you buy this watch?" "Don't say it. It's made quite real, but as far as I know, this RM56 is a global limited edition, so it's not that easy to get." "Young man, listen to me. Even if you wear a fake watch, it's not that obvious. Although I do not mean to look down on the chauffeur, but other people look at wearing this watch as a chauffeur. Do not have to think that it must be a fake watch, even if it looks like a real one." Just like he said, the identity of a chauffeur is destined to make it impossible to wear this limited edition top luxury watch. Therefore, it could only be a fake. Su Ning had already gotten used to such suspicion, so he just smiled blandly and said, "I bought it at the Richard Mille flagship store in the Intai Center." His words, however, caused the owner to laugh out loud. "I'll give you a chance to change the store. I have friends who work at the Richard Mille in Intai Center." Right on the cusp of a gun. He couldn't believe Su Ning wasn't embarrassed. Su Ning, however, was still just gently smiling and shrugging his shoulders with a look of indifference. The car owner couldn't help but get a little angry. "Why don't you know what's good for you? I've left you a step. Just come down on your own. You have to be hard to get off the stage?" If it were usual, he would not and chauffeured these things. We'll only laugh it off. But now, obviously drink some on the head of his directly pull out the phone to call a friend. "Old how? I saw a man with a piece of your Richard Mille's RM56 on his hand, a limited edition with sapphire crystal. He insisted that he bought it from your store. Do you think it's interesting?" Coincidentally, his friend is the manager of Richard Mille's flagship store in Intai Center. How manager heard RM56? Do not even need to think. Absolutely, Su Ning hurriedly said. "Old Chen, you're not talking about Mr. Su, are you? RM56 Sapphire is indeed a limited edition. Only one piece has gone from our store. It's Su Xiao. You're quite impressive. You've actually climbed into a relationship with Mr. Su. Aren't you pulling investment for your movie? As long as you can convince Xiao Su, that bit of investment is nothing." The owner of the car froze, his heart feeling as if he had set off shockwaves. "Your surname is Su?" he asked with some disbelief. Su Ning nodded and directly took the phone from him, greeting the opposite party. "Manager Hao? I'm Su Ning." Manager Hao was a little surprised that his friend had actually gotten on with Mr. Su. "How are you, Mr. Su? I didn't expect such a coincidence that you still know Old Shen. This world is really too small." Su Ning exchanged a few pleasantries with Manager Hao and suddenly remembered something. "Manager Hao, order 3 pieces of RM35 for me. Can they arrive within a month?" He wanted to give the RM35 to his 3 brothers as a graduation gift. If it doesn't arrive in a month, it will be too late. Manager Hao was overjoyed. It's really good to have a relationship with a young man. $1 million watch is just like a toy. And ordered 3 pieces of the same watch. Must be ready to give away. Thinking about the graduation season, it should be given to the classmates. Such a classmate. "I also want no problem, young Mr. Su, we guarantee that it will arrive within a month." Su Ning nodded. "I'll take the time to go over and pay for it in the next 2 days. I'll trouble you for the rest." After saying that, he returned the phone to the owner of the car who had been completely shaken to the point of almost losing his ability to think. He gave him a bit of time to digest the shock before he smiled and opened his mouth. "Do you want to talk about investing in a movie?" Boom! A muffled sound. The car owner tried to stand up in excitement, but ended up hitting his head directly on the roof of the car. Chapter 53, Baby, why did you pee? Su Ning proved himself and everything fell into place. The owner first introduced himself. His name was Chen Yi. Then began to describe the movie project in detail. The name of the script is Nobody, probably centered around a lost old gun, about a pair of low version of the robbers, a down-and-out security guard, a physically handicapped but tough character of the poisonous woman. These Nobody on the occurrence of a series of absurd stories. Su Ning listened with great interest, although not professional enough. but at least it sounds good. The movie's production budget is 50 million, and there's another 10 million for promotion and distribution in the later stages. Old Sure and I put together 20 million, and there's still a 40 million gap. Of course, 30 million would be fine, except that if we don't have a distribution budget of our own, we'll have to take it from the distributor entirely. Su Xiao. Chen Yi looked at Su Ning with an eager face, and although the words weren't spoken, it was completely possible to feel his urgent thirst for Su Ning's investment. Su Ning fell into a brief moment of contemplation. 40 million? It really wasn't much. If you can't make it out in one night, 2 nights would definitely be enough. Even if he lost everything, it wouldn't hurt him much. And if you really succeeded with a small fortune, you still had a chance to make money. Even if it wasn't as fast as swiping money like crazy yourself, who would mind having too much money? Moreover, such an investment was also considered to increase one's influence in a way. Why not be happy about it? This project, I'm voting for it. After thinking it over, Su Ning revealed a bright smile and said. Chen Yi instantly fell into ecstasy, grabbing Su Ning's hand and going crazy with excitement. Thank you, Xiao Su. Thank you, Xiao Su. Old Sure and I will definitely shoot well and make the movie perfect. You definitely won't lose money. I promise. He wanted to cry too much. In order to set up a project, in order to pull in investment, he already didn't know how many wars he had worshipped, how many movie and TV companies he had begged on his doorstep, and how many drunken deaths he had died under the wine table. But the reality is incredibly cruel, groveling over and over again in exchange for nothing more than the righteous rejection of others. It's too hard, originally ideal to be worn out by reality. Su Ning, but at this time as if a light appeared, illuminated the road ahead. There was no nonsense, no unreasonable demands, and even less messy. He voted. He just voted so cleanly. At this moment, Su Ning was simply like God in Chen Yi's heart. Looking at the middle-aged man who was almost about to burst into tears, Su Ning smiled understandingly before calming him down. Alright, I'll send you back first. Let's leave our phone numbers and wait until tomorrow when we have time to talk in detail. Right, investment is investment. The chauffeur fee should still be paid, Su Ning said in the end, as if he was joking, but in reality, he really wasn't joking. With an investment of $40 million, as long as the project didn't fail so much, it might not even be able to lose $10 million. But if Chen Yi didn't give the chauffeur fee, Su Ning would directly lose 10 million. Chen Yi nodded repeatedly, but thought that Su Ning was enlivening the atmosphere. After all, even 4,000 had been invested without blinking an eye, but still so little short of a chauffeur fee? But it should still be given. Perhaps this could make the great young man happy. When he arrived at his destination, Chen Yi gave Su Ning all the 400 cash he had in the car. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $400. 100,000 times increase reward of 40 million yuan. Su Ning was also stunned, not expecting Chen Yi to give him $400 for driving. The $40 million hadn't even been invested yet, and it had returned to the capital first. Empty gloves for nothing. Even if the movie really loses out to the point where there's nothing left, Su Ning isn't at a loss. It would be really outrageous. Su Ning happily patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, then shook hands and said goodbye. Although he didn't know if investing in the movie industry was a good investment channel, he had room for trial and error, so the pressure wasn't too great. He took a taxi back to Li Ji Private Cuisine and continued to wait for the valet order at the cash register. After a short while, a table of girlfriend's bureau checkout, a young woman holding a child came to the cash register to find a chauffeur. The young woman was dressed as a professional woman, but probably because her face was tender. If it wasn't for the fact that she was holding a child, Su Ning was afraid that she would have thought she had just gotten out of school. The child in her arms was just a few months old, and she could not walk yet, so she could only hold her. With a pacifier in his mouth, his big eyes curiously kept looking around, surveying this new and strange world. Hello ma'am, at your service. Su Ning greeted and said hello in standard service terms, then helped the less convenient young female owner open the rear door. The other party returned a smile to Su Ning before teasing the baby in her arms. This trip, Su Ning driving very carefully. After all, the child was still small, and there was no child seat in the car. It was being held by the mother. If there was a sharp break or an accident, the child's safety could not be guaranteed. Silently prayed in his heart, do not go wrong. Perhaps he heard his prayers, and I don't know which fairy hand even let Su Ning all the way did not encounter any strange things. When he arrived at his destination and parked his car, he himself felt incredible. Well, the system loses its power in front of a cute baby, Su Ning thought to himself. Getting out of the car to help the mother and son in the back row open the door, the young mom held the baby and got out of the car. Just then, the young mother's cell phone rang. Holding the baby in one hand, she fished out her cell phone from her bag and answered it. Hello, husband? I just got here and I'm getting ready to go upstairs. The bag of papers? In the trunk? Yes, I'll look for it. Hanging up the phone, the young mom walked to the back of the car and opened the trunk ready to look for something. However, she was holding her child and couldn't even make a move to bend down and look for something. Can you please help me find? Never mind. Please help me hold my child. The young mother had wanted Su Ning to help her look for something, but not wanting the trunk to be rummaged through by someone else, she simply handed Su Ning the baby in her arms and asked him to help carry the child. Su Ning hurriedly and carefully took the baby in his arms, but was a bit overwhelmed. The child was too soft, and Su Ning was afraid that the slightest exertion would damage him, so he was doubly careful. But what he didn't expect was that he was very careful, but the child didn't see eye to eye with him at all. Su Ning felt that his arm holding the baby was suddenly hot, and then his own shirt was also hot, and it was still wet. At first, he didn't even react to what was happening. The baby also suddenly cried at this time, and even the pacifier he had been holding in his mouth fell off. The young mom heard the cry and hurriedly turned around, then cried out, "Yikes! Baby, why did you pee?" Su Ning jolted before realizing what had happened. Pissed? Pissed all over herself? Good baby, you're really not polite. Chapter 54. Let go of the chauffeur, little brother. Let me do it. The young mother hurriedly hugged her child and repeatedly apologized to Su Ning. Sorry. He peed before getting in the car just now, so I didn't put a diaper on him. I didn't expect him to pee after you just held him for such a moment. You first chow a little. While apologizing, he also took out paper towels and wet wipes and handed them to Su Ning. Su Ning felt the child's urine on his arm and the shirt that was stuck to his body because it was wet, and his entire being was bad. MIHHNZ? Is there a diuretic function? He had a smooth journey, and ended up messing things up for himself here. The key thing is that the one who messed up is a baby who can't even walk, so he has no place to take out his anger. Received the paper towel, hurriedly wiped on the body, but feel the effect is not very. After all, the clothes along with the pants are wet, not wipe a few times can dry. Forget it, just go back and wash it. Looking at the young mother with an apologetic face plus embarrassment, Su Ning helplessly waved his hand and said, could he still be bothered with a little baby? All he wanted to do now was to hurry back and change his clothes. Luckily, the baby had only peed instead of giving him a big one. Otherwise he would really be going crazy right now. I'm really sorry. Tell you what, I'll give you an extra $200 as a cleaning fee for the clothes. Saying this, the young mom took out $300 from her pocket and handed it to Su Ning. After all, in front of the chauffeur body is also just ordinary clothes. Go back to wash and wash can still wear. Compensation $200 is still reasonable. Su Ning naturally did not accept the reason. Was pissed all over. The helpless emotions finally eased a lot. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $300. 100,000 times the increase in reward 30 million yuan. 30 million is really fragrant but if he had to earn money in this way of being peed all over by a baby, he would rather not. At this time, Su Ning suddenly came up with an absurd conjecture. What the system meant was to let himself experience various professions and frantically swipe money in various professional jobs. For example, this month was chauffeuring. Then, was it possible to make himself a babysitter or kindergarten teacher or something like that 1 month? That would be so embarrassing. Let's hope that the system wasn't that heartless. But Su Ning really didn't hold much hope for the system. After all, even healthcare marketing had made it to the waiting list. I'm afraid the system didn't have much of a bottom line either. The end of this single. Su Ning did not go back to the dormitory to change clothes, because this time can enter the dormitory, but want to get out cannot get out. So he first took a taxi back to Li Ji Private Cuisine. Manager Lu, find me a set of waiter's clothes. Su Ning pulled Manager Lu and ordered. Although Manager Lu didn't know what kind of microdressing game this young boss was going to play again, he still acted immediately to execute it. After getting almost the same size of waiter's clothes, Su Ning went to the nearby hotel and opened a room, rushed into the bathroom and cleaned himself first. After washing over and over again, Su Ning always felt that the washing was not clean, dirty himself. Of course, more than likely it was psychological. After taking a shower and putting on his waiter's clothes, he went back to Li Ji Private Cuisine to prepare for the job, but probably because he had delayed too much time by going back and forth. By the time he arrived at the restaurant, there were already only 2 tables of guests left, and the waiter just asked, "These 2 tables of guests have no chauffeur needs, although there are regrets, but not too much discouragement. After all, today to earn far more than usual. The first single 50. The second single producer directly gave himself 400. The third single was pissed all over to earn 300. After the system 100,000 times reward. It is already 75 million. What more bicycle? No work in the store. Went to the car and opened the driver's end of the drop driver waiting for work. Not more than 10 minutes. It was accidentally given a single. Immediately right slide to accept the order. followed by a look. The starting point in the next street. Su Ning simply did not drive all the way to the past at a fast pace. Waiting for the chauffeur is a young lady. Pretty face, attractive figure, wearing a very fashionable sense. If you have to pick out some faults, it's probably that she has traces of a knife on her face, but it's just not that obvious. Microdermabrasion. Understand, all understand. The young lady was holding up a selfie stick and leaning against a Jaguar sedan, as if she were talking to herself about something. But listening to her slightly pinched-up voice and petite tone, it is able to guess, either in the video with others, or in the live broadcast. The probability of live broadcast is greater. As expected, when Su Ning walked over he realized that the young lady was live streaming. "Hello ma'am, did you call for a chauffeur?" Su Ning asked politely. The young lady turned her head at her words, looked Su Ning up and down, and couldn't help but reveal a delighted expression too. "Family, what a lucky break. Guess, what kind of a valet did I call? Dang 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 dang. Look, isn't this chauffeur little brother more handsome than a star? This is not a script. I really didn't expect it." The girl made a very surprised look and said in the live broadcast while handing over the car keys to Su Ning. After getting into the car and sitting in the passenger seat, the girl also didn't go through Su Ning's consent before turning the camera sideways and aiming it at Su Ning, putting herself and Su Ning in the mirror at the same time. "I didn't lie, did I? The chauffeur little brother is just handsome. If anyone wants a phone call, just snap one on the public screen." I, Little Fong Fong, patted my chest and guaranteed that I would definitely get you guys the phone number. But as for whether or not you can get a date with little brother, it's up to you guys. At this time, the live broadcast room was indeed hot. Little Fong Fong Cheng doesn't lie to me. Little brother is really handsome. Isn't it a waste for such a handsome little brother to be a contemporary driver? Go to be a cowboy. Monthly income of 100,000 is not a dream. Little Fong Fong, hurry up and ask for the phone. I still want to ask my little brother out. Yes, I also want to make a date. But please little Fong Fong help me ask first. Is it a man who makes a date with him? Does he mind? You guys don't think that little Fong Fong is so kind. Such a good dish. She must eat it herself. Maybe the two of them will go directly to the hotel in a while. Then trouble in the hotel. This paragraph don't downcast. My friend loved to watch. Su Ning, of course, didn't know this, but just felt a little uncomfortable about being live streamed into the camera. Please fasten your seatbelt. We're about to leave. Looking at the owner of the car who was only focusing on live streaming, not even fastening his seatbelt, Su Ning frowned and reminded. The Netflix anchor called Little Fong Fong casually fastened her seatbelt, but still aimed the camera at Su Ning. Inside the live broadcast room, the atmosphere was also heated. Little brother is so high and cold. Little Fong Fong, you hurry up and tease. But I feel that with your Dao, you can't tease at all. Let go of little brother. Let me do it. Little Fong Fong, you hurry to send the chauffeur driver information on the chauffeur platform. I will find him chauffeur in the future. Why don't we just fast forward to the hotel section? Chapter 55, Love at First Sight? That's called Love at First Sight. Originally, Little Fong Fong was worried about the content of the live broadcast. If she couldn't catch this heat from the handsome chauffeur boy, she could definitely regret dying. So, she opened her mouth to Su Ning in a dainty tone. Does little brother have a date? The corner of Su Ning's mouth twitched, really not wanting to answer her words. But after all, he had taken the order from the chauffeured driving platform, and if the other party went to complain about him, even if there was nothing wrong with him, the platform would likely penalize him. Therefore, Su Ning patiently said, "No girlfriend." Little Fong Fong's eyes lit up and immediately ruffled. "Little brother, have you ever heard of love at first sight?" While speaking, blinking her big eyes straight at Su Ning, deliberately making a look as if she was deeply attracted by Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. "I just want to be a good chauffeur to brush up on my money. How come it's so hard?" So, when he replied again, his tone was more or less already a bit impatient. "In my case, love at first sight can be equated with love at first sight." The moment this sentence came out, not only did it cause little Fong Fong to slam into a stutter, the live broadcast room all rejoiced. Little brother is so humorous, which has so much love at first sight, is not just seeing color. Little brother on earth sober. Little Fong Fong, you segment level is not enough, or do not make a fool of yourself. Your eyes that have been drawn, have fully proved the correctness of little brother. You really see color. After little Fong Fong froze, although she was not too convinced by the dislike, she was still a little snickering. Never mind his own face or not, the chauffeur little brother is equivalent to a whole job, which is very much a live effect. How can you say that, little brother? There really is love at first sight in the world. Haven't you heard the line Shakespeare said? When you see someone, if your body temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, it's love at first sight. Reactions flew, and little Fong Fong immediately daintily continued to tease. Su Ning didn't let him down either, immediately retorting back with little good humor. I've never heard Shakespeare say that, but I've heard Lucen say it. If your body temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, then you'd better go to the hospital and hang up in the emergency room right away. As he said this, Su Ning turned his head slightly and smiled. Do you need me to turn around now and take you to the nearest hospital? Little Fong Fong almost turned green in the face, not expecting Su Ning to dislike herself so sharply. Even though this was the effect she wanted the program to have, she still felt humiliated. On the other hand, in the live broadcast room, the viewers could go crazy with joy. Yes, Lu Sun said this. I'll prove it. Little Fong Fong, hurry up and withdraw. You really aren't a match for the chauffeur boy. Let you tease. Let you tease. You're so disliked that you can't even fart, right? I'm sure it's not scripted now, because little Fong Fong has idle baggage and wouldn't design a script that makes her so humiliated. What a cute little brother. I want him to sleep with his arms around me. Little Fong Fong was a bit taut at the moment. She had actually suffered defeat at the hands of a chauffeured little brother, and all of a sudden she got up in a good mood. I'm the one who made a fool of myself, right? You're really heartless. I'm a big netizen. Am I still not worthy of you? Her tone was incomparably sultry, with a willful component and a partially truthful component, speaking as if she had been started by Su Ning. Su Ning slightly twisted her head, smilingly asking, You're a netizen? Little Fong Fong lifted up her chest, and playfully said with a little bit of smugness and arrogance, I'm not a netizen, am I? I've been read for over a week. I've been read for more than a week. Su Ning couldn't help but be dumbfounded, but still disliked her nonchalantly. Read for a year is a netizen. 10 years of read is a star. You've been read for a week and you're on your period? Little Fong Fong was truly confused by the dislike, not expecting Su Ning to speak so sharply. Are you sure you're a chauffeur? Even the offensive jokes are not as vicious as your dislike. In the live broadcast room, it was even more crazy with laughter. Good dislike. No need to save face for us. Dislike her to your heart's content. I kind of want little brother to dislike me like this. May I ask if I'm a jittery M? Little brother, you're afraid you don't want to laugh me to death, right? Who can say no to a handsome and funny chauffeur little brother? Who lends me a car? I'm going to get a chauffeur from little brother. Right, I'll prove that little Fong Fong isn't a netizen at all. She's just having her period. Then it seems that there will be no hotel this party in a while. Little Fong Fong had a face that was suffocated in red, with her teeth and claws open. The effect of the program was good, but she really couldn't stand it. But just at this time, little Fong Fong, who had deliberately made a gesture to die with Su Ning, suddenly felt a pain in her belly, followed by a stream of heat starting to run downward from her belly. 10 years of experience made her know too well what this feeling was, coming to her period. Instantly, her face all went pale and she was in a hurry. Quickly pull over, pull over. There was a sense of urgency in the voice, as if it was truly too late. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. I would like to pull over, but don't you see where this is? I'm sorry, you can't park on the elevated. Little Fong Fong was on the verge of crying, as it was already flowing out. Su Ning, however, didn't realize what was going on, and just asked curiously, what is it that you need to park for? I'm on my period. Little Fong Fong's voice was as thin as a gnat as she blushed. Su Ning thought that she was purposely being weird for effect. Subconsciously looking over, he found that little Fong Fong was busy working there, taking paper towels and patting them under her buttocks, and the paper towels turned out to be really red. Good guy, to really In the live broadcast room, the atmosphere is about to explode. Really came to my period? This is also too outrageous. Is little brother's mouth enlightened? Words follow the law. Chauffeur little brother quickly say a word. Wish me success in the exams to go ashore. Driver little brother, can you tell me the next 2 color ball winning numbers? Chauffeur little brother quickly say a word. Wish me to find the rich woman of my choice. Do not need wire ball kind. Little Fong Fong where is looking for a chauffeur. Is clearly a robbery. Little Fong Fong, you're going to be on the hot search. Netflix live to Ant. But at this time, where did Xiao Fong Fong still have the mood to care about the live broadcast room? At this moment, she doesn't want the traffic to be big at all. She just wants the traffic to be smaller. Su Ning saw the situation and took the initiative to accelerate the speed of the car. Hurried down the elevated parked next to a public restroom. Little Fong Fong do not wait for the car to stop to open the door and get off. Busy rushing over. Su Ning clearly can see her jeans but position stained with color. Well, he also felt that his mouth seems to have opened the light. What to say, what to come. After waiting for a while, little Fong Fong squirmed and got into the car. Even though she had been live for so long, this kind of thing still made her embarrassed and shy. Chapter 56. This project, Su Ning, voted for it. That. Su Ning opened his mouth, wanting to say if we could drive away. But before he could finish, little Fong Fong waved her hand repeatedly, looking anxious and scared. Don't you dare open your mouth. Brother, I'm wrong, okay? From now on, I won't talk either. Will you stop disliking me? If you keep talking, I'm afraid I'll have a hemorrhage later. Su Ning was also happy and simply didn't speak, directly driving away. And at this time, the audience in the live broadcast room was about to go crazy with joy. Little Fong Fong, who has always fooled others during live broadcasts, has finally encountered her heavenly nemesis today. If little brother keeps talking, little Fong Fong is afraid that she might really become the first one to karma off due to excessive flow of her great aunt. The anchor is actually broadcasting such a niche track as aunties. I'm really afraid that little Fong Fong will be so ashamed that she'll quit the network, or else you'll live stream it too. I want to see it. In the car, the atmosphere was more or less awkward. Su Ning was indifferent, but little Fong Fong really felt a bit groundless, and didn't even dare to look at Su Ning. After a while, it finally arrived at the destination. Little Fong Fong hurriedly paid, completing the payment on the platform. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $57.48, 100,000 times increase reward of 5,748,000 yuan. But at this time, after paying the money, Xiao Fongfong got off the car and ran away, as if she wanted to run away from the bill. Su Ning could not help but wonder. Said you have finished paying, but also run what? But when he pulled open the car door ready to get on, the car was instantly stopped there. The whole person is fast bad. Don't run. You don't want your car? Su Ning rushed at little Fongfong's back and shouted in a loud voice. Anxious. You're treating me like an online car driver, aren't you? Su Ning didn't want to drive the car to the police station again. By that time, Officer Wang would still think that he was a plague. When Xiao Fongfong heard Su Ning's shouting, she remembered that the car was her own, and that she didn't take an online taxi, but called a chauffeur. So in the live broadcast audience's crazy laughter and mockery, red-faced and lowered his head, obediently returned to Su Ning's side to take the car keys. Originally Su Ning wanted to flirt a few sentences, but looking at her awkward appearance, it was better to forget it. Otherwise, she killed herself in shame in front of her face. How to do? After completing this order, and seeing that the time had come to midnight, Su Ning simply went offline and prepared to go back to sleep. Although swiping money makes people happy, the body is equally important. Besides, how much money is too much? Su Ning had swiped more than 80 million tonight, so what else is there to know? Finally, the account balance was able to stay above 200 million. It wasn't easy. There had been times before when it had been 200 million, but it had immediately caused it to quickly fall below 200 million due to various uses. And now, even if he negotiated an investment with that producer called Chen Yi tomorrow and called over 40 million, the account balance would still be 200 million and 3 million. It felt like he could finally have a wild look at his big villa. Compared to the dorm room, the environment of the hotel room was undoubtedly still much better, so sleeping was very comfortable. If it wasn't for the fact that he cherished the last of his dormitory life, Su Ning now really had the urge to move out of the dormitory right away. The next day is still early to wake up. Simply say clean up some straight to the small east. The person who is entrusted, loyal, this Su Ning must be done. Although the daily chauffeur so late but still have to get up early, but the thought of a week will have 100 million income, where there is what is not satisfied. Not long after sending Xiaodong to the kindergarten, Su Ning received a call from Chen Yi. That, Su Xiao. Chen Yi's voice carried incomparable apprehension, as if he had seen the dawn but was afraid that all expectations would fall through. Su Ning of course understood his state of mind. He himself was probably so apprehensive when he had just gotten the system but had yet to get it verified. Let's make an appointment to meet somewhere to talk. Su Ning smiled blandly. How about the Starbucks on Fumin Road? Although the Starbucks gang couldn't be considered a high-class place, a consumption level of more than 20 for a cup of coffee was something Su Ning would never have gone to in his past condition. Now, however, even more expensive places could be great to go to. It was just that there was simply no suitable choice at this time of the year. Okay, good. I'll be right there. Chen Yi was so excited that he felt his voice trembling. After putting down the phone, the two of them, Chen Yi and Shi Wenxiang, almost hugged to celebrate. Old Shi, Mr. Su has agreed to meet. The investment is settled. After signing the contract, you should hurry up and perfect the script thoroughly. Then we'll start the movie. Not to mention anything else, we always have to be able to stand up to Xiao Su's trust. It has to be a success. It can't fail. Chen Yi shook Shi Wenxiang's shoulder, tears even welling up in his eyes. However, Shi Wenxiang calmed down a little at this time, and somewhat embarrassingly voiced his concerns. Old Chen, do you think it's possible that this Su Xiao is like those coal bosses in the past, who invested just to hold up their own honeys? What if he really designates who he wants to play the female lead? Shi Wenxiang's words caused Chen Yi to fall into deep thought, and it was obvious that he also had such hidden worries. After all, according to the script, this movie had very high requirements for several main actors, especially the female lead, not to mention inexperienced vegetarians, even those little flower girls who were touted to the heavens. I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to meet their requirements. Unable to help but shake his head, Chenny seemed to be comforting his brother and himself. There's no need to think about that much first. Young Soo hasn't said anything yet. There's no need for us to be worrying over nothing here. Maybe it's possible that Young Soo doesn't have this idea at all. Only, when it came to saying this, even he didn't have a clue in his own heart. The two quickly arrived at the agreed upon place, ordered their coffee, and fidgeted as they waited for Su Ning. Not a moment later, Su Ning arrived as well. Sorry for the long wait. Su Ning smiled and greeted the two before shaking hands one by one. Young Soo, this is our director plus screenwriter for this movie, Shi Wenxiang. Chenny hurriedly introduced. Xiao Su, it's a pleasure to meet you. Shi Wenxiang did not have so much of the arrogance and poverty of the literati and greeted him respectfully. Su Ning shook Shi Wenxiang's hand vigorously and praised with a smile. Director Shi can write and direct. What a great talent. Seeing that Su Ning was very amiable and did not have some of the arrogance of a great young man on him, he relaxed quite a bit. Next, the two handed Su Ning the script, and then described the movie project in detail. Su Ning actually didn't know much about how movie projects operated. Originally, he had decided to invest, partly because he wanted to broaden his investment channels, and partly because he felt that Chen Yi, the producer, really wanted to make a movie, and after reading the script today, he was really interested. At least, the story told by the script is very attractive to him. This project, Su Ning invested. Chapter 57, I just want the power of veto for the role. In fact, there wasn't much to pull about regarding the details of the investment. Anyway, the 40 million was brushed through producer Chen Yi, so even if he lost everything Su Ning wasn't too distressed. As for whether the other side will put all the money into the production of the movie, Su Ning can only say that the water is clear. There is no fish. Even if the producer and director do not have a crooked mind, it is hard to guarantee that someone inside the crew to enrich themselves, which is almost all open subterfuge. As long as it wasn't too much, he could accept it. After the negotiations, Su Ning directly called Lawyer Hua and asked him to come and help look at the contract. Originally, he chose the Starbucks on Fumin Road because it was close to Lawyer Hua's law firm. Lawyer Hua quickly arrived, and was really a bit excited. Sure enough, as long as a young man like Su Ning has a relationship, there will be a steady flow of business. No, it had only been a day's work and there was already new business. Young Mr. Su, there is no problem with the contract. Lawyer Hua nodded to Su Ning after carefully reading the contract. Su Ning thought about it and felt that the money couldn't come out of his own private account. He was going to start his own investment company anyway, so why not just start now? Lawyer Hua, I would like to hire your law firm to be my company's legal advisor. I wonder what you have in mind. Su Ning smiled and said to Lawyer Hua. Lawyer Hua nodded his head repeatedly in surprise and agreed without even talking to Su Ning about more details. Don't worry, Mr. Su, the strength of our law firm is definitely able to protect your rights and interests in the law. Su Ning smiled blandly. Then the matter of setting up an investment company on my side is also in your hands. I'm sure it should be very easy for you guys to do all this, right? Lawyer Hua picked up his coffee and said with confidence, Don't worry, Mr. Su, I'll make sure you get it done properly. After chatting about this matter, Lawyer Hua remembered another matter. Young Mr. Su, regarding the claim for your Richard Mille watch, I have already launched an invitation for consultation with the other party yesterday, but given the other party's attitude, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to reach an agreement on compensation. That's why I've already prepared an indictment, and will immediately take the legal route to sue after the negotiation fails. You don't have to worry about the follow-up matters. I guarantee to make the other party pay full compensation. Su Ning nodded. Anyway, this matter was handed over to Lawyer Hua. He did not intend to ask too much, agreeing with Chen Yi to pay the crew once the company was established. The crew could now be officially formed. Mr. Su, I don't know how you feel about some of the characters in the drama. At this time, Shi Wenxiang said with slight apprehension and a worried tone. Su Ning hadn't reacted at first, but only realized the problem when he saw the expressions of the two people across from him, unable to help but laugh in his heart. Who do the two of them think I want to court? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but think of Wang Yingying again. This vain green tea ex-girlfriend can be an acting major, dreaming of breaking through in the entertainment industry. If she hadn't broken up with herself after getting married to a rich kid, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see her true colors. In that case, how could such a good opportunity not push her up? As expected, the time is also fate. I'm afraid she couldn't even think of what she was throwing away at that time. Don't worry, I don't have anyone I want to stuff into the crew. You guys can just decide for yourselves. But just after saying this, it was a sudden turn of phrase. However, I hope I can have veto power over roles. This shouldn't be a problem, right? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Chen Yi and Shi Wenxiang, though slightly surprised, nodded without hesitation. The fact that the management wanted to stuff people into the crew and the right to veto roles were two completely different things. Perhaps people Su Xiao had stars that he hated or couldn't stand. This small request could still be met. Besides, the ones they had planned to invite were all low-profile actors and powerhouses, so there shouldn't be much of a chance for these people to mess with Xiao Su. After refusing the two men's invitation for a drink in the evening, Su Ning hurried back to his dorm room to continue working on his graduation design. The graduation season was approaching, and if he didn't get his graduation design done, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to graduate. But just arrived at the dormitory, and a few brothers and fooled around for a while, not waiting for him to sink his mind to start doing graduation design, was counselor called to the office. Su Ning class counselor called Yu Chang, responsible for their professional with the 3rd and 4th class, this year 35 years old, exactly one round older than their students. In fact, Yu Chang is a very responsible teacher, at least for Su Ning. When Su Ning first enrolled in school, Yu Chang knew about his family's condition and immediately helped him apply for grants and scholarships, and even Su Ning's first tutor was introduced to him by Yu Chang. So Su Ning was very grateful and respectful to Yu Chang. Today, something called out to Su Ning to go to his office, so he naturally didn't have any reason to delay, and immediately rushed towards his office. Mr. Yu, you're looking for me? After knocking on the door and entering the office, Su Ning greeted him in a respectful yet intimate manner. This office did not belong solely to Teacher Yu, but was shared with the counselors of Class 1 and Class 2. However, before Yu Chang could say anything, Wu Mingxiang, the counselor of Class 1 and 2 sitting at the opposite desk, spoke up first in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, isn't this our good example of work-study student Su Ning? I just wonder, how did you manage to wear a multi-million-dollar wristwatch when you even need a bursary to pay your tuition fees? Can't it be that your so-called bad family conditions are all fake, just to get grants and scholarships? Mr. Yu Chang, then you probably didn't keep a good eye on it. If the school had the heart to look into it, maybe both of you would have been penalized, or else the watch is fake. Or Su Ning, where did you pick it up? To drive a classmate to his death because of such a watch that doesn't belong to you in the first place? Don't you think you've gone too far? You have to know that our school is protective of its students, and will never watch its students suffer. I advise you, let's forget about this matter. Otherwise, if the school steps in, you're afraid that you won't even be able to get your diploma and degree. The AI Wei in his mouth was the classmate who had broken Su Ning's wristwatch, from the 2nd class, and Wu Mingxiang was none other than his counselor. Of course, the two of them had a bit of a deeper relationship. Wu Mingxiang seemed to be AI Wei's cousin. This guy is different from Yu Chang, did not put his heart on bringing students above, not moving, skipping work to leave all the things to Yu Chang. So not to mention the 3rd and 4th classes, even the students of the 1st and 2nd classes don't treat this counselor very well. Looking at Wu Mingxiang's face, which looked threatening and intimidating as if it was a matter of course, Su Ning's face remained unchanged, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly with a bit of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Shifty, it's weird that I'm taking you on. Chapter 58, are you going to pay for my losses? Su Ning didn't say anything, looking at Wu Mingxiang with a smirk, his eyes as if he was watching a circus clown perform. And at this time, the protected Yu Chang couldn't help but frown. Old Wu, don't scare him. What's all this talk about school or not? AI Wei is a student of the school. How come Su Ning isn't? The school doesn't care much about disputes over private property. If you have this attitude, then I'll let Su Ning go back. Su Ning couldn't help but give a nod to Yu Chang. Although Mr. Yu had always been good-tempered, he couldn't say the same about his students. Wu Mingxiang was a bit exasperated, picking up his teacup and taking a sip to suppress his fire, but he looked at Su Ning as if he wanted to eat him alive. When Yu Chang saw that Wu Mingxiang had stopped talking, he turned his head to Su Ning. Mr. Wu said that you intentionally let AI Wei break your watch, and then you blackmailed AI Wei for $700,000 to $800,000 in a lion's mouth. What's going on here? The reason why Yu Chang had called out to Su Ning was because of this statement from Wu Mingxiang's complaint, although he did not believe. But Wu Mingxiang swore that the words were so strong that he made him a little less confident. Wu Mingxiang made it clear that if the matter couldn't be resolved, he was going to sue the department and even the school to make Su Ning suffer. In desperation, Yu Chang could only call out to Su Ning first to inquire and understand the situation. When Su Ning heard this, he was almost happy. He had guessed that Wu Mingxiang would definitely reverse black and white and move right and wrong. Teacher Yu, it's like this. Su Ning calmly told Yu Chang what had happened in its entirety. When Yu Chang heard that AI Wei's 3 people had insulted Hua Xiefeng because they had unsuccessfully approached him for a job, his fire rubbed off on him. Simply shameless, shy face to ask for a job, not coming to show the ugliest face. Cultivating this kind of person is simply a disgrace to the school. That saying was so true. Academic qualifications only filtered out the scum of the earth, not the scum of the earth. And upon hearing that Su Ning had just inherited his second grandfather's estate, Yu Chang was also shocked by this bridge that could only appear in a movie. It's true that AI Wei broke your watch. It's also true that the watch repair cost $780,000. You can guarantee the truthfulness of what you said, right? Yu Chang asked Su Ning in a solemn manner. Su Ning nodded his head and said with a calm and certain attitude, I have the surveillance video of the incident, as well as the official maintenance list provided by Richard Mill. These are enough to prove the authenticity of my words. Yu Chang slammed the table, his face actually showing some relief. Since you have proof, I guarantee that the school side will not interfere in your private disputes. Moreover, you have just inherited the estate, and whether you applied for grants or scholarships before, it's not considered a violation. Some people make mistakes, they have to bear the price. Hearing Yu Chang's such decisive words, Wu Mingxiang became furious and pointed his finger at Yu Chang and Su Ning. Su Ning had a sneer on his face, and the tone in which he opened his mouth was full of mockery. You're reaching out to point at me. Are you hoping that I'll knock your hand off as well? Only, you don't seem to be wearing a watch on your wrist. Wu Mingxiang was annoyed to the extreme, but with things having come to this, he could only suppress his anger and speak through gritted teeth. Su Ning, Yu Chan's assurance is useless. The school will definitely intervene in this matter. It's impossible for the school to see its own students die. I'm not bluffing you. If AI Wei goes out of his way to put things up on the internet, when public opinion gets big, the school won't be able to withstand the pressure. Besides, if you have to forgive others, you've already inherited a legacy, so you must not be so bad about this piece of wristwatch, right? So, let this matter end here. It's good for everyone. Listening to Wu Mingxiang's gnashing teeth but only able to suppress his conversation with himself, Su Ning smiled brightly. I don't think this is good for everyone. I just want to ask, on what grounds? If we just let it go, then you'll pay for my losses? But don't say anything about me being rich and not caring about such a watch. That argument is ridiculous. There are so many rich people in the world, and I don't see anyone saying to them, you're all so rich, so give me this house, give me this car. As rich as I am, it's mine and I have the right to decide how to spend it. I'd rather burn it down in a fire than cheapen it for you guys, that's all. As for this petty trick of using the school to pressure me, don't mess with it anymore. You think I'd worry about it? What's the school got to eat to meddle in a student's personal affairs? Sure, you can try to get AI Wei to make a big deal out of it online, but we won't know who's burned out by then. Also, I think I need to remind you a little bit, Mr. Wu Mingxiang. Today I'm standing here as a student. You can talk to me with this attitude, but when I graduate, you will understand just how easy it is for a rich person to want to screw an ordinary person. Your cousin AI Wei is the best example of what came before. After saying that, Su Ning shrugged, his expression still bland. Wu Mingxiang's pupils shrank, his heart appalled to the core. He had really chickened out, just like what Su Ning had said. It was simply not too easy for a rich person to want to play an ordinary person to death, although he himself was a university counselor and looked as if he had the backing of the school. But don't forget, Su Ning was also a student of the school. The school couldn't afford to favor one over the other. At that time, without the school to back him up, Su Ning was afraid that he would really want to pinch him any way he could. He didn't think that the young man in front of him didn't have a hand. His own cousin is to compensate 780,000 yuan. How can there not be a little tricky here? Wu Mingxiang looked deeply at Su Ning and left the office without a word. Having been mocked and refuted by Su Ning, where did he have the face to stay here? And at this time, Yu Chang's eyes were already filled with relief when he looked at Su Ning. He wouldn't think that Su Ning had done anything wrong. One really couldn't be too honest, or else others would bully you. Originally, he was worried that his student with a steady and honest character would suffer when he stepped out into society. But now there would be no need to worry at all. With the sharpness Su Ning had displayed today, only others would suffer. Don't bother with him, just keep asking for compensation in your own way. Yu Chang patted Su Ning's shoulder and said. Su Ning nodded. I have fully delegated to the law firm. There is no need to heart. Just then, he suddenly saw a stack of documents placed on the innermost side of Yu Chang's desk, the topmost of which attracted his attention. Notice on preparations for the 60th anniversary school celebration work matters. The 60th year school celebration? Su Ning blinked and fell into a flashback. It seemed like their school was really established 60 years ago. Chapter 59 I donate 40 million. The history of their school's establishment was much worse compared to those centuries-old schools, slightly lacking in heritage. However, the school has been working very hard to improve teaching and research, in order to one day be able to go to the next level. For a school with a positive school spirit, Su Ning still had a sense of identity and belonging, and naturally hoped that her alma mater would get better and better. Curiously, he picked up the document and briefly read it. What made him a bit regretful was that the school festival was before the National Day at the end of September in the next academic year, when he had already graduated and left school. Of course, as a well-known alumnus, he should have the opportunity to be invited to the school celebration. It was just that although Su Ning now had the money swipe system, his influence was close to none, so he couldn't be considered a famous alumnus. Therefore, he was afraid that it would be very difficult for him to participate in the school celebration. Just at this moment, the office door was opened again, and Wu Mingxiang, who had just left, went and returned. Yu Chang, I wonder how your call for donations has been accomplished. TSK, it shouldn't still be only a few tens of thousands of dollars, right? Who's going to look at those $3 and 2 dates? Of all the counselors in the school, you're at the bottom of the list. Aren't you going to compete for the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office? We're all in the same position, so whoever mobilizes the most donations will be the one to go? Don't even think about it. By the way, Su Ning is here. You can ask him, didn't he just inherit a legacy? Maybe he'll even pay a few tens of thousands of dollars. As soon as he opened the door, he still had that same gloomy look and tone. Yu Chang couldn't help but furrow his brows and glared at Wu Mingxiang rather annoyed. As a matter of fact, right in this document that Su Ning was looking at, there were teachers and counselors actively calling on enterprises, institutions, and accomplished graduates to donate money to their alma mater. It's not that the school is really short of money to the extent that it has to make donations. After all, the annual budget of the Imperial Capital University of Technology has more than $2 billion. The key lies in the fact that this is the face of the school. Every year, the relevant statistical units will count the donations received by enterprises and institutions and graduates of major universities, and then come up with a list. Among them, the 2 top colleges and universities in Qing and Bei are receiving donations of more than $2 billion a year, which is almost as much as the budget of God's Metropolitan University of Technology. Other major colleges and universities are similarly not willing to show weakness. More than $1 billion, a few hundred million, are very dignified, and the Imperial University of Technology in this regard is not ranked at all. Each year to accept the donation is not more than 100 million, as 211 colleges and universities, but not as good as a lot of ordinary double non-colleges and universities. On the one hand, because the school heritage is slightly worse. On the other hand, also because the graduating seniors really did not produce any big entrepreneurs. And this time the school's 60th anniversary, the school in this regard really put a lot of effort. You know, last year, the same in the Imperial Capital of Science and Technology School's Imperial University of Technology in the 80th anniversary of the school, but accepted all walks of life and graduates a total of 136 billion in donations. Although people are 985 universities, while the Imperial City of Industry is only 211 universities, there is a small gap, but if the gap between the number of donations accepted is too large, it would be too ugly. It's almost as if telling everyone that our Imperial Capital University of Technology hasn't produced any successful talents at all. So the school this time almost by way of an administrative order asked all teachers and counselors to actively contact the graduates and call on the graduates who had succeeded in starting their own businesses to donate to the school. Yu Chang, as a counselor, has brought 2 graduates, but after all, these 2 students graduated in a short time. Most of them are in the enterprise as a cowhorse. The real independent entrepreneurship is not much, and even if you start your own business, it's still far from being a success, so mobilized a lot. Only a senior commitment to donate 100,000 yuan. On the contrary, Wu Mingxiang this time the harvest is not small. He once led a student into the coin circle after graduation, catching the luck to make a lot of money, probably because the coin circle has always had a bad reputation. So this graduate is also planning to make a little good name for himself through donations. He's promised to donate $20 million. Although it was certainly not the graduate who donated the most on this school day, it was enough to make Wu Mingxiang stand out among all the tutors. After all, graduates' donations were more likely to be contacted through their tutors rather than through counselors who had no teaching duties. Originally, Yu Chang wouldn't have particularly cared about this matter, but as Wu Mingxiang said, in the case of the school's Deputy Director of Student Affairs position vacancy intends to school internal competition for employment. Yu Chang originally and other people's conditions are about the same, but this work did not do a good job. It greatly reduced points. Wu Mingxiang also want to bid for the job. That 20 million donations is his biggest bargaining chip. Whether I can bid on it or not has nothing to do with you. You'd better hurry up and implement your $20 million donation. Yu Chang held back his irritation and rebuked without a trace of humor. Su Ning blinked her eyes, but she had heard some of the doorway. Casually flipping through the documents, he turned to matters related to the school's efforts to have the faculty mobilize graduates to make donations to the school. Teacher Yu, he can mobilize a donation of 20 million? Couldn't help but feel puzzled and surprised, because Wu Mingxiang, like Yu Chang, had brought in 2 classes of graduates, and technically even if he started his own business, it would be difficult to achieve much scale. 20 million is not a small number. Some poorly run listed companies may not be able to earn this much in a year. I'm afraid. Yu Chang nodded, his face more or less unnatural. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly. Looking at Wu Mingxiang's smug look on the opposite side of the room, his smile grew wider and wider. This matter, I am in charge. If he didn't have the ability, then he naturally wouldn't have gone out on this limb. But now although his total assets and those capital big brother have no comparison, but the daily cash income is enough to make the vast majority of listed companies feel ashamed. Still, things that can be solved with money are no big deal, not to mention that he was willing to contribute to his alma mater, but just the opportunity to take Mr. Yu to the next level through the donation was worth it. After all, there are not many responsible teachers like Mr. Yu nowadays. He has the opportunity to move up a bit, which is beneficial to the school and the students. It would be pathetic if he let goods like Wu Mingxiang walk into a leadership position. Teacher Yu, in that case, I'll donate 40 million. Su Ning smiled blandly, using the lightest of tones to say words that left the two people present with their jaws dropping. What? 40 million? Yu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Su Ning with eyes full of incredulity. That was 40 million, not $4,000. This kind of joke could not be opened. Wu Mingxiang, on the other hand, reacted a bit more strongly, and after his surprise, he snorted with undisguised laughter. This bullskin blowing, all shake the sky, ha ha ha, laugh me to death, and donating $40 million? Do you know how much $40 million is? Chapter 60, I'll be the school's top one big brother, donating $40 million? Do you know how much money 40 million is? It's just hilarious, or else I'll report the matter now, so that the whole school can see how hypocritical and hilarious your pair of teachers and students are? Wu Mingxiang laughed out loud as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Su Ning coldly looked at Wu Mingxiang, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. The kind of clowns in web novels were not very common in reality, and if they were in a bar or something like that, Su Ning would not find it strange or sudden. But in a college or university, the identity of the counselor was also like a clown. It was simply the sadness of the school. For this kind of person to not be removed from the teaching staff was irresponsible to the school and the students. Su Ning, teacher knows that you may have inherited a fortune, but 40 million is by no means a small amount. It can rank second among all the donations that have been identified so far, just below the 50 million donation of an alumnus who is already the boss of a listed company. Don't get carried away. Yu Chang understood Su Ning's character and knew that he would never brag. Since he said he would donate 40 million, it must be because he had 40 million. So he had to block it down and not let Su Ning be too impulsive. At this time, Su Ning was slightly bright. The largest donation for the school festival was only 50 million? It had to be said that Imperial City Industry was really quite inferior to Imperial City Polytechnic. He had read the news, but the biggest donation at the Imperial City Polytechnic School Festival was $600 million. Originally, Su Ning had thought that he would have little chance with this kind of small karami, but he hadn't expected that the largest donation would only be $50 million. Doesn't that mean that as long as he donates $60 million, he will be the school's top brother? This can be too cost-effective. Those heroes are often in the live room to the anchorwoman reward fight to be a big brother. Lolo, we're rich. We'll be the big brother of the university. Mr. Yu, I've got a point. The school celebration is such a grand and glorious moment. How can it be without us students? I won't mention it if I can't afford it, but my inheritance is still quite large. Even if I make a donation to the school, it won't hurt. Teacher Yu, why don't I make it big for you and give you a direct donation first? Su Ning's cloudy and light-hearted appearance made Yu Chang's heart feel as if it was setting off monstrous waves. Donating tens of millions of dollars won't even hurt? And to get a direct donation first just to help me? That's over $50 million. Just how much did Su Ning inherit? I had always thought that the movie plot was exaggerated enough, but now it seemed that compared to the more exaggerated reality, the movie was still a bit conservative. It really doesn't have much of an impact? Yu Chang asked with some incredulity. Su Ning shrugged and nodded, giving him an affirmative answer. This time it was Yu Chang's turn to shake his head incredulously straight. This kind of near absurdity was still quite difficult to accept. Wu Mingxiang was beside him. His face kept changing, green for a while and white for a while. You guys are still addicted to bragging, right? Yu Chang, I think you want to be a leader, right? You can't believe such outrageous words. Just be a counselor and stop dreaming. And you, Su Ning, you don't know how much you weigh, do you? And you say you want to be the top donor. Why don't you say you're the richest man in the world? Simply ridiculous. Su Ning laughed, looking at Wu Mingxiang as if he had been irritated. The corner of his mouth pulled up a little mocking arc. I don't know how much I weigh. Don't say. I really don't know. It's like I don't know if I can earn the donation money right back from the chauffeur tonight. The richest man in the world? Maybe I can really be one in the future. Not bothering to pay attention to the clownish Wu Mingxiang, Su Ning smiled and asked Yu Chang, "Teacher Yu, there's just time now. Let's go directly to handle the donation." Oh, good. Yu Chang woke up as if from a dream, with a still incredulous expression on his face as he led Su Ning out of the office. Along the way, Yu Chang repeatedly confirmed this matter to Su Ning, and was finally relieved, and to the financial office to explain the intention, including the director of the financial office. There is no one who is not shocked. Yu Chang, a discredited counselor, even mobilized to call for a 60 million school donation? And the donor is still a graduating student. This is also too outrageous, right? The alumnus who promised to donate $50 million was the founder of a listed company, worth 10 figures, and Su Ning, a current student who hasn't even graduated yet, donated $60 million at once? Is this a super second generation taking money from his family and losing it? What's more, the money just went straight to the school's account. To know, this kind of donation actually does not need to be immediately in place, only need a commitment to facilitate the school publicity, and then in a prescribed time limit allocated to the school account can be. Otherwise, it would not have happened before that a university sued an alumnus who promised to donate but was unable to fulfill it. Even the alumni who pledged to donate $50 million before, but also can only guarantee that the donation in place within the year, and will not immediately transfer the money. But no matter what, the money has actually arrived. Even if things are ridiculous, they have to accept the fact. Soon, the matter of a current student donating $60 million for the school celebration spread throughout the school, just like the people in the finance office. Everyone found it extremely unbelievable, especially since they had the same identity as the donor as a current student. It was really not easy for people to accept. This is too much of a show, isn't it? Obviously, we are all school students who are reaching out to their parents for money. Why do you get to donate $60 million? Will you make us look useless? They never knew that there was such a super rich second generation hidden in the school. I'm afraid that only the three brothers in Su Ning's dormitory are sure that the donor is Su Ning, and I'm afraid that the one with the most broken heart at this time was Wu Mingxiang. How could he possibly think that Su Ning had actually donated $60 million to the school? When he thought about how he had sneered in front of Su Ning and Yu Chang, he felt like a clown. And most importantly, Yu Chang had such an achievement. I'm afraid that Yu Chang's bid for the position of Vice Dean of the Student Affairs Department was already on the table. This is undoubtedly the most unacceptable to him. He is afraid that he needs to find a corner to lick the wounds on the heart. While the school was abuzz over the donation, Su Ning had already left the school and went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaodong. It was the same process, waiting for Xiaodong's father to return home before rushing to Li Ji Private Cuisine, ready to start tonight's chauffeuring. Su Ning would still pray that his chauffeuring process went smoothly, hoping for fewer accidents. But what made him cry and laugh was that he would have to trouble Officer Wang again tonight. Chapter 61, Battle in the Car. The first single is very smooth. This is probably Su Ning everyday oddball chauffeur work only solace. If even the first single went wrong, then he was afraid that he would really have to collapse. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $50. 100,000 times the increase in reward $5 million. The smooth arrival of $5 million is considered to be a slight return of blood. In the afternoon, he directly donated $60 million to the school, which instantly made his balance fall below $200 million, leaving only $140 million. The dream of a big villa is once again out of reach. Carefully counted, since getting the system began to do chauffeur crazy brush money to now, the cumulative total brush money have reached more than $500 million, not to mention the Longhu Summer Palace of that set of villas worth $300 million, even if it is Ocean Levy that set of villas worth $6 million, are about to save enough. But the truth is, he still has less than $200 million in his pocket. Supercar $50 million, hotel $42 million, watches $20 million, loaned $200 million to the boss, $40 million invested in movies, donating $60 million to schools, plus other bits and pieces of spending. I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm shocked by what I'm talking about. He used to be quite frugal, but now he doesn't even blink when he spends money. Well, it's just that it's too easy to brush money off, making it hard for him to be in awe of money. But it is not. A previous even dare not dream of the supercar. Run a night of chauffeur out. Want to be in awe of cannot be in awe of awe. Sure enough, after the money, the first thing that needs to be changed is the mentality. After sending the guests back to Li Ji private dining, continue to sit and wait for the next chauffeur order. Not long after, a man and a woman came to the cashier to settle the bill, but also asked for a chauffeur. The man is probably less than 40 years old, quite a successful man's temperament. The woman looks less than 30 years old. Both the youth of the girl and the young woman charm is the most attractive age, but also very good at dressing, brightly colored. The two behaved intimately. The woman held the man's arm, but also a little birdie meaning. There was no need to guess that the two were definitely not in a normal relationship. Of course, Su Ning did not need to know that much. They were just a customer. delivered safely to his home, got the chauffeur fee, that was all. The rest of the things had nothing to do with him. Good evening, ma'am, sir, at your service. Please fasten your seatbelt. I will deliver you safely and smoothly to your destination. With the polite language over, Su Ning drove the car out of the parking lot and hit the road. However, not long after driving out, something that made even Su Ning feel embarrassed happened. The man and woman sitting in the back row actually just hugged and nibbled together as if no one else was there. Su Ning heard a commotion behind him and hurriedly looked through the rearview mirror to see this hot scene. He swore that the two people were really pulling the strings. Is it that horny? I'm still in the car? The man just put his hand into the woman's clothes and rubbed and pinched, feeling that the battle could start at any time. You guys really think I don't exist as a chauffeur? Su Ning hurriedly moved his eyes away and focused on driving, feeling that the commotion behind him was getting louder and louder. Su Ning was simply a bit skeptical. You guys really don't care about me at all, do you? He had no choice but to slow down the speed of the car so that the fluctuations in the traffic would not affect the pleasure of the two. Taking a glance through the rearview mirror, Su Ning was speechless to find that the two had already fallen into the back row and were about to start fighting. Taking a deep breath, Su Ning hurriedly pulled over and whispered, "Excuse me, I'm going down to the restroom." He really couldn't stay any longer. It was better to leave the space for the two dry fire-like people, without waiting for the two people in the car to agree or disagree. After closing the car door, Su Ning smoked under a tree not far away, and then watched as the small car shook violently. Luckily, this place is slightly remote, not many vehicles passing by, otherwise it would be interesting to be discovered the car's weirdness. Shaking, 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 do not say, time is quite long. After a while, the man finally got out of the car fully clothed and waved at Su Ning. Thanks, bro. When Su Ning reapproached, the man patted Su Ning's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction with Su Ning. Su Ning smiled awkwardly, now only wanting to hurry up and get the two men to their destination. Fortunately, after the first game, the two men should have both gotten a little tired, and although they were still making out in the back row, they at least had no intention of starting a second game right away. Su Ning finally managed to send the two to their place without any danger. Bro, take it, don't be polite. If you can't suppress the fire, go to the bath center. This money is out of brother's pocket. The man pulled out 4 red $100 bills from his wallet and handed them to Su Ning, smiling at him. 100 of it was the chauffeur fee, and the other 300 was a tip to reward Su Ning for his good sense. In his opinion, Su Ning, a bloodthirsty young man, must have been ruffled by the actions of the two of them, and I'm afraid that he couldn't suppress his fire. So, for an extra 300, you hurry up and find a place to get rid of the fire. Su Ning couldn't help but light up, not realizing that there was such a windfall. However, he didn't notice the other party's playful expression, so naturally he didn't know what the other party had in mind. But even if he knew, he would definitely not feel offended. Instead he might ask very sincerely, "Can you add more? I want to order a high-quality one." Of course, jokes aside, the money received was real. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $400. 100,000 times the increase rewarded $40 million. A big order like this, please give me a dozen. I just donated $60 million to the school in the afternoon, and I got 2/3 of it back in this order. If we work harder tonight, we can really make the donation back. Hurry up and take a taxi back to the hotel and see if you can run 2 more orders out, even if the other 2 chauffeurs are also there when he goes back. But now he is in the first place in the order of receiving orders. There is still a chance. Not a moment later, there are checkout customers to ask for a chauffeur. After getting the keys and getting into the car, Su Ning still used the standard service language first. "Hello sir, at your service," while praying that nothing would ever go wrong. He started off. However, at the same time, a middle-aged man stood in place, looking at the distant sedan dumbfounded, began to uncontrollably doubt life. "That is my car. How did he drive the car away?" Standing still for half a day, the corners of the mouth kept twitching, before turning around and into the hotel. "Your chauffeur can be so much fun. I haven't even gotten in the car yet, and it just drove my car away. Am I to assume that he stole my car?" The middle-aged man, with a crying expression on his face, spat to the cashier. The cashier was also confused and hurriedly called Manager Lu over. When Manager Lu figured out the situation, he instantly had a head full of black lines and didn't react for half a day. Chapter 62, Forgetting the owner of the car. In Manager Lu's impression, Su Ning had always been a low-key image of a great young man, aloof and calm, with a gentle disposition. There were few times when he was angry, and few times when he was jumping out of his skin. But I didn't expect that today. It was such a funny thing to come out. The owner of the car is not yet on the car. You a smoke on the car to drive away? Nerves are also too big. Right, pacified the owner of the car, quickly took out the phone to call Su Ning. Su Ning is driving smoothly. heard the phone ringing, took out a look as the manager called Lou. It is very puzzled. He had only just left the hotel and was in such a hurry to call himself. Could it be that something had happened at the hotel? Manager Lou, what's wrong? After picking up the phone, Su Ning asked, Su Xiao, why don't you turn back a little to take a look? Manager Lou said in a somewhat expectant tone. Su Ning's first reaction was that he might have been followed, and his heart couldn't help but be shocked, immediately looking to swing his head to look in the rearview mirror twice, but there was no car far behind. What do you mean? Su Ning asked suspiciously. Manager Lou took a deep breath. Look at the back seat. The back seat? Su Ning turned around again, but was creeped out. At this moment, the back row was empty. Where are the people? Where was the owner of such a large vehicle? Su Ning instantly panicked, his mind already not knowing what kind of accident he had brainstormed. He had thought that he had driven erratically and thrown the car owner out. Mr. Su, you left the car owner where he was. Luckily, Manager Lou's voice came from the other end of the phone at this time. Otherwise Su Ning would have been scared to death. Hurry up and apologize for me. I'll be right back to pick up the owner. After Su Ning shouted, he hung up the phone and started to turn around. He was also a bit confused, recalling the process just now. How could he remember as if the owner had already gotten into the car? This was really embarrassing. The chauffeur even left the owner in place and drove off on his own. And he was afraid of being laughed at when he said it. And at this time, Lou manager put away the phone also rushed to appease the owner. Although he never knew why, he knew that Su Ning cared a lot about the chauffeur fee. Now that this unexpected situation had occurred, the owner of the car would definitely be unhappy and might not pay the chauffeur fee. In order to avoid this situation, Manager Lou hurriedly solved the trouble for Su Ning. Sir, I'm very sorry. This is an oversight on our store's part. To show our apologies to you, please accept this 2,000 renminbi voucher. Next time you come to dine at Li Ji Private Cuisine, you can use this no-threshold voucher. I believe you are not a calculating person. The valet driver after all still has to live on the valet fee, so I hope you won't be too harsh on him. Saying this, Manager Lou handed the car owner a voucher used by the hotel to entertain the distribution. The owner of the car subconsciously took, cannot help but some froze. 2,000 yuan vouchers? This cannot be considered a small handful. After all, eat a meal in Li Ji Private Cuisine is also the appearance of this level of consumption. In order to apologize for the chauffeur, the restaurant really put down blood money and also deliberately remind yourself of the hard work of the chauffeur, is to let yourself not deduct the chauffeur's chauffeur fee. I have to say, the hotel is not only sympathetic, but also more responsible although the owner of the car was a bit angry before, but now he really won't care about it anymore. Otherwise it will not look like he is a small-minded person. At this time, Su Ning had already driven back to Li Ji Private Cuisine. Sorry, I'm really very sorry. Just now, I thought that you had already gotten into the car, which is why I drove away. It was my negligence. Once again, my sincerest apologies. Su Ning apologized repeatedly. He had to take responsibility for the mistakes he had made and couldn't shrug it off. The car owner shook his head with some tears and laughter, having the intention to say a few words, but ultimately waved his hand. Forget it, get in the car. Su Ning couldn't help but secretly rejoice when he saw that the car owner didn't care, but just on his way back he had already thought about waiving the chauffeur fee for this single, although the loss could be 5 million or even 10 million. Who let himself make a mistake? But just then, Manager Lou pulled Su Ning by the arm and quietly whispered in his ear, I've compensated him for the hotel's vouchers, so you can charge the valet fee normally. Mr. Su Ning could not help but be slightly surprised, not expecting Manager Lou to wipe his own ass without a word. Talent wages must be raised. Such employees with full initiative to solve problems must be retained. Nodding to Manager Lou, he conveyed praise with his eyes before turning around and getting into the car. This time, he repeated several times to confirm that the owner was in the car before he finally started it and drove slowly out of the parking lot. Fortunately, there were no more accidents in this order, and he smoothly sent the owner to his destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $100. 100,000 times increase reward of $10 million. This $10 million was earned with a scare, and he almost didn't get it. When he returned to the private dining room again, he found that there were no more tables left in the restaurant. Look at this situation. There may still be a chauffeur order, but there may not be. As expected, after waiting for a while, Lou manager let the waiter to ask a few tables of guests whether they need a chauffeur. Got a negative answer. Today in the private room still ran 3 single, not more than usual, but the harvest is still good. Although the $55 million of revenue was not enough to cover the $60 million of donations to the school in the afternoon, it was not far off. Seeing that the time is still early, Su Ning opened the driver's side of the drop driver and waited for the order to be dispatched. Bored with waiting for about 20 minutes, suddenly an order came in. Su Ning hurriedly right slide. Successful order. However, when he saw the starting point and destination of the chauffeur order, the top of his head was unable to help but pop up a question mark. How come the starting point and destination were set in one place? What does this mean? If it was an experienced chauffeur, he might understand. But Su Ning had only run a few orders on the DDT platform, and had absolutely no idea what this situation meant. He guessed, could it be that the owner was deliberately positioning himself this way in order to save money? But the chauffeur who took the order was not a cutie pie. If the distance is too far, the starting price is certainly not can't figure it out. Forget it. Su Ning directly took out the phone and called the owner of the chauffeur. Hello, Drip Chauffeur is at your service. I see that in your positioning, the starting point and destination are in one place. Is it your misuse? Hearing Su Ning's question, a pleasant female voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Yes, I'm the one who called the chauffeur. The positioning is correct. The starting point and destination are in the same place. My car is parked in a narrow road. The cars on the left and right sides are very close, and there are cars blocking the road in front of me. I'm not skilled enough to get the car out. Can I trouble you to help me drive my car out of this parking space? The woman's voice was a little anxious, and hearing it made people feel at a loss for words. Su Ning froze for a moment, a wave of eccentricity flooding his heart. In this situation, shouldn't your first choice be to call the owner of the car blocking your car and ask him to move it? Calling a chauffeur to help you drive out of the parking space. How incomprehensible is this brain circuit? Chapter 63, How dare you drink and drive? See if I don't call the police to report you. In fact, when he heard the other side of such a simple request, Su Ning's first reaction was that there was some kind of conspiracy. After all, this kind of thing is a normal person cannot do out. But when he thought of the strange things that he had encountered after getting the system that no one else had been able to encounter in his life, it seemed reasonable. Probably, it really couldn't come out. So after hanging up the phone, Su Ning rushed over towards the starting point. The distance wasn't too far, probably less than 2 kilometers, and he soon arrived. He got out of the car and took a look. Not to mention, it was really the same as what was said on the phone. The car couldn't get out. The so-called can't get out, but only the female car owner because the space is too small and can't get out. Replaced by an old driver. Probably also is the matter of playing a few more wheels. You're finally here. Look at this broken car parked, non-blocked in front of me so close. Let me how to come out. No one answered the phone to move the car. Unqualified stuff. If I didn't have an emergency, I would have let the traffic police tow his car away. As soon as I saw the chauffeur came, the female owner of the car was in a hurry to spit. It seems to be really urgent. Su Ning looked at the petite female owner, and then looked at the parking space in this huge and imposing Range Rover. Really some tears and laughter. He really wanted to ask the female owner, can you really see the road in front of you while sitting on the driver's seat? Moreover, knowing that their skills are not good, but also drive a car so big? That's not good for parking and getting out of the car. Why don't you drive a smaller car that's easier to maneuver? Speaking of which, the car parked in front of me was indeed a little close, but it really can't be considered as blocking the cars in the parking space. It's just a coincidence that I ran into a female driver with a big car and no skills. Forget it, don't want to think so much. Better hurry to help her drive the car out. Receiving the key, getting in the car and starting it, and after hitting the wheel twice, this Range Rover easily got out of the jam and drove out of the small space. Ma'am, do you need me to chauffeur you for the rest of the trip? Su Ning asked, maintaining a polite smile. It was really the fact that the starting point and destination were too close together, and it hadn't even been more than a minute since he had gotten into the car, and this single chauffeur's fee was so easy to earn that it made him feel a little embarrassed. But the female car owner didn't think so. No, I'll just drive myself. Don't worry, I didn't drink, and I'm a very good driver, the female car owner said while completing the payment of the chauffeur fee on the chauffeur platform. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. You really dare to say that? Don't you know whether your driving skills are good or not? However, there was absolutely no point in arguing with the customer, so Su Ning pulled the corner of his mouth and didn't pick up the conversation. Anyway, as long as you're happy. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $40. 46. 100. 000 times increase reward of 4,046. 000 yuan. This money earned, it's simply not too easy. Su Ning looked at the details of this order and was even more unable to understand the female owner's brain circuit. The starting price for this time period was $50, which was nothing to write home about. The key is, since you just want a chauffeur to help you drive your car out of the parking space, why would you check the box for a chauffeur-less service? The no valet service is where some owners don't want the valet to put their e-bike in their trunk, so they check the box and pay an extra $4.90. This service is not the system default, but must be the owner's own extra fill-in. Su Ning really can't figure out what this female car owner is thinking. Well, no matter what. Anyway, One's income has increased, so just don't bellyache about the female car owner. No, what female car owner? She is a female bodhisattva. Ending this order, Suning slowly slipped back to Li Ji private cuisine. Although the restaurant was close to closing and wouldn't have any more orders, this neighborhood was full of restaurants, and the probability of receiving a platform chauffeur order here was a bit higher. But I don't know because he is online for a short time, or because today the amount of driving orders would have been less. Has been after 12 o'clock, and did not receive the platform's dispatch order. Suning really some tired. Tomorrow have to get up early, ready to go back to sleep. From the driver's side of the driving platform offline, immediately placed an order on the platform to call a driver. Tired. You don't want to drive, so calling a chauffeur is very light and reasonable, even if he himself is a chauffeur. Soon, a chauffeur took the order and rushed over. This chauffeur looks not older than Suning a few years, obviously less than 30, and after seeing that Suning's car was actually a supercar, his eyes flickered imperceptibly. Hello sir, at your service. The same chauffeured phrases as Suning's, with a bit more of a humble tone in his politeness, and it seemed that he was a bit more professional than Suning. Not only would he help Suning open the door, but he also put on white gloves before getting into the car, as if he was afraid of getting the car dirty. Suning silently watched his series of actions, feeling that they were all very worthy of his own learning. As a matter of fact, he disliked wearing gloves when driving, so he wouldn't wear gloves when chauffeuring. The good thing was that he only had about 20 days left in his chauffeuring career, so it wouldn't hurt to change some habits if he could. I don't know if it's because it's the first time he drove a supercar, but this chauffeur's driving wasn't smooth. At this point, Suning is better than him. Although there are always all sorts of strange things in the process of chauffeuring, but only on the smoothness of chauffeuring, Suning has never had a problem. Seeing that he was about to arrive at the hotel where he always stayed recently, the chauffeur suddenly picked up his cell phone and glanced at the microblogging. Something happened at my home. Sorry sir, I have to hurry home. After looking at the cell phone, the chauffeur let out a cry of alarm, and after saying that, without even waiting for Suning's consent, he parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt and got out of the car, and ran away in a hurry. Suning didn't even react. Confused there. What's going on here? How can he just leave? Simply inexplicable. If the family really has something big and urgent, it should also call over. Why would they still choose to send this kind of contact? May not be the way to contact Waysoon. However, the chauffeur has already run away. Suning, even if you want to ask anything, have no chance. Although this single trip has not yet ended, but look from the destination is not far. Suning also lazy to care. Direct operation arrived, paid the chauffeur fee, then from the co-pilot down, got into the driver's seat and fastened the seatbelt, and drove towards the hotel. However, the car just drove out not 50 meters away, but suddenly appeared in the front not far from the silhouette to reach out and stop. This silhouette was none other than the chauffeur who had hurried away earlier, only to see him holding up his cell phone to Suning, and then with a righteous face, he said in a loud voice, "Do you have any sense of driving safety? How dare you drink and drive? See if I don't call the police to report you." Chapter 64. Is it possible that I didn't drink at all? Suning looked at the chauffeur who had a righteous face as if he had sworn to fight the ugly phenomenon of society to the end, narrowed his eyes slightly, and fell into a brief silence. This time, he really thought about what the other party was going to do. He suddenly ran away just now, in order to let drink his own driving and then he was videotaping and collecting evidence of his own DUI to blackmail himself? Suning really did not think that the other party would have such a crooked mind. Did he originally have such an intention? Or did he see himself driving a supercar on a whim? No matter what the reason is, aren't you a bit too unaware of your own fate? Wouldn't you think that a man with a $50 million supercar wouldn't have the means to clean you up? Even if he gave in at the time and gave you some hush money, wanting to crush you later on would simply be as easy as crushing an ant. And what made Suning couldn't help but grunt and laugh was that he hadn't even been drinking at all. "I'm just tired and don't want to drive. I'm sorry. I'm afraid it's going to be hard for you to get away with this today." The corner of Suning's mouth curved up in an arc, turned off the engine and got out of the car, quietly standing there looking at the righteous chauffeur. "Don't you have something going on at home? Why are you back again?" The chauffeur saw that Suning didn't storm out, but rather this calm attitude, and immediately misunderstood that Suning didn't want to make a big deal out of it. This was also exactly what he expected to envision. "I did have something going on at home, so I just couldn't wait to get home. But then I immediately received a call saying that things didn't need to be rushed, so I planned to come back and continue to help you drive. But I didn't expect that you would completely ignore the traffic regulations and dare to drink and drive. Even if I suddenly left just now, you could have found another substitute driver. Do you know what the consequences of drunk driving are? It's irresponsible to yourself and society. And if you get into an accident, your family will die. I'm telling you, if you get caught driving under the influence, the fine is trivial. but the key is to suspend your license for 6 months. If it reaches the standard of drunk driving, the license will be directly suspended, and then also be held criminally responsible. Tell me about it, how serious the consequences are. The chauffeur had already put down his cell phone and lambasted Su Ning, but behind him, he seemed to be preaching the law to Su Ning, and just now he had been emphasizing the need to call the police, but did not take the initiative to mention it again. This made Su Ning even more clear as a mirror in his heart, knowing too well what he wanted to do. This guy will not take the initiative to say the matter of hush money. After all, know a little bit of law, no, that is called extortion. And only drunk driving driver, in order to avoid punishment, took the initiative to give hush money. This time he received money without any consequences. Su Ning smiled blandly and raised an eyebrow. Oh, the penalties for DUI are so severe. I really didn't expect it. If you don't take the initiative to mention it, then I won't take the initiative to mention it either. Anyway, it won't let you have your way is all. The chauffeur thought that Su Ning hadn't heard his subtext, and couldn't help but get depressed, so he could only cryptically continue on. I don't see you as someone who frequently drinks and drives. Once in a while is worth forgiving, or else I won't call the police and let you off the hook, said here. The chauffeur paused for a moment, opened the chauffeur app driver side of the cell phone, deliberately took the accent and said, "Oops, this evening's single is not good. Are not running out of how much money ah." He was close to explicitly reminding him to ask for favors and hush money. Su Ning almost couldn't help but laugh out loud at the other party's poor performance. This subtle reminder was really obvious. However, Su Ning still treated it as if he didn't understand. He just wanted the other party to take the initiative to say it. This guy wanted to blackmail himself, so how could Su Ning let him off easily? If he didn't send him in, he would be sorry for this performance. Not calling the police? Then thank you for raising your hand. Su Ning smiled, directly locking the car and striding towards the hotel. The chauffeur froze, and immediately his face was not even pretty. Did you not understand my words? Do you really think I will let you off so cheaply? What kind of beautiful thing are you thinking of? Although he didn't know if Su Ning was deliberately pretending not to understand. If he let Su Ning go just like that, wouldn't all of his planning tonight be wasted? Therefore, he hurriedly stopped Su Ning, his face becoming ferocious in expression. Don't go. I haven't finished talking yet. It's an indisputable fact that you had a DUI, right? Do you think I'll let you off so easily? Let me get this straight. It's not impossible to keep me from calling the police, but you have to give me hush money. I won't say how much. Anyway, you drive such a nice car. Surely you won't care about a little bit of money, right? Spending a little bit of money in exchange for avoiding DUI penalties, how do you look at it as cost effective? Right. No more pretense, directly and blatantly asking for money. Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. The tail of the fox has finally revealed itself, just waiting for you to ask for money. In front of the chauffeur's face, he took out his phone and directly called Officer Wang, who he was already very familiar with. Officer Wang, I want to call the police. The chauffeur I called is trying to extort money from me. My current location is. Officer Wang on the other end of the phone listened to the call, and the sense of oddness and dissonance that flooded his heart was incomparably strong. You called a chauffeur? Aren't you the chauffeur? Well, he felt that he really couldn't figure out the brain circuits of a rich second generation like Su Ning. Moreover, do you, Mr. Su, really have Conan's physique? How many times have you contacted me? The police? In just 1 week's work? Who's a good person who deals with the police every day? However, since Su Ning called the police, then he better hurry to the police, so there is no delay. Directly with 2 auxiliary police drove out of the police station. Strictly speaking, the place of the incident is still not considered to be under the jurisdiction of their police station, but this kind of alarm that goes directly to the police they have to take, and they were also willing to take this kind of case that didn't go through the 110 alarm center, because it would count as their work performance. Just as Su Ning waited for Officer Wang to arrive, the valet was a bit confused. He didn't expect Su Ning to call the police so dryly. Admittedly, he was going to be in a bad way in that case, but the problem was, in that case, wouldn't you not be able to get away with the DUI? Do you really not care about having your license suspended or even being detained for criminal responsibility? I don't think you're calling the police, are you? I'm not blackmailing you. Don't scare me. I'm telling you, it won't do you any good if you call the police. You won't be able to get away with drunk driving. He still held on to the last shred of fantasy, thinking that Su Ning hadn't called at all and was just scaring himself. Su Ning looked at the obviously flustered chauffeur with a smile on her face, and slowly laughed more and more freely. The chauffeur was laughed at by Su Ning's heart Harry, more and more timid up. He was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Su Ning. Is it possible that I haven't been drinking at all? Chapter 65, Why do you have a tape recorder? Is it possible that I didn't drink at all? Su Ning's words caused the valet to instantly freeze on the spot, his complexion changing in succession. Didn't drink? What do you call a chauffeur if you didn't drink? Especially when you were driving such a windy supercar. Shouldn't you be windswept in the silence of the night? If you don't enjoy the wind by yourself, then it's just a matter of finding a chauffeur to drive. What are you thinking? Just as Su Ning couldn't understand the brain circuits of some people, the chauffeur couldn't understand Su Ning's approach at the moment. Su Ning shrugged with a smile on his face. I was tired and simply didn't want to drive, so I called a chauffeur. It's quite reasonable. So what if I'm a chauffeur? Could it be that I'm a chef and I can't go out to eat at a restaurant? If I am a cab driver, can't I take a taxi outside? By the same token, even if I am a chauffeur, I can't be denied the right to call a chauffeur, right? Since you haven't been drinking, it's a misunderstanding. We've arrived at our destination and the trip is over, so I'll leave first. I hope I'll have another chance to serve you next time. After the chauffeur reacted, he saw the situation and wanted to bolt. Su Ning couldn't help but sneer. You'd better wait until the police let you go. Seeing Su Ning with such an attitude, how could the chauffeur not realize that things were in big trouble? Sir, it's my fault. I apologize. Just don't go through the police, right? You didn't suffer any damage, and I didn't call the police on my side, so just let me go as if nothing happened, right? I have an old man and a small child. It's not easy to make a living. You don't have to kill me, do you? I'm begging you, or I'll kneel down for you, said the chauffeur, as if he really wanted to kneel down in front of Su Ning. Su Ning laughed coldly once again, but could not muster much sympathy at all, not to mention how much truth he contained in this. Just his behavior of extortion is not worthy of forgiveness. You have hands and feet, why can't you eat? Have to go to do this kind of conscience-robbing hook? You have an old man and a young man, but not the owner of the car? If you really inadvertently saw people drunk driving, to ask for a little hush money can be justified, but you are simply to design a trap for other car owners, and then raw blackmail. Aren't those car owners who were blackmailed by you aggrieved? So don't try to win my sympathy here. It's useless. Su Ning wore a sneering smile on his face, but did not speak, without the slightest inclination to be spoken to at all. The valet's face couldn't help but become ugly, and his mind flew. Otherwise, why don't I hurry up and run? Maybe can't catch me. But the thought that the owner of this car in front of him had called for a chauffeur through the chauffeur platform, and as long as the police sent a letter, the chauffeur platform would definitely provide their details, so it's useless to run. Then is it possible that one bites the bullet that one is not blackmailing? It seems, just did not see the owner of the car to take cell phone video. There should be no evidence to prove that they extortion, right? The roadside may have surveillance cameras, but usually only picture without recording, also cannot prove that they extortion. Thinking of this, the driver's heart is really relieved. There is a sense of life after the robbery, but the next second, he was directly frozen on the spot. The whole person is going crazy. Recording pen. He watched as Su Ning pulled out a recording pen from his pocket. How is this possible? Why do you have a recorder? Who's a good person who carries a recording pen around with him? At this moment, he started to feel cold from head to toe, and his whole body felt like falling into an ice cave. When things came to this point, it was no longer up to him. Not long after, Officer Wang arrived at the scene in a police car. Of course, just like several times before, the look he gave Su Ning was nothing short of odd. He really felt that Su Ning, this young man, was so eccentric that it was simply incomprehensible to normal people. He was so rich, yet he liked to experience life while driving. He was so rich, but he liked to experience life while driving, and he always encountered all kinds of strange things. How many times has he dealt with him as a police officer in just 1 week's work? Not to say everyday contact is almost. He even felt that he could apply to the director to give him a specialized civilian police service. With Su Ning to understand the situation, found that this chauffeur may also be suspected of extortion. So Officer Wang brought both Su Ning and the chauffeur back to the police station, one to make a statement and one to be interrogated. The evidence was overwhelming. Not only is Su Ning's recorder, but also the eye in the sky to monitor the chauffeur to find a corner after getting off the video. This allows the chauffeur to have something at home this excuse does not break. It doesn't take too much effort. The chauffeur himself explained. He is trying to use this way to let the owner of the car drink driving, and then blackmail the owner. And this kind of hook he is not the first time to do. Before the success of a few times, extortion income can be far higher than the chauffeur. According to the current sentencing standards for extortion, I'm afraid he'll be facing a prison sentence of less than 3 years. If it wasn't for Su Ning, he would have gotten away with it. But how could he have predicted that there would be such a strange person as Su Ning who called for a chauffeur even though he hadn't been drinking? He could only say that it was his fate. When leaving the police station, Officer Wang said with an odd expression, "Next time you encounter a similar illegal situation, ensure your own safety before calling the police." He realized that according to Su Ning's special physique, he was afraid that similar things would not be rare in the future. Just like today's situation, Su Ning could have completely shelled out money to satisfy the other party first, and then find a suitable opportunity to call the police. Anyway, the other party is a regular chauffeur of the chauffeur platform, cannot run away. The police on the spot. In case the other side of the fish death net, safety cannot be guaranteed. Su Ning understood Officer Wang's meaning and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'll be careful next time. It was really late, but Su Ning didn't have the heart to call for a chauffeur again, and drove himself to the hotel. There was no way around it. He was really afraid that he would run into any more strange things. A different time was fine. Right now he really just wanted to lie down on a big bed and have a good sleep. Although the environment of the hotel is general, but sleepy where he still cares so much, asleep directly to the morning cell phone alarm, while confused to wash up, while pondering, he is a day to earn tens of millions of God's rich, how should also live in the most classy hotelet. When I have time, I'll look around the neighborhood, at least until he bought a large villa. He couldn't treat himself poorly. After sending Xiaodong to school in the morning, Su Ning didn't have anything for him to worry about today, so he planned to go back to school to continue working on his graduation design. But not long after arriving at his dorm room, he was called away by Counselor Yu Chang, because he had pulled in Su Ning's $60 million donation. Yu Chang was in the limelight for a while. Without any surprise, his bid for the deputy director of the Student Affairs Department was successfully implemented, and after sending Su Ning's 2 classes of students away, he will take up his post. Chapter 66, Making 100 million in real money. Su Ning was sincerely happy for Yu Chang. After all, such a good teacher deserved better. However, this time Yu Chang called Su Ning more because the school leaders and faculty leaders wanted to meet Su Ning. After all, after donating so much to the school at once, and still being an actual current student, it would be strange if the school could still be indifferent. Good boy. Didn't fail the school's cultivation. The school will be proud of you in the future. You should have graduated by the time the school celebrates, so don't forget to come back to your alma mater at that time. Principal Zhang enthusiastically took Su Ning's hand and said with much emotion, he had already reached the age where he was about to retire, and his desire to move up the ladder had long since faded, and he was already focused on the school with a view to bringing it to a higher level before he retired. And Su Ning's appearance makes him very pleased. Now I am proud of the school. In the future the school will be proud of me. This is by no means an empty phrase. If one didn't have an extremely strong sense of belonging and very deep feelings for the school, how could one donate $60 million to the school right out of the gate? This made Principal Zhang feel that the school's teaching philosophy was successful and hadn't produced a bunch of white-eyed wolves. The next few major school leaders and faculty leaders similarly praised and encouraged Su Ning. Interestingly enough, there were several professors who came to Su Ning with their own projects to seek sponsorship, which really made him cry and laugh a bit. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already almost noon. He brought a few meals from the cafeteria back to the dormitory and saved the 3 brothers who were fighting in the game. After the meal, Su Ning honestly worked on his graduation design. Although the department head had already implicitly indicated to him in the morning that his graduation design could go through a process at all, and even the outstanding graduate could be internalized for him. However, he still wanted to draw a successful conclusion to his college life, and his graduation design definitely could not be sloppy. After all, the system might provide him with all sorts of ways to brush up on his money later on, but he wouldn't really have the chance to do his graduation design after leaving school. In the afternoon, Su Ning went to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaodong, and brought Xiaodong back to their home neighborhood to wait for Xiaodong's parents to return. Today was the last day of their engagement, not only because tomorrow was the weekend, but also because Xiaodong's mom was coming back from a business trip at night. Older brother, it's been a hard week for you. Xiaodong likes you quite a lot, and I'm still a bit sad to see you go. Xiaodong's father pulled Xiaodong and said rather emotionally. Xiaodong also pulled on Su Ning's hand at this time, with a look of unwillingness to let Su Ning leave. Su Ning touched Xiaodong's hair, squatted down and smiled as she extended her hand to him. Remember our agreement. Oh, never keep secrets for the Autobots. Brother and the Autobots both believe you can do it. Xiaodong nodded earnestly, an incomparably solemn expression on his small face as he stretched out his hand to pull a hook with Su Ning. Older brother, here's the rest of the $500. Although I know for sure that you don't care, this is what we set out to do when we started. Take it, Xiaodong's father said as he handed Su Ning the money. Su Ning took it without hesitation and said thanks. Who said I didn't care? I care a lot. What may seem like a worthless $500 to you can be a Koenigsegg one to me. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $500. 100,000 times increase reward $50 million. The system prompt sounded in his head at the right time, causing Su Ning to not be able to help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. It could be said that other than the old man who compensated himself with $1,500 to make himself a wild $150 million, it was Xiaodong's parents who made themselves the most money. Picking up and taking care of Xiaodong for a week in exchange for a return of $100 million was the most cost-effective way to brush up on money any way you looked at it, earning more than an ordinary chauffeur. Although in their view their own chauffeur may be a rich young man to experience life, they do not give themselves to match the value of the return, but they themselves have actually made 100 million on them. So next month when Xiaodong's birthday comes around, one can give Xiaodong a decent birthday gift. Moreover, Xiaodong's parents were good people, so it was fine to socialize as friends. Besides, it was still unknown what the money swiping method behind them was, so maybe there was still a chance to make a wild profit on the money swiping method they used on them. After saying goodbye to Xiaodong's family, Su Ning was too lazy to return to his dorm room and went to the restaurant early. It just so happened that the evening rush of dining had yet to arrive, so Manager Lu took advantage of this time to report to Su Ning about the recent week's operation of Li Ji Private Cuisine. It had been exactly 1 week since he had bought Li Ji Private Cuisine. Although Su Ning had been at the store almost every day, he hadn't really asked about it specifically. Young Mr. Su, this week's turnover flow was 647,860,000, because there was a day when the water was shut off and there was no business. Otherwise the turnover flow should be able to reach 750,000. Our store's gross profit is around 65%, and after removing labor, water, electricity, and so on, the pure profit can also reach around 45%. Su Ning blinked and did some rough math, not realizing that this week's pure profit was nearly 300,000, and that was even after the restaurant was closed for a day. If he did that math, wouldn't a month's pure profit be up to 135 million? A year, 16 million? It's a big shock when you do the math. Su Ning certainly knew that Li Ji Private Cuisine made money, but he didn't expect it to be this lucrative. You know, he only spent $42 million on Li Ji Private Cuisine, and at this rate of money making, 3 years would have paid back his capital. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to buy such a cash cow from the original owner if I hadn't purchased it through the system. You don't want to compare upscale dining to FMCG. Join the milk tea and whatnot are committed to a year or 2 years back to the capital, seemingly higher profit margins, but that's all small business, and Li Ji Private Food such as traditional catering is not in a class at all. Not to mention that Su Ning bought Li Ji Private Kitchen when it is even the real estate are bought back to the capital. That is, even the real estate are earned out. Just thinking about it made him feel exaggerated. Do well and keep it up. Maybe I won't be at the store next month. It's still up to you and all the staff to work together. Take an extra 100,000 out of the profits this month as a bonus, and give it to all the employees proportionally. Then you can tell everyone that as long as everyone works hard, each person will have the highest standard bonus in the industry at the end of the year. Su Ning smiled and promised Manager Lu. Manager Lu didn't expect that his impromptu report on his work would result in a $100,000 bonus for all of his employees. It was important to realize that the entire Li Ji Private Cuisine only had less than 60 employees. Distributed down, the average person could receive nearly $2,000. For a laborer, this could not be considered a small amount. Just as Manager Lu was excitedly preparing to thank Su Ning on behalf of all the employees, 2 young and beautiful girls walked in from the entrance of the restaurant. Su Ning recognized at a glance that he knew both girls. One was his ex-girlfriend, Wang Yingying, and the other was Wang Yingying's best friend, Jing Yunting, who was also studying acting at the Academy of Arts. The 2 girls also saw Su Ning, their faces changing in expression. Chapter 67, Why is your face so big? Running into his ex-girlfriend, Su Ning did not feel embarrassed, and with a bashful smile turned around and went to his usual spot near the cash register to wait for the valet order. Wang Yingying, on the other hand, looked evasive in her complexion, seemingly wanting to say something, but was quietly pulled by her best friend Jing Yunting by her side. Don't move yet. Something's not right. Didn't you say that he had money from his inheritance? How come he's here at the restaurant now but doesn't look like he's eating? Wang Yingying was reminded by her best friend and seemed to have discovered the problem as well. In the process of being guided to her seat by the waitress, Wang Yingying curiously asked the waitress, "What are the people next to the cashier's counter in your restaurant for?" The waitress answered without thinking, "Those 3 people are our hotel's resident chauffeurs. If guests have a need for a chauffeur, they can go to the cash register and call for chauffeur service." Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were instantly taken aback, glancing at each other and seeing incredulity in each other's eyes. A chauffeur? Su Ning ran to Li Ji Private Cuisine to be a chauffeur? If it was before, they wouldn't have found it strange at all. After all, Su Ning had always been trying to find ways to work and study hard, but hadn't he already inherited a legacy? Even the $50 million supercar Koenigsegg one was on the road, so how could he still be running a chauffeured car? So against common sense, then I'm afraid there's only one answer. Everything is fake. It was all a lie fabricated by Su Ning. What inheritance? It's all a lie. the tutor couldn't do his job anymore, and now he's just a stinking chauffeur. As for why he can drive a supercar Koenigsegg, it didn't make sense, but now it does. It must be that the owner of the car who drank the alcohol asked him for a chauffeur, and then he found a way to drive over to show off. Thinking of this, Wang Yingying's towering breasts were undulating non-stop, practically exploding with anger. Damn, how dare you lie to me? Because of this matter, she was kicked out by the little Kai who was so hard to get along with at that time, and in those days, when she thought of losing the opportunity that could have made her one of the most powerful and famous women in the world, she felt remorse in her gut and wanted to die. When she tried to salvage Su Ning by speaking softly through a few of her brothers, her dignity was repeatedly rubbed on the ground by them. The more she thought about it, the more indignant she became, and now her eyes were already on fire. I didn't realize that your ex-boyfriend was really an oddball. Surprisingly, he came to the hotel for a contemporary drive. Luckily you broke up, or else when you became a big star and were dug out to have a contemporary driving boyfriend, it would be a disgrace. But I'm also really convinced how he has the nerve to pretend to be a rich second-generation inheritor in front of you. Is it really that vain? Jing Yunting said with a very exaggerated tone in her voice, her face filled with a look of contempt. Wang Yingying's face was a bit ugly. Although she didn't like this kind of statement from Jing Yunting, she had to admit that this might turn into her black history. Forget it, I'll go find him later and make it clear to him. After the two women sat down in their seats, Jing Yunting blinked her big eyes and looked at Wang Yingying with a smile on her face. You'd better go and say it before Director Ma comes, or else he'll come and mess up while we're talking about things, and it'll be a bad thing. Wang Yingying's heart thumped and she also realized the seriousness of the problem. Director Ma's name was Ma Wenlong. Although he wasn't a big shot in the entertainment industry, he was a veteran who had mixed with all the major crews. Recently, Ma Wenlong has been working as an assistant director and casting director in a newly planned drama, and he has a lot of power in his hands. The two of them had managed to make a connection and wanted to get a role in the movie through Ma Wenlong. Even though this movie project wasn't a big production, it was said that there was no shortage of funds, and the director had invited all powerful actors and actresses, preparing to create a movie with a conscience. If they could act in it, even if it wasn't a major role, it would be enough credentials to brag about. Not to mention that if the movie was a hit, it was entirely possible for them to become famous overnight even if they were supporting actors. That was why they all valued this meeting with Ma Wenlong so much. If Su Ning came over at this time to mess things up, it would be really easy to ruin their good things. Thinking of this possibility, Wang Yingying couldn't sit still and immediately got up and left her seat with Jing Yunting towards the cash register. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Being poor isn't scary. What's scary is that you can't even keep your feet on the ground. You only love vanity and are delusional. Contemporary driving also drive the guest's supercar to school. You don't even know shame? Breaking up with you was the smartest decision I ever made. Don't pester me anymore. It's impossible between us. And don't say you know me. I can't afford to lose face. Do you understand? Su Ning was chatting idly with Master Wang, and was dumbfounded when Wang Yingying came over and chopped her head off. You're afraid you're not a little bit sick, are you? I'm pestering you? Why do you have such a big face? However, Su Ning quickly caught the key information from a few words in Wang Yingying's words. Chauffeur, guest supercar, vanity, can't help but want to laugh. Combined with the fact that you know I'm here for a chauffeur ride, you think that the Koenigsegg isn't mine, and that it's driving someone else's car to the school to find you pretending to be a pussy? It is no wonder that she has this kind of attitude towards herself. You know, when she was begging herself to get back together, she was as humble as she could be. Sure enough, this kind of teal girl is really AV*TCH. At this time, Jing Yunting next to Wang Yingying also spoke up cynically. Yes, don't pester our Yingying in the future. Our Yingying is going to be a big star. You're a broken chauffeur. You don't even deserve to lift our shoes. You'd better know yourself. Toads shouldn't think of eating swan meat. After saying that, Jing Yunting even fanned her white hand in front of her mouth and nose, as if she disliked the smell of Su Ning's body. Unable to help but let out a cold snort, Su Ning looked at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting, a wave of mocking laughter suddenly appearing on his face. Interesting, really interesting. He himself had actually been described as a toad again. Do you guys really feel so good about yourselves? Gently waving his hand, signaling that the cashier who was about to stand up and speak did not need to move, Su Ning spoke up with a smirk. Yes, I think you guys are right. Toads shouldn't think of eating swan meat. I'll send the sentence back to you all as is. I'll do what I say, and I hope you guys will do what you say too. After saying that, he ignored the two women's red faces due to irritation and sat down again to continue chatting with Master Wang. A change in wealth brings about a change in mindset. Continuing to mess around with them in public was too much for him. Therefore, it was best to simply ignore them. The two women also seemed to feel that it was inappropriate to continue talking here, and huffed and puffed their way back to their positions. Unbeknownst to them, at this time, A guest outside the door had witnessed most of the process, with a playful expression on his face. Chapter 68. Do you believe I can tell you to get lost with a single word? Director Ma, you're here? Please sit down. You're a busy man, and you still have the honor of coming to Perfume. Ing and I are overjoyed. When Ma Wanlong walked over, Jing Yunting and Wang Ying simultaneously rose to greet him, their faces seemingly smiling out of flowers. Ma Wanlong was probably less than 40 years old, probably because he was always mixing with the crew. The skin on his face appeared rough, giving off a rough feeling. His eyes were small, but these small eyes seemed to squint together when he looked at the two girls, Jing Yunting and Wang Ying. Even though it was well concealed, the desire in his eyes was still easily perceptible, and a wave of smugness flooded his heart. Not bad, sort of two little beauties, using two insignificant small supporting roles to get two small beauties to serve themselves with all their heart and soul. I'm afraid that this kind of escapist beauty of embracing the right and the left can only be enjoyed in the entertainment industry. Even if I'm busy, how can I miss the invitation of two great beauties? I have to say, the conditions of the two of you are also quite rare in the entertainment industry. Don't look at those actresses who seem like they're pouring out of the country on the screen, but in reality it's all due to plastic surgery and makeup. Where is the natural beauty like you guys who are clear water out of hibiscus? Ma Wanlong sat down and spoke with a smile. When Jing Yunting and Wang Ying heard Ma Wanlong praising them for their beauty, they instantly blushed, their faces already involuntarily flushed from excitement, and this even made Ma Wanlong swallow his saliva, becoming more and more impatient. He now hated that he couldn't rush to embrace the two women to go to a room and enjoy the happiness of all people. But before that, he also knew that he had to coax them first, so he didn't even wait for them to open their mouths to ask. He took the initiative to promise. Don't worry, I'll pack my bags when it comes to entering the group. Although you guys don't have much experience, some supporting roles that carry weight are completely playable if you come from the science class. When the crew is officially formed, you guys can enter the group. Of course, before that, I still need to consider it first. When he said the last sentence, it was as if the wolf grandmother had taken off her last disguise, and there was salivation in her eyes. Jing Yunting and Wang Ying's eyes flashed at once, their faces overwhelmed with joy, their smiles as if they were blossoming. Great! I didn't expect this Ma director to be so good at talking. Although they hadn't officially entered the showbiz world of fame and fortune, it was impossible for them to be unaware of all the rumors within. It was common for many actresses to sacrifice their bodies in order to be able to get roles. It wasn't unheard of for many to fail to get roles after being eaten dry. This time, they were ready to sacrifice their bodies, but what they feared most was that even though they sacrificed their bodies they didn't get any benefits. Director Ma, let's toast to you. The two women raised their cups at the same time, smiles on their rosy pretty faces, making Ma Wanlong look more and more tickled. Well, a toast from a beautiful woman then I must drink. After finishing his glass of wine, Ma Wanlong was remembering the scene he had just seen outside the hotel door, and asked with a smile on his face, just now I saw that you guys seem to have a conflict with someone at the cash register. What was it about? Do you need me to step in and settle it? Wang Ying's face changed slightly, not knowing what to say. Next to her, Jing Yunting, however, reacted quickly and let out a delicate laugh. Why? It's not because our Ying is too pretty. That chauffeur is a student from the school next to our art academy, and has always been attentive to Ying, a complete dog licker. It's impossible for Ying to like him at all, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of self-awareness and always pesters Ying. No, just now I saw Ying pestering her again. It's really tiresome. Hearing Jing Yunting's words, Ma Wanlong couldn't help but grunt, turning his head to look at Su Ning's eyes at the cash register. He also became very disdainful. What kind of class are you? Eating the same food as me? You're really a toad who wants to eat swan meat. Today, I'll show you how your cold goddess panders to me. Young man, don't think too much of love. When you go out into society, you'll know that power can buy you everything. He's a chauffeur? Then I'll give him a good lesson today. Let him know how cruel society really is. Ma Wanlong sneered, while waving at the waiter waiting not far from the side. Hello sir, may I ask what you need? The waiter immediately walked over with a polite and attentive attitude. You go and call the young valet at the cashier over. Ma Wanlong directly ordered. The waiter thought that he had been drinking and wanted to find a substitute driver, but he had to test the substitute driver a bit first. It wasn't like there hadn't been customers similar to this kind of pretentiousness before, so she ran to the cashier's desk and called out to Su Ning. Su Ning was slightly surprised, but still followed the waitress towards the table. When he saw that it was Wang Ying and the others at this table, he couldn't help but frown. You're not going to stop now, are you? Just now, I was too lazy to bother with you, but you guys are still on the nose? Looking at Ma Wanlong sitting beside Jing Yunting and Wang Ying, he knew without asking that it must be this middle-aged man who had given them their backbone. In his heart, he couldn't help but snicker. I would like to see how much backbone you guys have. Are you the one always pestering Wang Ying? I'm telling you, You're less delusional. You don't take a good look at yourself. Do you deserve it? I don't want to talk too much. Look at these 3 glasses of wine on the table, right? If you drink them all in one gulp, we'll forget about it. Otherwise, you'll be in for it. Let me tell you, I'm a good brother to the owner of Li Ji Private Cuisine. One word from me and you're out of here. Ma Wenlong was enraged by Su Ning's bland demeanor, standing up and shouting at Su Ning. Su Ning narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 3 glasses of wine on the table. Those 3 cups of white wine added up to almost exactly 1 kilogram. I'm afraid that even someone with a good capacity for alcohol would never feel good if they drank it in one gulp. Not to mention him, a person with a very average capacity for alcohol. If he really drank it down, he was afraid that he would be sent to the hospital directly for alcohol poisoning. Let me drink to make up for my sins? Or you want me to look good? I'd like to see how you can make me look good. Especially his sentence, I'm a good brother to the owner of Li Ji Private Cuisine, which made Su Ning laugh her ass off. Why don't I remember having a good brother like you? Under Ma Wenlong's smug gaze, Su Ning couldn't help but let out a disdainful sneer, while at the same time reaching out to him to make a please gesture. Then please hurry up and find the boss. If the boss tells me to get lost, I'll get lost immediately. At this moment, Su Ning had a playful expression on his face, looking at Ma Wenlong with eyes that clearly looked as if he was about to watch a good show. The waiter beside Su Ning almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guest was also too pretentious, right? Still talking about being the boss's good brother? Our boss is right in front of you. Why don't you recognize him? Chapter 69, Su Ning is the boss of Li Ji Private Cuisine? Then please hurry up and find the boss. If the boss tells me to get lost, I'll get lost immediately. Su Ning's words with a hint of sarcasm and his understatement caused Ma Wenlong to freeze, and then he became furious. How could he not have expected that this young man in front of him would dare to talk back to himself? It was simply outrageous. Originally, in his opinion, the lower class of society like this who were pressurized by the burden of life would definitely not dare to lose their jobs so easily, or else they might face the dilemma of not being able to eat tomorrow. That's why he dared to be so reckless in his fox-like behavior, wanting to humiliate the other party in this way, forcing the other party to grovel to himself. But the reality of the scene was that the other person simply didn't give a damn about him, full of mockery and disdain. You, Ma Wenlong stretched out his finger to point at Su Ning, but he was so angry that his hands were shaking. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were the 2 people who were showing smugness, because they felt that Su Ning definitely did not have a good ending when he annoyed Director Ma. Is this how your hotel's valet treats its guests? Go get your boss. I'm going to ask him properly if he still wants to work. Seeing that he didn't seem to have too good a way to take Su Ning, but the guests in the hall were already all looking over, making him a bit embarrassed, so he could only colorfully and angrily rushed at the waiter. The waiter couldn't help but grin slightly. After so many years of being a waiter, what kind of people hadn't he seen before? This guy in front of him, obviously pretending to be on top. Then I'll make a solemn introduction. This is both our store's valet and the owner of our Li Ji Private Cuisine. If you are dissatisfied with anything, just speak directly to our boss. Although the waitress had an expression on her face as if she was being businesslike, the corners of her mouth that seemed to be smiling had completely betrayed her mood at the moment. Her words, however, caused everyone at the scene to be stunned. Incomparably unbelievable. What? This chauffeur was the owner of Li Ji Private Cuisine? How could this be possible? Fear is not a joke. Li Ji Private Cuisine. You don't even have the surname Li. How could you be the boss? Saying a random person is the owner fools me? You Li Ji Private Cuisine really don't take your customers seriously. Of course Ma Wenlong didn't believe it and snorted coldly, but at this time, Manager Lu heard the commotion and had hurried over. This guest, he is indeed the owner of our Li Ji Private Cuisine. If you have something that you definitely need to communicate with the boss, you can say it now. This time, everyone was truly shocked. You could not believe the waiter's words, but the regular customers all knew that Manager Lu was the actual manager of Li Ji Private Cuisine, and he wouldn't just tell this kind of lie. In other words, this handsome young man is really the boss of Li Ji Private Cuisine? The boss is working as a chauffeur in his own restaurant? This was too out of place. However, unlike the other guests' surprise, Ma Wenlong's side was so embarrassed that he couldn't find a crack in the ground. You know, just now. But he patted his chest and swore that he and the hotel owner is a brother. As a result, the owner of the restaurant was right in front of him, but he didn't recognize him at all. Pretending to be a bully and bumping into someone else's face. Is there anything more humiliating in the world than this? Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were shocked and lost their colors. They could not have imagined that Su Ning was the owner of Li Ji Private Cuisine. He had really inherited a legacy, rather than driving someone else's luxury car to show off in vanity. As for why he was driving a car, it was his own restaurant, so he could do whatever he wanted to do. Thinking back to just when they thought they were telling Su Ning not to pester her, it was so humiliating and embarrassing that they couldn't hurry to cover their faces and run away. By this time, Su Ning no longer wanted to pester them. If you guys want to eat, eat in peace. If you don't want to eat, get the hell out of here. Don't think too much of yourself as superior. There's a whole lot of people who can pinch you to death at the drop of a hat. Su Ning snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Although in a certain sense, the three of them were now customers of Li Ji private cuisine, and as God's customers he didn't deserve to be treated this way. But did Su Ning really care? For this kind of guy who wanted to humiliate himself, he was considered generous for not letting the security guards beat them out. As for the other customers, they would never empathize with this and would instead give Su Ning a thumbs up. After all, they had all seen the scene where the small-eyed man had just pretended to make the valet drink 3 glasses of white wine in a row. Ma Wenlong was chastised to the point of turning red, and the two women's faces were also flushed red, as unpleasant as they could be. Let's go. What's so great about having a restaurant? It doesn't even mix into the upper class. It doesn't even count as a fart. Wang Yingying, you are going to enter the entertainment industry as a big star. I'll call Director Shi in a while. I'll give up my old face to get you a big role in The Man with No Name. You just wait for the movie to hit the big time after its release. By then, you'll be so popular that you'll be able to buy this Thai hotel just by acting in a movie. Having been humiliated like this, they naturally didn't have the face to stay here anymore. However, when they were about to leave, they naturally had to hold on and put in some harsh words, so as to make themselves look less wretched. Scene talk, especially scene talk in this situation. Who would believe it? But on the contrary, Wang Yingying believed it, and even though she was now in a sorry state, her heart was incomparably surprised. Important role. His own opportunity has come. In her mind, she had already remembered her good days in the entertainment industry, directly dispersing the immediate embarrassment. But right at this moment, Su Ning, who had just turned around to leave, stopped in his tracks. Turning back, his expression became playful. What movie are you talking about? Ma Wenlong thought that they had flashed their showbiz identities, making the owner of Li Ji private cuisine scornful, and couldn't help but grunt. The Man with No Name. This is a big production that will start soon. For your information, I'm the assistant director of the movie. When the time comes, let's see if I don't expose your Li Ji private restaurant's ugly face through various channels. You just wait for the restaurant to be washed up and closed down by fans. Ma Wenlong's words made Wang Yingying couldn't help but light up. Right, when she became a big star in the limelight, she would expose this bastard Su Ning through various channels at that time. At that time, not only would she make him lose his reputation, but she would also make him lose her family's money. Thinking of Su Ning's desperate plight as he was rushed by those extreme fans who couldn't jump off a building and kill themselves, Wang Yingying felt that she had instantly regained her confidence. But right at this moment, Su Ning couldn't help but grunt out a laugh. Looking at the three people in front of him as they branched back out, his face was already covered in sarcasm. If you were to say any other movie, then there might not really be much he could do about it. But if you want to say The Man with No Name, then I'm sorry, I really have something to say. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up an arc, and in front of Ma Wenlong's three people, he picked up the phone and dialed out. Chapter 70. Fire this assistant director. Xiao Su, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Just in time. I still have to report to you on the progress of the formation of the theater group. Several roles have found the most suitable actors to play them, and if you don't have any comments, we can officially start next week. By then you can. As soon as the phone was connected, producer Chenny seemed to be talking nonstop like a series of cannons. Stop for now. Su Ning hurriedly stopped his words, or else he really didn't know how long he would talk. It's like this. Old Chen, your crew has an assistant director, right? I don't really know what it's called. Anyway, the eyes are quite small. Fire this guy. Also, he should be introducing actors inside the crew, right? Fire all these actors too. It won't make things difficult for you, right? Although Su Ning spoke with a smile and a tone that seemed to be politely inquiring, he carried a forcefulness that was not to be trifled with. Chenny couldn't help but be stunned, not expecting Su Ning to call over specifically to speak to him about such a matter. Although he wasn't clear about the specifics of what had happened, there was no doubt that this assistant director must have messed with Su Ning and made her feel unhappy. After all, from several experiences of contact with Su Ning, he was courteous and warm, and was by no means a domineering rich second generation. Assistant director? Little eyes? Chenny immediately thought of Ma Wenlong. After all, the crew only had 2 assistant directors right now, and the other one was Big Eyes. Ma Wenlong was the one Shi Wenxiang had found to follow the group. He knew something about it, but not much. Who is more important, a gold investor or an assistant director? That is naturally self-evident. Not to mention that the assistant director had messed with the investor. Even if the assistant director hadn't made any mistakes, there was no need to say more about how he should stand. It's not difficult. No hard feelings. Xiao Su, I'll tell him to get lost right away. Even the actors he introduced into the crew. Without the slightest hesitation, Chenny immediately shouted out his assurance. Hanging up the phone, Su Ning looked at the three people across from him with a smirk, the eyes that seemed to be looking at a dead man sending hairs down the three people's spines. Ma Wenlong had some drums in his heart, but was still unwilling to believe that the young man across the street could casually contact the producer, and had the strength to tell himself to get lost with a single sentence. Who do you think you are? Have $2 stinking and don't know how to pretend to be good, right? And you told us to get out of the theater. It's a travesty. Come on, I'll wait here and see how you can get me out of the crew. If you can really do it, I'll kneel down and call you Grandpa. Ma Wenlong was a little weak in his heart, but he must not show weakness on this occasion, so he colorfully roared at Su Ning. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting also seemed to feel that it was unlikely, but did not dare to make a sound at all. After all, they had already suffered defeat in front of Su Ning twice in a row, and they didn't want to have any more memories of that embarrassing experience. Su Ning snorted coldly, his face expressionless. Then just wait. You'll get what you want, but forget about calling Grandpa. I don't want a grandson like you. Ma Wenlong was furious, his fists squeezed to death, veins bulging on the backs of his hands, hating that he couldn't ruthlessly give Su Ning a punch. Just at this moment, however, the phone on him rang. His heart thumped as he hurriedly took out the phone, but his face changed drastically when he saw the incoming alert. Shi Wenxiang, the director of The Man with No Name. Although Shi Wenxiang would take the initiative to call him when he had something to find him, but calling himself at this time, wasn't the timing too coincidental? His heart was beating fast, poofing as if it was going to jump out. I don't dare to pick up. Looking up with apprehensive eyes, he glanced at Su Ning, but saw the playful smile on Su Ning's face. Take it. Ma Wenlong took a deep breath, the expression on his face shifting as he finally gritted his teeth and picked up the phone. Hello, Director Shi. I don't know what your orders are? Ma Wenlong's tone was respectful and his attitude was careful, completely different from the condescending stance at the beginning. It's nothing much, just informing you to find another job. Our Temple of the Nameless is too small to accommodate a big Buddha like you. I don't care about you even if you usually engage in some subterfuge. You're really something. Even the biggest investor of our movie, Su Shao, dares to mess with you. I think you're just an old man eating arsenic. You're tired of living. Alright, I'm too lazy to say more to you. Pack up and get out tomorrow. Shi Wenxiang's tone of voice was cold, but also with an unquestionable firmness. After saying that he didn't even wait for Ma Wenlong to have any reaction, he directly hung up the phone. He had just received a call from his old buddy Chen Yi, and heard that the assistant director he had found, Ma Wenlong, had actually pissed off Su Ning, and at that time, he really hated that he couldn't fly over and tear Ma Wenlong apart. For Su Ning, although Shi Wenxiang was not as much in touch as Chen Yi, he could feel that Su Ning was by no means the kind of unreasonable dude. This asshole Ma Wenlong had even pissed off Su Ning, simply looking for death. In case Su Ning got angry and directly withdrew his investment, wouldn't the movie be scrapped halfway again? So he immediately called and told Ma Wenlong to get lost. Assistant directors are everywhere, but there is only one gold master. Listening to the beep 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 busy sound in the handset, Ma Wenlong was frozen on the spot. His whole body was like falling into an ice cave. He could not have imagined that the purpose of the Shi director's call was really to let himself get out. Moreover, he had heard the most incredible information. Su Ning was actually the investor of this movie. Even if he was stupid, how could he not realize that he had kicked the iron plate? In a flash, it was as if he had been kicked off a cliff and plunged into an endless abyss. He was finished. In the movie and television production industry, reputation was important. One's own dismissal from the crew of The Man with No Name would deal the deadliest blow to one's reputation. Imagine, when other crews were formed, once they heard that you had once been fired by another crew, what would they think? Definitely unclean hands or misbehavior, right? With such a reputation, which theater group would still dare to want you? What's the difference between this and being banned? Thinking that he would probably not be able to make a living in the movie and television production industry, Ma Wenlong couldn't help but give himself a few big smacks. Why did I mess with him? If there were pills of regret in the world, he would buy them no matter how much they cost. Damn it, it's these two ES. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be here. At this moment, the way he looked at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting simply hated that he couldn't eat them alive. Almost in despair, Ma Wenlong saw Su Ning in the midst of his despair, and it was as if he had seen the last light of day. He recklessly rushed to Su Ning's body and kneeled there with a pout. Young Su, I was wrong. It's all because of them. I really didn't want to mess with you. Can you talk to Director Shi and not kick me off the set? Please be generous and forgive me once. Thinking of the 3 cups of white wine he had just poured when he embarrassed Su Ning, Ma Wenlong climbed up and rushed over to the table and picked up his wine glass. Xiao Su, I'll drink these 3 glasses of wine. I'll drink 3 glasses of white wine in a row. Please forgive me. Urgently finishing his sentence, he didn't even wait for Su Ning to have any reaction before he started pouring wine into his mouth. Chapter 71, Not So Many Ifs. Su Ning narrowed her eyes slightly, looking at Ma Wenlong, who was pouring wine into his mouth in a desperate attempt, the corners of her mouth curving up into an arc full of mocking meaning. Some people were really cheap at heart. They have a condescending and ugly face towards the lower class, while groveling to the upper class as if they were lackeys. Why are you being so obsequious? Drink up. But I'm not saying you'll be forgiven after 3 drinks. Otherwise, do you think all the godly men are so childish? And at this time, Wang Yingying and Jing Yinting, 2 people have already blossomed face only left a horrified expression, although they still do not know what Ma Wenlong said on the other side of the phone. But Ma Wenlong, that drastic contrast is already enough to explain the problem. The big shot in their eyes, Ma Wenlong, who was completely capable of deciding their fate, was slavishly fawning like a clown in front of Su Ning, which really shook them to their core. It was over. Ma Wenlong was finished. They are also finished. Originally, they had dreamed of using this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, but now it's all over. They had heard clearly that a veteran assistant director like Ma Wenlong had let Su Ning kick him out of the crew with a single word. What kind of power is this? If he said one word, the 2 of them wouldn't even have a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Wang Yingying was trembling all over, and if it wasn't for the fact that Jing Yunting was still able to support her, I'm afraid that she would have already gone limp on the ground. That endless feeling of remorse from last time came back strongly, drowning her whole. If there was no breakup, the Koenigsegg one was hers. If there hadn't been a breakup, Li Qi's private dining would have been hers. If there hadn't been a breakup, how could the female lead not be hers when she was the girlfriend of a movie investor? If, there aren't that many ifs. Now, she was the toad, but she no longer had the courage to even think about eating swan meat. Su Ning, is there still a possibility for us? Wang Yingying opened her mouth to ask with anticipation and extravagance, as if she was deeply in love. Su Ning laughed, indulgently. Do you want me to repeat your words from earlier? Actually, these words are just right to return to you now. I'm glad for the breakup. How else could I have had so many good shows? And don't say you know me. I can't afford to lose that person. Wang Yingying didn't know whether it was because of her shame or regret for not being able to catch Su Ning as a potential stock, but she was already crying so much that snot was flowing out of her nose. You're a man. How can you be so petty and desperate? Big scum. You shall not die. Probably also feeling that there was no chance left, she simply tore her face off, crying and berating Su Ning at the same time as she cried, as if this would cause the people around her to sympathize and then take the same stance as her. However, it was as if she had forgotten that Su Ning was no longer her boyfriend. So how could she keep tolerating her and spoiling her? I'm a scumbag? Then I'd like to ask, why didn't you call me a scumbag when you got in a Ferrari and ran off with someone else? How come you didn't call me a scumbag when you said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat? How come you didn't call me a scumbag when you told me to be self-aware and not to pester you? Do you really think you're a noble princess and the earth goes around you? Excuse me, do you know what it means to be shameless? Fine, I'm scum, then you're worse than a. Su Ning stood in place, his cold smile carried with it an eerie chill, his words no longer leaving any mercy for Wang Yingying. Wang Yingying was dumbfounded, not expecting Su Ning to really tear his face off at her. Regardless, don't say it, don't say it. It felt as if everyone's gaze toward her was filled with the most abject contempt and spurning, as if she was looking at the most shameless whore in an ancient greenhouse. No longer able to stay, she covered her face and ran out of Li Ji private cuisine, followed by Jing Yunting who chased after her. Su Ning coldly laughed. There is no emotional fluctuation in his heart, only addiction and relief. And at this time, Ma Wenlong, who had already finished pouring 3 glasses of wine, turned red and felt as if his eyes were fluttering. Xiao Su, I finished 3 glasses of wine, not a drop left. Young Master Su, please forgive me. From now on, I'll look up to you. I'll never go west if you tell me to go east. Mr. Su, seeing that he was about to come and hug his own thigh, Su Ning coldly dropped a sentence. Manager Lu, deal with it and throw him out. After saying that, he directly turned around and left without looking back. Ma Wenlong looked at Su Ning's back with eyes wide open, completely desperate, until he was dragged out of the hotel by the hotel's security guards as if they were dragging a dead dog. He did not have any consciousness, as if he was a walking corpse. Su Ning returned to the cashier's desk, and he was naturally greeted by the awe-filled eyes of the 2 chauffeurs. He was usually very amiable and couldn't see any temper, but when he truly displayed his aura, it was something that they had to look up to. Master Wang was glad that he had taken the initiative to give Su Ning the right to be the first to take orders, or else even if Su Ning didn't mention it, it was not unlikely that others would come to find themselves in trouble. Su Ning, of course, will not pay too much attention to the thoughts of others. This small episode will not affect his night of chauffeur work. It was almost 8 o'clock when the first chauffeur order came. Su Ning did not polite, took the owner's keys and followed the owner out of the hotel. The first single is still the same. Very smooth. $50 of chauffeur fee so into the pocket. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $50. 100,000 times increase reward 5 million yuan. But Su Ning knows that accidents will eventually come, and oddballs will eventually come. Returning to Li Ji private cuisine didn't wait long before a middle-aged couple came to the cashier to ask for chauffeur service. Hello, at your service. Su Ning politely greeted them and then followed them to the parking lot. The road was actually quite smooth, and the distance wasn't too far, falling into the category of a very comfortable chauffeured list. However, the more one could not take it lightly. As expected, seeing that there was still more than 1 kilometer to go before they reached their destination, the woman who had been quiet all the way suddenly spoke up. Stop the car. I'm a little thirsty. Trouble little brother to help me get a bottle of pure water from the trunk. Thanks. This request wasn't considered unreasonable, and she was also very polite, so Su Ning naturally wouldn't refuse. So he slowly parked the car on the side of the road, got out and walked to the back, opened the trunk to get water, and just then, the woman was flying down from the back and sitting in the driver's seat, because the rear fender blocked Su Ning's line of sight. Su Ning did not see this process. By the time Su Ning carefully closed the trunk, the car directly kicked the floorboards and took off. Only Su Ning was left holding a bottle of pure water in his hand, staring blankly at the faraway car. What's going on here? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. You guys just left me behind? At this moment, Su Ning suddenly thought of the owner of the car that he had left behind the day before, and I'm afraid that he was just as confused as he was at this time. The point is, both husband and wife have been drinking. Who's driving now? Chapter 72. This damn chauffeur even has a video? Actually, the first time Su Ning did not react to what this middle-aged couple was up to. The probability is that they are drunk and their brains are out of control. But the problem was, you can do whatever you want, even if you urinate and defecate anywhere, but don't drive. It's not just about your own safety, it's about the safety of passers-by. It doesn't matter if you hit a pole with your car, don't hit a passerby. Looking back, the couple really did look like they had quite a bit to drink. He was really uneasy, but this is in the store to take the driving order, not through the driving platform, so he simply cannot contact the couple. See, from the destination is not far. Really cannot rest assured that Su Ning simply on the side of the road beckoned to take a taxi to catch up with the past, even if this matter cannot be blamed on their own head, but as a chauffeur, or should take care of the drunken owner as much as possible. However, the cab had not yet driven 2 kilometers, and when it was about to reach its destination, it saw police lights flashing far ahead. With this period of chauffeur experience, Su Ning immediately reacted to the traffic police in the arrangement of the investigation of drunk driving. Instantly his heart thumped. According to this route, that middle-aged couple was afraid that they were not going to be arrested, right? Sighing deeply, Su Ning helplessly shook his head. This is not good. As expected, when the distance got closer, he saw several traffic police surrounding the middle-aged couple, in which the woman kept arguing something to the traffic police, looking very agitated. Master, please pull over. I'll get off here. Things have come to this, although we can't change anything anymore, but the explanation that should be done should still be done. In case the traffic police saw that their distance to the DUI was very short, a lighter punishment might be possible. However, just as he approached, he heard the woman's voice with indignation in her excitement as she defended herself to the traffic police. I really didn't lie. We called a chauffeur at the hotel, but that valet just pulled over and ran away. I don't know if he was in a hurry to get home for the funeral and left us behind. It's so late. What do you think we can do? If we don't drive home, who knows if we'll have an accident if we sleep over on the side of the road. I swear, I drove less than a kilometer by myself. Comrade policeman, please give me a break. I have children at home going to school and a paralyzed old man to take care of. I really can't be detained. Su Ning listened to the woman's words and was instantly enraged. I'm leaving you guys behind? You're quite good at turning black and white. If it was just this, he wouldn't have gotten angry. To say that he was in a hurry to go home to mourn. Stinking mouth so vicious, simply do not even want to face. Originally, I was thinking of helping you to explain to see if the punishment could be reduced. But now, I'm sorry, this tainted witness I do it. At this time, the traffic police listened to her defense, frowned, feeling not too good to deal with, because according to experience, he judged that the couple should have called a substitute driver. Just check, the woman was driving, but the husband sat in the back, which would have been a little bit against the grain. According to normal logic, husband and wife, no matter who is driving, the other one will probably sit in the passenger seat, rather than sitting in the back. Of course, the matter of calling a chauffeur is still very good to check, as long as the hotel to make a phone call, or access to the route of the surveillance on the line. If it is really because the chauffeur is unreliable to lead to this situation, there is really a net of possibilities. The key place is that they found from the police platform. The woman 2 years ago had a DUI experience. According to the provisions of the DUI penalties, the first DUI will not be detained. Only a 6-month suspension of the driver's license. It is only when you are caught drinking and driving a motor vehicle again that you will be detained. This meant that if she was found guilty of DUI this time, she would really be detained. Team Luo, what should we do? The traffic policeman was moved to compassion and went to ask for instructions from the deputy squadron leader who was leading the DUI investigation. The deputy lieutenant thought for a moment and said, "Call up the CCTV. If they really had a chauffeur drive when they came out of the restaurant, proving that they had gotten a chauffeur, then forget about it this time." The couple's faces simultaneously flushed with joy, rejoicing that they had escaped with their lives. However, their joy, which hadn't lasted long, came to an abrupt end the moment Su Ning suddenly appeared. "You." The woman face-faulted Su Ning in a mixture of shock and anger. Su Ning couldn't help but let out a cold snort, his face showing disdain. "Officer, he's the chauffeur who just left us behind. With such egregious behavior like his disregarding the lives and deaths of his guests, shouldn't you guys arrest him? This should all be considered a violation of our personal rights by him, right?" The woman's eyes rolled, and she immediately shouted excitedly at the traffic police as if she was greatly aggrieved. Yes, that's him. It's him, this unethical thing." The man also immediately helped out from the side, making accusations against Su Ning. The traffic police frowned as they walked over and opened their mouths in a serious tone to inquire, "Are you their chauffeur? You left them in the middle of the road and didn't care?" Although he was inquiring, in his heart, he had already believed the couple's claim, judging that Su Ning must have been trying to screw them over. However, Su Ning shrugged his shoulders and smiled bashfully. "I was indeed the chauffeur they called, but things aren't as they say. I'm too lazy to explain. Otherwise you guys might as well watch the video." Saying this, Su Ning took off the sports camera from his chest, operated it, transferred the video to his cell phone, and then handed it to the traffic police to see. The traffic police took it in surprise, not expecting that this chauffeur even videotaped it, while the middle-aged couple was suddenly changed color, looked at each other, heart sinking straight down. How is it possible? This damn chauffeur even have video? Doesn't that mean that the original can get away with drunk driving this time can't get away with it? She will also be arrested and detained? Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the woman couldn't help but already tremble and her face became pale. Not a moment later, the traffic police had finished watching the video. His face was very ugly. Just now he was almost fooled. What chauffeur suddenly gave you guys left no matter? It is simply that you in order to save the chauffeur fee to the other chauffeur left behind. And then you're still playing poor to get sympathy from me. Shame on you. Penalty. The penalty must be heavy. According to the standard of punishment, if you drink and drive again, you'll be detained for up to 10 days, fined at least 1,000 yuan and up to 2,000 yuan, and your license will be revoked. Both the detention and the fine can be varied within the range. For example, only 3 days of detention, such as only a fine of $1,000. But now, this couple does not deserve any sympathy at all, and the direct top punishment is not negotiable. Detention for 10 days and a fine of $2,000. Handing the cell phone back to Su Ning, the traffic police team smiled at Su Ning. "Thank you for providing the evidence." Then turning his head, he waved at several auxiliary police. A few auxiliary police understood what he meant, and without any politeness at all, they directly stepped forward to twist the woman around and stuffed her into the police car. Chapter 73. I'd like to see how you're not done with me. There's not much to say. Being caught with a DUI and having irrefutable evidence, along with her previous means of avoiding chastisement, were enough to get her the top punishment. She still had to struggle, still had illusions, but the more she struggled, the harder the traffic police twisted her hand. In the end, all her arguments turned into cries of pain. Her husband wanted to stop her, but thought that if he did anything else in this situation, he might be charged with obstruction, so he could only watch helplessly as his wife was grabbed into the police car. "It's all you. If it wasn't for you, my wife wouldn't have been arrested. Poor chauffeur. You can't eat 4 dishes of goods in your whole life. You're a toad. You don't want to be a toad. You're a toad. You wait. I'm not finished with you." The man turned around and saw Su Ning, and immediately became furious, not daring to spread the fire towards the traffic police all to Su Ning's head. Su Ning looked at him with cold eyes, her gaze carrying a chilling feeling. This kind of selfish people always blame others for the fault, but will not think about their own problems. First of all, the cause of the matter is that you want to escape the fee for driving, right? Dressed like a man, well dressed, driving a car is also good, but even so little chauffeur fee to escape. You can imagine how despicable your character in the end. If it is not the road check drunk driving, today really let you get by, and now you're blaming me for the DUI arrest, which is hilarious. I gave you a DUI? Despicable people, despicable no matter what. You better keep your mouth shut. Whose fault is this? Don't you have any idea? Even getting a chauffeur to skip the check, Imagine how low your character must be in general. There is no sense of shame. What is the difference between you and, come on, whatever tricks you have to do. I'm going to stay here with you today. I'd like to see how you're not done with me. Su Ning spoke coldly, his angry tone carrying a powerful aura. He was originally a good-tempered man, but recently he had also been emotionally destabilized by various oddball car owners, and this time he was also really angry. The man glared at Su Ning, but he couldn't say anything, putting words into words, hard mouth to hard mouth, but really want to take out the actual action. He simply cannot take out. Even if Su Ning was just a powerless driver, a bottom feeder, he didn't have the means to clean up Su Ning's act. If it is the kind of store to do business, okay, looking for relations to let the departments to investigate him, there is always a way to let him bow down. But how do you make it difficult for a chauffeur? Seems like the worst thing to do is to let the hotel to drive him away, right? But even if they are driven away, they can still change a hotel, or simply go to the driving platform to take orders. This feeling, as if Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes. Of course, he himself cannot be regarded as what wears shoes. After all, only barely among the middle class, in the Imperial City has a house and a car. Food and clothing is just, if he were to be replaced by a powerful man, where would he need to make the effort? A look over there would be people to help him pack Su Ning. You'll have a good time in the future. The man still stiffened his mouth a bit, feeling that it would be very unimpressive if he didn't speak harshly. Su Ning disdainfully raised a middle finger at him, saying in a bad mood, "You'd better hurry up and pay off my chauffeur fee." Disgraceful thing. The man was stunned, probably not expecting Su Ning to ask him for a chauffeur's fee. He couldn't help but snicker, despising Su Ning even more. "I won't give it to you. What can you do? Bite me? Ha ha ha, poor bastard. If you kneel down and beg me, I'll give you the chauffeur fee." That smug and arrogant look was no different from the villains in movies and TV dramas. Su Ning couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Not giving? Then it's not that you're not finished with me, but that I'm not finished with you." Su Ning directly took out his cell phone and dialed Lawyer Hua's number. "Young Mr. Su, hello, calling at this hour. Are you in some kind of trouble?" Lawyer Hua's cheerful laughter came from the other end of the phone. "Lawyer Hua, I'm sorry to bother you at this late hour. I still have a case on my side that I want to entrust to you. Just now I took a chauffeured car order with a chauffeured car fee of $100. Then the car owner skipped the order and didn't pay me the chauffeur fee. I want to entrust you to help me sue and get back the valet fee, and at the same time, I have to make those disgusting people pay the heaviest price. You understand what I mean, right?" Su Ning smiled and opened his mouth, telling Lawyer Hua roughly. Then, Lawyer Hua on the other end of the phone felt like one of his own cerebellums had shriveled up. Su Xiao, chauffeur? The two words that were so unrelated to each other were actually hitched together, and there was an extreme sense of incongruity. If Su Xiao had said that he drove a Koenigsegg as a net car, it would have been more or less acceptable. After all, when there was just a net car, there were some bored rich second-generation people who were looking for fun to pick up girls like this. But Su Ning, such a big young man, even worked hard to run a chauffeur-driven car in the middle of the night? No matter how he thought about it, it gave him a sense of absurdity that his brain was down. However, as a top lawyer, he had seen a lot and experienced countless strange things, so he immediately calmed down. $100 of chauffeur fee? The owner of the car skipped the bill? Su Xiao definitely wouldn't care about that $100. In other words, Su Xiao wanted to make this kind of disgusting guy pay a certain price. In a flash, he figured it out and understood Su Ning's meaning. Of course, he only understood part of it, because Su Ning did want to make him pay a price, but at the same time, Su Ning also cared about that $100, knowing that after the system increase reward, that would be 10 million. In Su Ning's opinion, even if he spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees to get that 10 million back, it would still be a very good deal. Young Su, I understand what you mean. Just rest assured, if you leave this case to me, I promise to do it beautifully for you. But there's a problem now. You have to call the police first and then get the other party's identity information before I can proceed to the next step of the prosecution operation. If it's inconvenient for you, then it's fine for me to rush over immediately now. Lawyer Hua was very dedicated and immediately told Su Ning what to do next. You don't need to come over this late. Su Ning smiled. Call the police, right? Then I'll call now. Hanging up the phone, he immediately dialed Officer Wang from the police station. At this time, the owner of the car looked at Su Ning disdainfully and spoke in an incomparably mocking tone. It's so damn funny. Still looking for a lawyer to sue? Why don't you say call the police to arrest me and shoot me? Watched too many TV dramas. Stupid beep. Do you know how much a lawyer costs? At least $10,000 or $20,000. You're going to spend 10,000 to $20,000 for a $100 chauffeur's fee? You've been kicked in the head by a donkey. I'm just waiting. I'll see how you sue me. Chapter 74 Let me donate 2 police cars to your police station. Su Ning looked at him with a smirk, the curve of her mouth carrying an incomparable mockery. Then you'll just wait. I hope you'll still be this refined when you receive a court summons as well. After disdainfully saying that, the phone in his hand also connected. Officer Wang had been on duty at night recently, and when he received Su Ning's call his heart just thumped. Conan was here again. He knew that Su Ning would have to call him. He is now about to become Su Ning's exclusive case police. He couldn't understand how Su Ning, a chauffeur, could always run into all sorts of strange things. Answering the phone, Officer Wang sighed and asked, "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Su Ning did not talk too much nonsense, directly to the point to say things again. Then, Officer Wang is also going to have a small brain atrophy. The chauffeur skipped this, although not common, but also not so much that he was too surprised. The key is that, in order to $100 of chauffeur fee, Su Ning police even if, but also want to sue the owner of the car. Doesn't he know what suing means? Finding a lawyer, getting an indictment, and then going through a series of pretrial processes. Not to mention, the lawyer's fee is many times the cost of a chauffeur's fee. This is not a typical loss of watermelon pick sesame. That, Su Ning, I have no problem going to the police, but you should reconsider the matter of prosecution. Because Su Ning was already familiar with him, Officer Wang kindly reminded him. Su Ning, however, smiled and blocked his words back. I've already found a good lawyer. Officer Wang immediately had black lines appearing on his forehead. Good fellow, you're moving too fast here. I'm afraid you still remembered to call the police after consulting a lawyer, right? Just really outrageous. Alright, you guys wait where you are. I'll head out right away. Understandable or not, it was still necessary to go out to the police, but before he could hang up the phone, Su Ning immediately added another sentence. Officer Wang is working so hard. Wait until tomorrow when I donate 2 police cars to your police station. He really wasn't joking, but was very serious. Officer Wang's Hanjiang Road police station only had a total of 2 police cars. Often the police and patrols were stretched to the limit, and sometimes the police had to drive private cars to handle cases. He had heard the police complain about this when he was at the police station. Anyway, 2 police cars are not worth much money. Donated to the police station can also make the police station to handle cases more efficient. The important thing is that the strange things he encountered in the future will not be less, and good relations with the police station will also facilitate his future to solve problems in trouble. 2 birds with 1 stone. But when Officer Wang on the other end of the phone heard Su Ning's glib words, he was dumbfounded. What did I hear? He wants to donate 2 police cars to the police station? I'm afraid this isn't a joke, right? Although donations of police cars to police stations from all walks of life happened often, they were mostly from corporations or philanthropists. You, a chauffeur, who earns a few bucks from a night of chauffeuring, are going to donate police cars to the police station? Can the words coming out of your mouth be more reliable? Fine. Then I'll wait for you to donate police cars, Officer Wang said in a bad mood. If he wasn't in a hurry to go out to the police, he really wanted to have a good discussion with Su Ning. Putting down the phone, Su Ning looked at the car owner with a smirk, his expression playful. The owner of the car also seemed to realize that the chauffeur in front of him was not joking with himself. However, even so, he will not be too put down on the heart. The big deal is to fight the lawsuit. If you apply for legal aid, you basically don't have to pay for legal fees. Even if he lost the case, he would only be giving him the fees that he should have paid. There simply wouldn't be a worse outcome. Therefore, his entire person seemed emboldened. Unbeknownst to him, Su Ning had hired a top-notch barrister, and with him at his disposal, the case would not be that simple. They are familiar with all kinds of laws and regulations, walking on the edge of the law. Only you can't think. There is nothing they can't do, especially in this kind of case. The client does not care about the $100, just want to give the defendant trouble. Then he has countless ways to drag the defendant to death on this case. Let you use up all your energy, exhausted, but want to admit defeat cannot do, can only continue to spend. Soon, a police car came, and Officer Wang walked down from the police car. Breathlessly, he glanced at Su Ning, as if he was scolding him for his amusement, but quickly turned to the owner of the car. I'm Police Officer Wang Sudong from Hanjiang Road Police Station. He called the police to say that you're not willing to pay the valet fee? I am now civil mediation for you. If it's only the chauffeur fee, this small matter, there is no need to have to go to this point of prosecution, right? It would have been a small matter. Even out of the police feel suspected of wasting police resources, let alone more precious judicial resources. According to his understanding, most of the judges of the district court hands are squeezed tens of thousands of cases of all kinds. The court simply cannot open over. However, the owner of the car does not give a damn about him, or the attitude of a dead pig. His chauffeur service is not good. I will not give him. What can I do? He is willing to sue. Just sue to go. Officer Wang could not help but be speechless, knowing that there was no need for mediation. Simply took out the case receipt and began to record the registration. Su Ning also did not talk nonsense, took a picture of the receipt and sent it to lawyer Hua. The rest of the matter did not need him to worry about. Let's go! Don't forget about donating the police car tomorrow. Su Ning waved goodbye to Officer Wang before stopping a cab and leaving. Officer Wang couldn't help but become even more speechless. You're not done with this joke, are you? Then I'll wait and see how you donate police cars tomorrow. Because he had just been delayed for so long, the time was very late, so when Su Ning returned to Li Ji private cuisine, the drinking party had pretty much dispersed. He couldn't help but secretly hate that if it wasn't for this pair of shameless men and women, there was a high probability that he would still be able to receive an order for the night. This means that they don't pay the chauffeur's fee to make themselves lose $100, and they also make 5 million or even 10 million less because they receive one less order. Prosecution is right. Never cheat them. Open the chauffeur's list on the chauffeur's platform. Go online and wait for a single bar. Although the platform to receive a single than the hotel to receive a single to earn less, but the mosquito leg is also meat and this really cannot be a mosquito leg. Waiting for almost half an hour. Finally came single. Su Ning hurriedly right slide to accept the single, check the specifics of the driving single. However, looking at the inexplicably familiar situation, Su Ning could not help but be speechless. Is there any female novice driver who is not skilled enough to drive out of the parking space? That's right, this chauffeur-driven order was just like the one he received last time. The starting point and destination had completely overlapped. Go check it out. Just leave the task of rescuing the female novice to me. Chapter 75, Looking for a chauffeur to accompany you in the car. In almost 5 minutes, Su Ning arrived at the starting point of the chauffeur order. It was indeed a female driver, and a young and beautiful one at that. The only thing that confused Su Ning was that the area around her car was incomparably empty, with no cover and no block. There was no such thing as not being able to get out of the car. Could it be that the point was wrong, and the destination wasn't actually in the same place? Hello, dropshipping at your service. May I ask where your destination is? I see on the order details that the starting point and destination are the same. Su Ning greeted politely, then raised his doubts. The female owner was probably in her early 20s, very pretty looking, and was not dressed as a workplace beauty, leaning more towards athleisure, giving the impression as if she was a student who had just stepped out of the ivory tower. I'm not calling a chauffeur. No. I'm not saying I'm not calling for a chauffeur. I'm saying I don't use chauffeur services. The girl seemed a little embarrassed as she smiled and tried to explain, but saying it out loud felt a little off. Su Ning's head couldn't help but sprout big question marks. Are you actually calling for a chauffeur or not? It was only when the girl then quickly explained that it dawned on him. In reality, the girl really didn't need a chauffeur service. She was just looking for an escort. She just got her license not long ago, and after practicing for a few days, she dared to go on the road during the day. But at night, she was still a little apprehensive about the poor visibility, so she wanted to find a good old driver sitting in the passenger side with her. Although there are a lot of specialized to provide this kind of driving escort service, but today is a little too late. She looked for a few consecutive call over but did not answer. In a flash of inspiration, it occurred to her that chauffeurs often have good driving skills, so she simply called a chauffeur over on the platform. Don't worry, I give you according to the market price. 1.5 hours $200. How's that? The girl's eyes were quite expectant as she said to Su Ning. This was indeed the normal price of an escort. $200 for 2 hours during the day and $200 for an hour and a half at night. He had heard about it. Per unit of time, this could earn more than a chauffeur. So Su Ning naturally had no reason to disagree. Cancel the valet order. I'll practice with you. With that, Su Ning went around to the other side and opened the car door to sit in the passenger seat. The girl happily got into the car and first smiled sweetly at Su Ning before turning on the ignition and starting. Since he was charging people money, Su Ning naturally had to do his duty, and from the beginning, he kept telling the girl about the precautions of driving at night, while correcting her mistakes while driving. City roads are well lit by streetlights, so you don't need to turn on your high beams, otherwise it will affect the vehicles in front of you and in the opposite direction. If you notice that the lights of the oncoming vehicle are too strong, it's the other person who has their high beams on. That's when you can shake him twice with your high beams to remind him to turn off his high beams. If the car behind you has his high beams on, you turn on and off your dual flashers continuously to remind him. These are all things that are agreed upon on the road, and everyone does it by default. Look, the car behind you is shaking you with its high beams. What does that mean? It's a single file lane. You're going too slow, and he's trying to overtake. At this point, if you don't want to accelerate, then you can veer slightly to the right to give the car behind you room to overtake. Right, that's it. But if the car behind you doesn't overtake but keeps turning on the high beam, and you remind him and he doesn't turn it off, Then I'll tell you what to do. You immediately slow down and pull over to let the car behind you get in front of you. Then you follow and just turn on the high beam and shake him to death. There are always some people who only want their own convenience and have no regard for the thoughts of others, so you don't have to be polite at all to such people." When he said this, Su Ning, even if he wasn't gritting his teeth, was definitely not peaceful. He didn't count road rage. Even if he drove on the road and was told off a bit, he wasn't too agitated. But for the high beam, really abhorred. Especially the kind as long as the light is on the far light. The King of Heaven came also not good for the far light dog. As long as she came across it, Su Ning definitely transformed into a road magistrate and used practical actions to educate the other party on how they should drive. The girl was in two minds, listening to Su Ning while driving carefully, feeling a bit fidgety. It couldn't be helped. Newbies were like this. They needed time to complete the metamorphosis from novice to veteran driver. When passing through an intersection, the speed can be appropriately lowered so that pedestrians don't suddenly appear too late to react. Also, be sure to watch electric cars carefully. They are the ones who follow traffic rules the least. If you really run into one, even if it's their responsibility, they can leave you helpless as a vulnerable group. It just so happened that an electric car leaped out from the side, frightening the girl into braking sharply, sort of confirming Su Ning's words. Su Ning was all startled and couldn't help but want to open the window and curse. You so right, an electric run a red light crossing the road. Too long for their own lives, right? In the future, you'd better go out in the morning, because sooner or later something is going to happen. The girl who had palpitations covered her chest with her hand, looking scared. However, her actions emphasized the pride in her chest, causing Su Ning, who had inadvertently seen this scene, to suffer from a dry mouth. In order to ease the embarrassment, Su Ning told the girl to hurry up and continue driving so as not to waste time. Slightly quieter, he let the girl concentrate on driving to find her own feelings, and only when there were problems would he speak out to remind her. Suddenly, Su Ning noticed that there was a bicycle in front of him against the right lane, riding slowly. Looking at this somewhat abrupt bicycle, Su Ning couldn't help but frown slightly. There is a side road to the right of the green belt, and at the moment there are no cars on the side road, so the bike should be riding on the side road, just so grandly on the motorway. And also riding so slowly, it feels very fishy. A glance at the right rearview mirror, because of the angle, did not find anything, but he was still very alert, and just as he was about to twist around to look to the left, he saw the girl hit her left turn signal to merge to the left to pass the bike. "Don't move! Don't merge!" Su Ning shouted anxiously, his pitch much higher. The girl was startled and hurriedly righted herself, ending the merge. Before she could ask Su Ning what had happened, Su Ning had already spoken. "Look in the left rearview mirror. Is there a car in the left lane adorned behind you?" The girl didn't even need to look in the rearview mirror to answer this question, as she had definitely looked in the rearview mirror before merging into the lane. There was a car, but it wasn't going very fast and I was perfectly able to change lanes and come over, the girl said with a bit of disbelief. Su Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but let out a cold laugh as he said, "At that car's current speed, of course you can merge over, but what if the moment you change lanes, he suddenly starts accelerating? It can definitely merge with you." Chapter 76, I've practiced. The girl was a bit confused, innocently asking, "Why is he speeding up?" Su Ning sighed. It was true that the girl should have just stepped into society, and did not yet have a clear perception of the sinister nature of some people in society. "Today, let's give you a lesson. Think about it. The bike in front of you is pressing your speed. Your speed is already so slow, yet that car hasn't passed you yet. Doesn't that tell you enough? Obviously the bike and that car behind you are in cahoots. And the two of them are working together waiting for you to take the bait." The bike was pressing speed in front of you, and when you couldn't resist changing lanes, the car that had been behind you on the left suddenly accelerated and crashed into you. Such a collision, because you change lanes, must be your full responsibility. In the end, whether it's insurance or a private settlement, you're the one who suffers. Hearing Su Ning's words, the girl couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling as if she had reacquainted herself with the world. She was just naive, not stupid, and had obviously already judged that what Su Ning said was the truth. How could they be like this? This is too bad. Then what should I do now? Listening to the girl's somewhat panicked words, Su Ning couldn't help but shrug his shoulders and chuckle. "You're not in a hurry anyway, just follow the bike so slowly. Wait until there's an intersection and turn right directly to get rid of them. If you're in the mood, you can even follow the bike all the way and see who gets impatient first." Hearing Su Ning's words filled with a teasing tone, the girl's heart didn't panic. After all, having such an experienced old driver in the car could put one's mind at ease quite a bit no matter what. At the moment, she was secretly glad that she had found a handsome and reliable old driver by calling a chauffeur to accompany her. If it were someone else, did not see the road of this bumper, I'm afraid she really want to be blackmailed. After the girl is not afraid, but also playful, so slowly followed the bike. After a while, apparently the other side has no patience, turned his head in the car. His mouth seems to curse. Turn on the high beam to flash him. Su Ning grunted and said. The girl excitedly continuously flicked the lever and shook up the high beam. The other party was caught off guard and was flashed twice, feeling like his eyes were going to be blinded. Exasperated, he directly jumped off the bike and blocked the car's path to prevent them from going. The car that had been behind them also stopped, and two people came down from the car, with bad expressions. Seeing this, the girl was a bit scared again. Pulling Su Ning's arm, her face lost color and said, "What should we do?" Su Ning's expression remained unchanged, and the slightly raised curve of his mouth carried an obvious disdain. Gently plucking away the girl's hand, he pacified the girl, saying, "Just stay in the car, lock the door, and don't open the door no matter what happens." After saying that, he directly opened the door and got out of the car under the girl's worried gaze. "What? Want to stop and rob?" Su Ning stood directly in front of the car, his expression playful with mockery. "Shake me with the far light. You want to die, don't you? Believe it or not, I'll whip you." The middle-aged man on the bicycle looked fierce and cursed, stepping forward to grab Su Ning's collar with one hand, and clenching his fist with the other to smash Su Ning's face. Su Ning's pupils shrunk slightly, his left hand covered the other's hand, violently twisted at the same time heavy as 1,000 pounds downward pressure, directly held down the other party on the front hood of the car. "Control, you step horse, give me loose. Pain, pain, pain." The middle-aged man tried to resist and struggle, cursing and swearing, but he yelled out in pain after Su Ning twisted his arm harder and harder. "You better shut up, or it'll hurt even more." Su Ning let out a cold laugh, satisfied with his own stance. "I've practiced this before." When he had just gone through military training in college, he had pestered the instructor to teach him some grappling techniques, and he had practiced them all 4 years of college when he had nothing else to do, and had never thrown them away. There was even a period of time when he worked part-time as a sparring partner at a martial arts sparring center. Although it is not considered a master, but unusual 3 or 2 people really may not be able to help him. At this time, the 2 people who came down from the rear car hurriedly ran up. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let go of the person. I want to call the police." Looking at this situation, they had the intention to make a move, but they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to take Su Ning. The key was that Su Ning was twisting their man. It was hard to say whether they could restrain Su Ning, but the moment they did it, they were afraid that their companion's arm would be twisted. Su Ning looked at the 2 men with a smirk, and said in a teasing tone, "What does it have to do with you guys?" "You." One man couldn't help himself and stepped forward to kick at Su Ning, but his movements were too slow. Su Ning let go of the twisted person in a flash of lightning, lifted his foot and kicked it violently, surprisingly kicking the other person to the ground afterward. What's more surprising is that Su Ning took advantage of the fact that the person he had just held down didn't react, and held him down again, returning to the state he was in just now. The girl hiding in the car's big eyes were on the verge of sparkling with little stars. "This is also too handsome." Although it was useless to be able to fight in the modern world, it couldn't help but be handsome. If it wasn't for Su Ning urging her not to go out, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to resist getting out of the car to cheer Su Ning on in cheerleading. And at this time, the only one still standing had an incredibly grim expression, shocked and annoyed. He also went up to do it? I'm afraid he'll be kicked straight out like he was just now. This son was incapable of being an enemy, and could only be outwitted. "You still dare to hit someone? You're finished. I'll call the police now. Don't run if you can." With that, he took out his phone and dialed the police. Su Ning couldn't help but be happy, because he knew that this was still the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station. If they called the police, they were afraid that the police who would come in a while would still be Wang Sudong, right? As expected, in about 5 minutes or so, a police car came whistling with flashing lights. From the co-pilot position to open the door and walk down is certainly Wang Sudong, Wang police officer. And in the moment of seeing Su Ning, especially found Su Ning also twisted a person's arm to hold someone down on the front hood of the car. "The whole person is not good." I said, "Brother, what's wrong with you again? It's only been an hour or so since we parted ways. Why are you getting into trouble again? People's Conan only touches a case for a few days. You're doing it several times a day. You let go of the person first." Wang Sudong said to Su Ning a little helplessly. After this period of contact, he does believe that Su Ning is not just a person who causes trouble, but really cannot stand things to come to you. Su Ning grinned and let go of his hand. The middle-aged man hurriedly got up, moving his arm that was twisted to the point where he could barely move, and hurriedly complained to Wang Sudong, "Police, hurry up and arrest him. Look at what he's done to me. His arm won't even move." The guy who had just been kicked to the ground by Su Ning also came over, his face filled with righteous indignation. "Look what he kicked me with. This big footprint. I'm spitting blood." Chapter 77, Crouch. Hands clasped their heads. The two people had complained to Wang Sudong as if they were the victims, being bullied miserably by the unforgiving Su Ning. However, there were some things that just listening to the words of one of the parties involved would definitely not work, and Wang Sudong also has his own judgment, not to mention the understanding of Su Ning. Just the immediate situation does not seem to be that way. He knew that Su Ning was a chauffeur, and there was a girl sitting inside this car, so it should be the owner of the car Su Ning was serving. There was a bicycle put down on the ground in front of him, and another car parked behind him. Could it be that Su Ning drove into the bike, and that's what triggered the conflict? But the problem was, it wasn't about the car behind it either. So, there must be a hidden agenda here. Then you guys tell us the details of what happened. Wang Sudong took the folder handed over by the auxiliary police and prepared to record it. The middle-aged man who had just ridden a bicycle immediately spoke up. I was riding my bike well on the road, and when a car came behind me, I turned around to take a look, and then they shook me with a far light, almost blinding me. I definitely want to get out of the car to theorize and then this grandson twisted my arm and held me down there. Police, hurry up and arrest him. This kind of person released is simply a danger to society. Wang Sudong slightly narrowed his eyes. His intuition told him that this person was not telling the truth at all. However, he still turned his head to look at the other two people and inquired in a businesslike manner. What about you guys? What does this matter have to do with you guys? The two men hurriedly made a show of innocence and righteous indignation and grabbed the opportunity to speak. We were acting in the name of justice. We drove by and saw that there was an unlawful assault here, so we hurriedly stopped and tried to pull out the fight. As a result, he hit me without asking, and kicked me out all. Wang Sudong turned his head to look at the car parked on the side of the road behind him and couldn't help but shake his head breathlessly. This time there is no need to even suspect. Absolutely lied. Your car is parked at the back. It means that just now you are also traveling at the back. Did not pass by this car? And how did you see the fight? And you said something about unlawful assault? Is that the right word to use? Okay, you guys wait a minute. Wang Sudong pressed his hand, signaling them to wait here, and turned his head towards Su Ning again. Without even meaning to ask Su Ning about the specifics of what he had gone through, he directly extended his hand to Su Ning. Su Ning didn't understand the other party's meaning for the first time, and was a bit dazed. Give me the sports camera. Wang Sudong breathlessly pointed at the sports camera on Su Ning's chest. Su Ning drifted off and hurriedly took the camera down, but instead of handing it to Wang Sudong right away, he first copied the video into his cell phone. Then he handed his cell phone to Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong just stood there and watched the video. At the very beginning when the bike appeared, the police officer's sharp intuition had already told him that there might be something wrong with the bike. In the video, Su Ning saw this and told the owner what he should do. The next thing that happened was that the bike turned back and cursed, a scene that was clearly captured on film. Then it's Su Ning telling the owner to flash the bike in front of him with his high beam. Then the bike got off and blocked the road. Su Ning also got off the bike. The bike actually wanted to make a move on Su Ning. That's when Su Ning stepped in and held him down. Then, the other two talents appeared. Did let Su Ning release people? But no doubt they first rushed up to Su Ning to fight. It was true that Su Ning had not been harmed, but it was an indisputable fact that the other party had struck out at Su Ning. In this situation, it couldn't even be considered a mutual assault. It could only be considered Su Ning's self-defense, because Su Ning had only returned the favor against the two men, with no subsequent injuries. This was a typical case of self-defense. However, whether it was mutual assault or self-defense was no longer important. What he cared more about was the possible existence of gangs of three people. As Su Ning speculated, these three people may be cooperating with each other to set traps on the road to touch the porcelain. Although the police station has not received a report of this case, but there are many examples on the internet. Needless to say, it would be good to bring them back to the station for a trial. The people were all here, and as long as it was something they had done, it would definitely give them a clear picture. Now all follow us back to the police station for further investigation. Wang Sudong didn't give the others a chance to retort and directly ordered. Su Ning was not the least bit false. On the one hand, he did not have any illegalities, and on the other hand, he did know Wang Sudong very well. However, once those three people heard that they were also going to the police station, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Normal people might not be willing to go to the police station, let alone the ones with ghosts in their hearts. That, police, he hit us, you can just arrest him, we don't need to go to the police station, right? Yes, it's so late, we have to go to work tomorrow. I won't go to the police station, my chest hurts from being kicked, I have to go to the hospital. The three people were all talking. They were all very resistant to going to the police station. Wang Sudong could not help but snort coldly. I am not discussing with you. I have reason to suspect that your gang touched the porcelain. You must go back with me to investigate. The moment he said this, the three of them immediately panicked. They did not expect the police to see what happened to them at once. No, We didn't touch porcelain. You're a cop, you can't talk nonsense. Alright, we won't call the police. We'll just admit our bad luck, okay? Said a person to the other two people. Make eyes, turn around to go. But at this time they wanted to leave again, but it was already too late. Don't move, crouch down, hands on your head. Wang Sudong shouted several times and directly took out the bright handcuffs, gesturing at the three people. If the three people still didn't cooperate, he would really have to take coercive measures. Su Ning gave a thumbs up to Wang Sudong. Not to mention, the working state of Wang Sudong is really quite domineering. The gang of three people hung their heads and got into the car. An auxiliary police drove their car, directly escorted them to the police station. Wang Sudong turned around and looked at Su Ning with an expression that was a bit hard to explain. You are really capable of causing trouble. Although it was someone else who had committed a crime, and Su Ning was technically the victim. But isn't this victim status something you've done too often? However, Wang Sudong had to thank him, because a case like this can be handled as a typical case. Turn around and write a summary of the experience. There is every chance of getting a commendation. Don't freeze. All of you go back with me to make a statement. Wang Sudong looked at Su Ning, who was inexplicably a little excited inside. Su Ning gave an okay gesture to Wang Sudong and turned around, ready to get into the car. Pulled the car door, but didn't pull it open. It was still locked. After knocking on the car window and confirming that the girl was looking at him, Su Ning shouted, "Open the door and let me get in." However, he was shocked to find that the girl shook her head firmly at him. Su Ning's brain instantly short-circuited a bit. Chapter 78. Hey, do you want to settle the escort fee? What's going on here? Why don't you open the door for yourself? Did you scare the girl with your hand? I'm not a bad guy. Why don't you open the door? Su Ning spread out his palms and made a speechless gesture. The girl gently lowered the window a little bit, probably just a crack that she couldn't even reach her hand in. Su Ning couldn't help but have big question marks popping up on the top of his head. I told you to open the car door. What are you doing lowering the window? Wasn't it you who told me to lock the car and not to open the door no matter what? The girl innocently looked at Su Ning with some pride, as if waiting for Su Ning to praise her for doing a great job. The corners of Su Ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and a sense of absurdity tumbled in his heart. You're really obedient. I told you not to open the car door no matter what, and then you won't even let me get in the car, right? Su Ning realized that the girl was a bit naturally dull. Fine, then I'm telling you now that it's okay to open the car door. Su Ning tried his best to make his frequency keep up with her brain circuits. Sure enough, the girl immediately unlocked it, and Su Ning was finally able to get into the car. Come on, let's go to the police station. I don't think you've given a statement or witnessed anything yet, have you? I'll take you to experience it today. Don't worry, this time doesn't count as money. Su Ning was worried that the girl would not cooperate, so he smiled. Upon hearing this, the girl was surprisingly a little excited and flustered. Police station? I haven't really made a statement yet. Then will the police station treat me like a prisoner right away? And then give me all the tiger stools and chili water? Should I resist or confess? What a nervousness. Su Ning opened her mouth slightly and bit her lip, her eyes somewhat unfocused. You're so full of drama. Just making a statement as a witness. How did you make it look like you've committed a crime? And what tiger stool chili water? You think the 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty are? Su Ning really cannot understand her brain circuits. Silent for a long time, only reluctantly spit out a few words. You free to play it, because the Hanjian Road police station was not far away. Even with the girl's snail-like driving speed, she quickly arrived at her destination. It took about an hour to record the statement, and by the time Su Ning and the girl walked out of the police station, it was already the middle of the night. The sleepy girl couldn't help but open her mouth and yawn, but suddenly thought that it was a bit unladylike to open her mouth like this, so she hastened to block her mouth with her slender white hand, and the result was that this yawn was a little bit of a tiger's head and not at all enjoyable. Su Ning is also a little sleepy, so he asked softly, still practicing? If we don't practice, we'll go back to our respective homes. The girl's eyes seemed to be about to open, and she said in a tired voice, I'm too sleepy. No more practicing, but I want you to chauffeur me back now. My upper and lower eyelids are fighting. Delivering business to the door, Su Ning naturally wouldn't refuse. At least his current state was still a bit stronger than the girl's. Not long after getting into the car and setting off, he heard the sound of a kitten purring and purring like a cat from his side. Su Ning turned his head in surprise, but found that the girl had already fallen asleep in the passenger seat. Cicatrization a little bit. Sleep can be fragrant. Shaking his head helplessly, he sighed at the girl's lack of precautionary awareness. After arriving at the destination and getting out of the underground garage, Su Ning saw an expensively dressed middle-aged woman waiting there. Was this the girl's mom? Su Ning immediately went on guard. It wasn't that he was weak because of what he had done to the girl on the road. It was really because his first chauffeur experience had left an extremely deep impression on him. At that time, if he hadn't reacted quickly, the slap would have really slapped him in the face. The situation in front of him was similar. If this middle-aged woman suddenly rose up and injured someone, he would also be prepared. "Mom, why aren't you asleep?" After getting off the bus, the girl pounced on the middle-aged woman as if she were a swallow returning to her nest. The middle-aged woman dotingly touched the girl's head, but her gaze inadvertently rested on Su Ning. And just as Su Ning's heart thumped, the middle-aged woman smiled and spoke. "Do you want to say whether he's a coach or a substitute driver? Mom isn't an unenlightened person. If you really have a boyfriend, Mom won't object." The girl looked at her mom with eyes that were suspicious in their innocence, completely unaware of what her mom was talking about. The middle-aged woman couldn't help but sigh, really worried that her worldly daughter would be tricked by a philandering man. "Just tell me, which part of this young man in front of me looks like a chauffeur or coach?" "Forget it, it's also late today. It's better to wait until tomorrow to have a good chat with the child. Hurry home and sleep." Saying this, he took the girl on his arm and prepared to go upstairs. The girl didn't think too much about it either. Turning her head and waving her hand to Su Ning in a goodbye gesture, she followed her mom and left. Su Ning looked at the backs of the two men, standing in place, and began to doubt life. "You guys just left like that? Should I settle the escort fee?" Su Ning weakly vocalized. Although going through the police station to make a statement counted as delaying the girl quite a bit of time, normally Su Ning would have been able to completely waive the chaperone fee. However, as soon as he thought that a 200-piece escort fee could turn into 20 million after the system reward increase, Su Ning didn't have any thoughts of being exempted. The girl and the middle-aged woman simultaneously stopped in their tracks and turned back, while the middle-aged woman had a surprised expression. The girl looked a bit shy and embarrassed, very embarrassed, and adorably spat out her tongue. I'm sorry, I forgot about this." The girl hurriedly trotted over and fished out $250 from her wallet and handed it to Su Ning. "200 for the escort fee and 50 for the chauffeur fee. Is that okay?" Su Ning had the heart to say that he didn't want the chauffeur fee, but that would be too disrespectful to 5 million. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn $250. 100,000 times increase reward of 25 million yuan. "I'll be looking for you again next time if I want to practice driving." The girl waved her hand and turned around to follow the middle-aged woman at a brisk pace. "Alright, if you still look for me for car practice next time, I'll bring you a gift." Su Ning smiled. Having earned 25 million from the girl, he wouldn't be half heartbroken even if he bought an even more expensive gift for the girl. Taking a look at the balance, 232 million. It was a great sense of security. He only hoped that there wouldn't be any unexpected large expenses recently. He just wanted to hurry up and save enough money to buy a large villa. Walking out of the underground garage, Su Ning went out and directly opened a room in the nearest hotel, laid down on the bed and fell asleep. He wanted to have a lazy sleep, even if the sun was up, as long as he had enough sleep anyway. But at 5 o'clock in the morning, Su Ning was woken up by the cell phone alarm. Instinctively, she jumped up and prepared to wash up, but after getting out of bed, she immediately reacted and then cried and laughed. This alarm was still set to send Xiaodong, and now that the task of transporting Xiaodong had ended, he had forgotten to turn off the alarm. Can only helplessly return to bed, continue to sleep back to sleep.